Chapter 1, Selected by Dragon Ball. In the darkness, two voices are calling. Zhang Chen heard a cry in his sleep, struggling to wake up. He blinked hard, his consciousness broke through the darkness, and he got up. This is... At the moment of blinking, he stopped. The land in front of us was a mess, the blackened bodies and the stumps were all over, the trees were tilted westward, and the cracks in the deep pits spread to the distance. What about your own bed? Are you not sleeping at home? Dreaming in a dream? The inferior warrior is the inferior warrior, and he will faint. The voice of indifference came from the side, as if the knife was on the neck, and it was as creepy. Zhang Chenxi lived with the lingering glory, and his heart was wide. Mom, Vegeta, and Naba actually saw the Xia people in the Dragon Ball, really dreaming. Zhang Chen took a shot on his face, but he screamed. Not a dream. Naba looked at him curiously. Hey, I said you won't be stupid. It's really useless waste. Vegeta sullenly half-faced. The truth of pain and touch made him understand that this is not a dream, and that oneself. Zhang Chen touched one end of his long flowing hair, and saw the battle suit he wore and the flexible tail, and instantly realized his identity. Brother of Sun Wukong, RADITZ. Zhang Chen likes the Dragon Ball that is both funny and bloody. When he was very young, he regarded it as a classic. Manga, handmade, and clothing piled up a window. The 7 beads in the story that can fulfill any wish will always cause his illusions. If there are such magic dragon in reality, life will become a colorful adventure story. Although he knew that it was impossible, he bought 7 dragon beads on the internet. He thought it was ordinary quality. He didn't expect to be in his hand, heavy and beautiful. Each of the 7 dragon beads that entered his eyes was crystal clear, and it felt smooth like jade. The stars inside flashed a faint glow in the daytime, like brilliance flowing on the surface of the stars, and several beads collided with each other. The sound is crisp and ethereal, and it touches the heartstrings. Zhang Chen caressed the crystal beads and thought, if you can make a wish, take me to the world of Dragon Ball, and be a scion or something. After all, he was like a treasure to put 7 precious beads in the center of the window, with a red cloth padding, set off its gorgeous. Then I sat down with a nap, and then... just crossed? The key is that he really became a scion, but it was just the role of the tragedy, RADITZ. The tragedy brought a box of lunch only after a few words, and later did not appear in the memory. Zhang Chen more than once spit, Wukong, you can even let go of Vegeta, you cannot let go of your brother? Is it that the hair of RADITZ is directly changed to 3? It was his illusion to go to the Dragon Ball world and suddenly became a fact, which made him react a little. Although unbelievable, but now he has become RADITZ, it is absolutely true. The primary task at the moment is to figure out the situation and live first. Hey, RADITZ, you won't lose your memory. Seeing him linger for a long time, he asked him. No, nothing, just the wound on the forehead, and the head is still a little dizzy. Hey! Vegeta said coldly. If you don't see only a few of us who have survived, I don't kill you. RADITZ has nothing to say, after all, he is only a lower-level warrior. And even the weakness of his tail has not been overcome. In the world of Dragon Ball, there is no strength, it is absolutely impossible. After all, RADITZ's bloodline is too bad. But then again, the planet we attacked is really difficult to deal with. These people are not very high in combat, but there are too many people. Naba grinned. Just kidding, these chop must be removed as soon as possible. RADITZ listened to their conversation and roughly understood what was going on. The 3 men were attacking the planet and encountered difficulties. Then it was his turn to go to the Earth to find Sun Wukong, and then he was killed along the plot and he left the stage of Dragon Ball. The protagonist of the most tragic drama in history was born. Naba suddenly turned his eyes. Hey, I said RADITZ, aren't you still a younger brother who is sent outside? Although it is a lower-class soldier, is it a purebred scion? If there is still the hard-to-handle planet, 4 people are better than 3 people, let him bring him. Don't tease me, Naba, just because of that kind of waste, I don't even have 1,000 fighting powers. Vegeta said disdainfully, for a moment, suddenly looked at RADITZ, but, even if it's useless, there will always be some strength when the full moon is over. You bring him over and let him know what a real scion is. RADITZ was stared at him. Is this pressure on the momentum a gap in strength? Sure enough, Vegeta is different. I understand, when I have a wound, I will go to my brother. RADITZ nodded slightly. He is still not able to confront Vegeta now, and he can only obey. It's solved by us here. There is not much difference in the lack of your fighting power. Naba said proudly, haha laugh. www.readaloud.com. Scion has a hierarchy of dignity, claiming to be a so-called fighting nation. Once they have turned into giant pythons, the fighting power of destroying the Earth is enough to make the residents of most planets tremble. In fact, in the eyes of other inhabitants, the Scion people are only barbaric and aggressive, but they are unaware of it. The fighting nation was born to determine the status of the prince, like the prince of Vegeta, talented. There are hundreds of fighting power born, a few years later crushed an adult soldier, born proud. And Naba was born in a famous door, and his talents were not bad. He experienced a lot of combat experience and he was very self-sufficient. The low-level fighters such as RADITZ and Sun Wukong belong to most of the bottom Scion people. In the eyes of intermediate fighters and senior fighters, they are nothing. Therefore, RADITZ is also very cold-eyed among the 3 people, and there is no right to speak at all. No. Now that you have come to the world of Dragon Ball, you can't die so badly. To be strong, stronger than Naba, stronger than Vegeta, even stronger than every enemy and Sun Wukong in the future. Looking at Vegeta and Naba with a cold eye, RADITZ made up his mind to start training on this planet. Unlike the Scion people, the Earth's cultivation methods are more effective and reasonable, and with the use of gas, the weak planet of the Earth can produce so many powerful warriors. Despite the low starting point, RADITZ has the confidence to surpass them through cultivation. He climbed up from the ground and took the initiative. I am going to find some food. Hey, happy with you, don't be killed by them. Vegeta said lightly. RADITZ nodded and tried to jump into the air, but he couldn't suspend it for a long time. After trying it a few times, he didn't succeed. He had to give up and turned his legs and ran out. And behind the Naba and Vegeta looked awkward. Yes, the reason is that RADITZ will not fly. Chapter 2, Get familiar with the body. Damn, shame is lost. RADITZ looked stunned until he was far from Vegeta and Naba. He has not yet fully grasped the ontology, and even the simplest ability to fly cannot be used freely. In the next few days, he is prepared to familiarize himself with all aspects of the body through the grounds of injury. The first is the level of power. RADITZ picked up a stone and gently pinched it, and the stone shattered. With the strength of holding the cup, it is easy to crush the stone and surprise RADITZ. However, this is exactly what he wants to control. With the change of power and the degree of precision control, the body can be truly mastered. I remember correctly, now my combat power is only about strength and cultivation, 1200 is pure power, plus other factors will be around 1500. Try the current attack power. RADITZ tried to sense the energy in the body and gathered them into the palm of his hand. It was amazing. A blue energy gathered on the edge of the palm and gradually formed a ball of light. This is the most basic move. If you don't use the energy bomb, you are embarrassed to say that you are a warrior. What? With a scream, the energy ball flew straight to a barren hill. Rays burst, deafening a loud noise, booming. The smoke from the explosion rose, the blue-gray dust was scattered, and countless gravels fell. The huge barren hills were left at the foot of the mountain. Just a small energy ball, there is such power, it seems that the 1500's combat power is not low. But then again, the turtle fairy can run the moon, and it is not surprising that he has such strength. Moreover, the energy ball he just issued cannot control the direction, but can only be blasted straight, far from the mastery. Look for a guide to practice your hand. RADITZ suddenly thought. After all, a person is groping, it is better to progress faster in the battle. Now I am generally familiar with the movements of the limbs, and I have learned to mobilize energy. If I can experience several actual combat, I will definitely gain something. Thinking of this, RADITZ opened the detector. Hey! 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 A dozen signals came out at once, and the alarm sounded constantly in the ear, and the numbers were constantly switching. 250, 582, 322, 455, 890, 1421. The highest is actually more than 2300. I thought that the combat power is not high in the mouth is not higher than 1000 at best. Now it seems that the planet is completely close to the medium-level planet. RADITZ did not dare to care about it. He first sought a weak start and went to the goal of combat power 250. After a while, he found the target according to the instructions of the detector. It was a cosmic man with a frog head. He was dark and green. He had a row of round white hemispheres on his chest. He had 4 arms and each hand held a weapon. He saw RADITZ and instinctively stepped back. The Scion! He exclaimed and raised the laser gun. RADITZ can see that the people on this planet have already feared the Scion, and the hands of the frog-head cosmic gun are shaking. The detector automatically focused on him, and the data floated slightly upwards. Sure enough, when the mood is different, the combat power will change. RADITZ whispered softly. At this time, the frogman shot a shot. The light is thin and sharp, and it contains a lot of energy, and it goes straight to the chest of RADITZ. Come on! RADITZ did not evade, and an energy ball was condensed in his hand and thrown forward. The two energy collided, and the intense friction broke out in an instant. The Mars in the air splashed and the waves spread. Then, the energy ball of RADITZ suppressed the continuous light and rushed to the frogman. The soil layer was turned up on the road, the forest was folded, and the air blew. Boom! The huge explosion echoed in the ear, and there was a big pit on the ground, and there was a stir in the surroundings. The frogman has been turned into smoke and dust in the bombing, and no fragments have been left. The gap in combat effectiveness is too obvious, and the use of energy bomb attacks is completely effortless. In the joy of realizing the first battle victory, the detector suddenly issued a warning, and there were many energy sources with a combat power of around 300, and they came to him. It's just right. After all, RADITZ's body was filled with the blood of the Scion people. He couldn't help but shake his fist and felt a little excitement. He took the initiative to rush out and covered several jungles to find a place where energy gathered. There are 7 frogs of the same kind, each of which grows almost the same. The only difference is the size. They are heading to the dead companion and meet RADITZ on the head. The Scion! It is the Scion! I don't know who screamed. Then everyone screamed, revealing a fierce and scared expression. They were arrogant, staring at RADITZ, armed with arms and not afraid to go forward. You can't go up, I can go. RADITZ did not hesitate and rushed to them, and he was surprised by the speed of his sprint. Instead of using the energy ball, he started the melee, elbows, side squats, chain fists, knees, backs, big heads. The tricks that can be made are displayed one by one, although there is no continuous strike, but only relying on the crushing of combat power. Several frog people have been defeated. www.readaloud.com. Very soon, only 2 surviving frogs are left. They face RADITZ, and they have boundless fear. They glanced at each other and made up their minds to attack RADITZ. The 2 fists are hard to beat, but let alone they have 8 hands together. Although the combat power is low, their attack speed is not bad. It is no small challenge for RADITZ. Come on! RADITZ drank and slashed a few punches. With one enemy too, RADITZ continues to gain the upper hand. His fist can interrupt the other's arm, and the quick attack of the 8 hands is completely within his resistance. At first, I felt that my eyes could not keep up. Later, the more I felt the other side was slow. After a few rounds, the frog's arms were all broken, the bones pierced the skin, and the purple blood ran through the wound. They screamed, the white hemisphere of the chest burst suddenly, and the meat capsule inside had an energy shock, which made RADITZ unable to prevent it. Hey! A huge impact, actually pulled out RADITZ a few feet. Damn! Great! Was his neck, and RADITZ stood up and saw that the frogman in front of him had fallen and died. He looked at his body again, except that the battlesuit was slightly dirty and there were no scars. It seems that their fight is a hit, and they can't beat my battlesuit. The defense is really strong. My body is not bad. After suffering the blow, I can't feel it with a bit of pain. RADITZ sighed. Suddenly, the smile on the corner of the mouth solidified. Well, say good food. On the other side, Vegeta hugged his hands, his fingers pounding impatiently on the big arm, looking in the direction of RADITZ. This kid, grinding, really wants to kill him. Chapter 3, Gas. RADITZ hurriedly packed up the bodies of several frog people, picked up the fruits of several trees, and ran back. If you get Vegeta angry, it feels bad. Under his nervousness, he accelerated sharply. Suddenly, a white arrogance surrounded by the whole body broke out. When the energy was released, he felt the flow of gas. In Dragon Ball, the real power is all dependent on the performance of the gas. Although the Scion people's past brute force combat methods seem powerful, they are actually not as ingenious as the Earth. This is why after Vegeta came to Earth, he also learned how to control the gas. Perceived chi is the beginning of his progress. RADITZ is overjoyed. At the same time, he tried to control his own temper and suspend himself, perhaps because of the talent of the Scion people. In a short while, he mastered the skills. Running along the way, he ran wildly and returned to Vegeta and Nappa. The useless guy, it took so long to deal with this garbage. Vegeta glimpsed the prey in the hands of RADITZ, unpredictably coldly ridiculed. Although Nappa did not say anything, his eyes were also disdainful. No way, who makes him the weakest now? RADITZ ignited the barbecue for 2 people, split the food, and served very thoughtfully. Although the Scion people do not care about eating, but after all, the grilled is more clean and nutritious. After eating the food, the 3 continued to conquer the planet. RADITZ himself explores the perception and application of chi. After all, Vegeta can be mastered in a very short time. There is no reason why he can't. A few days later. Hey! 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 The sound of a series of fierce battles is endless, and RADITZ shuttles through the enemy, making him more comfortable. These days imitated the fighting skills of Vegeta and Nappa, which greatly increased his combat ability. Not only has the combat effectiveness improved, but the mastery of the gas has also improved a lot. At this moment, he has been able to gradually rely on the number of detectors to act, to perceive the gas, and to experience the flow of gas even when he uses energy or action. In addition, he learned to fly. The enemy attacked from the front, and the laser gun continuously fired the light, leaving no room for RADITZ. RADITZ quickly evaded, leaving a shadow in the air, often a laser gun step. Even more frightening is that he closed his eyes. It seems to be extremely risky, but it is because of this underground that you can force yourself to learn new skills as soon as possible. As he ducked, he slowly approached. Finally, the time is coming. Drink! RADITZ screamed and accelerated instantly. The blink of an eye had already flashed to the enemy, and both hands clenched fists, and energy broke out from the fist. The two enemies left and right had not had time to react, and they saw a flash of people in front of them, and the horrible atmosphere made them pupils magnified. Huge punches slammed into the abdomen of the two enemies and almost drilled them through. The surrounding air was compressed, the airflow was disturbed, and a wave of air spread out at the feet. The surrounding area was quiet and the rest of the people were scared and stunned. The speed is too fast. It's almost impossible for them to react. Well. Suddenly, RADITZ moved his brow and felt that a gust of air was coming from behind him, faster than the wind. Strong and powerful. The other party's sneak attack is definitely a must, but at this moment, RADITZ has mastered the use of chi, and when he is in the midst of a slap in the face, he is back to the people and counterattacks. He kicked a punch in the backhand and blocked the shock wave of the other side, but the huge impact caused the arm to suffocate and the whole person took a few steps forward. The detector suddenly made a sharp call and jumped out of a thrilling number, 1250. Fighting over 1000 enemies. On this planet, it is definitely a master of high hands. If it is Vegeta and Naba, dealing with such enemies is not a problem at all, but it is no small challenge for RADITZ. It's actually blocked, Scion. The tall frogman glared at his round eyes, his muscles full of agitation, and the bones squeaky. He is very strange, obviously he has been lurking for a long time to launch an attack from behind. How can it be discovered? Is there a eye behind this Scion? In his inner doubts, his footsteps were completely unblocked and he rushed to RADITZ. Damn! RADITZ flew up and slammed a shock wave with one hand. The brilliant light was like a sharp blade pointing to the frogman and exploding. The fierce explosion burned the chaotic airflow, and everything around it instantly warmed up and the smoke rolled. Just when RADITZ was smug, the frogman actually rushed out of the smoke, and it was unscathed. He screamed, punching his chest in RADITZ's chest and directly blasting it hundreds of meters away. A huge gully was pulled out between the forests, and the trees were shattered and the shocks continued. Without any rest time, the frogman leaped high and jumped straight to RADITZ. At this moment, RADITZ fell on the rock and became a big word, a long sulking gas from the chest. Call, it was an accident. Finally, I came out with an opponent that would allow me to play a dozen. RADITZ's forehead shed a sweat and smiled. You are laughing. This is the instinct of the Scion. When fighting, it will be unhappy, shaking. The frogman couldn't seem to understand. He raised his arm and squatted, and he had to make RADITZ a patties. The huge force has not yet touched RADITZ, the ground has burst, and it has been sag, forming a pit like a spider web. www.readaloud.com. The rock is instantly shattered and the pressure is amazing. RADITZ crossed his hands and blocked the blow, and the energy in the hands of the two collided against each other. The frogman was shocked. He didn't expect RADITZ to completely block his attack. There was a fluster in his heart. He leaped into the air, his mouth widened, and a bright white energy converges. The highly compressed energy is directed at the ground and bursts like a silver dragon. It's very powerful, but it's just like it in my eyes. RADITZ smiled. After he was able to use the gas, the combat power improved extremely quickly, and he mastered the secret of the instant explosion. The power increased sharply, and a pale arrogance broke out in the whole body. He folded his hands together, all of them were full of fingers, and the constant energy was concentrated at one point. The glaring light rose to the sky. Shining shock waves. Boom. Dash. The energy collision caused a continuous bang, and the two forces are entangled. You come and go, no matter what. The frogman made all the effort, and it was difficult to carry a half point, and RADITZ seemed to have more strength. Hey, haven't you heard a word? Don't wave with the Scion. Ah, ah. RADITZ suddenly screamed, his arm bursting out of the meridian, and the gas suddenly increased. The shock wave overpowered the frogman's moves and made a brilliant wigwang. For a moment, the light drowned the frog people, and the shock wave went straight to the sky and flew outside the sky. The enemy was slammed and there was no residue left. There was only a bit of anxious smell in the air, and RADITZ was half squatting on the ground, breathing heavily. Fortunately, my combat effectiveness has improved, or I am afraid I have to suffer some damage to solve him. After all, RADITZ looked into the distance and his heart was dark. Earth, I am coming soon. Chapter 4, Really Fighting 5 Slag. After a few days of rest, the slight injury to RADITZ's forehead has long since recovered. He can't wait to go to the Earth. It's a good place. First of all, no matter if the Earth can better grasp the use of gas, it is enough to attract food and beauty. On this planet, he can only eat sour and succulent fruits, and rarely eat wild game. A cosmic person like a frogman, how can he not eat it? Like the hands of Vegeta, he seems to want to vomit. Sleeping is almost lying in the open air, the bath has not been washed, and the daily repetition is fighting, fighting, fighting. Although the overall level of combat on the planet is not high, the standard of living is hundreds of times better than this ruined broken planet. He made up his mind, picked a good day, and embarked on a journey to Earth. There are sleeping devices in the spherical spacecraft, which can make people sleep when they are on a long journey, and they can reach their destination with a dream. Otherwise, the long time is shrunk in a small cabin, too boring and too awkward. However, RADITZ did not sleep for the first time, but meditation training through consciousness, using spiritual cultivation to enhance strength. Until the stocked fruit is finished, the life-sustaining device and the sleeping device have to be used to continue the next journey. 1 year later. On Earth, the ambitions and the great devils who attempted to conquer the world have become history of the past, and people are experiencing a peaceful period of time. Everyone lives and enjoys a good life. There are a few idle clouds floating in the blue sky, and the wilderness paving is green, and the layers are stacked on the edge of the wilderness, like giants guarding the boundless land. When the breeze suddenly arrives, the rustling of the leaves and the rustling of the leaves, the grass blades sway in the wilderness, like green waves, and waves of waves move with the waves. Without warning, a meteor-like light swept across the sky, dragging long flames and rushing to the ground. Boom! The huge bang was accompanied by the trembling of the earth, causing people in the square to feel the obvious vibration. Many people thought that the earthquake had gone and ran to the open space. It was only a moment to shake, and when they calmed down, they saw a thick smoke floating in the sky. It's finally finished. Sleeping for so long, the whole person is stiff. Such a single-person spacecraft does not seem to be suitable for long-distance travel. RADITZ opened the hatch and quickly climbed out to breathe. Although the time spent in the spaceship is like a dream, but the body's stiffness is incomparably real, he can't wait to move his arms and legs a little, and the tail tries to wave a circle to ensure that there are no problems in all parts of the body. RADITZ jumped up and jumped out of the huge pit that was thrown out. Just standing on the ground, RADITZ stunned. In front of him was a middle-aged farmer with a bloated body and a straw hat. The rustic strap was lined with a plaid shirt and he was looking at him with his eyes open. The middle-aged uncle's face slid down a few sweats, his throat swayed, and the gun in his hand kept twitching against RADITZ. Even the unearthed Earth people can experience the domineering spirit of RADITZ. "Hey, you, what are you?" RADITZ did not answer, and a number flashed on the screen in front of him, 5. Actually, I was really touched by him. The legendary combat power is only 5 slag. I am going, really is the 5 slag. Ha ha ha. RADITZ laughed hard to make a self-made laugh, completely disregarding the image, and smiled and bent. This guy, shouldn't it be mentally ill? The middle-aged farmer was overwhelmed by sudden changes. RADITZ laughed for a long time while the farmer was stunned, and slowly stopped smiling. He didn't want to kill, and he looked at the well-guarded farmer, "Give you a message, and later see people like me, don't shoot." The farmer snorted for a moment and then reacted. "Hey, you are. When he hadn't finished talking, he was once again stunned, his legs soft, and he fell to the ground. He saw RADITZ fly directly into the sky, galloping faster than the wind. RADITZ flew in the air, recalling his famous celebrity saying, grinning, "It's a historic moment." During the sensation, the detector made a squeaky voice and reacted. This reaction energy is very large on the Earth, the distance is 2333. Is it big? RADITZ flew all the way. No matter, let's go see it first. With the location of the reaction, RADITZ came all the way to the target. It is not a barren hill, but a small town. Although it is in the countryside, the roads are wide, the houses are dense, and there are many vehicles coming and going. It is completely different from the place where he first encountered Bill. Has history changed? I haven't started to rebel yet, history won't give face like this. He simply landed on the ground, walked towards the source, and entered a bar. As soon as I entered the door, I found that there were many bodies on the ground. The way of death was very simple. It was like a fatal blow. It was definitely a master. There were knives and guns around the body, but they died before they even had time to shoot. Vic? No, if it's him, even here will be bombed off, RADITZ suddenly noticed that the detector signal disappeared. www.readaloud.com. The other is a master who knows chi. RADITZ simply does not rely on the detector to directly sense the flow of gas. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the top of the head, and the sword in his hand flashed, and the speed was extremely fast. But his fast, just for the Earth, for RADITZ, like a slow-motion animation, frame by frame. Only slightly leaning over his body, RADITZ escaped this fatal blow. The man reacted flexibly, and the one-handed miss immediately jumped out and sneaked into the shadows. Hey, there are two sons. When you enter the door, I can see that you are different. Wearing strange things doesn't say that, giving people a completely different feeling than the average guy. Who are you? Are you going to avenge them? I am not interested in revenge for them, and I know who you are, without hiding your head. RADITZ showed a bitter smile, and he did not expect to meet this guy, the world's #1 killer, right? The people in the shadows rushed to the scene, and then gave a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, the first time someone said that my name is so calm. Hey, yes, I am the world's #1 killer, Peach White. As he said, he slowly came out of the shadows. At this moment, the Peach White was already after the transformation. The long cockroaches were still there, and the word kill in the chest was very conspicuous. The arms and eyes can be transformed into mechanical ones. The sword just now is a weapon that is stabbed from the hand. Young people, I only kill people for the rich, do not accept the teacher. In Tao Bibai, neither revenge, most of them admire him and come to the teacher. What the hell? Apprentice? This peach is too white to feel too good, right? RADITZ's mouth was pumped, and he said helplessly, sorry, I just found the wrong person. Chapter 5, First Knowledge of Gaku. Looking for the wrong person? The white face of the peach was suddenly sunk, and the corner of the mouth could not stop shaking. The world's first killer was so disregarded, and no one could say it on the face. Who are you looking for? It's none of your business, RADITZ said faintly. I am going, so mad. Peach and white, he was the first time he encountered such a crazy character, and his old face rose red and secretly bitten his teeth. You are too arrogant. Save it, you are not my opponent. RADITZ is still indifferent. Hey, boy, it seems that you only know my name, I don't know my horror. Peach White and white hands, the mechanical eye swivels forward, protruding a bit, the corner of the mouth floats a sneer, I will send you 100 million yuan is good. 100 million yuan. The usual charge for killing a person is 100 million yuan. I will send you to see you for free today. Peach White and lightly sighed, and his body flickered. The next second, he has appeared behind RADITZ, flying a leg, whip in the lower back of RADITZ. According to his estimation, RADITZ is sure that the spine will break off and can no longer stand up. Proudly, the huge shock of the legs was uploaded, which made his heart suddenly cool, and the sweat oozes from each pore unconsciously. And RADITZ did not respond, standing still in place. No. Impossible. Peach White reveals an unbelievable look, and continues to attack. I have to say that as the younger brother of Hexian people, the martial arts skills of the first-class killers are extremely high, and a series of attack tactics emerge in an endless stream. The only downside is that for RADITZ, the power is too weak. Master, have you finished? RADITZ grabbed it and intercepted his full-speed punch. With a little effort, the robot was crushed. You. Peach White and dumbfounded, sweating all over, the nose was also drilled into the nose and hung over the lips. He can't say a word at the moment, his chin trembles. RADITZ clicked on the detector and pulled out the number 180 on the screen. Oh, your combat power is 180, Peach White Master. RADITZ said as he approached, my fighting power is exactly 10 times yours. RADITZ finally understood that Fliza said that my fighting power is 530,000 when it feels cool, and that kind of combative crushing combined with a passionate pretend, I feel really wonderful. 10 times. Peach was so scared that he was chilling. He knew that the strangely dressed guy didn't lie in front of him. The inadvertent exhalation of the gas has already explained everything. After some thoughts in the heart, the Peach White and White Fruit broke off the momentum, respectfully nodded and humble, very humble. Sorry. I am wrong. I shouldn't be so arrogant. Look at what you know about me, spare me. This commission can be given to you all. Amount. RADITZ did not expect him to give in so soon. Isn't it enough? It doesn't matter, I still have a lot of deposits, you can take it too. I won't kill anyone in the future. Let me go. Peach White and White to make the rudder's effort is not bad, while saying that the chest is full, the attitude is sincere to the extreme, this performance is not a problem. If RADITZ knew what kind of person he was in the morning, he might have been cheated by him. In fact, I really appreciate you, Peach White. Look at your clothing so personal. The legendary soft tongue reminds people of the liver and gallbladder, a long column straight to the Huang Long, and is a hot and insidious, really a model of the bad guys. Over, the prize. You made a mistake, I didn't praise you. RADITZ's face changed, and the 5 fingers opened his head to the white head. I mean, you are worth 100 million. As soon as the voice fell, a blue light column blew from the hand, and the peach was white and drowned in an instant, and there was no chance to mourn him. The body that lost its head, dang fell to the ground, and there was another body on the dirty floor. Peach has done a lot of bad things, and RADITZ wants to wipe him out and make a contribution to purifying the world environment. Out of the ruined bar, the detector again warned that the distance was farther away to 4,899, and the energy was bigger than the peach. Sun Wukong. Absolutely correct. He can detect that the energy source is moving at a rapid speed and then suddenly stops. According to expectations, Sun Wukong should go to the island of Gaixianren, and there is a 4-year-old Sun Wufan. RADITZ immediately accelerated and flew toward Koh Tao. In a short while, RADITZ saw the outline of the island. The sea under the sun shines like a lot of broken gold, and the waves are shining with dazzling light. On the vast sea, the island stands. The warm and humid sea breeze smashed through the wooden house, and the mottled sunlight was thrown into the sand through the coconut trees. From time to time, there were gull birds gliding past, leaving a few beautiful curves. There are several people in front of the house. RADITZ's detector has already locked one of them. The man with the highest combat power on the planet, Sun Wukong. RADITZ slowly approached the island of turtles and looked down at everything. www.readaloud.com. Several people were talking and laughing. With the approach of RADITZ, Sun Wukong perceives an extraordinary energy and suddenly looks up at the sky, alertly shouting, "Who? Good power!" RADITZ knew that he was noticed and simply landed in front of them. When I saw the protagonist and the companions in the Dragon Ball, there was an inexplicable excitement in my heart. Ah! This is a strong gas. The turtle fairy was shocked. Klin on one side also widened his eyes and was very surprised. "You, who are you? How do you say it? Let me think about it." RADITZ just wanted to be aggressive, but suddenly tangled. At first I just wanted to find Sun Wukong, but I didn't think about the next question. What did I find him? Take him away? Certainly impossible. Grab the Sun Wufan? That was what RADITZ did. He is different. And Wukong recognizes the pro, then live under the aura of the protagonist? No, your own destiny must be grasped by yourself. Vegeta and Nappa, who are far from the other side of the universe, know that he has come to Earth and will come sooner or later. In Flasa's plan, the Earth is also in the short-term goal of attacking, and Flieza, who has long watched the Scion people's disappointment, will sooner or later exterminate the Scion who survived. In combination, he has only one way to go, against Vegeta and Flieza. He is still too weak now. In order to complete the great cause, he needs Sun Wukong, Vicky as teammates, and even Vegeta and Nappa to conquer. Although he hates Nappa without his brain, RADITZ is still ready to leave him. The most important reason is that I really want to see what Nappa's Super Saiyan people will look like. In order to make a long-awaited transformation, I have to keep his life. Then the question is coming. Is he going to do something now? Chapter 6, In order to make a bomb, do things. RADITZ repeatedly calculated in his mind, and now he reveals his intentions. Sun Wukong, who knows the truth, may practice with him, but the extent of the promotion must be small. Moreover, the two legendary kings of the world, Wang Chuan and Yuan Xiu, could not learn. His advantage lies in knowing everything. Only by grasping this advantage can he gain strength one step earlier than others. If you want to deal with a stronger opponent, it is imperative to go to the world of Wang Xing. RADITZ made a decision in an instant, and the corner of his mouth hangs slightly in a curve, with a prank idea. For the Vitality Bomb and the King of the Boxing, do things. He deliberately opened the communicator and let everything here be heard by Vegeta on the other side of the universe. "Hey, Karakar, you grew up. Why haven't you killed humans?" RADITZ adjusted the cold tone. "What are you saying? Ah? How can you not understand this person? If you don't understand, it's right." RADITZ loosened the tail wrapped around his waist and flexed fidgetly. "Don't you recognize it?" When I saw the tail, everyone was shocked. "Tail, tail." Sun Wukong glanced at Gohan, and his eyebrows were beating. "You are." In addition to himself and his son, he was the first to see someone who also had a tail, and the strange armor and the momentum of his body were enough to make him horrified. RADITZ coldly said, "Bastard! It seems that you have forgotten everything. Let me tell you everything. Some things must let you know, including your birth, and our nation." A few people were shocked and did not dare to interrupt. "First of all, you are not the person on this planet. You are the same Scion who was born on the Vegeta planet. We are a noble and powerful fighting race. Everyone has a strong fighting ability. Your name is Karatel, and I am your brother RADITZ." "What? Goku's brother? Know this?" Everyone can hardly believe that the guy who suddenly popped out is actually a brother of Goku. Moreover, it is said that Wukong is not a human being, a fighting race, a Scion. Too horrible. Don't be noisy, listen to me. Our Scion job is to find a planet that is suitable for living in the environment. After destroying the Aborigines, it is sold at high prices to those aliens in need. Karkalat is doing this task. Being sent to the Earth. When we encounter a planet with high combat power, we send adult warriors directly, and the relative level of the Earth is relatively low. It is enough to send small children. Although the child's combat power is relatively low, the power of the scion can be waited until the full moon. It will be really played, and it will not be long before it can be cleaned up. What? No wonder. Turtle Immortal and others were shocked. I recalled that Wukong had turned into a violent squad after several times, and he swallowed. The warm sea breeze blows on the body and it feels cool. No, I don't remember at all. I grew up on the Earth and have nothing to do with the Scion. I won't do anything to destroy other people's planets. Sun Wukong shouted with his fist. That was when you were a child, you were hit by your head and forgot your mission. I tell you that the Vegeta planet was hit by meteorites and it has been destroyed. Our parents and compatriots have become the dust of the universe. There are only 4 people left. You are a part of the rest. And we are still remembered. Although you are still weak, but you are a scion, the potential is unlimited. So, I want to invite you to join. When I got here, RADITZ turned off the communication equipment and took a sigh of relief. If you say this, Vegeta will temporarily deal with the past, and then they should be led to the Earth and then conquer them. I won't go with you. Go back. Sun Wukong yelled. His reaction was unexpected, and RADITZ sighed. There is no way. I only use one of your sons. The tail is the sign of the scion, and there is no way to deny it. Don't come close. Otherwise I'm welcome to you. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his body was tight, and he was ready to attack, but his heart felt fear for the first time. In the past, when I faced the big devil, I didn't feel this way. There was a blank in my mind. RADITZ flew in a flash, and came to the back of Sun Wukong. The movement between the moments is amazing, and no one can capture his speed. Wukong's eyes are round and squatting in the same place. As RADITZ approached, Sun Wufan cried wow and waved his arm as if to stop RADITZ. Not to mention, the appearance of Sun Wufan is really cute now. RADITZ now has to play the bad guys, grabbed Sun Wufan, and turned back to rush to Sun Wukong, lifting his legs to make a stroke. The speed of the flying knee exceeded the recognition limit of Sun Wukong, and it was solidly on the body of Wukong. It was so that his abdomen turned over the river and the strength of the limbs was exhausted. After a while in the air, Wukong fell to the ground. He yelled at his stomach and was very painful. In a flash, he noticed the power gap between the two, cold and sweat. Others have no chance to shoot, and they are shocked. Wukong, you are not my opponent, you want your son, just find a good helper with your strength to chase me. RADITZ floated into the air. www.readwn.com Heart this tip it's clear enough. After all, he took the Sun Wufan and flew away. Arriving at the landing point of the spacecraft, RADITZ put down Sun Wufan and waited for the arrival of Wukong and Bic. He didn't be too rude to Gohan. This kid was excited. The ghost knows what level he can reach. Later, he is a very powerful force. After all, he is his own nephew. Wow! Dad, wow! Ah! When Sun Wufan saw RADITZ without paying attention to him, he burst into tears and slammed the thigh of RADITZ. The little fist had no power, but he did not know how tired. This kid! RADITZ wants to cry without tears. Hey, don't cry. I am also your uncle. You are a bad person. Wow! I want Dad. Hey! It was fierce by RADITZ, and Sun Wu was crying even harder. RADITZ had no way to take the children, and suddenly his brain turned, and the light flashed, and the branches were pulled on the ground for a while. Don't call. Call me now to kill you, let your father come to collect the body. Give me over. You don't want to be a scholar. If you can solve this chicken and cage problem, I will let go. You. RADITZ once again drank. Perhaps the threat has played a role, Perhaps it is the helplessness of RADITZ's tone. Sun Wufan sobbed twice, no longer crying and shouting. You didn't lie to me. Cheat what you do, you can kill you at any time. If you don't want to die, go to quietly and do some questions. Sun Wufan snorted and looked at RADITZ in disbelief. In the end, he still chose to believe, slowly walked to the ground where the topic was written, and seriously thought about it. RADITZ can't help but secretly feel that he has to give him math problems to deal with this kind of child who has the potential to learn. Chapter 7, One Enemy 2. RADITZ lay down on the edge of the deep pit, his head resting on his hands, and underneath his soft grass. He looked at the long white clouds, relaxed and his eyes slowly closed. Since the advent of the Dragon Ball world, every day the followers Vegeta fight them, or they are trying to improve their strength, they are routinely sleeping in the spaceship, and they have never enjoyed the fun of leisure. Instead, I was busy sneaking today, and I rested quietly for a quarter of an hour. I didn't have to think about it. I only used to enjoy the breeze, the grass, the sunshine. What about sunshine? RADITZ felt suddenly covered in shadow and slammed open. I am going. RADITZ was shocked. It was the face of Sun Wufan. You must scare me. It may be that watching RADITZ is not as horrible as before, and Sun Wufan dared to take the initiative to approach. I am done. What are you doing, are you finished? RADITZ said that half of the reaction came and was shocked. Is the 4-year-old child so quick to solve the problem? RADITZ's expression was very embarrassing, and his heart said that Kiki's education is really good. At this moment, 2 strong chis approached here, one step faster than the detector, and RADITZ looked into the air. Then, the sound of sounded. Sensitive to the air, it really wins the machine. RADITZ's heart was happy, but fortunately, Sun Wukong appeared in time at this time, otherwise it would be difficult to end up with Sun Wu's meal. As Wukong and Bic approached, he greeted him. Wook, you are finally here. I am coming back to my son. Sun Wukong yelled, full of momentum. On the other hand, Bic's white robe fluttered in the wind, like a raging tide. He looked at RADITZ with a dignified look. I felt a very strong fighting force suddenly came to earth, very early. It's you, but don't get me wrong, I'm not like Sun Wukong, just to knock you down. Having said that, Sun Wukong has already told him about the power of the Scion people. Bec did not dare to have a half-heartedness and was very serious. RADITZ smiled and took the detector off and threw it aside. There are not only communication devices, but there may be Fleisch's eavesdropping device, even if it is turned off. One of his actions attracted Sun Wukong and Bic to be alert. It doesn't matter, you'll come. RADITZ picked up Sun Wufan. God, your father is coming, go back. After that, with one hand, he directly returned Sun Wufan to Sun Wukong. Wukong hugged and touched the head of Gohan. Nothing, Gohan. Okay. What are you going to do? Bic had a slap in the face, and he was more prepared. Wukong quickly let Sun Wufan go to the distance first, so as not to be affected. Don't be afraid, I just don't want other people to hear what I said. This device can detect the strength and position of people, but it is also easy to be eavesdropped. So, for safety reasons, don't use it first. Then I want to tell you all of them are true and important. Oh, I can't believe it. Bic grinned and didn't believe it. He is the incarnation of the Mozu. In the era of the Big Devil, it is a common thing to lie, and there is no credit in the heart of the evil. So if RADITZ said, he didn't believe it. Wukong, your son has already returned it to you. This is my sincerity. In fact, I took him away, just to lead you over. This. Sun Wukong was hesitant. After all, he was his big brother. And he really didn't hurt Gohan. He would like to hear what RADITZ would say. Bic is not as good as Sun Wukong, and he is still vigilant. With this alone, I can't convince me. Then, this is the only way. RADITZ knew that it was difficult to communicate directly, simply show the strength, let them know the horror of the scion. RADITZ leaned forward and suddenly accelerated. Brush! The sound of the air broke out slightly, and RADITZ disappeared in front of them. Sun Wukong and Big had not had time to take off the reload, and the reaction was slow. When they noticed the breath behind them, they turned their heads and looked at it. RADITZ had already squatted on their backs. The huge impact made the two people's center of gravity unstable, and they saved forward and jumped several times to stand still. At the same time, 2 words appeared in my heart, so fast. RADITZ did not give them a chance to breathe, and rushed directly to Sun Wukong. Both hands smashed out the fists and bursts of shadows. At this moment, he has achieved 1,800 combat power through cultivation, which is even stronger than the full strength period of 1,500 years ago. Speed, strength, and not Wukong, they can keep up. Oh ah! Sun Wukong tried to counterattack, but the strong punching ability was always easily solved by RADITZ, but RADITZ's every punch hit him with great pain. At this time, Big came from behind, and the right hand crossed the chest and made a knife. Big's speed is extremely fast, the sound of breaking the wind is fierce, and the hand knife contains a strong gas. It seems that everything can be opened. However, RADITZ is faster. After seeing it, he directly pulled back a tail and hit Big's knee. The huge force beat Bill's center of gravity and fell to the ground. Followed by a swipe hitting Big's head and pulling it out 100 meters away. Tail. Sun Wukong saw hope in the crisis and rushed to the past with the greatest strength. RADITZ's mouth slightly rose. www.readaloud.com. A block of Sun Wukong, the blue energy ball instantly gathered in the hands, boom. When the smoke and dust came out, Wukong was smashed and shattered, and flew out to go far. It's damn, it looks like it's not an opponent. Sun Wukong stood up again, sweat coming out of the pores. Big also violently gasps, only 2 strokes from the tail, his physical strength has been greatly reduced. I still have a new move, just need to accumulate power, can you entangle him? Try it, the tail. I just managed to catch the tail. Hey, your brother can be much stronger than you, Scion. It turns out that you are so powerful for a reason. Big showed his fangs and smiled. Sun Wukong can only smile. They have never met such a strong opponent of RADITZ, and the gap is almost a world apart. Sun Wukong even thinks that RADITZ is already releasing water, otherwise it is easy to kill any of them. Okay, just hit here. RADITZ took the initiative to raise his hand and stopped the war, shocking the two. In fact, RADITZ thinks that his tail has not really had time to exercise. In case of too much wave, he is caught in the tail. What can I do if I have a magical killer? Anyway, the purpose of the shock has also been reached, and now the speech should be much better. Now you should believe me. I want to kill you, very simple, but I just left a hand, just to tell you, I am not an enemy, and the next words, no, then, heavy, want. Sun Wukong and Big looked at each other and nodded. They did not refute again and listened quietly. This is exactly what RADITZ wants. After getting the initial trust, he has to start his plan. Chapter 8, See the King? And many more. The wind blew from the wilderness, and the long hair of RADITZ was swept up and slowly and gently. Wukong, remember that I told you that the Scion people are not only one of me. RADITZ said. Even I counted in, a total of 4. Yes, the other 2 people have more combat power than me. One of them is a famous man with amazing strength, and the other is Prince Vegeta. His combat power is 10 times that of my present. RADITZ said in a deep voice. The 2 faces opposite each other suddenly changed their face, as if they heard the most terrible bad news. The stronger Xiu people, there are actually 2. I can tell you that your current combat power is about 400, and the attack to the ultimate is only a little more than 1000, and I can stabilize at 1800. As for Vegeta, there is 18,000 combat power. To destroy us, a matter of energy bombs. 10,000, 8,000. Big's forehead once again oozes fine sweat and breathes heavily. Although Wukong did not speak, he was shaking all over. Even the children understand the huge gap in numbers. If they can still fight against RADITZ, they will be like ants. What RADITZ wanted was this effect. The corner of his mouth glimpsed and continued, "Don't be anxious, there are more secrets. We people work for a guy who claims to be the emperor of the universe. His name is Frieza, is a terrible character. I said earlier that the Sion planet was blasted by meteorites. In fact, this is not the case. The Vegeta star was destroyed by Frieza. Destroy planets. Frieza, the emperor of the universe. Wait, is the Sion not the person who works for him? Why is it destroyed?" Too much information flooded into Sun Wukong and Big's mind for a while, making them slightly unacceptable. Big's big devil used to think that he had ruled the world, but now he suddenly appeared a cosmic monster. He instantly upgraded the level to a level, making today's Big feel upset. Let me say a little. Frieza really needs the Sion to work for him, but in the dark, the Sion people do not really obey Frieza, and they are ready to resist. However, Frieza is more prepared for the Sion. Preemptively destroys the entire planet. The Sions have no resistance? How can so many powerful fighters be eliminated by one person? RADITZ couldn't help but smile. He shook his head and said, "No matter how many ants are gathered together, they can't fight against the monsters. Frieza's combat power is 530,000. Wukong and Big Scorpion trembled, and the heart seemed to be hammered by a giant hammer, and the shock could not be added. Such high combat power figures are simply incredible, and they can't help but feel their own smallness. There are such powerful guys, not opponents at all." Sun Wukong was half shocked, half excited, and the blood of the Sion people boiled in the body. "Hey, you don't want to fight with Frieza?" Big smiled. "I really think so in my heart. Like your style." The two knew that there was a day outside, and after a panic, they calmed down. RADITZ saw this and said, "The rest of the Sion people are being played by Frieza in the drums and continue to work for him. Sooner or later, they will be erased. He has no kindness, as long as he threatens him. Or someone who is useless to him is only dead. But this has nothing to do with us." Big asked. "It doesn't matter? I came to Earth this time, which was appointed by Vegeta. Soon after, the target of the raiders will be the turn of the Earth. The most terrible thing is that Frieza's ambition is the entire Milky Way, even the universe, the Earth. In the target of attacking. Goku is also a Sion. If one day Frieza wants to completely eliminate the Sion, he will always find you. All of the above, now you still feel that it has nothing to do with you." Big is silent. The only way is to resist. The two Sion people who are not satisfied with Frieza, but there is not enough power to deal with Frieza, so they chose to forbear. "We just want to unite them and constantly change. Strong, there is a chance to fight Frieza." RADITZ screamed, surrounded by airflow, venting all directions. This is his true feelings. Frieza as the biggest unrest factor, absolutely must be eradicated as soon as possible. His words caused Sun Wukong and Big's thoughts, and the two seemed to face an unprecedented crisis, and their brains were burning. Sion, King of the Universe, destruction, power, words are hovering in my mind. Sun Wukong calmly analyzed, "But, how can we not reach 530,000 combat power in a short time? And the remaining two Sion people, listen to your tone, not like a good talker. Indeed, the two guys are very arrogant, and one is a prince. Just persuading it is useless, I am afraid I still need to use strength to convince them. As for improving strength, I have a shortcut," RADITZ said here. deliberately lengthened the sound. The two people's attention is extremely concentrated. Just die once. Dead. Wukong and Bik suddenly changed color. Where can I improve my strength after I die? Joke. Leitais expected that they would have this reaction, patiently explained, don't be surprised. There is a called the King of the King, he is a higher level of existence than the of the earth, live on the King of the King, find him to practice. If you can't die, you can go there. It's just that the current conditions can't be done, you can only use this method. Do you want to die? Is there a Dragon Ball? It can be resurrected. You even know Dragon Ball? Wukong was shocked. I have done some research naturally. This is not the point. The point is that you and the gods of the earth should be said to be good. After death, the body will be preserved for cultivation. Then after his referral and approval by the king, you will be able to go to the king. Leitais said at a glance, as if he had experienced the same. Bigton was suspicious. How do you know everything? I just know. Rest assured, I will be the first to die, but I need to go with me to introduce me, and I can practice together. This. Hearing that Leitais said that he was willing to die the first time, Bik had nothing to say. After all, people can go to death, which is equivalent to putting life into the hands of others and playing tricks. In addition, you need to practice with Sun Wufan. He is an indispensable combat force. Wukong also nodded and expressed his willingness to believe in Leitais. In fact, when Gohan was returned, he already believed in Leitais, and the performance of Leitais in the back fight made Wukong feel hidden. After some explanation, he felt very reasonable. www.mtlnovel.com even some happy to find a biological brother. Bik, your life is with the gods, this cultivation cannot let you participate, sorry. Hey. Wukong smiled and waved his hand. Hey, if he was deceived by him, you can die in white. Biker glanced at Goku. But it's good, so I will dominate the world, there is no hindrance, Sun Wukong. The two looked at each other and smiled. Leitais picked up the detector, stepped forward, stood in front of Sun Wukong, and nodded. Come on. At this time, Gohan cried and ran out from behind the stone, shouting Dad. God! Dad will come back! Goku yelled, and he still smiled with dying. He is actually excited, he will face so many shocking masters, the blood has already boiled. In the face of the two people who are ready to die, Bik slammed out a new move, the magical light kills the gun. The spiral of light contains powerful energy, and the glare of the light stretches the shadows by a few feet. In the meantime, the light column rushes toward the body of the two, and Leitais suddenly flashes in the light. Looking. It's a mistake. In the face of the magical light to kill the gun, he thundered a shock wave with lightning speed. The two energy collisions caused a huge explosion, the airflow swept across the square, the earth cracked from the middle, and the crack spread all the way to the distance, like the ground was split into two. You really deceive! Bik yelled angrily. No, no, I suddenly thought of it. Why don't we make a wish to the dragon? It is also a wishing opportunity, and it saves us from dying. Leitais explained quickly and sweated. Wukong and Bik were silent for a long time, and they said the same thing, it seems to be. Chapter 9, Ready to Go. Almost sacrificed in vain, and Leitais looked at the scorched earth in front of him. The power of the magical light to kill the gun is not a joke, even if he is blocking this move, the arm is still a little numb at this moment. Explain for them, then Leitais turned on the communicator, and the three played a play with the screaming. Finally, Leitais put on a weak voice, faintly said, Damn, it will be planted in your hands, but you let me know that there are dragons on the earth that can fulfill any wish, my companions will come to save me. Ha 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 ha. When I finished speaking, I suddenly turned off the communicator, and the sound stopped abruptly, and the signal was transmitted to the other end of the universe. The last message crossed the space and was accurately passed to the two psion detectors. Following a murmur of Shas Hasha, LADITZ's voice was completely depressed. It seems that he is dead. Naba is fighting at the moment, and the look of indifference has not changed at all. Vegeta slammed a few enemies with one hand and said coldly, "Poor guy, actually killed in the earth. It seems that Karkalot betrayed us and colluded with the earth." He said. He waved a wave of light, and the smashing energy directly blew a bunch of alien warriors in front of him, and even dried a natural lake. The dense gas surrounds his body, bursting with white flames, the ground shivering slightly, and the smoke and dust are gone. When Naba saw such a Vegeta, he couldn't help but feel a look of fear. He is a militant scion, only believes in power, and he is not afraid of it on weekdays, but he is afraid of Vegeta. He is very clear that the current Vegeta is in an angry state, and even in this state of attack, he does not dare to bear it. "Vegeta, let it go. It's just a subordinate fighter. It's funny to look at your nervousness." Vegeta smiled. "I am not angry, but excited. Didn't you hear what LADITZ said? On Earth, there is a Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish." Nappa reacted, "Are we going to save LADITZ? That kind of waste, save him. We wish for eternal life, so that we can continue to fight. Isn't it?" Vegeta slammed his fist and saw a flame burning in his eyes. When he heard the Dragon Ball that fulfilled any wish, he immediately couldn't wait to get it. For him, eternal life is just the beginning. The fire in his eyes is the unyielding fire of revenge. There is a demon's shadow in the flames wandering, that is the enemy he buried in his heart, Frieza. He was forced to serve Frieza for so many years, pretending not to know the truth of the destruction of the Vegeta star, in order to accumulate power and revenge. Now that eternal life is beckoning to him, it means that it is only a matter of time to defeat Frieza. How can he not be moved? "Naba, go to Earth." "Yes, but a small part of it is over." "No need, have eternal life, do you care about this?" Vegeta asked, a cold eye spurting at Naba. "No, I know." Naba trembled and blew the last shock wave. The two decisively flew away from the battle point, making the remaining aliens stunned and happy to survive. On the Earth, LADITZ returned to the turtle house with Goku and Bick, and resolved the misunderstanding with everyone. "I heard that there are such magical things in the universe, and everyone can't help but feel the vastness of the universe and the smallness of its own. I didn't expect it, there is such a thing." Bulma looked at the sky. "My sister is also traveling around the universe. I don't know if there is danger." "Hey! Bulma, you still have a sister?" Wukong, Kling, and others were shocked. "The turtle fairy has a fine eye and his hands are squeezed. I don't know if your sister likes a mature man." "Hey! Pan, the turtle fairy was fanned into the sea. My sister is a writer. I have been to the universe and haven't come back for a long time, but I still contact them often." LADITZ comforted, "The remote galaxies have no crisis for the time being, don't worry. But now, hurry to find Dragon Ball. Klin, you go to find other powerful guys on the planet. Since you go to practice, bring everyone." "Oh, okay. But I don't know where they are." Tianjin Rice and Lan Chi flew away together a long time ago. Yamcha did not know where the waves were. How did he find it? "My machine can probe the strength and position of the person, but I have to check with Bulma to block the communication system and see if there is any monitoring device." LADITZ handed the detector to Bulma, by the way. Taught her method of use. Although this type of detector is old, but the technology is also quite high, the material and sensing elements of the screen are not produced by the Earth, so LADITZ is very careful. "Don't look at Friss's men all. It doesn't look worth it. He can have such a thing. It has research value." Bulma looked at it for a while, and he was sure to be able to disassemble it. He also said that he understood the principle. The reputation of a genius scientist is not a fake. Others only admire, and believe that her ability can be checked in half a day. Taking advantage of this time, RADITZ personally went to find Dragon Ball, and Goku and Bic went to the big island on the beach. Sun Wufan played with the turtles and laughed happily. www.readaloud.com Clin saw Gohan running around, remembering the scene of Wukong's cultivation with the turtles when he was a child, and couldn't help feeling I really miss that time. Ah! When he was feeling, RADITZ had already flown thousands of miles away and found the first Dragon Ball. When Shenlong flew away, Dragon Ball was scattered in every corner of the world, and some places were hidden. Although the radar shows the position, because it is a two-dimensional coordinate, the depth is difficult to measure, so it is often necessary to pull the zipper into the seabed and sneak into the cave. If it is eaten by some animals, it is even more troublesome. It took a lot of time, and RADITZ finally found all the Dragon Balls together. Go back to the turtle house and see that everyone else has arrived, even dumplings and oolongs are coming. Haha, it seems that I am late. RADITZ put down the Dragon Ball and greeted everyone. Yamuti responded with great sorrow, and both Keek and Tianjin Rice were silent and still wary of him. RADITZ did not care, and thought of the king, you naturally understand. He took the 4 stars on the Gohan hat and put them together. These dragon beads gave him the same feeling as before, but the only difference was that the blooming light was even more dazzling. Do you all know what is going on? You better not do anything, Bic said coldly. Tianjin Rice also echoed, to be honest, if it is not Wukong who believes in you, I can hardly believe that there will be such a thing as a cosmic crisis. Yes, still doubt me. RADITZ sighed in his heart. But it was normal. Suddenly, an alien told you so many incredible words, and immediately believed that there was a ghost. Come slowly, in short, there is Sun Wukong. Breathing, RADITZ took a deep breath and shouted. Come out, Shenlong. Chapter 10, It's too late to explain, on the road. Come to the world of Dragon Ball, you can't see how the dragon is doing. RADITZ was the first to summon the dragon, and the simple 5 words were shouted by the gourd. The sound shook the island. His inner excitement is hard to suppress, staring at the 7 beads that are shining, dare not blink, for fear of missing a key scene. The mottled light spots gradually faded under the coconut trees, and the sky was covered with an iron-black curtain. A gust of wind whipped up the waves, blowing the long hair of RADITZ and the corners of the people. The seabirds were so scared that they suddenly flew away from the sudden, and then the golden light rose into the sky, turning into a thunderbolt of gold. At the same time, the deafening huge snoring came from the void, and the long dragons echoed in the ears of the people, ringing the thrilling bell in the dark. This is the dragon, it is a lot bigger than the imagination. RADITZ looked up at the behemoth in front of him, and felt that the heart was picked up. Such a magnificent scene, only in the dream. Everyone else has seen the dragon, but I don't know what surprises, and the reaction is extremely calm. The huge brilliance is flying higher and higher, hovering in the air, in the golden light, slowly revealing the scales, claws, long beards, dragon horns. Finally, the complete dragon is covered under the golden light, the head is close to everyone, and the red eyes are bright and direct. Speak your wishes, I can fulfill any of your wishes, but only one. RADITZ cleaned up his mood and suddenly crossed a thought in his head and asked, Dragon, do you know where I came from? Everyone glimpsed, what is the problem, isn't it necessary to send them to the king to train? How come you ask where to come first? This is the individual dragon, they all know, isn't it the planet that the Scion people are attacking? RADITZ looked at the dragon with a solemn look, and his eyes faintly revealed strong expectations. He hopes that Shenlong can tell him the ins and outs of the journey, and even wants to tell him whether he can return to the original world. After all, he is making a wish, can't he wish to go back? Shenlong was silent for a while, and finally said, I know where you are from. But I am sorry, I can't send you back, it has exceeded my dimension. Dimension? At a glance, RADITZ nodded slightly and was somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, he came from another dimension, even if it is a dragon, it may not be able to play through 2 dimensions. But can't go? Joke. Originally, he only intended to experience some of the fun of fighting in the Dragon Ball world. When he saw the legendary strongman, he returned to the original world. Although he had thought about not going back to this consequence, he got a solid conclusion at this moment. I am somewhat lost. But what can be done? Even the dragons say that it is impossible to do. RADITZ closed his eyes and breathed deeply, and his heart rose into an indescribable feeling, just as the world was split. It is okay for him to play a circle. It is really necessary to replace RADITZ to live. Who can accept the adaptation immediately, just like they believe that they believe themselves, it will take time. Suddenly, a voice rang in his consciousness, the power that summons you is the same as me, but it is not me, maybe, find the original power. This is the voice of the dragon, it is talking directly to me. RADITZ reacted instantly. He hurriedly looked up at the dragon, his brain spinning fast, so that is the other Dragon Ball? That is the Super Dragon Ball? I don't know, these unknown things are beyond my ability, and you need to find the answer yourself. When Shenlong finished this sentence, there was no movement. RADITZ suddenly looked firmer and revived, he was looking for the answer. Besides, even if you can't go back, you have to live well. What's wrong, is there any problem? Sun Wukong saw that RADITZ looked abruptly changed and walked up with great concern. No, nothing, I haven't seen the dragon, I just asked. I can't explain it. Let's stand by my side. RADITZ greeted everyone. Bick, they all stood next to RADITZ, and Gohan was brought. The turtle fairy refused to practice, stayed in the turtle house, and saw how good the beauty magazine was, he was too lazy to practice. In his heart, the future of the world has long been handed over to the younger generation. The huge head of Shenlong is approaching a few points again, urging, what is your wish? If you don't say it, I will leave. Please send me and a few people around to the king. Do you want to be a big man? A small thing. The dragon's mantra came out. As its eyes flashed red, a faint light film appeared in the body of everyone, and with a blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. The sound of the dragon and the sky sounded, okay, your wishes have come true. After all, the dragon became a beam of light, smashing into the sky, and then turned into 7 dragon balls, staying in the air for a short time, and reflying to the world. The clouds are scattered, the silent sky is restored to the blue color, the white birds are soaring in the high clouds, and the sharp and cheerful tweets are heard. www.readaloud.com. The sea breeze continues to blow, and the sound of the waves is like a tumultuous music. The turtle immortal carried his hand and muttered to himself, I always feel a little uneasy. Maybe there is a scion who is coming. It is rare that Bick will join the party of justice. How is he talking to himself? Is it senile dementia? Bulma guessed. Oolong embraced his hands and smiled slyly, it must be chanting young girls, this old man. The old turtle shook his head helplessly and sighed deeply. On the other hand, the soldiers were sent to the king of the dragon by the dragon, brushing, 8 people descended to the critical star, so that the original planet is more crowded. At the same time as I arrived, except for RADITZ, everyone had a soft foot and almost squatted. Gohan is even more directly unable to move. 10 times the gravity of the Earth. Although RADITZ had some feelings, he quickly adapted. After all, his body was experienced in the Vegeta planet, where gravity is similar to that of the boundary. How, what's going on? Feeling good. Kling bit his teeth and straightened, still feeling a little hard. In contrast, Wukong and Bick are not natural, but they are much easier to move. The gravity here is 10 times that of the Earth. It is similar to my mother star, the Vegeta star. You will be confronted with a strong enemy who grew up in this environment. The Scion. It's really scary. Tianjin Rice could not help but grin. His strong body is also very hard to walk under the negative pressure of gravity. It is hard to imagine how the Scion people trained from an early age. In this case, RADITZ, who is still free to move, made them very shocked and ignited their fighting spirit. Chapter 11, King. In addition to a small house, there are only a few lonely trees, and there is a driveway and an antique car in the center of the planet. It is boring to say that the place where God lives. The temple of the gods is also empty, including the kingdom of the kingdom. No wonder God wants a servant or a pet. He also likes to spy on the world. It's just as easy to sleep as Billis, and the long time is too boring. Just as they watched the scenery of the kings, an orangutan appeared. The king of the king has appeared. Tianjin Rice is the best, yelling at everyone. Is this the king of the king? How is it like an orangutan? No, it should, not it. Bic made a little judgment and shook his head. And Sun Wukong has learned with the orangutan, shouting oh, oh, while waving his arms. Clin took Sun Wufan and didn't know if he should follow along with him. Cough. What are you doing? A man with a long tentacles on his head came out of the house, and the costumes were strange, wearing a pair of sunglasses. That's right, this is the Northern King. RADITZ first walked over and respectfully said, Hello King, hello. We are specially from the earth, I want to ask the king of the king to guide us to practice. The king of the world saw RADITZ's attitude very sincere and nodded. Earth. It's not easy for you to come here. I haven't met people for a long time. It's really rare. King Wang saw so many people, he was very excited. But if you want to cultivate, you still have to only through my test. Test. I am a genius who tells jokes. If you can tell a joke and make me laugh, I will guide you to practice. Come on, give it a try, this is not easy. Wang Hao smug, pointing to Sun Wukong, you don't want I ran with my pet. It is called barbarous. It can't teach you to practice. Ah! It turned out to be a pet. Gaku went down in a frustrated manner. Bic looked at Sun Wukong's appearance, his mouth slightly twitched in a curve, but he was also in a dilemma, asking him to tell jokes. This is the biggest joke. Most of the people were shocked and never thought of such a wonderful way of assessment. Gohan is still young, not counted in the test, and Yamuti and Kellen easily passed the test of the Low Smile King. RADITZ knows all kinds of jokes on Weibo, and it is easy to pass. Wang's high evaluation, do you specialize in jokes? The rest of Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Bic, and Sun Wukong were thinking hard, and they couldn't think of any jokes. In the end, with the help of everyone, I barely passed the test. The king took the handkerchief and wiped the tears in his eyes, and said with a deep resentment, it seems that you are all prepared. There is no way, then teach you how to practice. Come on, let me see you first. How strong is it? The appearance of the king is not astonishing, but it is a bit of an imposing manner, so that everyone cannot help but earnest. Under 10 times of gravity, they struggled, let alone fight, and several people struggled to set the posture, but they did not have the ability to launch an offensive. It seems that you have not adapted to the gravity here. Earth's words, gravity is only about 1/10, and there is no comparison here. The king relaxed his body and pointed to the side of Barbulus. So, you first. I am racing with Barbarous. Whoever can catch him is qualified, then I will teach him again. It's fun to catch this orangutan. Yes. Wukong and others listened and immediately got a good spirit. Sun Wukong delivered Gohan to the king of the king, let Gohan slowly adapt to the environment. After all, the blood of the Scion people, he believes that Gohan has this potential. This is why when RADITZ proposed to let Gohan join, Wukong had no objection. Sun Wukong, I will not lose to you this time. Big took the lead and walked over. He was wearing a reloading speed faster than everyone else, and he was able to walk quickly. Except for Wukong, other people are struggling, and the distance slowly pulls away. And Barbarous was very calmly watching a group of stupid earth people approaching him, not at all in the eyes. He went out without a shadow, let everyone who just approached a little bit of power. King Wang looked at them very proudly and was leading Gohan to go back, but suddenly saw RADITZ. Why don't you go? This gravity has no effect on me. I want to start practicing directly, RADITZ said directly. King wrinkled his frown and looked at RADITZ's battle suit and tail. His face changed slightly. Are you a scion? No wonder, your planet's gravity is similar to here, but how do you get along with the Earth? This is the case. Within a year, there will be 2 scion people attacking the Earth. In order to guard against them, we came here. In any case, we want to cultivate to the extent that it is enough to fight them. The scion. It would be difficult to say, are you not a scion? The king of the world was a little embarrassed. I am different from them, I want to stop them. There is no evil in you. That is of course, I am the top 10 outstanding young people, with community certification. RADITZ's heart. In fact, the soul under the body www.readaloud.com has been replaced, so even if the record on the Book of the King has changed, now RADITZ is a perfect person. The 2 tentacles of the King trembled like the antenna was receiving the signal. Let me see, indeed, they are coming to the Earth. There are still more than 10 months, don't worry, the practice here will improve rapidly. But one of them is very strong, I am afraid after the cultivation, it may not be an opponent. No problem, I am also a scion. RADITZ said confidently, please train me directly. He is confident that he should be able to deal with the incoming Xiu people. However, this still does not satisfy RADITZ. The rest of the cultivation time is not much. What about Flyza behind the scion? And other ambitious guys in the universe? Still far away. Therefore, he is particularly valued for the cultivation of the kings. At this stage, the king is the best teacher. Although the strength of the king may be a little worse, his 2 stunts and cultivation methods are worth learning. If he is not to learn his king boxing, RADITZ will not come once. When the king looked at RADITZ's firm look, he couldn't help but wonder, this guy is not bad, maybe he can make the king of the box to the extreme. Well, the first practice begins. You try to hold this child and then avoid my attack. The king threw Sun Wufan to RADITZ. You can't let him and you suffer a little injury. If you do, continue with the second practice. Protecting Sun Wu? RADITZ will be too tired to say that the rice is in his hands, some excitement, God, don't be afraid after a while. After that, he put forward a posture of preparation, and the king immediately attacked. The next second, the overwhelming Qigong bombs fired at RADITZ. Chapter 12, Practice. The Qigong wave of the king spurred everywhere and flew to RADITZ from all angles. RADITZ holds Sun Wufan, and his body's actions are slightly sluggish. Fortunately, he is already familiar with gravity, and he is fully capable of high-speed mobile dodge. He jumps in the intensive Qigong wave encirclement and repeatedly escapes the attack. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks came and went, and RADITZ was hiding. It seems too easy. The king of the world secretly shocked the Scion people so powerfully, immediately shouted, I want to speed up. Speaking, the king launched a more violent attack, the speed of the hand is faster, and the Qigong bombs are successively attacked. The first hair rubbed the back of RADITZ, almost sliding close to him, and he was shocked to see him on time. Did not give him too much surprise time, the second and third hairs came one after another, the ultra-fast speed made RADITZ rushed, not as easy as it was just now. Hey! The third shot hit him. As the sound blew and the smoke filled, RADITZ rolled a few laps and fell to the ground. He could feel that his internal organs were all broken up. The severe pain came from every nerve. What is even more abhorrent was that Sun Wu was also stunned by the explosion and fell directly on his chest, pressing him. "I can't breathe. Damn, it's still a long way off." Lei Tai smiled twice and climbed again to continue practicing. In this way, everyone is immersed in the practice, without slacking. Every day, the king of the king broadcasts the time that the Sion people will reach, so that everyone is working harder. In addition to the fixed practice, Lei Tai also does some physical exercise every day, which is harder than others, and progress is also very fast. The king of the king looked in the eyes and praised it again and again, and also marveled at the great fighting potential of the Sion people. After spending a month, Gaku and Big both caught Bobris and joined the ranks of Lei Tai. Others continued to struggle to catch up. Sun Wufan does not have the bloodlines of Sion people, and gradually becomes familiar with 10 times of gravity, and can move slowly. In the past 6 months, almost everyone has achieved rapid progress under the guidance of the king. Lei Tai chose Wukong as a partner, and Bic and others could not get together, and eventually they were accompanied by Sun Wufan. Others also joined each other in pairs, and each began a battle training. Boom, dash dash. The loud noise oscillated over the borders of the kings, and the two figures were interlaced, leaving only their remaining atmosphere in the air. The spread of the boxing force, screaming a burst of gusts of wind, wrinkling the general grassland of the king of the kings, such as the waves of layers of ups and downs. Sun Wukong and Lei Tai. The staggered figure of the two stopped in the air and turned to hedge again. Wukong waved his right fist, and a hook hit the face of Lei Tai. The powerful force attracted the wind and the air swirled. Lei Tai stretched out his left hand without hesitation. When Wukong's punching power had not yet reached, he grasped his fist. Sun Wukong wants to break free, but not as much as Lei Tai, and quickly flies his left leg. Lei Tai had expected that the right hand was set up and the arm blocked the foot. Then, his wrist turned over and grabbed the ankle of Gaku. The right hand slammed down and the left hand suddenly released. Hey! Boom! The ground was pulled out of a large pit, and Wukong was lying in the middle of the pit, calling it a pain. It's not finished yet. Lei Tai pursued the victory and released several Qigong bombs in a row, just as the king of the king trained him to blast to Sun Wukong. Wukong immediately jumped out of the crater and quickly evaded. At the same time as the flash, he approached Lei Tai. He has already adapted to the burden of gravity. At this moment, he did not wear heavy equipment, and the speed was extremely fast. After several flashes, he had already come to Lei Tai. Ha! Lei Tai had precautions and swept his legs. The sweeping kick was directed at Sun Wukong, and a sharp arc was drawn in the air, hitting his waist. At this time, Sun Wukong's side burst into a red light, and the arrogance was extremely strong. In an instant, Wukong disappeared and disappeared, even Lei Tai did not see it. King Wang. When the reaction came, Sun Wukong had already appeared behind him, hands clasped as a hammer and raised his head, smashing it. At the beginning of the millennium, Lei Tai turned his body and almost became an impossible angle, which was able to escape the attack of Gaku. This is the case, the hurricane that is brought up by the fist, has shattered the shoulder of the battlesuit. Wukong still wants to continue to attack, and his body shape is posted, and several punches are continuously blasted. Don't be too proud. Lei Tai left to avoid, adjusted his posture, and then began to fight back. The two men fight against each other and fight in a row. They can only see the fists of the two in the air, but they can't see the real fist. To return hundreds of punches back and forth, Lei Tai and Gaku are more and more excited, and the blood of the Sion people is ignited, using the most instinctive and most intense fighting methods. They directly hit the boxing fist and blasted the violent shock wave. Ah, I'm going to fight. Sun Wukong became more and more brave, and Wang Wangchuan strengthened his power, making him no less than Lei Tai. In contrast, RADITZ is gradually suppressed by Wukong, often between the exchanges. Ha! Under the excitement, RADITZ gnawed his teeth. www.readaloud.com also used the king of the world. The red light burst in the whole body, burning like a flame, fighting power. Almost a moment, Sun Wukong had no time to react, and had to continue to attack. The figure of the two penetrated the air, and the fists collided and made a loud noise. Like the storm, the air ripples blew into the square. This time, RADITZ hit the chest of Wukong directly, and the punch seemed to be going into the body of Wukong. He slammed him out. After a punch, Wukong hit the ground again and pulled out a deep pit. The state of Wang Chuan had already dispersed. This situation, let RADITZ could not help but open the forced mode. Akimbo said, "My stupid brother, with your incomplete combat power, cannot beat me." In the second place, even RADITZ himself was a little embarrassed. Looking at other people, looking at him with a blank look, RADITZ is even more red-faced, feeling shameful. "Wow, it's amazing!" Gohan took the lead and exclaimed. "Yeah, it is RADITZ. The brother of Goku is much stronger than Goku. It is also very domineering, and I have to work hard." Although Big did not praise, he put a fist on Gohan. "Bad boy, see where we are fighting," saying. A punch has already reached the face of Gohan, followed by a slight inaudible gently cut. RADITZ was caught off guard by a sudden reversal, and they still ate this one. Looking at Sun Wukong, who slowly got up, RADITZ has some sense of crisis. If he didn't use Wang Junquan, he might still be weaker, and Wukong might have a high talent. Practice harder. Chapter 13, Let's Get It Up. Ah! It seems that even if the king of the boxing is not the opponent of the brother. Sun Wukong scratched his head and fell to the ground with some discouragement. At this time, Big suddenly appeared behind Wukong. His hat and cloak have been removed, posing a fighting stance, staring at RADITZ. "Continue the second round, or we will join forces. This time, maybe you can beat you." Bigger's heart has emerged with a self-confidence. In addition to his training with Sun Wufan and the guidance of the king, he has been doing extra practice for himself for so many days. At this moment, he is not the same as half a year ago. Two masters united against RADITZ? Others stopped and put their eyes on it. "You two may not be enough, or else." RADITZ glanced around. "Let's go together." "Hey! Great tone! What are you talking about?" Big was furious when he was on the road. He just didn't put him in his eyes. Others are somewhat uncomfortable. Everyone has worked so hard for so long, they are making progress, and they even feel that they have changed. Actually still being so despised, who can bear it? Wukong looked serious and held his fist tightly. He didn't make a mistake. To be honest, if he didn't go together, he won't win. Sun Wukong looked at RADITZ floating in midair and took a row of sweat. In the fierce battle just now, he has already consumed some physical strength, and he is very clear that RADITZ has not really contributed. At the moment he made Wang Chuan out of bounds, he knew the difference between the two. The king's trick was only taught to RADITZ and Goku. Big's heart was still a bit suffocating, and other people's bodies could not reach the conditions. At most, the foundation could double the intensity. Tibetan stunts are so easy to spread, to teach only those who can reach the extreme. Undoubtedly, RADITZ and Goku can reach the conditions. However, there is still a gap between the use of the two kings, and Wukong sees it. The king knows that RADITZ himself understands better. So he is so confident and dares to challenge everyone. Since Wukong said so, let's join hands once. Klin believes in Wukong. "Hey, get out!" Big sipped, and the horse rushed out first, with both hands accumulating, slamming two green shock waves. A shock wave with a diameter of 1 meter burns the air to anxious, causing a slamming sound that strikes RADITZ. Just as the shock wave hit the front, RADITZ moved. He waved his hand and bounced the shock wave directly. The glare of the spurt flew far away, which was surprisingly easy. However, after a slight glimpse of Bick, he had already taken the opportunity to appear behind him, and he slashed his sword. Leitai mouth slightly twitched in a curve, and the tail between the waist flickered, bringing a gale. Still the tail. The general force of whipping swept across Beck's waist and blew dozens of meters. You really don't have long-term memory, forget that I still have this weapon. Leitai swayed his tail, volleyed and waved at others, come on. Then we are welcome, let's go. Tianjin rice dumplings rushed, unceremoniously launched an attack. Klin and Yamuti and dumplings followed him, surrounded by him. The four men attacked in rapid succession, and the fists and feet followed. Hundreds of attacks were attacked from all directions at the same time, leaving no room for it. Hit and fight. The offensive was like a torrential rain. And Leitai greeted him at a faster speed. It seemed that he had grown out of 8 hands, and he should be able to cope with the siege. A series of fighting sounds, the cloud of Huangchuan shook back slightly. The more people are more and more shocked, facing the siege of the four, Leitai is actually easy to face. It's incredible. Continue to fight, their odds are slim. Biting his teeth, Klin jumped a distance and drank, close your eyes. With the voice, his fingers open, his back is facing forward, and the bald head shines brightly and dazzlingly. Sun fist. Not good. Leitai snorted and felt that his eyes were instinctively closed with his eyes under the glare. The burning sensation left in his eyes made him unable to look at people for a moment. At this time, Tianjin Rice and Yamuti were left and right. Yamuti has made a new wolf style, and the speed of the boxing is astonishingly fast. It seems that the wolves of the wind are fiercely slamming and bring up the storm. Seeing that Leitai is going to be hit, the drama is changing. Leitai has already been aware of the gas, although the eyes cannot see, but can detect the breath of their attacks, so he blasted a Qigong wave, right in the middle. Pong! Whizzing! The two figures fell straight from the sky and squatted on the ground, forming huge pits. The entire land has been flooded with numerous graves, and the vertical and horizontal cracks have spread to the foot of the king. On the one hand, the king of the king looked at his own planet and was blown up by a pit. He was so sad that he died. The heart said that you guys will fight back to the earth and fight again. No one can care for him at all. Leitai knows that it is not over yet, because there is a stronger gas in the bottom, and the strong fighting power is condensed at one point, close to the limit of the explosion. Turtle, Pi, Qi, Gong. Sure enough. It is the turtle Qigong of Sun Wukong. Leitai was provoked to fight, the whole body was tight, and there was a strong arrogance around him. His hands were down and he gathered energy, sparkle shockwave. The dazzling light collided in midair, forming a huge ball of light at the junction. The surrounding airflow was sharp like a blade, frantically cutting the air, making a sharp voice whizzing past. At the same time, the dumplings tried to control Leitai with superpower, and Bick rushed from the side. Boundary King boxing. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, bursting out all the power, the whole body of red flaming burning, the power of the turtle Qigong more doubled. His muscles also did not rise, his forehead was straight and sweaty. The ball of light quickly moved to Leitai and was about to drown him. Leitai barely resisted the Qigong of the turtles and had already gnashed his teeth. Although the superpower of the dumplings had no effect, the attack by Bick worried him. In desperation, he had to make hidden power. The same as the king of the boxing. In the blink of an eye, the power of the shock wave doubled, and the turtle Qigong was suppressed, and the light ball approached Wukong. Then, Leitai's figure suddenly disappeared into the air, and the red flame brushed to the back of Bick, and a hand knife smashed into his back neck. Bick was stagnant and planted underneath. At this moment, Wukong can solve the power of the shining shock wave, the hands are numb, the state of the king of the boxing is still there. But the physical exertion is enormous. RADITZ rushed, and he continued to launch a storm, making Wukong barely able to defend. www.readaloud.com. No more than 10 rounds, Sun Wukong has been scarred, and a punch is almost the same as him. From the back through the body. Ha! Becker, who is not dying, launches an attack again, and the continuous missile impact. RADITZ did jet full speed, and even the afterimage did not stay. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Bick, kicking his side and kicking him away. And those missiles were all eaten by Sun Wukong. Well! Suddenly, a moment of uneasy emotions sprouted. RADITZ felt creepy, looked up. Tianjin Rice's Qigong gun is ready. On the side, a round Qigong bomb also stared at him. That is the gas bomb of Yamuti. How can you make it happen? RADITZ preemptively opened his arm and opened an invisible air wave. With a strong gas, they will bounce them directly. The Qigong gun shot and flew into the yellow sea of clouds, and the gas bombs were uncontrolled, and they flew to somewhere. The two licked their teeth with pain and went to see RADITZ, but they could not see the figure. Here is it. The cold voice made them feel cold. Hey! Hey! After a few moments, Tianjin Rice and Yamuti were knocked down to the ground, and the tenacious Bick rushed again and was once again overturned. While Klin and the dumplings raised their hands and conceded, Wukong barely played a few rounds and was once again bombarded into the land of the king. At this point, RADITZ was victorious, his breathing was also rushing, but his face still hangs a smile. The king of the king looked dull and looked at the devastated king of the world, his lips trembled. His car fell to the side, leaving only 4 skeletons, and the lonely steering wheel was scattered on the driveway. If the king of the world would swear, then 3 words must be said at the moment. Chapter 14, Another Month. After the last big battle, the power of RADITZ was finally recognized by everyone. Even if it was a lot of low-key, it was harder to practice, and the more severe it was to teach Sun Wufan. When he was free, he often looked for Wukong to do the hard work of dealing with Wang Chuan. Others are also deeply aware of their own shortcomings and are more serious. Time just passed away quietly, and they were immersed in the cultivation until they reminded the king of the king that they suddenly realized that they had almost reached the moment of the scion. Excuse me, how long will they be? Well, almost a month later. It's a little later than I expected, said the king. The reason is that their spacecraft encountered a planetary explosion in the universe that affected the trajectory. Wukong heard the words and expressed a puzzled expression. Is there still another month to practice? The king of the world wiped the sweat. In fact, you have already surpassed me. I have nothing to teach. I can train as much as you can. He carried his hands, turned around, and slightly decapitated, completely like a master. Under his sunglasses, there was deep fear in his eyes. Don't wait any longer, don't say anything else. This planet has not been known how many times it has been renovated before and after. In short, it was once smashed once, and once worse. After the car was scrapped, it never opened the car. Even the hobby of the grass was cruelly deprived. It can only be played with Bobris every day. The most unbearable thing is that his warehouse is about to be emptied. Everyone is very hungry after practicing, and they have to eat a meal for a few days, especially RADITZ and Sun Wukong. One person eats a dozen or even dozens of times. At first he was just polite, and I didn't expect everyone to be accustomed to it, while exaggerating the atmosphere of the king, while eating without mercy. This year, he has not had much food left for a long time, and it is definitely not enough for another month. The king of the king made up his mind and must not let them stay. But on the earth, Wukong frowned and said. Before I even said half of it, the king of the king said loudly, I said go back and go back. I know. Gaku waved his hand and stepped back 2 steps. RADITZ stepped forward and took Wukong. The king of the world is right, we should go back to earth. Adapt to the environment in advance and relax. The practice of these days has caused each of them to endure too much hard work, the body has reached the limit, and it will not be great to cultivate 1 month. It's better to go back and take a rest. Time has a little deviation from what he knows, and he is a little concerned. The original Scion people should arrive 1 month in advance, and now it takes almost a year to complete. Is it really a coincidence that this change? Or is it all different? RADITZ felt a sigh of relief with a tight fist. Since RADITZ also said this, it is better to go back. Yamuti said. We are getting stronger too much now. When Wu Tian teacher sees it, she will be shocked. Kling said with a smile. Wan is also the son of Gaku and the teaching of Bik. Ah? I. Gohan shook his head a little shyly. Bik glanced coldly. It's not enough. After that, he snorted again. Although he is very strict, his eyes reveal an inexplicable concern. These two people really are the best combination of mentoring and apprentice. RADITZ looks in his eyes and smiles inside. He led the crowd to bid farewell to the king, jumping from the king of the king to the top of the snake. The king of the king was relieved of the sweat with his handkerchief and waved goodbye to everyone. Wukong is still a reluctant look, scared the king quickly to speed up the wave. I will inform the earth's gods to pick you up, just walk along the snake road to the end. Understood. RADITZ responded with a loud voice and waved to the king. A flying body rushed out. Without the tenfold gravity of the king of the world, he felt extremely relaxed, just like floating in the clouds, blending with the passing winds around him. We all try to see who is the fastest. Gaku followed RADITZ, and the air flowed around him, pulling out a long light and shadow. 2. I won't lose. Everyone was motivated to fight, and at the same time, a strong gas burst, and they could not see the figure in the blink of an eye. In the air, several airflows passed through, like a meteor flying, passing through the innocent underworld. After a few hours, RADITZ first appeared in the Serpent Crossing, and he also shed a lot of sweat. The journey of 1,000,000 kilometers is not a joke, and his speed is already very remarkable. After a while, Sun Wukong appeared in the line of sight, and Beck was behind him. Although there was always a distance, how could it be super? www.readaloud.com. Finally, they reached the Serpent Crossing. Behind it was Klein, Tianjin Rice, and Yamuti. The dumplings were slowed for another half an hour and arrived with Gohan. Sun Wufan's temperament is already strong, but he is not good enough to use it. Under full speed, it is naturally inferior. He glanced at Bic, and he did not receive cold eyes. You are the ones who came back from the king of the kingdom. Suddenly, a local government official wearing a shirt and glasses was holding the book in front of everyone. His face is blue, with 2 horns on his head, which is no different from ordinary humans. This person is so strange. Wukong came over and curiously. The people are the staff of the local government, it must be like this. RADITZ whispered. I will take you to see the gods of the earth. The kings of the kings have arranged for the king of the king. I will guide you, please get on the bus. The staff of the government took them to the extended version of the local government car and went directly to the hall of the king. The gods have already waited here, and they will come over as soon as they appear. Between the government and the planet in charge, the gods have the ability to shuttle freely. Each person grabs a part of the body of others and then grabs the gods. For a moment, everyone is transferred to heaven. Came back. Suddenly, it feels so easy, it's too easy. Clint shouted refreshingly. Just before the galloping on the snake road, he didn't have time to experience the lightness of his body. After returning to Earth, he realized that he had no weight and the whole person was flexible. Several times. RADITZ looks at the sky and looks forward to the arrival of Vegeta. Come on, let you see the results of the cultivation, and the power of these people. Chapter 15, Fighting Power 20,000. A month's time is not long, and short. For RADITZ, enjoying a piece of life on earth is just right. These days, he is already familiar with the life of the earth. Looking up, the just right sunshine smudged a layer of brilliance on the earth, people met in the blue sky, and the white clouds on the top of the head floated with ease. The high-rise buildings are row upon row, and the air tunnels pass through the city, and the city is full of style. On the wide road, there are a lot of vehicles. RADITZ supported the door with one hand and the steering wheel with one hand, driving slowly in the bustling streets. Why didn't the car in front of you still move? Gaku bent his fingers and beat the big arm impatiently. Haha, there is something in the big city called the morning peak. No matter the latest flying car or the ordinary car in front, it has to be blocked here. RADITZ sat in the driver's seat and replied, no more moving is a break. Klin and Yamuti sitting behind also laughed, haha, Wukong still has no driver's license, and certainly hasn't been on the street for a long time. Hey? You will drive in Klin. Sun Wukong knew that Yamuti was an old driver, but he did not expect that Klin actually laughed. Hey, I learned it after the end of the first martial arts meeting in the world. Klin laughed proudly and took out his driver's license. Look, Wukong, I didn't expect it. Would you like to go where you can fly directly? RADITZ heard a disgusted look at Gaku, it is a pleasure to drive a car. Besides, it is always flying, and the impact is very bad. Sun Wukong scratched his head and half understood it. Can you really say that Gohan can't come out to play? Hey, Kiki doesn't let me, I have no way. Recently, Gohan has never had the opportunity to go out for activities. Klin could imagine the scene, smirking. RADITZ couldn't help laughing. He has lived in Goku's house since he came back. The first time he saw Wukong's brother, Kiki was extremely astonished. He made a big meal and hosted him. He and Gokong went out to practice for 8 hours every day, and then they did some farm work and some odd jobs. On weekdays, a mind-thinking Wukong actually worked diligently, all of which was the credit of RADITZ, which caused Kiki to greatly admire RADITZ, and he had a good brother. But Gohan was miserable, because after a year of courses, Kiki was forced to do a higher practice than the table. That amount even RADITZ looked shocked, and Kiki's momentum came out, no one in the whole family dared to argue with her. Look at the situation, this road is out of the way. Or do we still use the fly? Yamuti bored by the door and yawned. At 7 o'clock in the morning, they used breakfast. RADITZ drove the newly purchased flying sports car of Bulma and entered the most prosperous business district in West Chengdu. Then, he could not get off the bus. RADITZ shrugged, no way. Several people got off the bus and took the car into the capsule in full view. People were bored and looked around. They were very puzzled when they saw the actions of RADITZ and others. In the next second, everyone's eyes are about to come out, and they are surprised. They saw 4 people flying directly into the sky. I am not dreaming. I do not know either. Hey, have you seen it? They will fly. Damn, why didn't you shoot it? After a short silence, there was a heated discussion in the crowd. Many people still had a slap in the face, rubbing their eyes and rubbing their thighs, thinking that they were daydreaming. When the 4 people flew into the air, they were unimpeded and marched all the way. The traffic is still congested underneath. There are a lot of vehicles at the crossroads that are falling sideways, and the police are yelling and the guns are constantly coming. On the other side is the bank. After a modified armored car at the door, several people carried a machine gun and fired at the police. God, grab the bank! No wonder the traffic is blocked. According to the usual practice, it was the time for Sun's family to show strength, and RADITZ thought so. Sure enough, Wukong jumped down and Klin and Yamuti immediately caught up. RADITZ shook his head and fell vertically. 4 people landed, and Wukong shouted stop the hand and said that he would go to the rain of bullets. What do these idiots want to do? Looking for death? Ha 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 ha. The gangster laughed wildly. The police immediately stopped the fire, fearing that the accident would be innocent. The gangsters saw the prey in general, and they laughed fiercely and fiercely. Hey! RADITZ smiled scornfully, reaching out and picking it up. More than a dozen bullets were instantly grasped by one hand, and the smoke was invisible. A few people in Wukong were not willing to show weakness. They caught the bullets of the gangsters, released their hands, and the bullets dang 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 landed. They feel very ordinary things, let others stunned, and ordinary people who can catch bullets. The gangsters are all stunned. Continue. The boss yelled in anger. The gangsters continued to shoot, and they wanted to shoot all the bullets as crazy. The four men took a leisurely shot and walked slowly as they walked. The casual wear of Yamuti and Kling is easy to put in one hand. The clothes are slightly fluttering and the style is very coquettish, which attracts the beautiful girl who is watching and exclaiming. The policemen were frightened by the guns and looked at the four people incredulously. Other people are also crying, and how exaggerated their expressions are exaggerated. At this time, the gangster's boss got into the car, picked up the rocket launcher, and aimed at RADITZ. Haha, I still have this weapon. Go to hell. Seeing that the boss used the rocket launcher, all the gangsters were smug, and once again felt that they had the upper hand. The armored cars were all worn and they didn't believe you couldn't wear them. www.readaloud.com. RADITZ hooked them sneering. You. The boss is very angry, so he is also a big brother of the group, and he was so provocative, it still has to. He was furious and blasted a rocket, his face screaming. In an instant, RADITZ blinked and burst into an amazing atmosphere. The white arrogance shrouded the body, and the ripples continued to spread in all directions, and the energy surged. The rocket has not yet touched RADITZ, it has been broken down and exploded in the surging energy. Wukong immediately swung forward, and the 3 fists and 2 feet knocked down the gangsters and came to the side of the car to punch the door. The old man looked east and looked at him, his nose slid down and his throat twitched and he raised his hand. This is not a person. Old Dalian was busy coming out of the car and shouting, "Police, I have to surrender. Don't let them beat me. I surrender. Policemen. Let's go." The 4 men left quickly, despite the shouts of the police and the people behind them. Since then, there have been 4 legends of unknown heroes in the West. RADITZ went to the mall to pick a few pieces of earth clothing, so that he would not be able to wear a battle suit to go out. In addition, he also helped Wukong to pick a dress and bought a gift for Kiki. Klin and Yamuti also bought some things. Everyone chatted happily, and RADITZ was a lot of people, and a few people laughed, almost like forgetting the strong enemy that was about to be reached. At this time, Bulma was sleeping on the test bed at home. A month ago, RADITZ asked her to increase the upper limit and accuracy of the measurement, which is now nearing completion. RADITZ's detector was placed aside and a number flashed on the screen, 20,000. Chapter 16, Scion people are coming. On a sunny weekend, the cars on the street are dense and the pedestrians are flowing. The air conditioning in the mall is very full, and many people shuttle through it, while enjoying the cool while shopping for goods, and some people watching the movie stories in the cinema or relaxing or bloody. Just as people celebrate the weekend like Peace Day. Suddenly, 2 pieces of meteorite-like things descended from the sky, and they pierced the dome of a large shopping mall and fell to the ground. The earth shook violently, and the surrounding surface collapsed and a deep pit was sunken. The huge group of buildings slammed down, and countless people screamed and fled, making a mess. The grey smoke drifted up to the sky, the fire bursts, and the explosions continued, affecting other buildings and roads around. Just when people were at a loss and rushed to escape, they slowly came out of the smoke and 2 people. They are dressed in odd costumes, a bald body is extremely strong, a petite but arrogant face. The 2 walked through the fire and the ruins, and there was no feeling of panic at all, but it was horrifying. Suddenly, a woman screamed and ignited the atmosphere of panic. Outside, aliens. What? Run. For a time, everyone felt extremely terrible. Some people tried to escape, and some people were soft. Hey, it's a human being who didn't know. Naba looked around and saw the panicked people feel very disdainful. Tell them a greeting. He said. He raised his hand, extended 2 fingers, his mouth opened. A very arrogant smile. Drink. In an instant, a powerful force rises and the ground explodes and shines through the sky. The squadron has become a ridiculous ruin. No matter whether people, animals, or buildings have been destroyed, there is no residue left, and the smoke is everywhere. Ha ha ha, isn't it enough for me to say hello? The barb laughed and looked at the empty ruins. Vegeta hides the dust. The boring move, don't forget the purpose of our coming to the earth. He glanced at Naba. If there is a Dragon Ball in this area, our wish to live forever will be lost. You fool! Ah, I am really sorry, I was excited, I didn't notice it. Naba immediately realized that he was almost in trouble, and his face became very panic. If Vegeta is angry, he will be finished. Fortunately, Vegeta only slightly reprimanded, although the sound is very strong, but there is not much anger in the words. I am looking for someone who is awesome on this planet. It is the strongest person to kill RADITZ. Naba said that he pressed the detector. Suddenly, a series of signals sounded. The signal response is continuous and all are displayed in one location. There is nothing wrong with this, there are a lot of masters on this planet, all of which are more than 1,000 combat strengths. Hey, the district is only 1,000, will it still threaten us? They are all easy to do together, just kill them all, save me one by one. Vegeta's mouth smirked with a sneer. Go. Under the order of Vegeta, the Naba was approaching the signal source. At the same time, the soldiers of the earth have gathered together, and they also feel the strong gas of the Scion people approaching them. The king has informed them of their time in advance, so they took the lead. In order to avoid the loss of casualties, they deliberately chose the battle site in the barren hills. Large wilderness and lonely mountains, and there are few birds and animals nearby. The wind blew the dust and scraped through everyone's side. Everyone looked firmly at the distance and stood tall and straight. RADITZ stood at the forefront of everyone and his face was serious. Coming. The 2 Scion people are really strong, they can feel their anger from here. Although Klin was surprised, he did not panic, because RADITZ and Goku in front of him were also Scion, and he know that these 2 people are more powerful. Tianjin rice, will not be a problem. Dumplings, if you are in danger, you should run away first. You have the lowest fighting power inside. Don't fight hard. Tianjin rice has a look of anticipation. I will be able to fight with them immediately. I really look forward to it. Ah, it's amazing. Gohan's face was a little scared. Great. Big's mouth showed a disdainful angle, full of confidence. In the last month, he still practiced extremely hard work, and he also played many times with the king of the Monkey King. He was much stronger than a month ago. As far as he seems, the 2 Scion people will not be kings, not necessarily his opponent. He was wearing a very coquettish cloak, standing next to Sun Wukong, calm and mountainous. God, don't be afraid. In the past year, we have grown too much. You also have the power to fight. Bexu Guangjian saw the sweaty Sun Wufan, said. Yes, Uncle Bick www.readaloud.com. After Bicky's encouragement, he was a little brave. Sun Wufan has always been trained by Bok. In the first place, Sun Wukong is not very good at teaching. Secondly, it is difficult for Bian to face his son. However, Bick can go down and teach very seriously. The current Sun Wufan, if it is a combative force, may not be under Klin. Only lack of experience, he has not really experienced the battle of life and death, his face is too tight. Wukong deliberately let him stand behind him and give him some support. Is the fairy bean brought? RADITZ confirmed to Sun Wukong. Take it. But Carlin Immortal said that there are only 3 fairy beans. Sun Wukong pointed to the small bag at the waist. Right, it seems that Akalabi is coming, but why haven't you seen the figure? Don't count on him, the key moment will come out. If they say that you are the same as you are, 18,000 fighting strength, it is not your brother's opponent, the fairy bean is not useful. Wukong smiled. Hope so. RADITZ said casually, the sense of uneasiness on the king of the world once again hit the heart. He clearly has 20,000 combat power, plus the king of the boxing and the secret of the vitality bomb, enough to deal with Vegeta, but the more I think, the more I feel uneasy, my heart. The timeline has changed quietly, is it because of this? What is wrong with it? RADITZ wants to break his head and can't think of an answer. He looks at the sky with anxiety. He always feels that there is still a hidden power in some place, but there is no clue. Between his thoughts, Tianjin Rice shouted and saw the figure in the distance. Everyone looked at it fiercely, and there were 2 white flames igniting them, rushing toward them, and the momentum was rampant. Vegeta and Naba, you are finally here. Chapter 17, RADITZ, you are not dead. Hey! Isn't that RADITZ? He is not dead. Isn't he already resurrected? Naba was very surprised to see RADITZ, who was standing at the forefront of everyone. They got the news of the death of RADITZ from the communicator, and they also knew the existence of Dragon Ball and rushed to Earth. But everything in front of it is weird, RADITZ is alive, and there is a faint appearance of leading a group of people behind the Earth. This kid. Vegeta gnawed her teeth and suddenly accelerated. Hey! The 2 suddenly landed and the detector rang. Their battle suits are exactly the same as RADITZ's, imposing, fierce and chilling. Are you waiting for us? Vegeta embraced her hands and looked at her contempt. And you RADITZ, it is best to explain to me what is going on. His face is hard to see, near the edge of the explosion. If RADITZ is not dead, can only show that he has been deceived, and an inferior fighter actually dared to deceive him. Court death. A murderess quietly filled the room, everyone felt cold and chilly, scalp numb. Before changing to it, RADITZ would certainly be scared to shake the ropes, legs and feet soft. But now RADITZ smiles and goes forward, Vegeta, I have never died. I said, just want to invite you to the Earth, let's talk about it. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed, mixed with doubts, disdain, ridicule, and anger. You lie to the Earth and lie to me, have betrayed the Scion. I will kill you, then destroy the whole Earth. On the human. Yeah, the Earth is in the planning of Flasa, you destroy the Earth for him, then, where is the next one? For a lifetime, this is the running dog of Flasa. RADITZ asked in a more ridiculous tone. This sentence is like a thorn into the heart of Vegeta. Shut up. It seems that you don't want to go on like this. Why don't you resist? My brother on the planet, Karatel, also called Sun Wukong, has a group of outstanding partners around him. If we add 3 of our team, fight against it. Flasa is definitely possible. Don't laugh at the dead. Just rely on your garbage, and dare to tell me what to do with Flasa. Hey! I think you are all idiots. Vegeta's screen is very clear on the reality of RADITZ's fighting power, 1800. Naba also echoed the trend, the combat power of the 1800 is indeed stronger than before, but that kind of combat power is really useless. The detector is also inaccurate. Sun Wukong cut off the voice of Naba and interjected. He faced 2 Scion people, and his fighting passion has been ignited, especially Vegeta, which made him have the urge to fight. It is difficult to convince the 2 at present. The worst plan is for a big fight between the 2 sides. Are you Karkalot? My name is Sun Wukong. Boring. I ask you, since RADITZ is not dead, then the so-called Dragon Ball is also fake. Vegeta still cares about Dragon Ball. No, Dragon Ball is real and can fulfill any wish. Hearing here, Vegeta showed a satisfied smile, and this trip to the Earth did not run in the end. He did hate Frieza and wanted to deal with Frieza, but RADITZ's proposal was simply impossible for him. How strong can a few people on the Earth be? How strong can they be with 3 or 4 Scion people? Kenu is not necessarily played, not to mention Frieza. So he refused RADITZ and still hopes that Dragon Ball will give him eternal life. To explain the Dragon Ball thing clearly, I can consider giving you a life. Vegeta extended a hand and held the chin proudly. It looks like you are not going to follow my advice, then I will only show you how powerful we are. RADITZ said, slowly moving back, and went to the far left of the crowd, and the crowd stood up and looked at Vegeta. Naba, you heard no, RADITZ wants to show us his power. Ha ha ha, look at their fighting power. More than 1,000 words will dare to speak out, have you forgotten my horror? Idiot! You can kill me when you are together. Naba smiled coldly. Don't be so anxious. Vegeta laughed. There are seeds for cultivating people, let them try their hands. Naba listened and laughed, pulling out a small bottle from the waist, which contained a few seeds. He poured the seeds out and planted them into the soil. In a short while, the ground turned out a few ugly monsters. The head is like a cabbage, the limbs are slender, and the whole body is green and oily. What is that? It's disgusting. Klin saw the cultivated man who had drilled out of the ground, his face suddenly changing. Looks like an alien creature. Bick has a cold face, it's all waste. Waste? A big tone. Naba heard the words of Bick, and suddenly he was shocked. Hey? You are the Mikester. The Mixie. Others are also the first to know that Bick's hometown www.readaloud.com was shocked. But just because it is a cosmic person, it is so powerful to be so powerful. No wonder, I heard that the Mixing people have some magical power. It seems that you are making Dragon Ball. Yes, you are also the one who plays with RADITZ. I recognize your voice ferocious. Sound? The crowd responded a little and immediately, and RADITZ said that the detector can be used as a communication device. If you want to fight, hurry. Bick snorted disdainfully, posing in a fighting position, looking at Naba with cold eyes. You seem to have more people than the cultivators, so you can't be one-on-one. Vegeta said with great interest that it seems a pity. You don't have to be one-on-one, I can do it. Bick, let me go. Goku said confidently. Hey, you don't need to shoot. RADITZ stopped Wukong. Just let Gohan deal with the cultivators, it will be easy, and they will believe in their strength. Well. Sun Wukong thought a little, leaning his hands on his waist and retreating to the side. Bick himself and Wukong are a level. When Wukong does not shoot, he also puts up his posture, holding his hands and standing coldly. Okay, in this case, I will go first. Yamuti hit a fist and smiled and walked to the front. He was dressed in a turtle fairy tract, and he was not slow and steady. And the detector of Naba jumped up a number, 1080. This figure is not as high as the cultivation of the people, so that Naba cannot help but overjoyed, his face is full of gloating smiles. In his opinion, the cultivated person can directly kill the Yamuti. Not allowed to go all out, go all out. Vegeta issued a cold order. Chapter 18, Guild War. The cultivator stood and made a scream and swooped at Yamuti. Its claws are sharp, 10 centimeters long, and very fast. They have already smashed dozens of meters with a little step. Seeing that it is straightforward, it has a sharp claw and a harsh scream. Hey! The rushing sweeping sound rang, and the claws tore the air. The cultivated man suddenly caught it. It opened the air and shredded the enemy with anticipation. The Yamuti in front of him actually disappeared instantly. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed behind him, flying a kick and licking its head. This foot contains a huge force, which allows the cultivator to swivel in the air for 3 weeks. After the violent flight, it still slides on the ground and slides for 10 meters before stopping. Waste! Vegeta was furious and stretched out 2 fingers. The one directly smashed the cultivator into pieces. Naba couldn't help but shed a drop of sweat when he saw the forehead. I said that I want to attack with all my strength, don't care. Vegeta sipped and pointed to another cultivator. Go next time, don't lose. The cultivated man he pointed to was trembled with fear and walked to the front with great fear. Yamuti is more than AV, and Klein clap hands, these monsters are not our opponents at all. Yes? Then I will knock it down faster than you. Haha, let's try it. Okay. I am on. Klin jumped to the front and set a posture. The cultivator and Kling's eyes are opposite, and a bright mark is flashing in the eyes. Hey! The two disappeared together in front of everyone. Ah, they are gone. Gohan was shocked. You feel their anger very carefully. How did I teach you? I will not see it. Big dissatisfied. Gohan suddenly felt awkward and tried to sense the breath in the high-speed movement. Suddenly, I was overjoyed, I saw it. As soon as the voice fell, the cultivator was thrown into the ground, leaning back softly and weakly, and could no longer stand up. Waste! Vegeta shot again and dealt with the dying cultivation. This guy has just increased his combat power to more than 2000 in just 1 moment. Vegeta's eyes seemed to be pinpointed, looking at RADITZ. He found that the fighting power of the 2 Earthers had changed dramatically and suddenly began to suspect RADITZ. 1800. I am afraid that it is not the real strength of RADITZ, dare to challenge him, is RADITZ really capable of rivaling himself? Vegeta was amazed and assigned the next one to play and wanted to observe it again. This time it was the turn of Tianjin Rice. The cultivation people had lost 2 games, the morale fell greatly, and Tianjin Rice actually felt a trace of fear. Up! Vegeta urged. The cultivated people were even more afraid of Vegeta, and they could only smother their heads and rushed out, and all the power broke out. Tianjin Rice does not evade, still standing. When the claws hit, the cultivation people were overjoyed, but then they felt that something was wrong. His claws fell out. The Tianjin Rice in front of him was just a residual image. After 2 steps back, it found that there are more than a dozen Tianjin Rice in the surrounding foot, all of which are the afterimages produced by high-speed movement. It can't tell which one is the real body, only dazzling, cold sweat DC. No problem, the combat power is 1150, and the cultivation people have 1200 full. How can it be? Naba was anxious. He pressed the detector hard. But the Tianjin Rice fighting force displayed on the screen was always 1150. 50 points of combat power, but can play the cultivation people to this. Naba, don't trust the data of the detectors, they are afraid to be able to change the combat power as they please. Vegeta finally convinced her judgment and looked awkward. In the field, Tianjin Rice launched an attack, and more than a dozen images were instantly turned into one. The heavy fists banged on the abdomen of the cultivated people, and the whole body was blown, and the abdomen was sunken into a large piece. Haha, won again. It's too easy. Tianjin Rice turned and raised his arm and gave a thumbs up to his companion. Behind him, the cultivator Dang Dang squatted on the ground. So who is next? Dumplings or Gohan? Vegeta and Naba watched a few people cheering, and they completely ignored them. They inexplicably produced a feeling of being humiliated. It is clear that they are the people who are going to play with everyone in the palm of their hand. Now they have become the other party to play the game and decide the order of appearance. Is it hard to invade the Earth once, and give me some respect? But the Earth warriors are still surrounded, cheering for Gohan, and don't care about the expression of the Scion. Cultivate people, look at me, I look at you, look at each other. You have to send the next one. Vegeta couldn't help but cried. Klin's laughter was great, and with the interference of others, Vegeta's words quickly drowned in the noisy. People still ignored him. www.readaloud.com. Only Latiz cast a poor look. Vegeta's mouth is slightly twitching, and it seems that patience has reached its limit. Finally, Gohan appeared, and the short body rolled a few laps in the air and landed steadily. The cultivators know that their opponents have appeared and attacked without thinking. They can also see that this time the opponents are obviously less than the previous momentum. After the first actual combat of Sun Wufan, who had experienced many simulations, he felt great pressure. The instinct of the Scion people inspired his fighting spirit. In the face of the cultivation of people, Sun Wu was full of courage and calmed down his heart. Feel the air, feel the air. He kept thinking about his skills in his mind. Suddenly, the flash of light flashed the action of the cultivated people. It came from the front. Gohan is overjoyed, the white light with energy blooms from the hands, and more than a dozen Qigong waves are launched, pulling beautiful arcs from different angles and turning them into white rainbows. Shining light, the loud noise of the wilderness, the cultivation of people. At this time, the number of the detector was shocked. This time, Naba also noticed the number of beating, and his face was blue. 2,800. A hairy child actually has such a high fighting power. The cultivators braved the Qigong wave and continued to charge forward. The smoke was rolling, and the dust was flying in the air. However, it has become a white bone under the bombardment of energy. The rushing out of the smoke exhausted its last strength, only took a few steps, and then fell apart. Is he a child of Karkalat? Cultivate people, go on. Vegeta was angry, and he suddenly had a hint of ominous premonition. Can not play anymore, must be quick and quick. Naba, solve him. Chapter 19, Sun Wukong vs Naba. Naba, solve him. This sound is like a thunder, and it is a sudden loss of Sun Wufan. The crowd was also shocked for a moment. They did not expect that Vegeta would actually go back and make a sudden attack at the end of the one-on-one duel. And Naba had already been gearing up, and when he heard the instructions, he immediately rushed away. Sun Wufan withdrew a few steps in fear. The oncoming cultivation people can't count anything, but the Naba, which is next to him, has a strong body like a hill. It is full of savage power, and it makes people feel guilty. The impact of Naba is all based on the general body of the iron wall. The powerful momentum raises the dust of the sky. The pressure pushes the clothes of Gohan, and the air makes an uninterrupted noise, and the ground is shaking. The powerful gas is crushed and pressed, like a giant elephant, bursting out of endless tyranny. A boxing wind, Reich, plays the power of the bursting mountain. This time, Sun Wufan really can't keep up with the speed of the Naba, only set up a hand block, and fully support it. Kanaba has been determined to win, seeing Sun Wufan to resist, more excited. Snapped. The powerful punch only emits a light, the strong breath instantly dissipates, and the sound is silent. Naba stunned. His fist was actually intercepted by one hand, and he was pinched tightly, and he couldn't even pull it. Sun Wukong. Wukong's figure was still in the hurricane that came from the face, holding the fist of Naba with one hand and calming. Hey! The detectors of Vegeta and Naba jumped out of an amazing number, 5,000. A second-class fighter, how is it possible? Nappa exclaimed. He unconsciously shed cold sweat, and his heart missed a beat, because when Sun Wukong appeared, he actually did not see it. That speed is faster than his limit. According to this, 5,000 should only be his lowest value, Karkalat. Vegeta looked deep, and the eyes of Sun Wukong changed and changed. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the other side. Tis, and Latiz. He has a hunch that Latiz should be stronger. Looking back to the battle, I saw that Naba and Sun Wukong were still confrontational. Sun Wukong is half-headed. Wuhan, you have done a very good job, then hand it over to Dad. After that, his other hand brushed 2 Qigong bombs and directly cultivated people. Fried fly, only a breath. At this time, Naba bit his teeth, and the punch suddenly slammed out under the white air-grained package, and instantly blew a limang, and Wukong opened his palm again and greeted the bursting punch. The two powerful energies collided together and made a loud bang, blasting the ground into a huge deep pit. Hey! Others are stunned and retreat. Only Lei Tai still did not move, looking at the two fighting, full of confidence in Sun Wukong. Carcater, do you dare to fight against me? The raging drink, the blue veins blue. Why don't you dare, you are not my opponent. Gaku said honestly. What did you say? Naba was so angry that he vomited blood, his face was red, and his beard was so full that he could not stop shaking. He added a few points to his fist, and he was about to overwhelm Wukong. Although Naba's muscles are solid and hard as iron, it can't force Sun Wukong to half a point. When Wukong saw that Naba gnashed his teeth, it seemed that he had reached the limit and simply turned his back and leaned back. Sudden changes caused Naba to react for a moment, and as the inertia moved forward, and Wukong held his hands, his legs slammed into the sky. The huge force on the foot shattered the breastplate of the battle suit, and the back armor shattered. Naba was launched like a cannonball, and he slammed into the sky, his mouth dripping down, his face deformed in pain. What? Wukong broke out with a sigh of relief, quickly catching up with Naba, flashing behind him and hammering him, knocking him to the ground. The ground burst into flames, the clods splashed, and the surrounding pit was cracked with a diameter of 100 meters. The cracked lines smashed into the distance, and the cracks were densely covered like spider webs. Naba fell in the pit, his body was grey and fluttering, and the battle obedience broke through the back and could no longer be used. Bastard! He yelled angrily, jumping out of the deep pit, slamming his fists and blasting the power of terror. The ground collapsed, and the ups and downs of the uplifted countless gravel, the sound of the rumbling sounds, the sound of the forest, and the fluctuations that spread out can crush the meteorite. The wind that swirled destroyed the blades of the far and near, and the ground fell again. Sun Wukong looked at the wolverine Napa, not afraid. It's a strong gas, it's a scion, there is yours. Although Naba's combat power is not as good as him, but he did not take it lightly, his look is still cautious. After all, Wukong launched an offensive again, tens of meters across the valley, punching. The violent vent of the fists rushed out like a slap in the face, rushing to the air and heading straight to Naba. Inferior soldiers, don't be too happy. Naba did not evade, held up the muscles, trying to resist this record. He stepped on the ground, his eyes were stunned, and he broke out with a domineering attitude. The fierce posture was like a beast. Bang! With the screaming www.readaloud.com, grand impact suddenly hit the Naba. The huge sound of the eruption was deafening, and Sun Wukong felt his fists sullen and the strength rebounded. Naba's body blocked his fist, and even broke his strength, and rushed to him. Sun Wukong is slightly surprised, don't it be your full strength? Naba did not answer, raised his hand and beat him, and Wukong fought together. The two men crossed their limbs, and went back and forth, hundreds of shadows waving in the air, dazzling. Although Naba's offensive was heavy, but Wukong's defense was like a wall that was impenetrable, blocking the progress of Naba, and the crushing powers counterattacked and quickly advanced. At first, the even power that was caused by anger was gradually broken. Naba had already had several punches on his body, and his face was hung with color. His arms were sore and he could barely persist. The dissipating power is scraped off and the clouds are layered, and the air is full of sharp tears of eddy currents. It's amazing. Klin looked at the sky and almost stopped. The scion, it seems that there is nothing remarkable. No, that guy is very strong, but Sun Wukong is much stronger. Bic made a final conclusion. Compared with their optimistic attitude, Vegeta is already impatient. He tapped his arm, gnashed his teeth, and wrinkled his eyebrows into a chuan. He couldn't wait to solve Sun Wukong himself, and looked at the unrecognizable Naba, and his heart rose with anger. Boom! Just when Vegeta was furious, Naba was smashed to the ground. The battle suit was left with only the lower half of the chest. The whole body was bruised and bruised. The blood of the mouth stretched all the way to the chin, and even the teeth were knocked out. For the first time, it is the first time for him. And it is facing an inferior warrior. He can't stand it. Chapter 20, Prevent. Naba wiped the blood stains at the corners of his mouth and looked at Sun Wukong wickedly, breathing hard. He couldn't believe it all. How could an inferior warrior fight against his famous warrior, even better than him? Absolutely wrong. Wrong. Impossible. Karkalot, I can beat you. Naba yelled wildly. Suddenly, there was no sound in his mouth, and a white column of light was ejected. The energy wave speed is amazing, and the moment of spurting scares Sun Wukong. Wukong reacted quickly and almost instinctively counterattacked. The Turtle Kigong was launched at the dawn of the millennium. The light blue brilliance flashed the white light and drowned the body like the hill. Call, good insurance. Actually can shoot from the mouth, and Bic. Wukong wiped the sweat, could not help but spit. Bic's ear moved and leaned over. Hey, bored. The light retreats, and there is only one super quality underwear left in Naba. The scarred ones are stunned and stand still in the air. At this moment, his mind was blank and completely overwhelmed. Lost, completely lost. After the Scion name, the self-esteem was crushed over and over again, and the anger was already vented. However, there was no use for it. He stared at Sun Wukong and had a fear of facing death. Naba, you are not his opponent, come back. At the crucial moment, Vegeta made instructions. He really can't stand it anymore. He can only recall Naba. Otherwise, with the strength of Sun Wukong, it is very likely that he will kill Naba directly. Just a moment ago, he saw that Sun Wukong's combat power rose directly from 5,000 to 10,000. How did Naba break out, and at most 6,000 or so combat power, and the gap between Sun Wukong was too great. Naba's death is the result of Sun Wukong's forced release of water. He must personally solve the farce. Naba received the order from Vegeta and immediately fell into obedience and was no longer entangled. In fact, he has no war, and he dare not fight with Sun Wukong again. But his eyes aimed at Sun Wufan and others, and his heart had a sly thought. Can't beat you, can't you beat your son? Naba secretly glanced at Sun Wukong, seeing Wukong did not care about him, sneered, rushed to Sun Wufan. He is bound to get a punch, blending strength and anger, and slamming down. Hey! Come faster and retreat faster. Naba flew out and fell down at the foot of Vegeta. If you look closely, you can see that the whole arm of Naba has been bent, and it has already been spent. He slammed the water and his face was ugly. Recalling that just now, Ming Ming had already hit Sun Wufan, and was actually attacked by the Mai Kixing, and his leg was abolished. It's shameful again. Vegeta was impatient, holding Naba's wrist and picking him up, and it was half empty. You waste. No, Vegeta. Please, don't. Naba was stupid enough to know what Vegeta wanted to do, and quickly pleaded for mercy, and made the last effort to scream. The hysterical shouting can't change the determination of Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta also believes in the original idea, and the guy who is useless to him will be killed. Today's Naba is already a burden, and it is not helpful. A circular ball of light flashed around him, like a glowing little sun, and the surrounding stones broke into powder and were swallowed up by energy. This combat force made the people present their move, and no one dared to look down. Suddenly, the light ball rushed out of a ray of light, such as the dragon ascended to heaven. Good strength. This scion is much better than a big man. Bicker covered the glare and gently gritted his teeth. His afterglow saw a figure rushing to the blazing energy, and he was shocked by the unrelenting appearance. That is RADITZ. Don't move, kill people. At the sight of RADITZ, he pulled out the energy bomb that had already accumulated, and the blue light ball flew out, hitting the energy wave of Vegeta in an unbiased manner, and opened it several meters and flew up. Endless blue sky. At the same time, Sun Wukong flew over, caught Naba, and then walked to the companions. Why? Why save me? Karkarot. Naba was desperate at the moment of death, but did not expect that RADITZ and Karkalot would rush to save him, and the time was mixed, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Everyone is a scion. Sun Wukong replied in a simple and clear way, dragging him to a distance and putting it on the ground. Others also had a tacit understanding of starting to evade, where RADITZ and Vegeta vacated the battle. Among them, the most powerful is RADITZ, but Naba does not know. He said to Sun Wukong, RADITZ is looking for death. You and the mics are joining forces. Maybe there is still a chance. You don't even know the horror of Vegeta. No, you don't even know the horror of RADITZ. Naba had not finished, and the voice was intercepted by Bick. Sun Wukong also nodded, I have played with my brother many times, but I have not won at all. www.readaloud.com I believe he can beat Vegeta. Haha, once again, so many of us have been cleaned up by him alone. I am really reluctant. I can't look back on the past. Kling added. Listening to them, the shock of Naba hit the heart and was completely stupid. You, what? The wind entangled his voice and blew it to the middle of Vegeta and RADITZ. Unlike Naba, Vegeta saw RADITZ's extraordinariness early on, although he could not believe how much progress he could make in the year of the Earth, but the performance of Sun Wukong had already given Naba a loud slap in the face. Can't care more. RADITZ, what did you do? Your combat power should be only 1,500, and those who are on Earth can't have more than 2,000 combat power. Your problem is the key to defeating Frieza. RADITZ deliberately sold a kiss, want to listen? Hey! Vegeta snorted and didn't talk. Think of a word, don't want 2 words, it's all about you. I guess you won't be willing to be the father of Frieza for a lifetime. I will call you and tell me, RADITZ, you make me angry. Vegeta stepped closer to RADITZ, and the anger of the eyes flashed, seemingly burning everyone. His anger increased sharply. Let the earth tremble. I am the prince of the Scion. You may have forgotten this. Let me remind you again today. The voice did not fall, Vegeta's figure disappeared, and suddenly appeared on the side of RADITZ. A fist has fallen into the belly of RADITZ, the battle suit is as fragile as paper, broken into slag. RADITZ's eyes were round and the abdomen slammed, and the intense pain spread throughout the body. Blood, slowly flowing out. Chapter 21, Furious Prince. The burning pain spread throughout RADITZ's body, and a rush of sorrow and convulsions swam like a current, and suddenly there was a horror inside. The battle strength of 18,000 is really not a joke. He didn't expect Vegeta's attack to be so powerful, much more powerful than his opponents in the past. It was this punch that made him feel the energy and resentment of Vegeta. Vegeta, rage. As a prince of the Scion, when he was 5 years old, he had already crushed a group of adult warriors. His talent surpassed all other Scion people and was hoped by the Vegeta king as a Scion. In his eyes, he is the strongest Scion, even if his father, Vegeta, is only older, and he can surpass it in time. Those so-called high warriors, in his opinion, are all rubbish. Low-ranking fighters like Karakar and RADITZ didn't even look into his eyes. When RADITZ and his team performed their duties, they did not dare to speak loudly. They had to ask for anything. He also saw that RADITZ had not rushed RADITZ on his duty. But now? 2 inferior Scion people provocatively challenged him and even dared to threaten him. The most hateful thing is that RADITZ wants to show his power beyond him. This is absolutely impossible. Vegeta roared, punching on RADITZ's body. The power shattered the hard battle suit, and the ground was sloping and sloping. RADITZ, what strength do you want to show? Show me. Vegeta took over the power and slammed it on RADITZ's cheek and flew him out. The shadows flew for dozens of meters, and they wiped the ground for a long time before they stopped in the dust of the sky. Ah! RADITZ was knocked down. Tianjin Rice was shocked. From their point of view, I saw RADITZ undergoing an attack and then withstood a lot of punches without being able to fight back and was knocked down to the ground. There is no room for rebellion. Is Vegeta really so strong? The people couldn't help but get nervous and clenched their fists. Yamuti said, Wukong, I remember you said that this month, RADITZ did not train seriously. Is it because of this? No, my brother was very serious when training, but he practiced 8 hours a day. In 8 hours, half of the time was spent training the most basic physical fitness. Is it going to be physically dull? No, you feel it carefully. His anger has not weakened. Wukong smiled with confidence. And, the gas is still expanding and reaching an unprecedented height. This. The voice of everyone suddenly caught. They are all experts in the application of gas. After calming down, they suddenly feel the enthusiasm of RADITZ. Look at him again, and sure enough, RADITZ slowly supported the ground and climbed again. Hey, you can stand up, it's not easy. Vegeta sneered ironically. It seems that you are not completely nonsense. You can stand up with so many punches, indicating that your strength has greatly improved. If I didn't guess wrong, you and Karkalot should have more than 10,000 combat powers. RADITZ erased the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. You didn't guess wrong. No wonder it will become self-confident. But what about it? Vegeta sipped and approached, her body disappeared into the air. RADITZ was shocked, and then he felt the danger behind him. He curled up and shook his body and turned back. But the attack has arrived, and the fierce elbows rushed against his back and knocked him out. Then, Vegeta jumped to the front again. Picked up a foot, and kicked RADITZ to the front and flew a few tens of meters. Vegeta looked at the wolf's RADITZ, and approached with arrogance, no matter how you improve, my fighting power is still higher than you. There is a difference in talent between us. This is an unchangeable fact. Understand? As he spoke madly, while holding his hands, the white light illuminates in the palm of his hand, and the energy bombs combo. Boom! 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 Each time the energy bomb is fired, the earth vibrates once. People who are thousands of miles away think that a major earthquake has occurred and they have gone to open refuge and are terrified. Even Tianjin Rice and other people cannot help but shed cold sweat, such as the needle pressure of the musculoskeletal, making them feel creepy. The endless bombing smashed the cracked ground into numerous pieces, and the huge mushroom cloud rose between the heavens and the earth, and the smoke went away with the wind. The grass around it was not born, the stone fragments were scattered, and RADITZ was lying quietly in the deep squatting pit, motionless. Hey, garbage is rubbish. After all, it won't work. Have the ability to stand up and show it to me. You stand. Vegeta's mouth was halfway through, and RADITZ really stood up again. His strong body slowly erected, his feet stepped out of the pit, and stood in front of Vegeta again, as if it were mountains. Sorry www.readaloud.com. RADITZ smiled and put his hands on his waist. He sipped and burst into a white blaze. You can still stand up. Vegeta was shocked and felt an invisible pressure. The number on the detector jumped from more than 10,000 and eventually stopped at 20,000. Are you kidding? 20,000 fighting power. Impossible. Impossible. You are just a low-level warrior. Vegeta was sweating, and her body was cold and her breath was stagnant. He imagined many possibilities of RADITZ, but he never thought that he would surpass himself. In his opinion, he could not surpass it. Moreover, they are only 2 years apart. What is enough time for this? No matter how advanced, it is just a low-level warrior. This is the talent that was set at birth and cannot be changed. As the prince of the Scion priest was deeply attacked, Vegeta took a squat detector and kneaded it into pieces. The detector must be broken, RADITZ, you can't surpass me. RADITZ smashed the dust on his body, rubbed his shoulders and wrists, and squeaked as if to warm up before the exercise. His body has been broken except for the battle suit. In fact, there is no serious injury. Even the blood in the corner of his mouth is actually nothing. After 2 beatings, he had a general understanding of the strength, speed, and mode of operation of Vegeta, and it was time to counterattack. When Vegeta is most proud of him and thinks that he wants to win, it is the most interesting thing to give him a fatal blow. Now, it's time for me to show my true strength. RADITZ poses in a fighting position, his eyes sharp like a sword. Vegeta and Nappa are full of fear, others are full of expectations, especially Wukong, already boiling. Chapter 22, The True Strength of RADITZ. The power that RADITZ broke out shocked everyone, and the air in his body made a beep explosion, like a fine thunder. The atmosphere is shaking, and it seems to be awe of the majesty. This is your true face. Vegeta's palm was full of sweat, looking at RADITZ, his face changed. Get started. RADITZ's mouth twitched, and he took the lead, and when Vegeta hadn't reacted, he was already close to his door. Vegeta's pupils shrank violently, squatting like a tight string, and the instinctive punched forward, but only emptied. RADITZ's figure flashed like a ghost, and disappeared long ago. Vegeta, who couldn't perceive the gas, couldn't lock RADITZ. Taking advantage of this opportunity, RADITZ squatted on his lower back, followed by a Qigong wave and blasted him out. The powerful force made Vegeta's body suddenly have the pain of being torn, and the back of the fire was generally hot, and it was slightly better after rolling 2 turns. Vegeta panicked, and there was still a trace of luck. It was thought that the detector had failed. Now he is 100% confident that RADITZ has an absolute strength of 20,000. It's enough to torture him for a while, just like this speed. The thoughts flashed in a flash, and Vegeta was unwilling. He was not as good as RADITZ, but his arrogance was still there. How does he say that there are also 18,000 combat powers, plus the experience of countless battles? I can't believe it can compete with RADITZ. The blood of the Scion people is flowing in the blood vessels, and the will of the battle is full of enthusiasm. If you want to fight, just take a break and hit it thoroughly. Vain, Vegeta took the initiative to rush to RADITZ. The two collided together, hundreds of fists and shadows were interlaced, and the turbulent storm rushed away. The rock collapsed and shattered the ground, and the sky became cloudy and gloomy. Vegeta mobilized the energy of the whole body, raised the sensitivity of the senses to a higher level, and gradually learned the way of sensing the Earth people. Although it was not complete, he was really aware of the danger. In the back. With the big drink, Vegeta turned back and swept a leg. RADITZ was shocked. His high-speed movement was transferred to the back of Vegeta. I thought it was foolproof, but I didn't expect it to be noticed. In other words, his speed has been slowly followed. The Scion people are really a terrible race. Every battle can progress, and even progress in battle. RADITZ is also excited. What is the meaning of the one-sided battle? It is to be so energetic. The blood of the fighting nation is also in his body. At this moment, the will to fight is aroused. After escaping from the body, he escaped Vegeta's sweeping leg, and there was almost no stagnation. RADITZ quickly approached. After entangled with Vegeta, I finally punched my chest and abdomen. Kara was crisp and loud, and the breastplate was broken. Then Vegeta's stomach fluid rolled and spit out. RADITZ did not miss this opportunity, jumped to the top of Vegeta, hands up, heavy back. Dash. As the meteor crossed the sky, Vegeta was planted into the ground. RADITZ gathered his hands for a huge amount of energy, and the gas broke out to the apex. A layer of blazing light was attached to the palm of his hand, and it was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. When Vegeta just climbed up, he saw the white brilliance from the sky. And his world became a bright white. Numerous Qigong waves were launched from the hands of RADITZ, and the blazing white ball flew to Vegeta, and it was bombarded. The great power has stunned the earthquake, and the sound of made everyone in the distance feel flustered. Hey, Goku, they won't ruin the earth directly? If I play it down, I feel very dangerous. Kling wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the Qigong wave under the horror. The continuous Qigong wave almost has to be connected into a waterfall. The scouring is generally bombarded, the air blasts, and the smoke and dust become a huge curtain, blocking the connection between heaven and earth. Every Qigong Bokelin is not confident to be able to follow, and such an intensive attack, even hit one in the other, attacking a person, too horrible. Don't break the earth too. Reassure, he has control over the scope, only staring at Vegeta's body attack, there is absolutely no problem. Moreover, Vegeta also has more strength, you feel carefully, is not his gas has not weakened much. So to say. Monsters. Under such a violent attack, they can still support. Big couldn't help but marvel. He has always had some conceit, and he is unwilling to accept defeat in the face of Goku, and even has a determination to fight against RADITZ. However, seeing such a confrontation, his self-confidence gradually subsided, as if a pheasant standing on the ground, watching the high-flying eagle, only envious. Soon, RADITZ took the last blow, the most powerful energy bomb pierced the air, and the bright light shook the eye, like the arrow straight into the Vegeta. The explosion came immediately, and the mushroom cloud rose up in the boom. The impact spread with the vibrations in all directions, the mountains and rocks were broken, and the ground was already devastated. On the broken ground, Vegeta straddles her legs, her hands crossed over her head, and her head was covered. His armor was smashed and ruined. www.readaloud.com. Even the battle tights inside broke a few big holes, but the body was intact. The dust covered his body, making his face a little messy and slightly embarrassing. However, the flame in his eyes did not go out, but the more vigorous, the fists were tight, and the muscles propped up the blue tights. RADITZ, see it, I can withstand your attack. Next, it is my return. When Vegeta was yelling, his hands were already on the ground, and when he stepped on the ground, a deep pit appeared on the ground, and the figure had already galloped away. RADITZ looked a glimpse and instinctively alerted. The two men rushed together, double boxing out, each hit the other's cheek. Almost at the same time, the legs of the two men also collided together, the cheekbone confronted the base, and the gas exploded. RADITZ was a little surprised, thinking, how is this guy stronger than he was just now, can he improve? Stopping the back of the body, Vegeta has disappeared, suddenly rushing out from behind, the hand knife smashed. Brush. RADITZ quickly bowed his head and escaped a blow. Take advantage of the big long legs, spin, fly and kick, in one go. Victory wins in the hands and feet, and the attack distance is farther. As long as the Vegeta's close-knit shorts are sealed, it will gradually take advantage. Sure enough, this kicked in the middle of Vegeta, pulling the distance between the two. Ha 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 ha! You are just that! Vegeta smashed the dust on her body. An iconic hair swaying in the wind, his face reappearing his confident smile. It seems that your explosive strength can fight against me. RADITZ said. Just like this, I am the strongest scion. Not necessarily, I still have a trick that doesn't work. RADITZ relaxed his hands and smiled. Chapter 23, King of the World, Burst Table. Hey, what do you say? Vegeta looked sharp and had a wish on his face. Do you have a trick? You can use it and try, I will beat you. He experienced a big battle, and his conscious strength has improved. The prince's arrogance has once again emerged. It's so wasteful. RADITZ shook his head and suddenly took out a detector and threw it to Vegeta. What does this mean? Vegeta took the detector and frowned. I don't understand this, I have to start to force it. RADITZ sighed in disappointment and stunned Vegeta with a helpless look. He pointed to the detector and gestured to Vegeta to wear it. Fortunately, Vegeta finally cooperated with the performance, and the letter was suspiciously put on the detector, otherwise RADITZ really couldn't help but hold him to wear him. The old-style detector measurement ceiling is too low. I specially let the scientists of the Earth transform the precision and the upper limit of measurement. The current detector can measure 50,000 combat power. Ha ha ha, you won't tell me, can you reach 50,000 combat power? RADITZ, why didn't you find that you still have humerus cells? Vegeta ruthlessly sneered, killing him and not trusting RADITZ's combat effectiveness. There are 50,000. 50,000 fighting power, didn't that kill him in the morning? I naturally don't have 50,000, but it will surprise you. RADITZ retensioned his body, his muscles agitated, and his muscles blew. The long hair swayed behind him, and the hair began to tilt slightly, shrouded in a red flame that gradually disappeared. The gas is rising at a rapid speed, the clouds are scattered, and the sky is re-exposed, and the atmosphere is almost static. Come, Wang Wang Chuan! Bik and Goku shouted at the same time. Others want to talk and stop, what is stuck in the throat, cannot confide, but the inner surprise is difficult to cover up. Their hands tremble unconsciously, that is the fear that originated in the heart. In the Bulma home, the dense lines were towed from one room to another, and 3 high-end precision instruments were neatly arranged on the table and connected to the main computer screen. These instruments are currently the best equipment on the planet. As a talented scientist of the capsule company, Bulma's talent in science is unquestionable. What she is using to receive these devices is the data on the Psion detector. Data that is thousands of miles away can appear on the screen within a few milliseconds of deviation. Because RADITZ wants to monitor the effectiveness of the detector, and Bulma also wants to study this cross-cosmic communication technology, the two have reached a cooperation. At this moment, Bulma stood in front of the screen and stood still. She saw a number on the screen continually beating, rising rapidly from 20,000 to 30,000, and then rising to 40,000. The equipment was running efficiently, and the flashing light beats at an astonishing frequency. The whole machine sends out the sound of, the fan works quickly to cool down. I have measured the combat power of the Turtle Fairy, only 139, who is this? Is it Goku, or RADITZ? Bulma scared his face, although he did not understand what the specific combat power value represented, but she also saw what a big number is 40,000. Far beyond the limits of the original detector, that is to say, 40,000 combat power is not the value that most people can achieve. After all, this detector is used in the universe. Also shocked is Wu Tian, a teacher who is far away from the turtle house. He perceives that 2 huge gases are fighting fiercely. One of them is still improving and is promoted to a point that he can't imagine. It is RADITZ. Gas. The detector constantly refreshes the upper limit, and the number is finally fixed at 41,100. More than 40,000 combat power. Vegeta's pupil has lost his mind, and his empty eyes are pale. His brain has only a warm, dizzy feeling. Nothing else. The feeling of oppression that came to the face would not lie, and RADITZ's red flames burst into the air, as if the tiny thunder exploded. Muscles seem to be power, and the power that is dissipated out shocks the heart and does not dare to relax. The violent wind that followed was blowing for a while, and the Tyrannosaurus that ran away was all blown up, and the madness reached its peak. No, impossible. Vegeta swayed his head inconceivably, and trembled inexplicably. What he said just like a joke, instantly felt a burning face, like a slap in the face. The mouth still whispers the word impossible, and the mind is exploding. Vegeta, if you want to fight, we can continue, but I still want you to seriously consider my suggestion. Let's deal with Frieza. You don't think you can be proud? I am the strongest scion in the universe. RADITZ is speechless. Now I have to worry about who is strong or not. Isn't it obvious here? The prince's self-esteem is sometimes a troublesome thing. However, the power of Vegeta is very important. RADITZ does not want to give up www.readaloud.com. It seems that only he is beaten. Well, just do it. After making up his mind, RADITZ moved. He connects the palms of his hands and bends his fingers, pushing them from the front to the waist. Turtles Qigong's starting style. When he and Sun Wukong practiced, they specially asked about the usage of the turtle Qigong. Although the principle is simple, it is different from other tricks. It seems that all the gas releases a lot of energy. In fact, the way the gas operates is very different. This also creates a fundamental difference in the tricks of everyone. Turtles are not the most powerful, but the balance is the best, and there are follow-up explosions. It is the most popular nirvana on the planet. On this move, let's win. Taste my Galician gun. Vegeta refused to admit defeat, and her hands gathered to unite her fighting power. He is already a backwater war, and there is no way to retreat. The planned trip to the Earth was simple. Kill a bunch of waste, eat some good things, and then find the Dragon Ball to fulfill your wishes, and finally grow up. Who can think of it going to be like this? The unwillingness and anger in the chest are all integrated into this earth-shattering blow, and it is necessary to smash RADITZ into a scum. Gallic guns, attack! At the same time, the turtles sent Qigong to the front, and the red flaming flame of the King of the Kings was also reddened by the Qigong of the turtles. The storm swayed and rushed for thousands of miles, so that Gohan and others could cover the eyes with their hands, and they could only rely on the gas to judge the situation. The machines in the distant Bulma's homes are squeaky, and the long hours of work have allowed them to reach their limits. The heat dissipation capacity of the fan cannot keep up with the heat generation speed. Boom! The equipment exploded, and a thick smoke came out. Chapter 24, Giant. Wang Yang like Wei Li gathered in the center of heaven and earth. The two Qigong waves formed a huge ball of light. The energy took everything around, like a small black hole, attracting gravel, vegetation, and even vortex on the ground. Air. The turbulent tornado was overwhelming, and Yu Wei turned the ground into a real ruin, leaving only two people in the light between the heavens and the earth. Oh, ah! Vegeta kept yelling, adding momentum to her, the meridians on her forehead, and blood in her eyes. RADITZ is relatively calm, and his hands feel strong resistance, but they are still comfortable. You lost. A big drink, RADITZ suddenly made a force. The turtle Pai Qigong is surrounded by red flames, like a hungry lion, swallowing the Galician guns and rushing to Vegeta. The reddish tidal wave drowned it, and the terrible shock wave flew to the universe. The sound of the explosion was continuous, and the low-altitude forest stone was turned into a powder. In the air, the smoke gradually dissipated, and Vegeta was embarrassed and panicked and appeared in sight. He was covered in scars and his hair was also fried. One hand was obviously not very flexible. The clothes were broken and the holes were dark. The corner of the mouth was dark or bloody. The most unforgettable thing is that he still has no retreat in his eyes, and the power of anger supports him so that he does not fall. Why did you finally close your hand? Batter. Vegeta was furious. I didn't expect you to find out. RADITZ eliminated the king of the box. I don't want to kill you, I won't use all my strength. Enough. Vegeta stopped RADITZ. His self-esteem was once again hit, and he said, I will not use all my strength. Doesn't that mean he is not worthy? It is simply an insult. Vegeta slammed her fists and trembled, and for the first time realized the taste of being defeated by the same people. Things that could not have happened in the past actually happened. He had a hot blood in his throat, and he didn't know whether it would be swallowed or swallowed. You saw it, this is my strength. Can you consider my suggestion now? Hey! Vegeta still spit out the blood. I refuse. I am the prince of the Scion, I will not listen to your arrangement. In the end, it is still his inner pride that has the upper hand. He wants him to return like a defeated army. He can't do it. Even if RADITZ really has the power to improve his strength, he can't directly obey. This is the dignity of the Scion Prince. He can be defeated, but he will never admit defeat. Go to your mother's prince. RADITZ couldn't help it this time, rushing over and holding Vegeta's hair. The prince is not a fame, even the Vegeta star is destroyed, a total of several people, still do not listen to your words, what is the use? RADITZ was irritated by his stubbornness and slammed his hair directly to the ground. Hey! Vegeta has fallen into the ground that has long since become a ruin. He turned into a big word on his back, his mouth twitching the cold air, his muscles sour, and he was too tired. Suddenly, he found that the broad sky reflected a round of light ball, the heart echoed with a fierce beating, the pupils collapsed, and the blood rushed away in the body, like a flood of waves. Full moon. No, it is an artificial moon. That circle of halo is not natural, but an artificial moon. Vegeta was too late to think about its source, thick hair had begun to emerge. And the body gradually agitated and became huge. As a superior warrior, he can be rational after he has turned, that is, he will once again take advantage. Thinking of this, Vegeta laughed wildly and opened her arms to welcome the catastrophe. Far away. The third eye of Tianjin Rice turned and the voice trembled, Win. It seems to be Goku. Kelly is not sure. Sun Wukong nodded. When you didn't use the king of the boxing, the strength of the two was similar, but once the king of the boxing was used, the brother took the upper hand. Vegeta has already lost. The shackled in the hand looked at the market, and was speechless. In the past, the waste RADITZ actually smashed Vegeta, the world is crazy? Just as everyone was about to get close, Vegeta's laughter came to everyone's ears, pulling a huge figure from the bottom, like a mountain, shocking. Giant. RADITZ was shocked. There will never be a full moon today. How can it make Vegeta smash? Not yet recovered from the surprise, the giant Vegeta screamed to the door. The body is huge, the speed is not weakened, and the power is so big that people can't believe it. RADITZ was thrown out of the air, and the nose was sore, like 1,000 needles at the same time, and poured into it. RADITZ fell to the ground, trembling, the bridge of the nose had been interrupted, the dark red blood ran down the outline, and the lips were stained with a smoky red. RADITZ, die! Vegeta violently rushed into the front of RADITZ, and the leg was a kick. On one foot, there was almost no force to pour RADITZ into a meat sauce. The ruins blasted countless gravel, and the dust fell like a sandstorm. RADITZ escaped from stepping on, twirling and flashing, rushing to the distance, trying to pull away. The giant body jumped up and the huge body pulled out an arc in the air. The shadow obscured the road in front of RADITZ, and the sound of suddenly landed. It is actually faster than RADITZ. Apart from anything else, the giant such arrogant power is venting, let alone RADITZ, even the earth can't stand it. RADITZ made 3 times the king of the boxing still being smashed by the giant scorpion, dragging a long bloodline, and retreating 100 meters. Although he escaped the deadly part, he still suffered a huge impact. The blood-stained body exuded the smell and slammed on the ground. His chest was full of blood, and Wow spit out a big red blood. 3 times the king of the boxing cannot be reached, he did not expect that the power of this attack will be so great, so strong. Vegeta has been consumed for so long, is there more than 10,000 troops remaining? I knew that the Turtle Kigong just added a little more power. Sure enough, the savvy scion is not easy to provoke, especially this sensible. If it wasn't for the previous Vegeta's physical injury, RADITZ would not even have a chance to live. Even if his king of the boxing has improved his ability, it is difficult to confront the giant Vegeta. The storm wiped RADITZ's cheek like a blade. He rubbed his chest with his hand, his fingers gradually bent and he became a fist. Damn! RADITZ rolled for a week and hid under the stone. What followed was a huge light wave in the mouth of the giant scorpion, which blew a beautiful arc of light on the horizon. RADITZ, today is your last day. The shouts of death were accompanied by the impact of giants. Like a mountain pressed against RADITZ, and a punch hit the body of RADITZ, hitting the loud noise of the bombardment eardrum. But this time, RADITZ did not retreat, his hands reached in front, the red arrogance of the sky rose, blocking the boxing of the giant. Blocked? Vegeta stunned for a moment. 5 times the king of the boxing. The blood of RADITZ's mouth was at the throat, and the burden on his body was enormous. But what he wanted was Vegeta's momentary intention. He slammed into the gap and he rushed to the front of Vegeta. Shining shock waves. Hands can't get enough air, direct radiation. www.readaloud.com align with the eyes of Vegeta. In an instant, Vegeta actually blocked his hand on his eyes, and the shock wave of the powerful heck only slammed into the back of his hand and blew a fog. The blood slid down the furry giant hand and landed on the rocks everywhere. RADITZ is slightly stunned. Slaughter you! The angry Vegeta opened his mouth at RADITZ, and the distance was almost a must. Can't hide. RADITZ broke out at the speed of 5 times the king of the boxing, still feeling the pressure of forced people, and the light immediately swallowed him. There is no way, RADITZ can only resist the impact, hard against shock waves. When the light subsided, the red arsenal of the body disappeared. He rolled a few laps in the air and jumped to the ground. He gasped fiercely, his body joints were sore, and the resistance at the crucial moment just let him escape, but the physical burden still made him feel uncomfortable, and the muscles could no longer exert full power. Ha ha ha, very clever, but your death is only a matter of time. Vegeta burst into laughter. He made a big step and walked closer to RADITZ. Call. Do I have to become a giant? If you lose your senses. RADITZ reluctantly smiled and his brow fell. 5 times the king of the boxing is his limit, if it is full, he is naturally worthy, but now he also consumes a lot, not to mention the durability of the giant is much higher than the king of the boxing. At this point, there is no way to win without changing the giant python. Only gambling once. His own tail is still there. It was originally for research, but it was not taken away. I didn't expect it to come in handy. He looked up at the sky, searched for the trace of the moon, and saw a man-made moon. At the same time, RADITZ's body has changed. Chapter 25, Scion Pride. Plop. Thump. Hey! The heart beat strongly and faster, like hundreds of people simultaneously swaying the copper hammer and directly hitting his chest. At the same time, his body appeared thick hair, his body swelled, and the tights were pushed to the extreme, crushing the rubble and ruins. The process of change was very rapid, and he had become a giant clam before waiting for Vegeta to come. Roar! The beast is awakened and shocked. 2 giant pythons. Wukong and others retreated in horror, and already did not know how to be good. From the beginning, the development of the matter has exceeded their expectations. RADITZ explained to them that the giants have changed and they are ready to go. They have already driven the moon ahead of time. Why is there moonlight? They saw the mysterious ball of light hanging high in the air, clenching their teeth and panicking. Are they crazy? No, Vegeta is not crazy. Transforming a giant can lose sensibility, but a genius warrior can be overcome by training 1 or 2 times, just like a tail. If a lower-level fighter wants to stay sane, he needs to go through a lot of battles. And my brother said that he is not sure if he can control himself. The word Wukong makes everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Only Nobita, RADITZ is not good. The chance of going crazy after he turns is 50%. Sometimes he can control it. Sometimes he will go crazy until the end. It is best to be mentally prepared. Let's go. Half chance, to deal with this absolutely impossible to lose the battle, too dangerous, right? Wukong wants to help, but his fighting power is nothing in front of the giant python. Blind shooting is tantamount to death. At this moment, RADITZ stood up, his hands pounding his chest, and several Qigong bombs were sprayed in his mouth and flew in all directions. The ruthless bombing made Vegeta happy, and sure enough, RADITZ's smashing is far less sobering than him. Vegeta shouted and slammed into the head of RADITZ, slamming his eyes and heading for the temple. The majestic arm bursts with tremendous power, fast and embarrassing, killing. Boom! The breathtaking bang came and the giants fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. It was Vegeta. Just now, when I saw the fist, I would touch the head of RADITZ. Wukong couldn't help but drive the king's fist to fly away. At the beginning of the millennium, RADITZ flexibly swayed and sneaked away, hooking Vegeta's ankles and letting him fall to the ground. He did not lose his mind. On the contrary, due to the replacement of the soul, the mental power was many times stronger, and now it is not only clear but also very spiritual. Deliberately showing clumsy, just to make Vegeta careless. Once the huge body falls to the ground, it is not so easy to stand up, and the initiative of the battle is quietly changing. RADITZ cheered up, but he made a mistake, and he also made a big deal. Vegeta also had a tail, and also hooked his ankles, and quickly slammed it down, causing him to lose his heart and bend his knees. Both giants have fallen. RADITZ, who fell to the ground, directly slammed Vegeta and slammed his hand on his face. He was greeted by a heavy counterattack in the abdomen, followed by two people holding together, rolling a few laps and crushing the earth. In the end, the two simply twisted together and punched the flesh, and RADITZ even used a bite, the most primitive, most clumsy, but the most violent attack. Vegeta yelled, "Waste, let me loose." Unexpectedly, RADITZ really let go of his mouth, but he took a punch with lightning and squatted straight on Vegeta's nose and repaid the debt. "Yes, I used to be waste, but don't you think that people will grow up after all? Will the weak ones become stronger one day?" The belief of becoming stronger is constant in everyone's heart. "I am not as noble as you, but if you put this as wrong as your arrogant capital, I will defeat you today and prove it to you." RADITZ took a step and broke out in the state of giants. The huge figure was so incredible, and before the body, the palm of the hand attacked instantly, covering the head of Vegeta, dumping him to the ground, and then slamming into the ground. "It's ridiculous. The amount, calls, what do you know? I was born to be a prince." Vegeta suddenly smiled scornfully. He endured pain and said with a nearly twitching mouth, "I am the strongest." "Is it?" RADITZ added another force, and a punch hit him on the face. The whole square was a few feet deep, and it was almost as terrible to pierce the earth. Vegeta is still saying, "Do you know what I am going to do? You don't need to point at me, I have my way. You still have your brother, who cooperated with the people of the earth to resist me and lost the dignity of the Scion people. You are all traitors of the nation." He was so excited that he spurted a large mouthful of blood in his mouth, like a waterfall. RADITZ still clung to his head, a sticky, warm liquid in the palm of his hand. "That's your reason? Do you think I don't know everything about the Vegeta star?" RADITZ pulled his arm and punched it on Vegeta's chest, and the ground sank a few feet. It was Frieza who destroyed the Vegeta planet and continued to let us work for him. It is a humiliating punishment for us. It is cruel punishment if it is not a word. www.readaloud.com. No one has forgotten those days. After all, it is another punch. Indeed, we didn't have the power to fight Frieza at that time. But when will it be time to steal the vengeance, and will it be that Flacent is dead at the end of life? You are proud to be a singer of the Scion, then do something for the prince. The thing, go to defeat him. If you want strength, we have. The dignity of the prince is not the fear of others, the title of the prince is not the pride of the Scion. Only grow stronger, gain strength, exceed the limit, surpass fully SA, beyond the power of any other universe. This is the battle of the national Scion. Pride. RADITZ's last punch contained the power of the whole body, raising his hand and blasting down. With the last two words vibrating. The fist was most terminated in the place of a few centimeters in front of the Vegeta. The fierce fist slammed the face of the giant scorpion slightly, and the roots of the hair were erected. You make a decision. It is absolutely the fastest to practice with us. I will only help and will not interfere with you. RADITZ unfolded his fist and turned into a handshake. My on the other side. My brother, Caroline, he also has a fighting power of 10,000, so that the words of Wang Chuan out of bounds are not weaker than you. I want to challenge us and welcome at any time. RADITZ actually admire the arrogance of Vegeta, and Vegeta is different because of this and is respected. When you are proud, you will be handsome and overbearing, and occasionally there will be contrasts. What's more, this is his driving force for continuous improvement. There are too many strong people in the vast universe, and dealing with Frieza is just the beginning. Ah! Vegeta screamed and screamed, as if to vomit out the anger of the world. The sound of the sounds of the world, clearly is unwilling to surging. Chapter 26, The Tail is Broken. Vegeta's long scorpion pierced the sky like a sharp sword, and it shook the square. In front of him, RADITZ stretched out his hand and his powerful arm was ready to pull him up. In the distance, Sun Wukong and others looked at the changes in the situation and slowly approached. On the other side of the high slope, a group of people stood in the yellow wind and observed them. Adult, do we want to do this at this time? Destroy them in one fell swoop. A strong man with a long scorpion swears. His body is as tall as Nappa, his muscles are strong, and he almost has to break his clothes. The most strange thing is that the body of the strong man is also wearing the Scion battlesuit. And a few people next to him, are also almost the same costume, except for a whole body like a set of metal armor. Behind a few people, wearing a battlesuit, the guy known as the adult looked coldly at the two giant pythons, giving off a sultry and cold laughter. Destroy? Are you joking? At this time their fighting power is not a joke. But, adults, isn't the moon you made on purpose? So we can see such a wonderful fight. Hey, they don't have much physical strength, wait a second, find a good time to get them back to their original shape, and the rest of the rabble will have to deal with it. Adult is wise. Several people shouted in a compliment, and then stared at the ruins, revealing an evil smile. After Vegeta vented a pass, he calmed down. He looked at RADITZ in front of him and felt very strange to him. The former RADITZ was very arrogant among the Scion people. At best, it was only a second-rate fighter. It was a little better than the most inferior waste of Cockerlet. People ridicule him as a lower-class fighter, often making fun of him and not angering. Today's RADITZ has completely changed, the strength is incredible to the point, and dare to touch the prince, the momentum is not weaker than anyone. The flashing look in his gaze is only in the eyes of countless genius warriors. For a long time, Vegeta stretched out a slightly trembling hand and held it with RADITZ. RADITZ smiled softly, pulling Vegeta's huge and weak body, like lifting a mountain that was pushed down. Call. Is this a success? Kling squinted and exclaimed. Today's battle was too exciting. Several thrilling places made his little heart almost unbearable. Fortunately, I finally saw the two shaking hands and it was over. Others secretly wiped a sweat, and the tightly tied body relaxed, speeding up the speed of flying close to the two. Wukong, is there any feeling that something is wrong? Bic did not have much joy, but felt a little uneasy. Sun Wukong also frowned and looked around. Really, there are a few combat forces that seem to lurk in the vicinity. I was not attracted by the battle of the giant python, but now I feel it. What are you talking about? Is it not over? Yamuti got to the edge of Wukong and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be too sensitive. The crisis of the Scion has been lifted. Ha ha ha. Not coming. Wukong and Big shouted in unison, and his face suddenly changed. They quickly turned back and saw that the two circular energy discs that were flying fast were rotating at high speed, and they were like the tricks and cutting techniques. Being hit by this trick, anyone will be cut in half. Get out of the way. Gaku broke out of the king's boxing and opened the yamuti and dumplings in one hand, but his own back was cut open with a crack, blood and water splashed and sprinkled the sky. And Big rushed to Gohan, and he took Gohan into his arms and rolled it to the side. Unfortunately, one leg was exposed to the outside, and it happened to be cut off with the knees. The purple plasma squatted along the smooth incision, and the trouser legs were filled with the cold wind. Uncle Bick. I'm fine. Bicker was stunned and looked sideways at the energy ring that flew away, biting his teeth. Tianjin rises in the air, two energy rings sandwich him, almost past his body, the heat from the high energy, his skin burning and burning, like a charcoal fire. The most dangerous blow is simply horrifying. However, it is not over yet. The purpose of these two attacks has never been them, but RADITZ and Vegeta are standing together. After the giant scorpion, the body is huge, and the target is no longer obvious. Even if you just throw it away, you can hit it. At the same time as the energy circle flew, RADITZ had already noticed that the inner sense of uneasiness finally found its source. The people hidden in the dark have finally shot. RADITZ slammed the Vegeta and jumped into the air. The height from the ground was enough to avoid the cutting of the energy ring. Two attacks flew over their feet, then went straight to the sky, but then came two more. RADITZ hanging in the air, if one is okay, but dragging Vegeta, the reaction is a little hesitant. The huge body cannot make a prejudgment, but had to blast a Qigong wave and use the reaction force to rise again. The flexible energy ring is faster than them. www.readaloud.com turned a corner, two sounds in no particular order, made two arcs, flying to heaven. In the direction of the flight, two furry long, thick strips fell off the volley and slammed on the ground. The two people in the air suddenly became stiff and trembled like a lightning strike. The body of the giant python began to shrink rapidly, and the hair quickly decayed and turned into a human form. In the process of change, a Qigong wave flew directly to them, with a diameter of 2 meters. From the inside to the outside, the light changes from white to pale pink, and the power is enormous enough to swallow the unguarded RADITZ and Vegeta. On the occasion of 1,000 miles, Sun Wukong screamed, covered in red flames, and started to move at high speed. Triple World King Boxing. The ultra-high speed of Sun Wukong came first, and rushed to the front of the Qigong wave, blocking the two of RADITZ, slamming their hands, sweeping the arm and flying the Qigong wave. The light is hidden in the sky, and RADITZ and Vegeta have simultaneously completed the transformation. Call, call. HOH, call, call. Both of them are very expensive, sweating. RADITZ's physical fitness has dropped to less than half, and Vegeta is almost exhausted. Nothing? Brother. Sun Wukong guarded the two, staring at the direction of the Qigong wave. Nothing, physical exertion is a little bit. It seems that I was really expected, we were stared at, and the guy has been observing us in the dark. Wukong's fists were tight and the corner of his mouth was a little smile. This opponent will pay, give it to me. RADITZ looked up and saw the artificial moon shining in the sky. He flashed a light in his head and took a deep breath. Is it him? Chapter 27, Raid. Dale's Legion. There is such a person, he is also a scion, and did not die in the catastrophe of Vegeta. His Majesty had a group of evil warriors, formed a legion, and claimed to be the role of even Fliza is afraid. They rely on the fruit that only God can enjoy to strengthen their strength, wandering around the universe, acting unscrupulously, destroying many planets and becoming a horrible wicked. RADITZ remembered the name of the leader of the regiment, Dales. The looks are very similar to Karatel, but the character is 100,000 miles away. Only he can know how to make the moon. The source of the premonition that RADITZ has been uneasy for a long time is him. I didn't expect the ominous premonition to come true. I don't know how much the guy's fighting power is now. Have you planted the seed of the spirit tree? Why is it so time to appear here? RADITZ asked a series of questions, muttering language. At this moment, a group of people slowly rose from the ground to the air, followed by a rapidly growing giant tree. The roots of the swiftly smashed the ground, and several tangled branches. Sure enough, they put the seeds of the fruit tree fruit. The growth of the spiritual tree is unimaginable, and it took a long time to stand tall. Just like countless fleshy beasts devour the fat of the earth and enjoy an unparalleled feast. Except for RADITZ, who was prepared, everyone else was shocked. In front of these people, the leader is exactly the same as Wukong, in a scion dress. Look at his appearance, and the iconic tail, a detached is a scion. He looks like me. Sun Wukong was the most surprised one, and his eyes were almost bulging. Hey, are you surprised? I am called Dales, and I am also a scion. These are my men. Actually, I did not expect to encounter the scion spacecraft when destroying the planet. Analysis: I found that it was Prince Vegeta and Naba. I thought that you also died in the big blast of Vegeta Star. I didn't expect to survive. Dales said, so, I followed your route and traced the Earth all the way. I accidentally discovered RADITZ and Kakarot. It was a surprise. Vegeta snorted and said disdainfully, you are lingering. The lower-level warrior we throw when we run out, in the eyes of the prince, is naturally rubbish. However, it was before, now it is different. Hey, one by one. Vegeta gnashed her teeth and made a consistently cold face, but her heart was full of waves, because it was a low-level warrior, and the combat power of this person was also very strong. Playing with me all day, when did the low-level fighters get together and evolve? Still let me meet? Thinking of this, the muscles of the side of the rim are not consciously bulging, but there is a deep sense of helplessness. RADITZ recalled that the king of the time said that the reason why the Scion people were late was that they had deviated from the orbit due to the impact of the planetary explosion. It was a good thing for the Dales Legion at the time. I didn't expect these things to come together. Your current combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced, can you still call me? Dales exposed the twilight, Amond. Give them a look at your skills. Yes, Darls. A huge brawny smiled and moved forward, confidently rubbing his hands. At the same time, Big took the other people to the side of Sun Wukong, and everyone gathered in place. The bold Amond smacked at RADITZ and they waved their hands, and the long scorpion looked back, and I had to play 10 faces. He was originally a sinister criminal, cruel and cruel. After following Dales, he was devastated. Like Dales, he relied on the fruit tree to strengthen his strength. Now he has a sweet juice. What is this guy coming to? Ah! That person is exactly the same as Goku. Have they just sneaked? Damn, too focused on fighting with the Scion, so didn't you notice? Big still remembers the hatred of his legs, watching the arrogant Amond, with blue veins on his head. Direct explosion. Bicker rushed to the first, facing Amond. Are you the first guy to come to die? Hey, idiot! You can't smile right away. Bicker gave him a scornful look, moving up at high speed, and the figure flashed behind Amond, and the palm of his hand pressed directly on his back. Such a high speed of movement, so that Amond was unexpected, completely lost. Big's palm suddenly squirted, and he bounced off, followed by a quick catch, and a ring punch. Countless fists smashed on Amund's body, and he got his nose and face swollen, and he couldn't fight back. He could only make a scream. But Bick is still not finished, flashing to the corners of the dead, trying to vent his anger that he just broke his limbs. Amund was really beaten this time. I don't know how to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood, my mind is groggy, no matter how hard it is, there is only powerlessness. RADITZ is speechless, which forces Dales to pretend. You are not looking for death. Bick's strength is not a joke. Dales also gave a slight glimpse, this guy actually suppressed Amund. He thought that with Amund enough to deal with most people. www.readwn.com unexpectedly just shot was beaten. Daddy, Dales showed a cold smile, reaching out and pointing at Bick. Hey! The light wave from a finger is like a fine sword that runs through the shoulders of Bick, and the purple plasma spews out. Bick, stunned, did not expect that in the duel between the two, there will be people messing up. At this opportunity, Amund broke out of the power of the whole body, rotating at high speed, and wrapped Bick into the attack generated by his own rotation. Bastard! Actually sneak attack. This is a life and death battle. It's strange that the mics are too big. Vegeta said coldly. RADITZ looked at Dales and felt the strong gas and was shocked. He knows how fast the spiritual tree grows, and must defeat Dales as soon as possible. Wook, let's go together and solve Dales. I just wanted to give you a lesson. Since you are not interested, don't blame me. Have the courage to try. Try it. Dales' army, attack! Said, he took the lead to rush out, and immediately rushed to the front of Sun Wukong. In his eyes, RADITZ and Vegeta are already strong, the only threat is Sun Wukong. Although Bick's strength is strong, but as a scion, it does not seem to be able to see other races. After Dales is ready to destroy Sun Wukong, he will go to Bick. Moreover, the current rotation of Amund's rotation attack has very good control of Bok, and other people are also controlled by their own people, unable to rescue each other, do not care. Dales consciously and steadily won the victory, drumming his strength and punching Wukong. The screen on the improved detector that fell in the ruins still beats the numbers, and after a few flashes, it stopped on a terrible number, 35,000. Chapter 28, Join Hands. Dales knew that his talent was not high, but his ambition was not small. After getting the seed of the spirit tree, he would find the right planet to plant and then gain strength from the nutrients of the planet. The combat power of 35,000 is what he ate a little bit. Looking at it from another angle, it is a very inspirational story, but in RADITZ's view, it is just a lucky clown. Dales's heavy punches rushed to Wukong, and he could hardly see the fist shadow, but he could feel the high-speed movement. Wukong looks instantly condensed, and starts the three-time king boxing, and does not let the ground go forward. The double fists collided with each other, bursting the air, and spraying out a strong force, forcing them to retreat at the same time. Sun Wukong in the state of the three-time king boxing, the strength and the Dales flag are equal, the two men retreat back to the same distance, looking at each other, the recovered hand trembled slightly. Dales just wanted to talk, and there was a flash of light in his eyes, and his look changed. There is no RADITZ in his sight, that is, RADITZ disappears. Subconsciously, Dales suddenly turned back. On the other hand, RADITZ and the time of the collision between the two men, flashed to the back of Dales, the whip and legs were swept away, and attacked. If this leg is hit, it is enough to kick it and seriously hurt him. At the crucial moment, Dales suddenly turned back, halfway through the body, and quickly set up a block, seemingly random, but steadily prevented the attack of RADITZ. The faces of the two men changed at the same time, slightly stunned, and the hands and feet were stuck together and forgot to recover. RADITZ was surprised that the strength of the other side was completely beyond his expectations. He slammed his legs and felt that his bones were cracked, like ordinary people squatting their legs on solid iron. Although his strength has dropped a lot, the gap is so big that he still scared him. And Dales was also numb by the legs of RADITZ, and he was surprised that RADITZ had more strength. Just after a fierce battle, he looked at it. Although he had the upper hand in general, he could consume a lot of energy. At this moment, he could still launch such a strong attack, which was unexpected. The fluctuations in my heart are only a moment, and the two return to God at the same time, and they are separated immediately. Hey! The detector sent an alarm a half-second later. Dales, angered, turned and flashed, and suddenly appeared in RADITZ's side, hitting a knee and hitting RADITZ, and the pain was almost convulsive. Then there was another attack, and RADITZ endured the pain and made the king of the boxing. I turned a few heads in the air, rubbed the ground and slid for a long time. Seeing that RADITZ was attacked, Wukong flew in a hurry and fought with Dales. The speed difference between the two was very small, and it was difficult to tell the outcome at a time. However, Sun Wukong's burden is enormous, and he cannot stand the long-lasting battle. RADITZ saw the opportunity to help Gaku, and blew a few Qigong waves to the back of Dales, blocking his retreat. Give me a roll. Dales sipped, and also blew a continuous wave of energy toward RADITZ. At the same time, he made a large Qigong wave toward Wukong, and his hands were all started and powerful. Not only did the ground shine through one dark pit, but even the spirit trees were destroyed. And the energy waves poured down were stronger than RADITZ, drowning RADITZ. Sun Wukong resisted the large Qigong wave, and it was innocent and distracted. It took a while to fly it. Hey, you are a confrontation with me, a sneak attack on the back, a good tactic. Dales showed a sneer, his eyes locked in Sun Wukong, and Yu Guang saw RADITZ. Unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Karkalot, your physical fitness can't keep up. Look at everyone's share of Sion, you can consider letting you be my men, how? Be your man. I have the seeds of the spiritual tree in my hand. As long as I find the right soil, I can plant it infinitely. This is the fruit that God can eat. My strength is so strong because of this. The earth's soil is also very suitable, see. The tree behind it has grown very prosperously. When the earth is absorbed by light, the people who follow me will be rewarded and the strength will be even stronger. Prince Vegeta, I saw you being humiliated by RADITZ. Don't you want to take revenge? RADITZ, don't you want to be a running dog of Vegeta? You only have one side to join my army. If you want, let me see if you are determined. Whoever kills the other is eligible to join me. Dales looked at the expression of the play and stabbed the insidious color in his eyes. Karkator, if you come in chaos, I can't guarantee the lives of others. Use the spirit tree fruit to swindle one party to join? The original purpose of Dales was to constantly invade and strengthen, and it was a coincidence that I met Vegeta. However, he has already controlled the situation in his own hands. His men in Klin and Tianjin have played fiercely, and it is not a quick fix to win him. RADITZ has not been able to withstand more than 3 times the king of the world, and his strength has fallen below half, even if he can't beat Dales with full strength. Just taking a single blow just made him almost collapse. The roots and stems that continue to spread out on the ground, these trees completely destroy the surrounding ecology, and they are dead and sinking, and are gradually turning the earth into a dead star. Even the sky is gloomy, and the desperate clouds consolidate the colors between the heavens and the earth into a smattering of lead and ink, and there is a repression in the breath. Even if the time is delayed, Dales can achieve the goal, leaving them with less time. www.readaloud.com. Suddenly, Vegeta laughed, ha 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 ha, Dales, what you said is really good. Proposal. Kill RADITZ, you can. Yes. It's rare for the prince to be so interested, hee. I can't help it either. Vegeta showed a sinister smile. I hope you can talk. I won't lie to you. Dales promised loudly that his eyes were full of pride, and he was happy no matter who died. Vegeta, stop. Sun Wukong stopped in front of Vegeta. Dalasi could make Gaku obstruct his plan and rushed to Wukong, kicking Wukong away and giving way to Vegeta. Looking at the Vegeta that came to him step by step, RADITZ did not say a word, the eyes flashed past. At the same time, Dales and Wukong were entangled together, and Vegeta's hands had gathered energy, and the hand was pushed out from the side, and RADITZ was ready, and the shock wave shook. Both of them pulled out a long shadow behind them, and the flashing light beam broke out. Just as they saw each other, suddenly, the two twisted their arms. And the two shock waves turned at the same time and turned to the direction of Dales. Boom! The huge explosion was deafening, and Dales stumbled forward and fell down on the spirit tree. Why? Hey, you don't know Vegeta, the Prince of Vegeta, how can you give it to you? RADITZ said disdainfully. Vegeta looked at Dales coldly. This is just one of the reasons. The most important thing is that your decent and enhanced means of inferiority are too big. Compared to RADITZ and Carocol. You make me sicker. Chapter 29, Spirit Tree Fruit. Hey! Hey! Rumble! The huge spiritual tree grows wildly, the shade of the trees obscures the faint light, and under the shadow of the horrible gloom, the explosions are one after another, and everyone is moving under the grey dust and shadows, and the fast posture keeps flashing. Days wears a string of necklaces and shiny earrings. It looks lazy on weekdays, but it is unambiguous in battle. The light in the hands is integrated into the ball of light, such as a cannon. The battle with him is Klein and Yamuti. The two have a lot of combat experience. Coupled with the ability to improve after cultivation, the air bombs that you come to me are staggered. Across the distance, Dales's Kakao is dealing with Tianjin Rice. He was originally a bounty hunter in the universe and his strength is good. The body is covered with metal armor and can be moved at high speed when the nozzles excite energy. Tianjin Rice has 3 eyes, and the observation is excellent. Others may not see the high-speed mobile Kakao, but Tianjin Rice can. Both of them are very strong, and it is difficult to find a breakthrough when fighting several times. The battle has also entered the stage of staleness. The RADITZ and Lakasi brothers are extremely fast, and the cooperation is also very tacit. The two men are in tandem with Gohan and Dumplings. 4 small men fluttered in the sky, colliding with each other, and the phantoms shuffled. You two little devils, dare to be against us. RADITZ, Lakase showed a smug smile, I want you to suffer more. Under them, Gohan and Dumplings have been scarred. After all, Gohan's combat experience is too small, and the enemy facing him is much stronger than the cultivated. Fortunately, Gohan was a scion, and he quickly learned the methods of combat in the battle, and his potential gradually developed. Despite this, Dumplings and Gohan are still difficult to defeat and can only resist. The two looked at the strong enemy, but the momentum was not weak. What is your look? I dare to look at me with such a fierce look, a hateful devil. It's not over yet. Gohan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and once again set his posture. His hands and feet were short and fine, but he was like a hard knife that was hard to fold, pointing to RADITZ and Lakase. If you want to end, go to hell. The two attacked again and the energy ball whizzed away. On the other hand, Dales also fell into a hard battle. RADITZ teamed up with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and 3 people besieged Dales. Vegeta Ben does not want to be a 3-in-1, if it is Frieza, it is only a lower level warrior. Pooh! Can reach Lei, but stare at him, who makes him the weakest of the 3 now. Therefore, RADITZ and Goku had to go forward to rescue and promote the situation of joint confrontation. Numerous fists and shadows collide and stagger, causing strong fluctuations in the air. Just as Sun Wukong has been able to play a dozen with Dales, plus the interference of the two, making Dales repeatedly recruited, the battle suit broke a lot of places. Anxiously, he ate a bite on Vegeta's leg, then grabbed Vegeta and threw it underground. RADITZ took the opportunity to make an uppercut and beat his blood in his teeth, but he opened Leitais with one leg. You have no use for obstructing me. The spirit tree has been planted, unless it is rooted out, even the earth is destroyed, or it is impossible to make it disappear. Dales glared at the most fierce Sun Wukong with him. A fist fell into the face of Wukong, the skin was wrinkled and the neck went to the side. That is, you still don't know the existence of Dragon Ball. In the speech, Goku forced his cheek against the fist of Dales, and straightened his neck. His power was amazing. Dragon Ball? The huge reaction from the hand? Dales suddenly groaned. The red arsenal attached to Wukong was a bit stronger, like the red fire of the sky, burning amazingly. 4 times the king of the boxing. Wukong's limit multiple is twice as small as Leitais, but he can still use his power to the extreme in a short time. The floating red light quickly wiped through the body of Dales, passing only a phantom left by Dales, and the airborne shadows dissipated, and Sun Wukong was exposed to the attack. Leitais' audible reminder, but not as fast as Dales, the figure has appeared behind Wukong. A palm of your hand, lost. Sun Wukong is also an afterimage. The real Goku has appeared behind Dales, from the top down. The sturdy bombardment slammed on the top of Dales's head, and the sinister power was completely vented, and the Dales was shocked. Dales, who suffered such a heavy blow, crashed down and fell on the thick branches of the spiritual tree. But the attack is not over yet, and Wukong is close to the body, kicking it with one foot, holding his ankle, and spinning at a high speed like a gyro. After many laps, Dales was thrown out and smashed through a few bushes, and a huge pit was found on the thick trunk. Combat power, more than 40,000. Dales sucked a cold breath. When he first engaged in the war, he felt that Sun Wukong's strength was extraordinary. When he played hard, he realized that Wukong had a slight advantage. If the physical strength of Wukong is gradually declining, his situation is actually very dangerous. Now trapped in the trunk, into a big word www.readwn.com back pains. Boom! Just as Dales was ready to get up, the shock wave arrived early, ruthlessly slammed on him, and the light expanded into a ball. The figure of Dales was swallowed up and covered by an explosion that gradually spread. The smoke dissipated, but Dales disappeared. He has hid behind the rocks, licking the bleeding, the left hand, and the cold sweat. Damn, all of a sudden, the strength of Karkarote exceeded my expectations. These guys. Dales gritted his teeth, and suddenly saw the growing spiritual tree, and laughed again. Hey, spirit! The fruit of the tree is just right, and the earth's soil is really suitable for planting, and it is unexpectedly picked up. Ha! Just as Dales was alone, Sun Wukong kicked the rock with a kick and hit him directly. Impossible! Dales flew out and felt that his body was disconnected from it. What he couldn't believe was that Karkalot had no detectors and how he could spot his position. He did not know that the earth has a way to master the gas. This kick kicked Dales to the side of the branch. As soon as he looked up, he saw Sun Wukong, who had already appeared in front of him. Dales, you admit defeat. Shut up! Dales was furious, not as good as gas, directly blasting large Qigong waves. Wukong is light and easy, and instantly jumps away. A ray of light blew a lot of spiritual tree branches, and Dale's eyes were bright. Sun Wukong rushed to counterattack. He did not care, there is only one thing in his eyes, fruit. There is a ripe fruit not far from the front. Oh! Not good! Leitais was shocked and opened the 3-time king punch, desperately rushing past, must stop him. Chapter 30, Open Artifact. Leitais noticed the fruit of the spirit tree. Once Darls got it, the consequences would be hard to say. The earth's soil is too rich in nutrients, and the cultivated spiritual tree is much better than other wild stars. Even if you eat one, the effect is extraordinary. Never let him succeed. The speed of the impending effort broke out instantly, making Leitais feel sore all over the place, but he did not hesitate to stop Dales. Wukong also noticed the actions of Dales, approaching faster, and the red light shimmering. Dales also moved, his eyes were bloody, and he rushed to rush. The three men are almost at the same time at full speed, for the same goal. Boom! The huge impact sounds for a long time, the debris of the trees splashed, and the large and sturdy roots of the tree broke on one side, and the dust filled the air and covered the human eye. Among the dust, the first to appear is RADITZ. After all, is it a step later? RADITZ stood at the farthest distance and gasped. He just made a fourfold king boxing in a moment, surpassing the physical limit at the moment, which greatly reduced his physical strength. Then he appeared in Wukong. He waved the smoke and lifted the state of Wang Chuan. He was also very tired. I hit Dales. Just now, Sun Wukong slammed it out of the body of Dales and smashed through the trees, causing the scene. With his strength at the time, it was enough to break the bones of Dales. No, look there. RADITZ pointed to the top of them, the empty branches, nothing. Despite the powerful blow of Sun Wukong, the purpose of Dales has been achieved. Still, let him get the fruit of the spirit tree, which is bad. RADITZ was shocked inside, and the last thing that happened to happen actually happened. The situation is not good. Wukong, give me a fairy bean, he will open it, we have to be prepared. Open. Don't worry about this, prepare a fairy bean and give it to the rest of Vegeta. RADITZ looked at Vegeta and decided to believe him. Then, let's take the rest of the spiritual tree fruit. How powerful is that fruit? Wukong threw a fairy bean in the past. It's very powerful, beyond imagination. RADITZ took over the fairy beans and solemnly emphasized. He wanted to spit out what really is powerful. The earth is right, everything is the best, or else there are so many things. The short conversation between the two was interrupted by a burst of laughter. The smile was extremely arrogant and arrogant. His laughter broke through the smoke screen, and the smile was sour and the air shook. That powerful atmosphere made RADITZ feel a little suffocated at this moment, his chest suddenly expanded and contracted, his face changed greatly. Sure enough, the spiritual tree of the earth has gained enormous gains, even to an incredible level. Dales slowly came over like a leisurely walk, and the evil smile hanging from the corner of his mouth was a mockery. Carcater, I was beaten very hard by you. And you, RADITZ, and Vegeta over there. Since you don't listen to me, you only have to send you to hell. What prince? Senior warrior, in front of my Dales, nothing is wrong. RADITZ listened and laughed. Why are you laughing? In my opinion, you can be regarded as the most unsatisfactory boss. It depends on the spirit tree to strengthen the strength. I fear that the strength of me and Vegeta will not be shot. Deliberately creating artificial moons will kill us after we consume our physical strength. Also, sneak attack on Bic, stupidly stealing the fruit to enhance the strength and then come out to show off. RADITZ gave Goku a look and stepped closer to Dales. Do you know where you are from, Vegeta? You don't have the self-esteem of the Scion. You. Dales's mouth twitched, and his anger slammed up. At the same time, RADITZ shouted, Wook! Sun Wukong immediately understood the meaning of RADITZ, and rushed out and went to Vegeta. At the same time, the fairy bean in his hand has been taken out and ready to be handed to Vegeta. Dales took a moment, although he did not know what plans RADITZ had, but he intended to stop Wukong, one-handedly exploding several energy bombs and blocking the way of Wukong. Then he pulled his legs and flew away, and he was about to intercept him. Snapped! One hand slammed the ankle of Dales and stopped the pursuit. At the high-speed movement, Dales' body looked around and turned his head, and his anger was unstoppable. RADITZ, start from you first. At the same time as he drank, he fell down like a meteor blasting to the ground, and a sonic boom occurred around him. RADITZ only felt that there was a shock from the strength of his body, and he almost made him a plane. Without hesitation, he immediately let go and fled. Rumble. After the numerous stones on the ground were broken into slag, they were turned into powder, and the air was washed into the distance. The impact of Dale's fall was only a little smaller than that of the giant cymbal. The surrounding pits formed a depth of more than 10 feet. Readaloud.com RADITZ eventually failed to run away, was swayed by the volatility, fell to the ground, and his limbs were soft. Just a hit, horror. Give you a good time. Dales raised his hand, 5 fingers open, a layer of gas to shine, condensed on the palm of his hand. This shot was taken on RADITZ, and it was never a joke. Clady's mouth is smiling. There are 2 figures in his eyes, Vegeta and Sun Wukong. At the crucial moment, the 2 ate the fairy beans and the state has recovered. Wukong directly mobilized the 4-time king boxing, and the more the front of the Vegeta, the red light rising in the air straight into the Dales. The value of the detectors of Dales jumped and it was found that the battles of the 2 men had risen to varying degrees. Funny. Dales turned back and opened his palms, and the pink light waves rushed like the tides. Sun Wukong and Vegeta look a glimpse, do not dare to face hard, and quickly evade. At this moment, RADITZ, who had almost no strength to get up, sent the fairy beans into his mouth. To say that the open artifact, the fruit tree fruit counts 1, the fairy bean is another 1, the magical ability of the blue blood resurrection in an instant full of blood and the growth ability after the recovery of the Scion people is the perfect match. RADITZ uses his own power to attract fire, 1 can let Goku and Vegeta recover, and second, you can reach the limit of sudden death, so that there is a chance to turn over. At the moment when the fairy beans entered the body, RADITZ felt a warm magical energy infiltrating all of him. The whole person enjoyed the same time in the hot water after a tiring day, and then the body was full of power in a moment. The wounds are healed, the strength is full, and even the spirit is extremely powerful, and the fighting power is stronger. Dale's back to RADITZ, the detector beats again, and the number is fixed at 40,000. Chapter 31, Last Chance. It's another 40,000 combat power. Dales was very surprised. He felt a sharp breath coming from behind him and then looked back. RADITZ. RADITZ, who had no strength to resist, just stood for a while, and stood up in the same place, and it looked like there was no injury. Even more frightening is that the detector accurately reflects the combat power of RADITZ at the moment, a full 40,000, it is incredible. Hell! Although I don't want to say this, I can't help but relax. His mind suddenly flashed a thought, did they steal the fruit tree fruit? No, they have no chance. Then why? Dales turned his eyes and couldn't understand it. Is it unexpected? RADITZ asked with a smile. It's just 40,000 combat power, and it's far from me. It won't be a while, pick up. RADITZ said that while swinging, the hands are pushed out and the shock wave is shining. The energy is constantly erupting from the hands of RADITZ, regardless of speed and power. At this time, Wukong and Vegeta floated to the sky, flying toward the top of the spiritual tree. Damn! You have to steal my fruit. Dales noticed the goals on both sides, and was furious at the time, bursting out a powerful arrogance, avoiding the shining shock wave, and no matter what RADITZ, but chasing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If you let them also eat the fruit of the earth's spiritual tree, then it is not good. Dales, who was advancing at full speed, looked at the Vegeta and Caroline in front of him, sipping staying and almost bursting out in the eyes. Oh, Dales erupted at a super high speed approaching them, and the flame that had been rubbed by the air pulled out a long arc. At this moment, the light and shadow behind him flashed, and Dales only felt a flower in front of him. RADITZ appeared. He stopped in front of Dales, with 1 hand and 5 fingers, his arms stretched straight, his long hair fluttering slightly, his face like a iron plate. What followed was a heavy impact on the fallen ground, Dales was beaten out by the air. Impossible. Dales exclaimed and flew back to the sky. His face was extremely ugly, his body was wolf, and he couldn't help but tremble after seeing the red flame on RADITZ. He did not believe that RADITZ had the potential to improve, and he could achieve a stronger level than him. He ate a spiritual tree fruit. But the previous blow did not fool people, and he was indeed defeated. The detector was alerted a few times, and a sharp, screaming scream was heard, which exploded. This explosion caused Dars to sweat again and again. It seems that your detector can't measure more than 100,000 troops. RADITZ's mouth was pulled, no time was wasted, and the attack was launched again. The two collided together, and Dales took the initiative to attack, kicked, and the airflow spiraled around, and the power was amazing. And RADITZ does not evade, hard to pick up this leg, strong muscles resist this blow, the body is shocked, but the face does not change. Then RADITZ dragged Dales's leg and pulled it to the side, punching him out, hitting his door. The red blood splattered and the air filled with sweetness. Dales slid back and forth, and there was chaos in his head. The eyes were black and lacquered, and then turned around. The huge gap made him panic, but he did not expect to eat the fruit desperately, still no effect. The only way is. Dales forcibly stabilized his mind and shouted to fly high. The sky was covered by huge shades of trees, but there were some little stars passing through the cracks. Dales looked up to the sky, and opened a shade of trees. The eyes received the light above, the pupils gradually dispersed, and the eyes were red. It also showed white. The body is still in the air, and it begins to expand. The sharp teeth are pierced from both sides, and the faces do. He still has a tail. The artificial moon has an influence on him, which can transform it into a giant. But Dales did not like the transformation of the giant python. The transformation was ugly and not completely controllable to him, but in order not to be defeated, he could only take risks. Stop! RADITZ was shocked and fired several energy balls. In the state of the four-time king boxing, his combat power has reached 160,000, and Dales's gas intensity is only half of him. Is the energy bomb enough to blow him up? At the time of insurance, RADITZ did not stop, constantly replenishing the waves, causing a huge earthquake in the air, and the earth shivered. The smoke is everywhere, and a tall, hill-like body suddenly breaks through the thick smoke screen, and the volcano falls. The shadows cover the large areas of the ground and scream. The furry body accepts all the energy bombs, unscathed, standing on the ground, like a mountain. It's so strong. RADITZ secretly wiped a sweat. After the transformation of the giant scorpion, Dales showed a smile and found the victor's feeling again. The powerful man remained sensible after his transformation. He did not control RADITZ, jumped, and went to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. At present he is the strongest. As long as he does not let other people touch the fruit of the spirit tree, he can replant the guy who eliminates these obstacles. You want to take my fruit away? See me ruin them! Dales screamed, his mouth wide open, and a white beam of light. Wrapped with huge energy, the light column swept across, almost turning the top of the spiritual tree into a white sea. The smoke of the sky was swept away, and the fruit of the spirit tree was wiped out. Wukong and Vegeta have each picked a ripe fruit. Although they hate this way, they can be the enemy. Vegeta is not willing to be much weaker than RADITZ. After all, he chose to eat it. Just finished eating, the thunder-like violent drink behind him and the glaring white mans are overwhelming. In a hurry, the two flew away to escape, but the huge impact power was huge, and the scope was so great that they could not escape. They could only hide behind the thick branches, and their hands were blocked in front of them. When the light retired, the two of them had already had a burnt smell, and there was smoke floating around them. As the body and clothing were covered with gas, although the upper body was already naked, the pants were not serious and still intact. Fortunately, in order to increase the scope of the attack, RADITZ was forced to reduce the attack power, otherwise the two were more fierce. RADITZ looked at the giant RADITZ, and quickly thought about the countermeasures. The fairy beans were gone, and the fruit tree was almost completely destroyed. I have no time to find a surviving fruit or wait for a new round of fruit. I am afraid that the earth can't wait. To win, only cut off the tail, but RADITZ is very cautious. Is there really a chance? RADITZ glanced down and tightened his fist. Chapter 32, Z Warriors. The battle below is over. Big Almond's high-speed rotation attack stagnate for a moment and emits light with his eyes, burning Almond's detector, and the momentary burst of smoke blocks the line of sight, causing Big to seize the gap and launch a fatal blow. After a year of hard work, Big has already increased the speed of the magical light-killing gun. After a short gas storage, it can be launched. It hits the heart and directly penetrates the heart of Almond. The combination of Klin and Yamuti also cooperated quite well, and DYZ was forced into a dead end. The ability to track the air bombs and the powerful cutting effect of the Chi, under. On the other hand, Tianjin Rice used the Sun Fist to shake Kaka's eyes, followed by Qigong Cannon to suppress him, almost broke through the ground and slammed it into the ground. Gohan and Dumplings were originally hard to support and did not dominate. The Rez and Lekeze brothers accidentally made a mistake. They slashed and smashed the Dumplings and vomited blood to the ground. Later, they made a Qigong wave and tried to kill them. So, Sun Wufan broke out. And who is against the wave? Don't wave with the Sun family, provoke who is angry, and don't provoke Sun Wufan to be angry. This is a famous saying. The outbreak of Sun Wufan was blocked in front of the Dumplings at a very fast speed, and the magic flash under the anger shook their eyes and shattered their bodies. The poor two brothers' expressions solidified on the dead face, and they screamed 3 words impossible before they died. The soldiers gathered together, took the Dumplings to the side of the inoperable Nappa, and then flew over the spirit trees. RADITZ saw them. Latte eyes, what should I do now? This scion is too strong to imagine, I am afraid that we are not an opponent together. Tianjin Rice worried. Don't say that together, 10 of us are useless together. RADITZ looked at the huge figure of RADITZ and shook his head. Damn! This is a horror for the Scion people. Is there no way? Can you deal with it by cutting off his tail? It's easy to say, he must be prepared, and if he makes a mistake, he may die. Big is more cautious, knowing that it is not an easy task to cut off his tail. RADITZ took a deep breath and looked at the crowd with a sharp light. He said, it is not impossible, but everyone must contribute, remember, there is only one chance. This way. Everyone listened to RADITZ and briefly explained the combat plan, and felt that this was the only way. Let's go. Headed by RADITZ, everyone lined up on the ruins, with varying degrees of scars on their faces, and the clothes were damaged and contaminated with countless dust. They will face a powerful enemy with great power, and it is very likely that they will die, but everyone looks determined. It is a kind of courage that the Qigong wave directly points to the eyebrows and does not change color. The wind blew over the cheeks, bringing a cool chill, and the white light sweeping of the giant python ended. The time has come. Haha, I didn't expect to fight with so many people. Klin rushed out and used laughter to ease his inner uneasiness. Maybe it is the last time, cherish it. The second departure is Tianjin Rice. We can win! RADITZ screamed firmly. Everyone spreads together. Clin, who ran in the first place, threw the scorpion. And the rotating disc was close to the tail of Dales, and once it hit, it could end the battle. The wind rushed from behind, the waves surged, and the scorpion was only a few meters away from the tail of Dales. The powerful impact was almost close to his body. At this moment, Dales moved. He has his feet moving. The pace is slightly skewed to the backside, flexibly twisting the waist and covering the tail. Who can think of such a huge body can be so agile? And the squad ran across the edge of Dales and rushed out of the sky. In the next second, he had a good waist and he regained his posture like a spring, spurting a beam of energy in the direction of Clin. Let's get out! RADITZ saw the situation is not good, first issued an energy bomb, Clin up. At first glance, Dales did not expect this operation. But then, the sky has already come to the Big Bang. Sun Wufan made a magic flash, the weak attack power did not let Dales care, he laughed and raised his head, facing Sun Wufan, eating this hit. Hey! There was an explosion on the face of Dales, but it was unscathed. Little devil, can you challenge me with this strength? What about this? Tianjin Rice yelled behind Dales, and subconsciously, Dales looked back, but it was actually a sun fist. The glare flashed in his eyes, and he lost his sight. At this moment, Clin's second Qi dynasty is ready, and suddenly slams. This time, Clin aimed at Darius's tail root and prepared to remove it directly. Wouldn't it be better to cut off half a hip? Seeing that the Qi is going to succeed, the giant Dales suddenly fell, rolled a circle, and once again escaped the earnest. Awful, failed. You guys use this method. Dales bounced his eyes, slowly recovering his vision, and his anger was even stronger. If it weren't for the urgency, it would have been a successful attack. Under the wrath, he leaped violently, his fist swung quickly, shaken Tianjin Rice, and knocked him down at once. Then he turned back and opened his mouth. A shock wave slammed into Sun Wufan, and Wu Wu panicked and lost his mind for a while. When the white shock wave almost swallowed Gohan, the interface suddenly hit a shimmer and blocked the shock wave. Behind Gohan's side is Bic and Sun Wukong, both of whom have exerted their full strength to protect Gohan. The smoldering sound, the sound of the wind screaming around, the countless debris on the ground was thrown into the energy vortex. RADITZ took the opportunity to jump, and Yamuti also leaped and sprinted quickly. Sun boxing. The cold drink of Tianjin Rice appeared again in the sky. Dales was shocked, but did not dare to look back, directly spurting out the energy bombardment and hitting Tianjin Rice again. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw Tianjin Rice again. The split of the four fists. How? The words have not been finished, the sun's fist has already drowned him. At the same time, Klein once again issued a scorpion, and Bic extended an extended arm, locked the body of Dales and fixed him. The match is just right. Not to be missed. Dales was surprised. This attack exceeded his expectations. He had decided to remove the Tianjin Rice first, and then solved Sun Wufan. Who knows, their tricks are so strange. At this moment, he was locked in the body, his eyes were invisible, and the situation was extremely critical. Not to mention cutting off the tail, it is possible to cut the body directly. The scorpion smashed with a smother, and even the ground cracked a long crack. Get out of my way! Dales gnawed his teeth. www.readaloud.com. An angry gas suddenly released, breaking Bic's arm and frying it into pieces. Although Bic was barely supported, he had to lose in the face of a powerful force. Not only that, but Dales immediately stepped forward and broke out with a sigh of relief, forming an invisible protective cover. The squadron once again flew to the sky, and the hearts of several people suddenly cooled. Finished. It's not finished yet. Yamuti fingers flew, the big gas bomb flew from the sky, caught the chi, using the energy of the gas bomb, hard and squeezing the gas reapproaching Dales. Still a little bit. The power of the gas bomb is not enough to break through the enthusiasm of the giant scorpion. At the crucial moment, Vegeta appeared, and his moves saved the power and were facing the impact of Dales. RADITZ's five-fold king boxing state full of shining sparks followed, and the two major scion attacks broke the block. The atmosphere is turbulent, the ground is crashing, and the stone is broken. The scorpion slammed away and touched the tail of Dales. At this moment, Dales recovered his vision and bounced the scorpion with amazing energy. The tail bleeds, but there is still no break. Ha 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 ha. Dales was laughing and unscrupulous. Corresponding to it, there are people who have nothing to do. Ha 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 ha, ha, ah. Dales's face suddenly changed, his body froze, slowly began to change. Behind him, a samurai knife cut his tail. Asia, a kilobe. Everyone was stunned. Sure enough, the key moment, you need a yakilube. Chapter 33, Escape. When the tail was broken, Dales immediately turned into an ordinary human form, and the combat power dropped rapidly. RADITZ gave a thumbs up to a kilobe and praised him. If there is no such thing as this time, there may be less fierceness. And a kilobe hurried away, a look that was not related to him, how far it was. There is a sneak peek, deep possession, and name. This is the legendary figure. But what Akalibo thinks is, God knows that there is no trick after Dales, I don't want to take risks. In fact, Dales has been dead end, there is no way. Although RADITZ, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta in front of him consumed a lot of physical strength, when the strange red light was shining, the combat power would suddenly increase. He knew that it was his end. At this time, Kakao climbed out of the ground and finally breathed fresh air. Tianjin Rice blasted him into the ground, but failed to kill him. He only broke his jet, so that he could not accelerate the flight and lost some power. Kakao, who had finally climbed up, was not found. He was surrounded by Darls and the first thought was whether to escape. Since everyone has failed, why not escape? As a bounty hunter in the universe, he knows the truth of self-protection. Almost no hesitation, he pulled his legs and prepared to leave, and looked up, but saw a plane flying to the spirit tree. There was an old man and a pig on the plane. Next to it was a beautiful woman. The young blue-haired girl was flying. Kakao's eyes turned and she smiled. He wants these people to be able to find it accurately, mostly with those people on Earth. Then Kakao jumped up and landed on the top of the plane, holding the plane in one hand and riding it close to the encirclement. You let it go. Otherwise, just wait for the corpse. Dars, I am coming. A big drink shocked others, and surrounded by the eyes of Dales, there was hope again. Kakao actually saved him. Kakao, who hijacked the plane, thought about the seeds of the fruit tree. The seeds were only available to Dales. If he fled alone, I am afraid that there would be no such good way to enhance strength in the future, so I decided to take the risk to save the doll. Sis. Anyway, someone is in the hands of him, he is fearless. What's wrong? Bulma suddenly felt that the manipulation was unstable, and something was pressing on it. The turtle immortal perceives a powerful gas on the plane, compared to a landing gesture. We seem to be too close and hijacked. Ah! What to do? What to do? Oolong screamed and his face was pale. I said I don't want to come. It's dead. Noisy. You don't want to see if there are any beautiful aliens. The old man, is it you? Give me peace. Only seeing Goku they are. Bulma was ready to land, but found that the plane was not under her control, completely mastered by Kakao, and went straight to Dales. She originally wanted to see the results of the battle. Who knows that the global environment is rapidly deteriorating, and the reports are one after another, which makes her feel very uneasy. So, by the location signal left by the detector, she took the Turtle Immortals, Oolong and Lan Chi in Turtle Island and went to the battlefield to see what happened. Who knows that it will become a prisoner? The plane slowly stopped at the ground. When the aircraft heard that Bulma and Oolong had been calling Gaku, Gaku, Kakeo, and Dales smiled smugly. Wukong is not Karkalot. These people really know how to know them with Caroline. Dales gasped heavily and held the cockpit in one hand. Hey, Dales, with a few Earth people as hostages, won't I kill you? Vegeta reached out and pointed at Dales, quickly forming an energy bomb in front of her palm. Wait, Vegeta. RADITZ quickly deceived and took Vegeta's wrist. There are people in our plane. I don't care. I want to save people. If you want to deal with Dales, wait a little longer. RADITZ's tone was also very tough, and the two men looked at each other and sparked. Humph. Vegeta opened the hand of RADITZ and turned her back. That's it, RADITZ, let us go now, don't chase. Impossible, what do you do if you kill them? Don't push me too tight, consider the consequences. RADITZ thought it would be tougher, or Dales would probably ask for more excessive demands. There is only one you can follow, others don't move. Dale's 5 fingers snapped into the cabin and took the plane and slowly took off. Other people will die together. It is good. RADITZ gave everyone a reassuring gesture and followed it up alone. After a great battle, Dales failed. The painful ending made him feel a little angry. He could see from the sky that the earth had been absorbed by the spirit tree and suddenly laughed. How about losing yourself? It is not for you to pay the price, but it is a price that is difficult to make up. I still won. Dales thought. The 3 people reached the location of the spaceship with the same plane. It was a huge spaceship, and the door was wide open, like the return of someone. Go to the destination, hand in. RADITZ asked for a person. Don't worry, let me go to the spaceship first. No. Kakeo is going to launch a shockwave and look at RADITZ provocatively. Don't be impulsive, Kakeo. Dale stopped in time, and with a wave of his hand, he split the half of the frame directly and smashed it to the side. The old man, the pig, and the pretty woman came down. I heard this sentence and everyone ran down. Dales reached out and stopped Bulma. You can't, stay in the plane. Said, his eyes suddenly brightened www.readwn.com to explore behind Bulma. Bulma quickly grabbed the key parts of the body and exclaimed, No. I am a beautiful woman, but I still don't make a noise, kill you again if you quarrel. Dales took back his hand and threatened. Turtles, they ran to RADITZ and hid. Only RADITZ and the two confronted each other. Kakeo, you will continue to ascend the plane, wait for the spacecraft to start, and let go. If RADITZ does not want her to die, she will save her and will not stop us. Dales said that he had retired and went to the entrance of the spacecraft. He pointed to Bulma with one hand and his eyes back and forth on RADITZ. Kakeo continued to float upwards as he took the plane, and he waited until the spacecraft started. The tense confrontation ended in a violent shock, the tail of the spacecraft was successfully ignited, and Kakeo released his hand. I suddenly got into the spaceship. RADITZ is waiting for this opportunity. His speed of the king's boxing is much faster than the spacecraft. Suddenly broke out, and quickly caught Bulma, and gave it to the turtle fairy, and he continued to ascend and chase the spaceship. What happened to him did not happen. The large spaceship exploded, the smoke and the fire blocked the progress of RADITZ, and at the same time, a single person rushed out of the atmosphere with a spaceship. Kaka's broken body flew to the square with the explosion, and it looked very invincible in the fire. RADITZ did not want to reach Lei and will kill Kakeo. Dales had long known that the speed of the large spacecraft would be chased slowly. At the beginning, he did not intend to take Kakeo together. Eventually Kakeo was only trying to stop the victims of RADITZ. Ha 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 ha. Manic laughter echoed in a single spaceship. Chapter 34, Dragon Ball is gone. The spacecraft that rushed out of the atmosphere could no longer be recovered. RADITZ stopped here and tried to improve his anger and let others know his position. It is imperative to prevent the expansion of the spiritual tree. The only thing that can do this is Dragon Ball. Bulma, give me Dragon Ball radar. I want to find Kilongjizu as soon as possible, fast. RADITZ urged. Bulma dropped a cold sweat and pointed to the plane that crashed. It may be broken. No bad, in my hands. The turtle fairy took out the Dragon Ball radar, and the sunglasses flashed with wisdom. I expected the Dragon Ball to be used in advance, so I took the radar and got it free. Not enough. I don't want to be Master Wu Tian. RADITZ was overjoyed. That. I don't know if I got it wrong, but the person who looks like Wukong took something from me. Bulma's voice is getting smaller and smaller, as if he has noticed something irreparable. What? It seems to be Gohan, hat. A hat only. RADITZ waved his hand indifferently and suddenly stopped. Do you have Dragon Ball on the hat of Gohan? The turtle fairy was also shocked. Yes, that time, after the completion of the wish, I found the 4 planets back, and then set them back. I always prepared to return to Gohan, but I always forgot, and today I just brought it out. In the dialogue just now, Wukong vaguely revealed the existence of Dragon Ball. Although Dales has never seen it, it will always be seen when he sees the unique appearance of Dragon Ball. If this is the case, the trouble will be big. At this time, everyone gathered and saw a few pieces of the broken cosmic ship and a few people who were safe. What about the Dales? Vegeta took the lead in asking questions. Ran. Let him run. He also took a Dragon Ball. Turtle Immortal added. At the time, everyone's face was blue and green, and they were on the spot. The absorption of the spiritual tree is too fast. Without the power of the Dragon Ball, they cannot stop the disaster at all, and the Earth will be completely destroyed. Did you beat Dales, but lost the Earth? That's really worth the candle. It doesn't matter to Vegeta and Nappa, but for Wukong, the Earth is their hometown. Go to the gods, maybe he has a way. Sun Wukong made a suggestion, and after a while, suddenly screamed in surprise, look! Mr. Bobo! Looking down his fingers, there was a dark-skinned man coming from a flying carpet, holding a delicately decorated pot in his hand. Mr. Bobo! Is it the who brought you here? Wukong! Bobo stopped the magic carpet. The gods have seen it in the heavens. This is the super water that he asked me to give you. As long as it spills into the roots of the spirit tree, it should stop it from spreading. Super God water? Isn't it for drinking? Goku remembers to use the power of Super God water when dealing with the big devil. Super God water itself is highly toxic, but also has the effect of detoxification. It may be useful to deal with the spiritual tree. Because the spiritual tree is the fruit of the legendary god, so the gods will let you try. Bobo handed the pot to Sun Wukong. Super water? Wukong is dubious, but now he can only die as a horse doctor. He held the pot and flew to the spirit tree, and sprinkled it all the time until every drop of super water dripped. The effect of super god water was immediately exerted. And the expansion of the spirit tree ceased. However, the impact that the earth has suffered has not recovered, and almost a quarter of the earth has fallen into a state of extinction. Still have to find Dragon Ball. In order to accomplish this goal, it is necessary to upgrade the power and modify the spacecraft, and to explore the position of the Dragon Ball. Therefore, everyone chooses to take a short break. During this time, Bulma is preparing to develop the Cosmic Dragon Ball radar, and RADITZ wants to ask Bulma's father, Brive, to build a gravity training room. In the half-month period, there have been violent incidents everywhere on the Earth, and the turmoil has not stopped. Large and small cities and villages are vying for the remaining resources, and even armed groups have waged wars for survival. The king assigned a number of troops to rescue and suppress and try to stabilize the situation. Natural disasters and man-made disasters have caused peace to gradually die out. RADITZ floats high and can see the port and the sea connected to it. The sea is the last piece of purity on earth. The sun shines from the broken clouds and forms various mottled beasts on the sea. The city where he used to live is also a coastal city. There are also countless ships that enter and leave the port every day, and whistle the whistle, just like the expedition. When I was a child, I didn't go home after school, and I often went to see the sea alone. The vastness of the sea can calm him down. A busy day, being able to stay in the sea under the last glory of the sun and look at the distant view is always a kind of happiness. Counting, he hasn't seen the sea for a long time. Even this color is rare. Think about it. Most of the kings are green. RADITZ, how long do you have to watch here? Vegeta said that the gravity chamber was built and told you to train. Naba's hand rested on RADITZ's shoulder. The earth is a good place. Okay. Look at this scenery, you can't see it on other planets. Naba is a bit strange, looking at the endlessly clear sea. www.readwn.com. The seagulls flying high and high are passing by, the waves are whispering, and the air is full of moist and cool fresh taste. Right. Well, yes. Naba said, can Vegeta call? Let him wait. This. Are you afraid of him, not afraid of me? RADITZ asked coldly. Naba can't refute it, only to endure it silently. At this moment, RADITZ is indeed much stronger than him. Even Vegeta has admitted that he still has something to say. Feel the good life, life is not much time, RADITZ said. In fact, in the past 2 months, Naba also felt that the earth is very comfortable. His militant personality has been fully erupted in the most advanced game consoles, and all kinds of battle games are all imperfect. Although they have repeatedly defeated RADITZ, the enthusiasm for the game has not diminished. In addition to fighting, his biggest fun is fighting games. Vegeta and Goku competed once and lost to Wukong, so they made up their minds and thought about how to surpass these two brothers day and night. In the evening, several people ate together. The Scion people always competed for the amount of food. Vegeta lost the battle and refused to lose the food. Others also did not let the crazy diet, and often placed a table next to each person to empty the plate. Gohan often goes to big training and occasionally plays with the fast dragon. The coconut trees of Turtle Island are swaying in the breeze. Under the sun, the turtles are wearing sunglasses and lying on the loungers. The beauty magazines around them exude a beautiful taste. Let's go, the gravity training room should be built. RADITZ turned and finally looked at the sea. Chapter 35, Gravity Training Room. When RADITZ and Naba returned to the Bulma family, everyone had waited for a while. Vegeta had long been eager to get into the test, just waiting for RADITZ to appear. There are 2 built-in gravity training rooms, one is built in Bulma's home. After all, her family is large, and multiple gravity training rooms are nothing. The other is actually a gravity device, mounted on the new spacecraft Hope. It was transformed from the fragments of the spaceship of Dales and the single-person spacecraft of the Scion, suitable for long-distance space navigation. At first, Vegeta saw a hemispherical ordinary house-like building, which was very disdainful. Clades has always said how useful this stuff is, so that he can look forward to it even if he doesn't believe it. Everyone, I have waited for a long time. Let's go in. RADITZ first approached the gravity room. Others are close behind. Into the wall to see the silver color of the metal, a central control system in the middle as a column to support the roof, a variety of sophisticated adjustment modules are available, in addition to a high-strength floor. There are no ornaments and equipment in the empty room, completely empty to the practitioners, surrounded by only 4 transparent glass. The space is large enough to accommodate so many people, and there are separate dressing rooms, bathing rooms, and lounges on the side. The central control module buttons can be used to adjust the humidity, temperature, content of the air, etc. Small attack robot flying in the air. These are the improvements that RADITZ proposed according to his own expectations, which is much better than the ordinary gravity room. Although in a hurry, the effect of the gravity device can only be played 200 times, but for them at the moment is enough. This place is the perfect place to practice. Vegeta looked around and his face was not very good looking. Compared with the technology of Vegeta Star, Earth technology is really rubbish. Has it created such a thing? Vegeta has a feeling of being deceived. Yes, it is here. Are you kidding me? It's not as good as the mountains. Don't worry, do you think the device here is a display? RADITZ smiled and strode to the center console. Now we are in an environment where the Earth is twice as heavy as the Earth, which is the most common one. Double gravity. Next, let's try 10 times the gravity, which is the environment of the Vegeta Star. Say, RADITZ presses the input, enters the number 10 into the system, and the screen flashes twice, eventually stabilizing. Suddenly a slight vibration of the floor, accompanied by the strange noise of the ear, made everyone shocked. In the next second, the color of the room suddenly changed, and the light faded, and there was a dark red that filled the whole space. In the red light, gravity has turned into 10 times. They have long lived in the earth and suddenly there is a feeling of returning to the King of the Stars, as if there is power in the ground to hold their hands and feet, pull them down. It's amazing, it works. Goku shouted. Actually, I also thought about getting such a device. It's great. As long as you can reach the cultivation effect of the King of the Stars in the room, it is not bad. Hey! Vegeta was cold. That arrogant little eye is saying but so. Next, try 15 times. RADITZ changed the number again, pressed the confirmation button, and after a brief reaction, the vibration and the beep sound came together, and the gravity suddenly increased. At the same time, intelligent devices automatically change the data such as air pressure and humidity to create the most suitable environment. 15 times gravity, a little challenging. Klein grinned, sweating on his head, and taking it out in secret. Yamuti is in a worse state, squinting and barely able to persist. These days, there is no cultivation, the body is over-relaxed, and at one time there is no preparation at all. Suddenly, it is pressed by 15 times gravity, and its feeling can be imagined. For the Scion, 15 times is also very easy, and Vegeta even reveals a skeptical look, is it really possible to improve the combat power? He clasped his hands around his chest, raised his eyebrows, and was extremely distrustful. RADITZ is provoked by his expression, you are not skeptical, let you experience high multiples directly. You should go out first, leave me and Vegeta 2 people. Let me introduce him separately. RADITZ smiled, but with an irrefutable majesty in his tone. Wukong nodded and took the lead, followed by Gohan and Bic. In this way, everyone went out, but they were not willing to leave, and they waited on the glass of the gravity room. I saw that the two stood straight as if they were riding a gun. The person who did not know the truth thought that the two had to fight. Under 15 times of gravity, the two were very relaxed. RADITZ faced Vegeta and his hand sneaked into the control panel and entered 50. Hey! Suddenly, gravity is rising rapidly. How about RADITZ's heart? Suddenly he was stupid, not right, he was in the gravity room, didn't he? Just reacted, but it was already late, like a hill from the sky and bucking on himself, the bones creaking www.mtlnovel.com legs trembled slightly. Vegeta was not much better. The arms around him were untied, and the figure was short and the teeth were stuck. How? RADITZ deliberately asked. Oh, it's stronger than just, a little, it's nothing, nothing. Look at who can. RADITZ said with a hand, squatting on the rise button on the side of the input, here is the touch sensing, which can directly double the gravity without a number. Under 50 times of gravity, the induction is not known how sensitive, the gravity multiple immediately rises. The two men widened their eyes, their faces were blue, and they sighed with a sigh of relief. No one would think. At this time, I thought that the face was resting. RADITZ and Vegeta both had this idea, and they were confronted with rising gravity. They all had blushing necks and thick blood in their eyes. If you can't do it, say, I can hold on. You. The two did not have the strength to speak at the end. The body is still good, the internal organs are already exploding under the soaring gravity. If it is not the gas protection in the body, they will be abolished. The crowds on the scene did not know what the two were doing. They saw that the numbers on the display kept rising and they exclaimed. It's 100 times that, it's RADITZ. Vegeta is also very powerful. Look at them, they are not moving under such gravity. In the words of Wu Tian's teacher, they are called Yuan Yu. Oh. Yet, gravity is 150, look, they fell. Go down. Save people. Klein yelled. Wuka, cut off the power. Chapter 36, Our Journey is the Vast Galaxy. After a crisis of near death, RADITZ has warned everyone with a strong heart, and cultivation is moderate. The consequences of blind expansion are terrible, and RADITZ has a certain shadow after entering the gravity chamber. At that time, the gravity multiplier of the final freeze was 159. This level of gravity made them unable to move, and it is not now challenging. This time, if there is a Goku cut off the power supply in time, he and Vegeta may be less fierce. Fortunately, when I proposed to use an independent power supply, RADITZ said that it is okay. Otherwise, it's a bit embarrassing to think about it now. However, this also allowed Vegeta to appreciate the intensity of gravity training, so that he would not dare to look down on this seemingly ordinary building. The next day, the real cultivation began. Vegeta is a loner, occupying the training room of the spaceship, while others are divided into two batches of rooms that enter the ground. The Scion and Bic are training in high intensity and high multiple, and others are embarrassed to wait until they come out. At the beginning, everyone repeated basic physical training, squats, push-ups, etc., and they were a little familiar with the practice of kicking and kicking. After training for a day, Vegeta fell in love with this cultivation environment. Some people hate the boring things, and some people take this as a pleasure, and they can put a lifetime of energy into one thing. A Punch, practiced tens of thousands of times, and did not slack off, in order to increase the speed of the boxing of 0.01s, this is the Scion. It is because of this characteristic that the so-called fighting people can become stronger and stronger. So, half a month later, everyone is madly crushing themselves and trying to push the strength to a stable higher level. And Bulma has also done the Cosmic Dragon Ball radar and added enough fuel for a large spacecraft for a month. As the days of departure approach, they are about to go to the universe, carrying the hope and heading for the vast Milky Way. On the day of departure, everyone gathered at the Bulma home. The Turtle Ferry was just for the trip. The dumplings and the Yamuti did not go to the spaceship. They felt that the strength was a little far away. They didn't want to drag their legs and decided to continue their cultivation in the gravity room. It was not easy for Gohan to get the approval of Kiki. The big man of RADITZ played a big role. Compared with Goku, RADITZ is much more reliable in Kiki. However, even if it is on a spaceship, it has different purposes. In order to test his strength, Vegeta defeated Goku and then defeated RADITZ. Naba is no way, who is going to be a big man. Bic did not want to join, but he was consciously too far away from the Scion. I am afraid that it would be dropped again. Another reason is that Gohan also went. He could think that Sun Wukong's children were more pleasing than Sun Wukong. The rest are indispensable to save the planet. Goodbye, you should do it. Next time I will strengthen my strength, let's go with you. Ahahaha. Yamuti waved to everyone, and Pool also said goodbye. RADITZ responded with a polite and unsmiling smile. My heart secretly sighed, there may be no chance for you to be active in the future, but for your appearance rate, I will work hard. Tianjin. Dumplings just wanted to talk and were pushed away by one hand. A yellow-haired woman walked to the front with a gun. Tianjin Rice, you gave me alive and come back, the old lady is waiting for you. Lankai is now in a yellow-haired state, and the eruption looks like a super scion. The difference is not radiant. Even Tianjin Rice was scared, 3 eyes were holding at the same time, and a drop of cold sweat slipped from the head. Kiki, Bulma, Turtle Grandpa, and everyone, we are leaving. The earth will be handed over to you. Gaku laughed and waved his arms, and was very impressed with the upcoming journey. That's how he is, always optimistic about everything, but the time of caution is unambiguous. Kiki sobbed with a handkerchief, and Wukong, Gohan said goodbye, the Demon King has been patted her back, comforting her. Do not worry, Wukong. I will take it for you to protect the earth. Gaixian said with a smile. That will only get worse and worse, old man. Oolong, what do you say? He is right, it is more dangerous to have your words. Bulma, you say the same thing. The turtle fairy was very hard hit, and he sighed deeply, causing everyone to laugh. Inside the spaceship, Vegeta has been waiting impatiently. Karkalot, get off. I'm coming. The last Gaku entered the spaceship, the door closed, and a huge circular spacecraft flew into space. Wow, are they okay? After all, the 2 scions are evil camps. There are Gaku and RADITZ, rest assured. The turtle fairy held his cane and looked up at the sky. The heart cheered for everyone. When the sight was gone, it showed a wretched smile. Ah, the earth will give it to these young people, my old bones are still chatting with Bulma. The moment I turned back www.readaloud.com, a heavy punch hit the old turtle, and almost sent him to space. The darkness of the vast universe is quiet and desolate. Countless planets rotate in the deep darkness, reflecting the transparent light quietly. The distant nebula flashes with pale white glittering highlights, and the edges are rolling with bright purple flocculent fluids, both like being infected by frost and covered with misty dust, making people see a psychedelic beauty of. The infinite universe is full of unknowns, and it is this mysterious unknown that attracts people to explore. In the spaceship, Vegeta manipulated the direction and set up an automatic flight after entering the scheduled orbit, going to the position displayed by the Dragon Ball radar. Prior to this, the King of the King had already passed the message with RADITZ, and the King told them that Dales was inconsistent and often changed his itinerary. The reason why Dales dared to brag that he was not afraid of Flassa, was the advantage of playing guerrilla warfare. Otherwise, depending on his stinky level, it is also a matter of a finger. It is estimated that Flassa is not too scary to find him. As long as Dales is interested, the power of Frieza will close one eye. But no matter where he goes, Dragon Ball radar can track it. The spacecraft continued to march, and everyone decided to start practicing. The internal gravity chamber was relatively small, and only 3 people could enter each time. Therefore, the order could only be arranged and exchanged in turn. There are only 7 celestial beans. In order to save consumption, RADITZ stipulates that during training, it should not be too hard, so as not to eat the peas too early. In addition to the gravity chamber, the space for washing and sleeping is comfortable, as well as a variety of leisure equipment. RADITZ specially requested the best sound system, and put his own music copy of Dandan Heart Charm to invite people to sing and put it in. After listening to this song while practicing or relaxing, it is definitely a kind of enjoyment. Chapter 37, Metal Planet. After sailing for nearly 2 days, the spacecraft advanced in a super-accelerated state, smooth and unobstructed. Everyone is also in an orderly manner to switch between the practice and the rest. There is an emergency call device on the spacecraft. Once there is a major situation, an alarm will be issued immediately, so there is little need to worry about it. There is no reference to time in the universe, and there is always a black lacquer outside. It can only be judged by the instrument how much time has elapsed. RADITZ took a shower and walked out of the special door, wearing a bath towel on his shoulder and wearing only his underwear. He is very satisfied with the current strong body, and he has been enjoying it for a long time in front of the mirror. Going to the main cabin, you can see the outside scene through the huge transparent shield, and RADITZ can see it for a moment. Behind, Sun Wufan and Gaku just finished the shower and came to the main cabin with Big to take a break. Uncle Big, let's eat something. I don't need to eat food to sustain my life. This is what I personally did. Gohan's eager look blew down. Big suddenly changed his face, and he said, "That, then eat a little." The face of Gohan's meal overflowed with a smile, such as seeing the clouds and seeing the sun, sweeping away the haze. RADITZ, who is facing them, smiles. It was a correct decision to let Gohan and Big partner in the beginning, which is a natural pair. Big can be regarded as a person who is arrogant and unsociable. He usually speaks to Sun Wukong, and he is still an enemy and a friend. He can really touch his inner gentleness and only realize Wu. The two men cultivated deep feelings during the 1-year cultivation time, and the relationship developed very naturally. "Big brother, don't you come and eat?" Wukong chewed a square snack and shouted. "I am not hungry, you guys." The voice did not fall, and the spacecraft's alarm suddenly sounded, interrupting his voice. The interior glows red and all the extra work stops instantly, including the gravity training room. Everyone rushed to the main cabin, and there was a trace of panic on his face. Vegeta rushed to the driver's seat, checked the meter, and others looked around and found no danger to the outside. No fault. The spacecraft will automatically circumvent all kinds of debris in the universe, and there is no possibility of impact. Is there a sudden explosion? It was not detected. Not only can the alarm not be eliminated, but it is getting louder and louder, and the frequency of red flashing is getting faster and faster, as if dangerous things are about to happen. RADITZ felt his body fall down, the engine of the spacecraft seemed to have lost its effect, and the surrounding gravity field was severely distorted, like a huge whirlpool, to the cosmic ship. "Look below." Klin posted on the side of the transparent shield, and the eyes swept to the lower part of the scene. It was a strange planet, the elliptical appearance was dark gold, exuding the brilliance, the dull tones revealed a gloomy chill, and their spaceship was approaching the planet, or by this the planet is absorbed in the past. They flew along the trajectory of the voyage. After calculation, there is no such a planet. How can this happen suddenly? Stabilize. Turn the driving force to the maximum, leave this place, if it is sucked down, it may crash. RADITZ exclaimed. He did not count and know that it is absolutely dangerous to fall according to the current acceleration. Break the atmosphere. The spacecraft rubbed a spark in the atmosphere, and the fire and the vibration came together. The insiders felt a fierce bump, and the uneasiness rushed into the heart. It is absolutely fatal to encounter such a thing in an unfamiliar universe. I knew that I would bring Bulma together. After all, it is an expert who is familiar with technology. If you have any problems, you can ask her to fix it. Now it is too passive. Vegeta is pushing the power to the maximum, but it still can't completely stop the huge attraction, and the two are in a stalemate. It seems that there is a hand of Optimus holding their spaceship, pulling straight down, and the spaceship is like a bird rushing into the sky, struggling to hit the sky. The alarm flashed red and violently, the sound was sharp and the hull of the cosmic ship was shaking. Right, there is an operation manual. Klin, where did Bulma put your manual? RADITZ flashed. In the blind on the console. RADITZ immediately rushed to the console, flipped through the manual, and while pressing the button on the panel, a series of graphic data popped up on the screen. In a hurry, RADITZ's brows gradually wrinkled. The atmosphere of this planet is not much different from that of the Earth, which means that human-like creatures may survive on this planet. Curiously, the water content here is extremely small, and the metal reaction is strong enough to spread throughout the planet. The closer they are to the planet, the more they are surprised, because the ground presents a metallic color, countless tall buildings that stand in the heavens and the earth, or mountains that look like metal. The vertical and horizontal steel frame out of the city, the shiny and unknown metal covers everything. www.readaloud.com. How is this possible? RADITZ forehead sips sweat. What happened? We have to leave the planet, it is made entirely of metal, and has life. As the saying goes, everyone can't help but feel creepy, and the back of the spine climbs up to the poisonous snake. The spacecraft was sucked by huge gravity, as if it were the subjective will of the planet. Did it want to engulf the spaceship? The terrible thoughts flashed past, everyone was shocked, and the propulsion that was barely supported was once again more powerfully attracted, and the spacecraft was pulled towards the metal planet. RADITZ made up his mind and opened the hatch. I am going out, Gaku, with me. What is the solution? Only the effect of using our Qigong wave reaction force can push the spacecraft. The energy of the two of us should be added together. It should be enough. It turned out to be the case, then do it. Gaku immediately understood the meaning of RADITZ and nodded. The two flew to the back of the cosmic ship, clinging to the outer casing, slamming, concentrating energy on the hand and compressing it into a ball. Turtle Pie Qigong. Both are ready to make a turtle Qigong. What? With a violent drink, the two simultaneously launched Qigong waves, the blue light overshadowed the flames ejected by the spaceship, and the huge counterthrust that erupted pushed the two to the sky, which in turn propelled the spaceship. The attraction of the metal planet is no bigger than the terrible energy of the turtle Qigong. The horrible shock wave directly hits the metal surface. After the dull impact, the roaring explosion sounds, and the smoke is rolling. With the smoke rising, the spaceship successfully broke away from the bondage. Chapter 38, Crisis. Under the impetus of the Qigong of the turtles, the spacecraft revived its vitality, just like the dragons ascending to heaven, and then unconstrained after leaving the hustle and bustle. RADITZ suddenly felt that the attraction of the ground gradually faded, as if he was scared by the blow of the turtles, and did not dare to act any more. Let's go. Wait. Look at it. Gaku pointed to the ground and was shot in a hole, his face was not good looking. RADITZ looked down his fingers and stagnate for a moment. The dark gold surface collapsed and collapsed, drawing a wonderful pattern at a very high speed. It looked like a forest painted with black paint, and dozens of long robots were punched out from it. The manipulator's faint light rises, and the armor that covers the long robotic arm is cut open to reveal the shooting. The bullets spread, the bullets rushed out, and there was no dead angle in all directions, and at the same time as the attack, the mechanical long arms continued to stretch, trying to wrap around the spaceship. It changed the strategy. RADITZ was shocked and launched the energy bomb in a row, blocking the spacecraft. He quickly swam on the edge of each arm, as long as they were cut, it prevented the shooting. WOM, blow up the body directly. There was a blast in the air, and RADITZ had already eliminated several mechanical long arms, and the metal claws reached the sky and fell weakly. However, there are more mechanical claws on the ground that rush to the spaceship at a rapid speed, and it is even bigger and thicker. The outer armor is also sharper and thicker. There are sharp ribs in each joint, like teeth. The beast madly attacked. Damn! Come on! Gaku flashed a claw shot of a frontal attack, and saw the endless robots rushing out of the black cave. The two people can't get out of the body under the numerous mechanical surrounds. To say strength, these things are very weak, and they are not their enemy. It is undoubted that these machines have an advantage over the number and the degree of difficulty. In the chaos, a large number of mechanical claws entangled the cosmic ship, this time directly pulling it to the planet in a violent drag. Numerous combat experiences tell Sun Wukong that the opponent's purpose is not them, but a spaceship. At this time, Vegeta also jumped off the main cabin, rushing forward and smashing a large piece of mechanical claws with gas. "RADITZ, Karkalot, what are you doing? Vegeta, be careful. Hey, this uncle doesn't have to take care of you." Vegeta said that he had violently slammed the Qigong wave, and the one after another exploded. The black cave suddenly feared losing, suspended the transport arm, and the rest swayed in the air, like the densely populated trees in the jungle. Although the attack was suppressed, the spaceship was still tied and slowly dragged to the ground. The crisis has not yet been lifted. The pattern of the metal planet's ground was expanded again, and the slender robotic arm fell to the periphery, leaving the middle position. In the dark golden luster, a dark behemoth rushed out, and the solid metal floor burst open and made a few deep ditch pythons. The figure of the giant stands between the heavens and the earth, and its posture constantly rises. Its shape is not much different from that of the human body. At first, only the skeleton and main frame of metal, from the skull to the shoulder blades, spine, arms, are all available. Gradually, all the surrounding metal elements gather toward it, filling the internal meridians, blood vessels, muscles, and even the hair of the body surface. It only has the upper body to be active, and the lower body is deep in the black cave, but this is so high, it is too high to imagine, as if reaching out to reach the sky. What exactly is this guy? So big? Sun Wukong was shocked. That is what it is, just knocked down. Vegeta did not care so much, directly rushed up as a mad bombing, Qigong wave madly shot, shining ball of light like a rain on the giant, the smashing debris is flying all over the sky. Vegeta's attack did work. His time in the gravity room was the longest in the crowd. The combat power had already broken through the 100,000 mark. Now, with an energy ball, you can blow up your own. The energy that is in his hands has an overwhelming advantage, and the giant's body is knocked to the ground. The mechanical arms that trapped the spacecraft in the surrounding area also broke in the meteor shower, and fell softly and weakly. RADITZ returned to the spacecraft and prepared to restart the super injection system against the operating manual. Beep beep. Just as RADITZ operated according to the program, a series of warning data was sent on the screen. The striking red characters had 4 lines and occupied the main screen. Seeing these words, RADITZ stunned. "What's wrong?" Bic asked. "The power is temporarily unavailable, we have to be forced to land." RADITZ pointed to the words on the screen and the sound became weaker. Despite getting rid of the pursuit, the cosmic ship's power system can no longer work under long-term full-load operation, and must rest, or it is likely to explode. That means that www.readaloud.com have to land on this planet. Clin was panicked. He had just looked at a series of terrible scenes. Ah! Is there any other way? Tianjin Rice also shed sweat and held a transparent protective cover. Are we going to die? Not necessarily, we still don't know what the planet looks like. It is too early to conclude. But the metal planet has no food and water, and sooner or later it will die. Klein's throat moved. RADITZ shook his head and prepared to make a forced landing. He carefully looked through the information just now. The test just found that the atmosphere of this planet is suitable for us to survive, and the planet itself has the reaction of water and soil, but it is very small. In other words, although the metal occupies most of the area, and at least a small piece of land can survive. At the end, he looked at Clin. "And, who said that we have to live longer, it only takes 5 hours to get back." During the talk, Vegeta flew out and crossed the cosmic ship. RADITZ was shocked. He pressed the drop button and immediately flew out, and then Bic rushed out. This. They saw a metal warrior bigger than the giants. The pure gold scorpion turned in the eyelids, and the dark body reflected the light. The armor was covered with a spurt of spikes, and the dark liquid in the metal tube. Slowly flowing. Gaku flew out after Vegeta and was greeted by RADITZ from behind. The strength is so great that even RADITZ can't help but move back a long way to settle. Be careful, he can absorb our energy and use Qigong waves to invalidate him. Gaku rubbed the blood of his mouth and gasped. At this moment, Vegeta also came back, angry and violent. All of them were tight, and the arrogance of the explosion was full of chill. Chapter 39, Machine Slave. Vegeta believes that after training in the gravity room, the strength should be raised to the point where the Lean Kent team is afraid. Dealing with this kind of robot is not a piece of cake, but the real situation is completely different from what he thinks. The big guy will absorb his energy and transform it into his own strength. After a rainstorm-like attack, the metal giant suffered little damage, but the energy absorbed was so great that the body shape was a big circle, and the fist blasted directly to fly the Vegeta. Bastard! I want to tear you down! Vegeta flew to the giant again, and he couldn't use the energy bomb, he was ready to fight. The metal giant did not mean to fight against him. He retracted his body and re-entered the cave. He even took the mechanical arms and took them back until the cracks in the earth closed. The broken pieces remained on the ground, but the body disappeared, and Vegeta rushed to the ground and slammed it. What happened? RADITZ muttered to himself, very puzzled. Looking back at the spacecraft that was landing, he was shocked. Is it only the spacecraft? What is the planet? A lot of questions came out of my mind, and RADITZ couldn't answer. Bic is also thinking about it, scanning the dead metal planet, his face showing a look of alert. How did the spaceship land? RADITZ. Vegeta flew, full of questioning tone. He resisted the metal giant's eating, but in the end he still couldn't let the spacecraft fly away, and his heart naturally rose into a fire. The power system is overheated and can't fly for a while. Damn! Wukong scratched his head. So how long will we stay here? I am afraid I have to wait for 5 hours. The program has a self-test process, and the mandatory security process cannot be skipped. RADITZ looked deep and looked at the stable spacecraft. But the problem is that we can't guarantee the power system. After recovery, you can take off. In addition, the purpose of the metal planet is what we don't know, everyone is careful. Hey, the guy who will show up next time, I will solve it. Vegeta released his words, but he also knew that it was not that simple. Just now, he let him know a very shocking fact. The metal giant is connected to the entire planet. In addition to absorbing his energy bomb, he saw the broken place being quickly filled with new metal, at an amazing speed visible to the naked eye. If so, trying to solve it is tantamount to destroying the entire planet. Let's talk about it, go back and rest first. RADITZ couldn't confirm how things would develop, so I had to think about it. Wukong and Bic looked at each other and followed them up. Finally, Vegeta, he turned around and looked at the crack in the ground, tangled for a long time, and finally there was no impulse. After the spaceship quietly stopped behind the metal pillars, the surface was not damaged seriously, and most of them were scratches. The tail of the ejector and the energy board on the top are hot, and the rest is not a problem. The people inside have also landed in the spaceship. Although the temperature, gravity, and atmospheric composition are not much different from those of the Earth, in the face of the ridiculous metal planet, everyone still did not have a chill. After all, this place is too strange. This ghost place, it will take 5 hours. A glimpse of the past, everyone will bear it. It seems that it hasn't moved since we sucked us. Everyone has a lot of arguments, but they dare not take the initiative to explore. They can only wait and see. What makes RADITZ incomprehensible is that the cosmic ship has already fallen into its hands, but it has been slow to act. What is going on? Suspicion, Tianjin Rice suddenly screamed, look! Someone! The eye-catching person pointed to the opposite side, and the tall building made of several alloys did have several shadows moving. But what is it? Everyone can't see clearly. Kling tried his best to open his eyes and said, "Is it really human? Is it not the machinery? I won't be wrong." Tianjin Rice is very confident in his own eyesight. Leitais bit his teeth and flew into the sky. "I will go and see if it is human, come back and tell you." He knows that if you don't understand the truth of the strange planet, even if the spacecraft recovers its power, it is difficult to escape, so contact the machinery on the planet is good, human beings are all necessary. He flew from the sky to the top of those figures, and his eyes cast on them, a slight glimpse. Really human. The shape is similar to that of human beings on Earth. The limbs, facial features, and body types are similar. They also have tall, thin, and old men and women, but the only difference is that they are locked by an electronic chain and can only slowly move before. They had a total of more than 20 people, marching in a long line, and some of the armored tracked machines were followed. They are criminals? Anyway, it means that the planet is human, even if it is a criminal, then there should be people who judge them. Leitais said for a while and decided to ask them. Anyway, the world of Dragon Ball is all about the universal language of the universe. The native language of the mics is a few exceptions. www.readaloud.com All races can communicate. With such a thought, although the king of the kingdom is of no great use, the contribution to the cultural cause is not small. Leitais smiled a little, thinking that I must be so awkward to appear so well, to be friendly. He landed and reached out to say hello to these people. The hand shook twice in front of them. These people were really shocked and hurriedly shouted, "It is human! Fast! Run!" For a time, Leitais did not react, thought that they were scared, and they were preparing to explain that the machine around them pierced the long barrel and the dark muzzle was aimed at him. The red lotus blooms, the fire is rumbling, and the bullets of the muzzle are continuous like a long dragon, and the vomiting and venting. The hard ground was hit by a pit. "Hey! I don't want to jail. Oh, I don't want to rob the prisoner. Don't shoot. How do you stop them? I am wrong. I am wrong." Leitais was chased by these machines and ran back and forth. These machines seemed to have some format, and they lined up and followed Leitais to run back and forth, while shooting. "Bastard! There is skill to fly." Leitais jumped high and simply suspended in the air. He could see that these heavy crawler-type machines, although capable of attacking, certainly could not be in heaven. After 3 seconds, he was paralyzed. The bulky and armored inlaid machines gave off a ring of friction, and with the sound of mechanical friction, these guys were actually distorted, their tracks were dismantled, the barrels contracted, the bulky armor lifted, and gradually stood up. It became a human form. The trough, Transformers? Cybertron. Leitais was stunned and the whole portrait was frozen. Chapter 40, To Mad Star. Is the world view going to collapse? No, 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 no more, these are not auto people, they are ordinary mechanical combat weapons. Leitais couldn't help but provoke an eyebrow with a hint of indescribable horror. Looking at the fearful eyes of those people underneath, he can imagine the pain of these people being enslaved for a long time. In short, since you are targeting me, you will kill you. With regard to his 3721, these machines are always to be solved. Leitais looked at the robot with a height of 6 or 7 meters, and he did not fear it. He faced the gunfire and faced the face. The dark grey robot began to make strides and the body rang, except for the main gun barrel on the chest and the 2 guns on the hand. The armor and arm, leg, and back were all open with armor, and numerous shooting holes were exposed. All the sights are aimed at Leitais, and just wait for a signal, they will swarm up and launch thousands of shells at the same time until Leitais is shot into a sieve or ashes. Come on! Leitais yelled in advance and preempted. At the same time, the shells spurt, the deafening sounds are endless, the explosion red light flashes wildly, and a bright fire shines on the dark planet. It took a full minute of attacks and scared everyone. Under such violent attacks, who can still live? He won't die. Don't worry, let him go, we can't go against that will. A long-aged old man held the frightened child in his arms and caressed her head with fear. If you look closely, you can see that the old man's hand is actually shaking. But maybe he can save us. Hey! Aji, don't say it, it's impossible. The man next to the old man had a snoring gesture. If you let them hear it, you will be miserable. Don't cry, boy. This is no way to do it. I want to open it like I am going to the end. The old man's depressed face seems to have been numb every wrinkle. All the people sighed together, hiding behind the shivering. At this time, a black shadow gradually came in the fire, and the long hair was swaying in the burning air. It was a man's figure. The old man's eyes widened, and he almost had to bulge his eyes. He sipped in his throat and coughed. Everyone else was surprised, all stunned, and squatting on the spot. Actually alive came out of the gunfire, and it seems to be unscathed. The strength of RADITZ at this moment has exceeded the understanding of these people. He gently flicked the Mars on his hair, pinched his fist and moved his neck. The old man, don't cut off the child's hopes, nothing. RADITZ slammed his arm and rushed toward the grey robot. The extreme speed dragged the sound behind him, but it was very loud, like the thunder slammed. No, okay, can. A punch runs through the heavy plate armor. The hard alloy is as crisp as a simple plastic plate under his fist. The soaring gas directly tears it into two halves and then continues to break through the next one. Hey! 3 rings. These machines do not pose any threat to him at all, even if they are together, RADITZ will smile. For example, at the moment, when the 3 machines were destroyed in an instant, the rest of them were surrounded by RADITZ, and the method of controlling the gas to deal with the detection methods of these machines was no more effective. They could not judge how big the gap between the enemy was. They placed RADITZ in a narrow range, pointing all the shooting holes at him, and several lances were almost on his face. At the touch of a shot, RADITZ smiled. Just like stretching the hands and opening his hands, RADITZ accumulates a deep force in the palm of his hand, and at the same time he shoots, he also moves. White man's, like a white curtain, obscured everyone's attention. Even the mechanical weapons lost their locks. The shock wave flew around RADITZ and brushed a light wheel. All the machines were annihilated in an instant. Together with their attacks. Get it? RADITZ clap his hands, it's easy to look like. The survivors are more and more fearful, and they are constantly shrinking. If they are not caught in the electronic chain, they must run out. I saved you, don't be so scared. Look at my appearance, almost like you, I am also human. RADITZ pointed to his face and turned around again. He wore a t-shirt and a leather jacket, and his tail was completely cut off. It was exactly the same as a normal person. Look at it clearly. His words seemed to have touched the old man. But everyone still has a look of fear. Some people seem to see the devil. You don't understand, we are not afraid of you, they are afraid of them. They will come back. They are killing. RADITZ became more and more confused, frowning, completely unknown. These people seem to be imprisoned, and the they in their mouths may be the key to unlocking the mystery of the metal planet. I ask you www.readaloud.com, what is the planet going on, what do they mean? My friend and I were sucked up while traveling in the universe, and why? A series of questions were issued, which made these people hesitate. After a long time, the old man finally stood up and trembled and approached RADITZ. His old and deep eyes were like a shrinking red jujube nucleus. He looked up and down at the young man in front of him and gave a sigh. Originally, I was not willing to say the original reason, but the words that RADITZ said when he walked out of the flame, and the super strength that he showed, let the old man look at each other. Hope? Maybe there is? They have not seen new life in these years, and they have met at the moment. Isn't that an opportunity? We are the aborigines of this planet. This planet is called Tumat. We call ourselves Tumert. In the long history of the universe, we have proliferated for a long time. It is one of the oldest civilizations. The old man was full of pride when he spoke, looking up at the sky, seemingly missing the glorious years of the past. Although he did not witness it, the records he saw from ancient books were enough to inspire all the people. In the distant past, our civilization and science and technology developed to the peak. It was the technological era that transcended all human beings at that time, and the race flourished. I didn't expect. After a period of prosperity, our technological progress was suddenly interrupted, and all the prosperity disappeared. Later, the Tumat star was gone. The old man said it here, and his feelings faded. RADITZ guessed the result, glanced around and said, "So you want to copy the civilization at that time and recreate that peak?" The desolate planet emits a metal echo that seems to echo the sound of RADITZ. Chapter 41, Wrong Evolution. The hoarse reverberation of metal is like a dull symphony, and it evokes a wave of ripples. The Tumat Aboriginal people heard the words of RADITZ and they bowed their heads. RADITZ knew that he was right. And then, we gathered hundreds of top scientists, ancient linguists, historians, and archaeologists to solve the secrets of ancient technology and finally discovered the reasons for the prosperous era of Tumat. Metal planet? RADITZ asked. No. This is a mistake, we don't know why. The old man frantically shook his head. We copied it completely according to the original information. Without any mistakes, we finally created a smart technology chip called Bund. RADITZ. This chip can serve as the core of the planet, providing energy and evolutionary calculus, recording its ability to absorb stellar energy and even extraterrestrial energy. In addition, it can also create eternal energy response to the technology it creates. And as a core, it also provides the most reasonable and fast way to evolve, making Tumat powerful. When it comes to this, the old man can't say it anymore. He looks around and everything goes without saying. Obviously, they failed. Tumat was definitely a livable planet similar to Earth. But now it is not a grass, and it has become a dead star with metal from the core to the surface. The chip soon began its first evolution. It autonomously turned a part of the planet into metal, and then borrowed a lot of energy from other planets to build a mechatronic army. When it gained enough power, it would be our aborigines. It became a slave and began the transformation of the whole planet. As you can see, almost all the land has become metal, and it is still expanding, intending to engulf other planets and enrich its volume. How long? RADITZ suddenly asked. Okay. I said, how long has it been since the disaster? It's been around for more than a decade. Since the decline of technology, the average life expectancy of the Tumats is only 50 years. The old man lowered his head and his hair was grey. RADITZ thought he was over 80 years old, but he didn't expect him to be a high life in high life. At this moment, RADITZ finally understood everything. The cosmic ship was attracted, but it was a desire to devour bundlers. Clades also found a weakness. After more than a decade of evolution, its energy must be huge, but the Sia people who deal with more than 100,000 combat power are not as easy as imagined, indicating that it cannot concentrate all the energy. Stand up. Or, its evolution is still in its infancy. I will take you out. RADITZ reached for the electronic chain. The Tumat stars were all panicked and shouted to stop. No, it will kill us. You are not afraid of it, we are afraid. It can know our position, and later there will be new machine patrols coming over. Let's go. It's smarter than your imagination. Everyone is waving, and the panic is already deep in the heart. Do you want to be slaves forever? RADITZ was a little angry. Now it still needs to study our physiological state to understand human life, not to threaten our lives. Your spaceship is the most dangerous. If you can really do the impossible, Please stop it. Oops. RADITZ reacted. The purpose of bundlers is to have energy objects, and their spaceship is the best food. The old man is right, even if they are saved now, they can't eliminate the pursuit of the planet. The real key is still blocking the chip. Anyway, these people are not in danger for the time being. RADITZ glanced at them and immediately rushed back. Back to the cosmic ship. All over the place are mechanical fragments, broken limbs with heavy smoke and flashing electric light. The smell of burnt smell is very pungent. Sure enough, they came, and these types of mechanical weapons are dark blue, larger in size, and a variety of weapons, in addition to the general artillery and cluster laser, electromagnetic missiles, and lightsaber. It seems that in order to recycle the spaceship, it sent a group of elite troops, but unfortunately, it also miscalculated the strength of Sun Wukong and others, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army. RADITZ, what's going on? Vegeta just ended the battle, and the gas on her body has not disappeared. Others have doubts and look at him together. These are the guards made by the planet itself. The goal is our spaceship. Specifically, I will tell you in detail. RADITZ integrated the general description of Tomat's old man and told everyone. They were very surprised to receive this information suddenly. They are the first time I heard that there is a living planet. Autonomous consciousness, powerful mechanical forces, and unknown power. Okay, in this case, let's save those people. Goku slammed his hands, and there was a strong momentum to break into the chip zone. Wait, do we have any way to get out of here? Klein thought more and more terrible, holding his arms and shaking. Even if the spacecraft recovers its power and breaks through the obstacles, the metal giant and the tentacle-like arm around it are difficult to deal with, and maybe more than one next time. RADITZ size www.readaloud.com. At this moment, the ground has shaken, the sullen and huge voice echoes in the ground, as if there are tens of thousands of beasts to rush from below. Earthquake. No, its power is approaching. The voice is not falling, the dark golden color of the ground is covered by a layer of dark light, expanding like a whirlpool, and the circle with a diameter of at least 500 meters is rotated around the spaceship. Their feet suddenly become dark abyss, all people, and the cosmic ship fell into it. The momentary people just got ready to fly out. The huge suction came from the depths. The closer to the core of the planet, the greater the suction, and the moment the ground entered the planet, the surface was stitched again. It swallows everyone inside. Falling down the deep hole of the black scorpion, I can't hear the voices of others in the dark, as if I have spent a long time. Finally, with a bang, RADITZ squatted on the sturdy board. It hurts. Oh, my back. Oh. RADITZ felt the pain like a heavy hammer, and the spine seemed to be broken. He couldn't help but take a breath. Although it was invisible in the dark, the coolness and pain in his arm told him that his hand was scratched with several scars, and the blood was slowly flowing out and squatting down his arm. Damn, Goku! Vegeta! RADITZ couldn't see other people in the dark, only calling, Bick, Gohan. Anyone? His voice disappeared completely, and there was no echo. Soundproofing equipment. Absorb the sound directly, completely absorb the sound so that it no longer diffuses and reflects. RADITZ knew that there were no people around him, and that others had entered different places, and bundlers separated them. Chapter 42, Saved a Beautiful Woman. In the darkness of the deep, RADITZ began to move toward one side. This place cannot be infinitely broad. As long as you go in one direction, you will be able to come to an end. He now needs to find the boundaries of this space, at least to understand its size range. However, just as he touched the border, he stopped. It's only a few steps away, and it's over. Is this a very small room, or a cage? RADITZ suddenly flashed his head and patted his head. I actually forgot this trick. He smiled and gathered an energy bomb in his hand, and the white light illuminates, making the whole space clear and bright. At the same time, the light is on. The gorgeous lights made RADITZ in the dark feel glaring, and slowly adapted to it for a while before opening his eyes. In front of the numerous high-density metal cages erected in a row. About 10 square meters of cages are arranged on 3 sides of the metal plate that cannot be understood. With some electronic devices on it, you can see that the outer side is completely transparent, like a glass wall, touched by hand. With the fingers move, there are golden lines in the looming. The floor was also hard and terrible, and the punch was not moving, and the horrible blade was hanging overhead, as if it would be lowered at any time. The surroundings are the same. Not only are they here, but also the indigenous people of Tiamat and other planets. All kinds of guys looked strange, but without exception, they were copied onto the electronic chain, but RADITZ and others who had just fallen into the trap had not had time to be copied. The icy electronic sound came from the vast round dome, first with a sharp, squeaky, like 2 rough kitchen knives rubbing against each other, stimulating the tympanic membrane. Then, the indifferent and sharp voice floated from the equipment of each compartment. The 384th experimental body was successfully captured. The 348. The 365th experimental body was captured successfully. After a series of captures were announced, and into a brief silence, RADITZ could clearly see that many people were shaking and shouting, seemingly afraid of punishment coming to them. Experimental bodies on the 66th, 71st, and 80th, destroyed. Destroy. RADITZ was shocked. Looking out from the transparent side, he found that the compartment of the called number was automatically opened, and a group of armored 2-meter mechanical warriors held them and sent them to another space. It is no wonder that they are afraid that the original experimental body is also limited. Once there is a new individual supplement, those who are not up to the standard in the original experimental body will be destroyed. After all, the resources for maintaining human existence are limited, and it is impossible to raise too many experimental individuals at the same time. The gate is open at this time, and this opportunity, RADITZ can rush out. The opportunity is only a moment, he can't miss it. The 3 experimental bodies were covered with green linen and slowly walked forward. The first person had reached the door less than 5 meters in front of the door. It's now. RADITZ prepared a long time for the fist to suddenly attack. Kneeling on the transparent wall, the sturdy material actually only had a limited degree of deformation, and did not damage the crack. When the decision was made, he immediately changed his strategy. And a hot stream broke out on his hand. The dazzling blue light hit the transparent wall, but suddenly disappeared invisible. RADITZ was shocked again. The other 3 walls pierced the metal electrodes, as well as various guns and weapons. This cage became a hot bucket. In the moment of being countered, RADITZ understood the original. The transparent wall has the function of absorbing energy, and has the same ability as the outer metal giant, while the other 3 sides use high-strength alloys and many weapons are installed. The joint fire of the fire cannon against the body of RADITZ, so close, a shot is absolutely uncomfortable. In addition, there is a curved giant blade hanging over the top of the head. The cross-shaped giant blade descends from the sky, and the bright edge of the blade reflects the bright light of the light and falls at a rapid speed. As if the wind of is coming, the Vulcan cannon shoots. RADITZ smiled. He jumped up against the giant blade of the cross, and at the moment the shelling was about, the king of the world broke out, and the speed suddenly increased, causing him to bypass the cross blade and grab the telescopic metal hydraulic rod. When the bang suddenly slammed, the pole suddenly broke, and the hem of the cross blade was subjected to the bombardment of the Vulcan gun, and it turned to the transparent wall. The shield of the Qigong wave can't penetrate, use your own weapon to break. RADITZ sipped and reached for a Qigong wave. The sharp edge of the blade is extremely sharp, and the impact speed is high, the contact area is small, and with the huge energy support, the pressure is enough to break the transparent shield, and the air hums. In the broken cage, a figure was highlighted and flew to the door. The rest of the people were shocked, as if they saw the most unlikely thing in the world. Someone ran out of the cage. Resist these horrible machines! RADITZ! Wukong and others screamed in unison, but unfortunately could not pass the voice. In this screaming time, RADITZ has already rushed to the door. www.readaloud.com. Two Qigong bombs blew up the secondary mechanical warrior, the armor's remnants braved Mars and Arc, dark green. The lubricating fluid is opened to the ground. The prisoners broke out in a short pause. They shouted in their respective compartments, and even some people burst into tears and cheered hysterically. Who is not willing to see the hero who resists destiny? Immediately, the entire room was given a warning beep, the red light flashed, and the ground raised countless black metal warriors, filling the field. The mighty mechanical army rushed to RADITZ and the door had begun to close. Two shots hit the two experimental bodies that fell behind, and the last one was about to hit the front of the person. RADITZ waved a hand, bounced off the shot, then picked up the experimental body around him. Out of the door. Dang dang! The door was closed behind them, and the corner of the dark green linen was caught in the crack of the door. The experimental body under the cover finally revealed its true colors. I haven't seen the face yet, and RADITZ's look adds a touch of surprise, and the cheeks are faint. His hand is holding the man's chest, soft and slightly swaying, and the touch is full of elasticity, no doubt a girl. Looking up, the girl has a bright orange long hair and a blue scorpion. The white porcelain-like skin and the delicate curves of the girl are exposed in the eyes of RADITZ. The single coat is light and thin, highlighting her delicateness. She bit her lip, her face was red, and she looked down at RADITZ with her head down. Hold, sorry. RADITZ responded, and his hand was still on the girl's chest, and he quickly released. He would like to explain that he could not control his own hands and was not intentional. Thank you, thank you. The girl smiled shyly. Chapter 43, Freedom of Recovery. RADITZ saw the girl's shy expression a little bit. No thanks, my name is RADITZ. I don't remember my name. The girl squinted at the watery eyes, her brows were close, as if she was thinking hard, her expression was painful. What might have happened when she was studied mechanically made her lose her memory, RADITZ thought. However, even if you can't think of it, it doesn't matter. The first big thing now is to escape the predicament. He keenly heard the rumbling mechanical sound, and once again pulled the girl's delicate hand. Follow me. Okay. In the eyes of girls, RADITZ is the only fighter who can resist these horrible guys. Although he is adventurous, he may have hope of survival. Her alum reflects the sturdy back of RADITZ, and the feeling in the palm of her hand is so warm. The passage in front is very wide and very tortuous. The silver-colored walls are lined with shimmering lights on both sides. The floor is violently shaken, and the mobile fighters behind them are getting closer. The Tomat stars are so scared that the number of mechanical soldiers like these monsters is horrendous. The ants are small and together they can swallow the elephants. Their pace is extremely high, the speed of advancement is very fast, and the loud noise caused by the echoes, the two can hear the mechanical movements getting bigger and bigger, not only from the rear, but also from the front. There are also intercepting troops in front. They form a simulating trend. It is very convenient to contain RADITZ in a channel with only two ends, not to mention how many soldiers there are. The girl was so scared that her face quickly lost blood, her lips were pale, and her body was attached to RADITZ's arm. The intense heartbeat of can be clearly understood. Don't be afraid. RADITZ said with a smile, although he didn't dare to care about it, but in order to comfort the girl, he put on a winning stance. The black metal warriors are no different from the human body. They are completely different from the bulky mechanical weapons of the body. It is obvious that in order to deal with RADITZ, it is constantly trying new ways. They no longer use hot weapons, instead use violent cold fronts, silver-white cold blades that are pierced from the black body, reflecting the surrounding lights, such as diamond stars flowing from the blade, waving the cracking ground. The battle is on the verge. A few lights suddenly flew, silver arcs in the sky, knife wind blowing from all directions, the chill of the edge of the blade spread, sparks splash. RADITZ covered the girl with one hand and stood with both hands, piercing the sharp air. He used his hands as a weapon and used his anger as a sword to wave against the black gold warriors. Dang 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 dang! Several forces and RADITZ fight each other, and the arrogance pierces the white armor of the machine, cuts off the defense, tears it apart, and the horrible energy even blasts the center of the black gold warrior, causing it to collapse. In midair, the broken black gold warrior's broken body flew down, and the metal crumbs turned into scorching dust under the burning of the gas. A turning black man, the 5 black gold warriors fell to the ground. RADITZ's gas is added to the fingers, and the dance is an iron wall. The black gold warriors went on, and rushed up. They didn't care about life, they only attacked, and attacked. The girl can be frightened. And she escapes the giant blade several times in amazement. The footsteps follow RADITZ's rotation, following the rhythm of the shot, like a waltz on the edge of life and death. It's just that the rhythm is a bit strange. It's like a suffocating operation in some ancient game. RADITZ himself is also chanting, up and down, left and right. The black gold warrior was cut into several pieces under his hand, and the parts, lubricants and electric sparks exploded, leaving the entire passage full of debris. But countless black gold fighters approached them, and waves of waves seemed to be inexhaustible. This is their horror. With human tactics, people can be dragged. Moreover, in constant confrontation, the black gold warrior has gradually become familiar with the attack mode of RADITZ, becoming more and more flexible, and the means are changing more and more, and some will even release the rope to cover RADITZ, and then cooperate. Other companions launched a combined attack. RADITZ has a king of boxing and is not afraid of these means. But the girl around me can't afford more stimulation, and she has always been a sleepy beast, so only open a path. Moreover, when I saw so many soldiers, RADITZ understood that his purpose had been reached. The closed door must be wide open. You will be ready later. RADITZ opened the mechanical chain on the side and turned to the girl. Prepare. Psychological preparation and physical preparation. The girl stunned and suddenly felt that the thigh was dragged by a force, and the whole person flew into the sky, and the volley floated. She was thrown into the air by RADITZ. Below, RADITZ rushed back and flew out 2 qigong waves between the 2 hands. The brilliant light almost enveloped all the black gold warriors on the side of the passage. The high temperature caused a lot of explosions, the passages were ruined, and the iron was strong. The curtain also blasted a few hollow pits. A small piece of black gold warrior has been turned into a fly ash www.readwn.com, but a large number of reserve corps quickly evolved a transparent shield to absorb energy. As RADITZ expected, they can automatically evolve, and speed very fast. Seeing that the girl just fell, RADITZ reached out and grabbed her leg and then flew back. A qigong wave hit the meeting of the 2 black gold warriors to confuse the line of sight. Evolution is fast, he is faster in the state of Wang Chuan. In the gap between the evolution of the black gold warrior, he broke open all the way and galloped to the room where the experimental body was held. He had thought about using the weakness of the number of black gold warriors, and he was stuck in the door, providing an opportunity to save everyone. Sure enough, the huge room was covered with black gold warriors and was rushing to the door. The large number of them caused congestion at the door. RADITZ used this to easily enter the door, quickly find the position of Wukong and others, directly opened the cage and released everyone. The ferrous metal warrior should be a special counter-attack trap for the experimental body, which will be triggered once the experimental body resists or escapes, and then is destroyed by them. Thank you, RADITZ. Tianjin Rice was the first to get out of the cage and was already gearing up. Hey, dare to keep this uncle in this kind of place, see me pinch your group of broken copper and iron. Naba then walked out, a muscle agitated. The top of the head reflected the bright light. Then, the third bald, Klin, came out, and the three looked at the black gold warriors around them, and at the same time set their posture. Gaku, Vegeta, Bik and Gohan went out one by one, causing the prisoners in experimental bodies of a house to slap their own cages and envy their freedom. But then, the Kigong bombs roared and the cold flames fell from the sky, and they shrank back. Some things, some people, envy can't come. Chapter 44, Break Through the Blockade. Leave here first. Leitai screamed and rushed out. He found that the door of the violent iron wall had begun to close, trying to keep a few people in a cage, completely ignoring the existence of the black gold warriors, and squashed together with them. The thick gate has 3 layers, and it also has a protective wall that absorbs energy and a metal layer that is difficult to break. If you don't go out now, it is very difficult to escape. Leitais and others tried their best to move, and the weapons and shots behind them were all opened, and the sparks were splashing and thunderous. The door finally closed tightly when the last black gold warrior body was squashed. Fortunately, the latter Klin was agile enough to get out of the millennium. The run is running out. On the White Avenue, the black metal warriors are in groups, and they are too numerous to count. What is this? Take it what it is, just kill it. Vegeta was shut down for a long time, and she couldn't help but do a big job. He accumulated 2 groups of Kigong waves in his hands, his arms swaying and rushing to the front. The explosion did not sound as expected. More than a dozen black gold warriors were arranged together to form a large shield. The shield was a transparent shield that completely absorbed the energy of Vegeta. The prince's tactics of throwing Kigong declared failure. Vegeta was shocked. How? Listen to me, they will learn the way we fight, and evolve the response measures. From the beginning of the fire attack, to the subsequent cold weapon cutting, then the sea tactics, and now the energy absorption shield, are the result of their evolution. Leitais analyzed, but the only constant is that their strength is still very weak. We don't need to change the way of fighting, just punch it in with a punch and punch. It's right for me. Naba screamed, and the strong muscle oil was brighter, and it seemed more overbearing under the new battle armor. With a loud drink, he ran the black gold warriors close to him, like a huge boulders. Even these black gold warriors are blinded. There is no such way of fighting in their data. Do not let the waves, do not go around, do not move at high speed, and do not put any posture. For a time, the data was rearranged, and the black gold warrior in front of Naba resumed the original instinctive state of combat. Nappa did not care about your state at all. He ran to the front of the black gold warrior and hugged the 3 cold metal machines in front of him, squeezing their bodies with a violent brute force. Although it is a high-strength alloy, under the force of Naba, it is actually deformed and twisted into a weird posture. The black gold warriors in the rebellion showed the machete on their arms. The unknown metal exudes a silvery cold light and slams into Naba like lightning. Get out of the way! Vegeta suddenly yelled. Naba did not pay attention to it. Instead, he looked up at the blade and burst into a white arrogance in his body. He slammed the entire arm of the black gold warrior, and then his hands violently exerted and staggered. Extrusion. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. The 3 metal bodies were broken and made 2 landings, and they slammed on the ground and made a loud sound. Vegeta, not only do you become stronger, but he also spent his time trying to train himself. Leitais walked over to Vegeta and looked at the burly Nappa with satisfaction. His usual training time is no less than you. Vegeta looked at Leitais with a deeper look. Of course, there are them. Leitais turned his head and smiled. At this time, Kling had already rushed to the front lightly, and he was not tall enough to shuttle around the black gold warrior, and they were caught off guard. Although the strength of his arms broke out, he couldn't be a problem with his armor. The black gold warrior evolved a low-profile body and began to use a variety of puncture weapons to spur a giant curtain-like flame to block the attack. Let's go too. Gohan. Big stretched out his arms and wrapped many enemies like a long snake. The long arms swept from underneath them, and they were hard to detect, and they were tied at once. Then, Big pulled his arm, and the black gold soldiers were immediately tied to their legs, and they were dragged and knocked down. Gohan rushed to tacitly, remembering that Big taught him to focus on his fists and beat them to their bodies. The heavy plate armor could not stand the power of a punch, instantly collapsed, flashing the electronic lights dimmed. The continuous blaster smashed up a lot of mechs, and the debris piled up in the passage, and the explosion continued. You guys! The girl looked at her. She couldn't think of such a powerful guy. She even played the horrible machines without any help. Of course, there was RADITZ who grabbed her hand. Reassured, we are very strong. RADITZ smiled. As if in response, the girl's sluggish face gradually developed a look, showing a smile to RADITZ. www.readwn.com smile like a flower. Wukong scratched his head and his hands tickle. He and Vegeta looked at each other and immediately launched a storm on the enemy. The eyes of the two have already revealed the meaning of competition, they are more than the opponent who defeated. Bundlers is the biggest mistake to absorb them. Under the hard work of everyone, a road was struck, and everyone walked along the passage. Although they did not know where to go, they gradually became wider and wider, and the intercepting machines were not played much. End of data collection. End of data collection. Suddenly, the Black Gold Warriors stood up and issued a blunt warning sound, task is completed. Mission is complete. Their bodies lost their power with the end of the alarm, and they were automatically broken down into broken iron, and they fell to the ground. Hundreds of mechanical warriors were scrapped at the same time, and the scene was extremely spectacular. It's just that everyone doesn't know what's going on, and the face is full of vigilance, for fear of falling into another trap. Is their time coming? I don't know, let them go. The question is, how do we go out? We are inside the planet at the moment, and the cosmic ship is gone, Big said calmly. If you want to leave, unless you find the chip that RADITZ said. Or, after you find the spaceship, you can dismantle the planet. You are not allowed to hurt me. Suddenly, a sharp voice wandered from the depths of the air. It calls itself I. So is it the metal planet itself? Everyone tightened their nerves and looked at the distance of the white scorpion. What exactly is the party on the passage? Tianjin Rice's eyes once again found the target, but this time, his cousin could not stop shaking. Wook, that is Goku. Chapter 45, Copy Person Sun Wukong. Goku? When you heard about Tianjin Rice, everyone was stunned. The vision of Tianjin Rice is naturally no problem. In many cases, we must rely on this to gain an advantage. But it is impossible to be Sun Wukong in front of him. Dales? It is also impossible. This is. RADITZ's eyes flashed, whispering, gradually seeing the appearance of the comer, and his heart trembled. The appearance is almost the same. But there is no smell on the body, not like human beings. They are the things that come out of the chip called bundlers. Big sip to sip. What, although it is Goku, it seems that it is completely inferior to the strength of the deity. Klin Haha laughed. Are you right? Goku. He smiled and turned to look at Wukong on the side, but he saw his face very serious. As the enemy. The same is true of RADITZ. In order to deal with them, they did not hesitate to dispatch so many black gold fighters. However, before the replicating people Sun Wukong appeared, all the machines were stopped. It can be seen that the copying power of this copying person is definitely higher than the sum of the black gold warriors. As for the extent to which it is reached, RADITZ is difficult to judge. There is a possibility that the chip has roughly calculated the strength of each of them through the various battles just now, and the copying people who have sent it are already above them. Be careful. Big put the Gohan behind him, and he also saw the extraordinary of these guys. You are against my will, I want to arrest you again. There is no ups and downs in the sound, and the frequency and the huge volume of the rush are numb. The deadly copying people slowly approached with heavy steps, and the soles of the feet collided with the floor, giving a solid slamming of metal slamming each other. A total of 4 people from the white light copied Sun Wukong. They wore a uniform turtle fairy GI, and the clothes were flat, but they did not move when they walked, just like they were cast on the body. Crab hair, muscles, belts, and boots are all brightly lit with a dull blue surface. Sure enough, it's something made of metal. Naba snorted disdainfully, his hands condensed deep energy, rushed up to the copying person, and the starting hand was a continuous boxing bombing. Can't beat Karkaot, can't you deal with these counterfeit goods? Really not. Hey! The copying person punched one leg, and hit the chest, face, and belly of Naba accurately, and flew it out and fell to the ground. The huge body fell on the floor, making a huge vibration, and the wide passages echoed back and forth. Cut, reckless guy! Vegeta swept his eyes with a cold eye, his hands unfolding and marching forward. He saw a clue from the previous moves. These replicas completely copied Sun Wukong's fighting styles and techniques, and even the timing of the punches was mastered. I am going to deal with you, metal idiots. Defeat Sun Wukong and start by defeating these replicas. In the face of Vegeta's ridicule, the copying people are not angry at all. They look at the opponent in front of them and swing their heads to the left and right, as if they are looking for a suitable opponent. Look at what it looks like, it's really hot. Your opponent is here. Vegeta rushed up in disagreement, and the inexhaustible force poured out, and the boxing shadows swayed. The speed of the boxing shadow is so fast that even Tianjin Rice is dazzled, only Wukong and Leitais can see. A copy of the person was stopped in front of Vegeta, with his hands crossed, and the attack of the Vegeta under his arm was slammed. The footsteps continued to retreat, and a sharp rubbing sound was heard on the floor. Well, Vegeta has the upper hand. Klein waved his arm and shouted. But there are 3 people, Klin, you take care of this girl. Goku, Bick, Gohan, let's go. Leitais released the girl's hand and was ready to fight. Bick's combat power has improved a lot through the gravity room exercise, but the opponents facing the Goku level still appear to be somewhat weak, and Gohan can be able to play a guerrilla tactic. And Wukong has already fought with the copying people, and it is difficult to solve the fight. The 2 people have the same fighting style, and they fight against each other. One of the tallest ones stared at Leitais. You are the first person to escape. I want to capture you. Its lips and teeth are slightly moving, the sound is revealed from it, and the cold hostility is vented. Are you a Bondolers? Asked Leitais. However, there was no answer, and only the blast of the fierce battle continued in the air. What? The copying person shouted, the firepower was fully opened, and he rushed to Leitais. His fists brought a strong wind and a huge force broke out in an instant. Leitais broke out with a vigorous arrogance, wrapped around the body, and when the sharp fists came in, they also extended their hands and slammed into them. The double fist collided, and the metal and the bone broke out at the same time. Leitais only felt the arm numb. www.readaloud.com. The whole person trembled. He was alive and hard, and spread the power to the ground, shaking the floor with a pit. The copying person opposite him stepped back a few steps, his arm broken into pieces and scattered on the floor. Oh, it seems that you are just that. Leitais retracted his arm and secretly sucked in the air and moved his fingers. Although this time the other's arm is abolished, it can be uncomfortable for itself. After all, the flesh and blood of the body hits the iron block and you say that it hurts. The copying person silently glanced at the fragments that he had fallen to the ground. Without a trace of movement, it walked forward and stepped on the pieces with his feet. In the next second, the pieces on the floor turned into liquid, climbed up along the body of the copying person, and continued to the original place at an extremely fast speed, recondensing into a hard arm. Liquid metal? Is there memory repair? RADITZ looked at it, revealing an ugly look. The horrible thing about this ability is that it can hardly be destroyed unless it is completely eliminated. Otherwise, it will be reborn, and consumed. Not very good. RADITZ thought in his heart. At the same time, the copying person pulled his legs and rushed again, kicking a foot, and pulled RADITZ into the middle, and even flew out. RADITZ turned two heads in the air to stabilize his body shape, and then started the king of the box to counterattack, punching in the face of the copy. The punching force was repeated and the neck was almost twisted by 180 degrees. RADITZ knew that it was not enough. He added another elbow and twisted his neck. The copying person turned to one side and slammed into the ground, making a dull sound. RADITZ aimed at his body, continuously launching a large Qigong wave, and the white beam of light instantly enveloped it. The huge energy light group spreads out. Chapter 46, Core. Under the bombardment of the Qigong wave, the copying person turned into a pool of liquid, which quickly flowed and reached the foot of RADITZ. RADITZ, who was bent on suppressing it, did not notice the liquid that sneaked out of the light, still pushing the palm of his hand, trying to wipe out all the liquid metal. Suddenly, he felt his feet cool and looked down. One arm wrapped around his ankle and caught him with a pair of irons. Clone. RADITZ reacted instantly and quickly got up and flew away. However, the copying person who sticks to him is not arrogant, quickly gathers all the body fragments, and turns into a human figure. He is holding the foot of RADITZ and pressing him to the ground, then gets up and squats to RADITZ. When the elbows hit, RADITZ smashed the attack and shifted the focus of the copying person. At the same time, a Qigong wave from the bottom to the chin on his hand smashed half of his face. The hot energy burns the air hot, and the light blue appearance of the copying person is a little red. It was slammed back by the Qigong wave, and the chin was completely destroyed by the nose, and even the footsteps could not help but go backwards. RADITZ wins and chases, and the three-segment fly kicks the whip on it. The last leg buckles its head and slams directly to the ground, and the shock is heard. Looking at other copying people, they have all been beaten very badly. It is impossible to know how many times they have died because of their strong resilience. Calculating mistakes, calculating mistakes. Electronic sounds came from cold, making the chill come back. Do you know the mistakes now? We can't figure it out. RADITZ looked at the copying of the Wolverine and tightened his fist. They generally keep their strength at a lower normal level, use it as needed during combat, and sometimes explode a powerful force that they can't think of. This is also part of the combat ability, which can reduce consumption and ensure maximum efficiency. At the same time, it will have an unexpected effect in the face of some enemies. These duplicated metal toys have only a fixed combat power that neither hides nor changes with the strength of the enemy. Although the copy of Wukong is similar to the deity, but the combat power stays in the normal state and does not fight fully, only 50,000 in the early days. And they ignore the most crucial point, that is, tricks, turtles Qigong, Zhuangkan they will not. RADITZ is feeling confident, and the indifference of electronic sounds once again came, recalculating success, recycling energy. At the same time, several metal skeletons appeared on the wall, showing a gloomy white. At the end of the sound, the four people were copied into liquids, gathered in one place, and reintegrated into deformation. The speed of shaping the body was extremely fast. In less than 3 seconds, the new metal man was formed and turned into another figure, RADITZ. Is everything else used to make hair? RADITZ couldn't help but copy the person in front of him, but he also knew that the enemy had strengthened. Vegeta snorted, and the white arrogance of the whole body soared, leaving a shadow on the face, flashing to the copying person. A great opportunity, Habian, a RADITZ, how can he miss it? As soon as the mind was moving, Vegeta opened his legs and sipped and swept away. Snapped. The copyman held his calf with one hand and underarmed his attack. I didn't even look at him. The copying person stabbed a few sharp thorns, pierced Vegeta's calf, and then squinted into the distance, indifference to the extreme. Vegeta fell to the ground, and the blood hole continued to flow out of the bright red blood, dyeing his battle suit red. In the end is Vegeta, a loss is nothing at all. He endured the pain in his legs, once again rushed up, his arms swayed, and took the lead. The copying person did not expect that the person who was knocked down would challenge again. He couldn't catch the slamming blow, and the head ate a heavy offensive, and the knee almost fell to the ground. But even the strokes were not over. Vegeta continued to roar, his knees collided in his abdomen, and then two hooks made his cheeks deeply recessed and deformed. But at this moment, the copying person looked up at him, his eyes pierced two red lights, and mixed with great energy to direct the target. Vegeta was shocked and quickly stopped the attack and landed 2 turns in the air. The red light shot pierced the top of the passage, leaving 2 deep black holes, and the surrounding area was black. Asshole, suddenly making this move, is not RADITZ. Vegeta screamed that the copy does not follow the routine. He looked angrily, but he did not see the copy of the person. Be careful! RADITZ yelled www.readaloud.com, but it was already late. A huge force was deeply trapped in Vegeta's abdomen, and he almost had to wear him on his knees. The power of this attack was almost the same as his transformation into the earth on the earth, directly causing him to vomit. Blood! Then the 2 hooks were left and right, and they were returned to him. They beat the Vegeta and flew out to the wall. In an instant, the metal skeleton on the wall opened the ribs, which greatly expanded the Vegeta, and each leg was quickly locked and then grabbed his body. At the moment the bones closed, only one capture complete was heard. Vegeta was still struggling at first, and he broke a few long metal bones that locked him. Gradually, his energy was getting smaller and smaller, seemed to be absorbed, and he could only drop his hands weakly. It not only copies RADITZ's fighting style, but also utilizes the original attacking ability, which makes it more difficult to integrate. Everyone is careful, this guy's goal is to recapture us back. Don't get caught by those things. RADITZ flew into the air and said to everyone. He noticed that the strange metal skeleton had transparent sheets attached to it, and the energy that absorbed the energy was transparent from beginning to end. Wook, let's go together. Wait, look. Tianjin suddenly screamed, and RADITZ and Goku, who were about to be dispatched, were stopped by his voice. Everyone looked at them together, and Ren did not tremble. Klin even unconsciously stepped back and his face was blue. On the way, they came to them with a large number of copying people, RADITZ. At first glance, there were countless numbers, and they rushed out like white tides from the white light. They all say the same sentence in their mouths, you can't escape. Chapter 47, the same as a prisoner. The hordes of replicas lined up in neat squares. They were like a well-trained army, stepping on the rhythm, shaking the passage, as if they would collapse immediately. The solemn and cold expression is like ice, and the blue scorpion calms down, but invisibly envelopes the whole space. There seems to be a vast and ethereal singer in the white light of the solitude, accompanied by the knocking of metal, which is creepy. Bondolers played its true ability to use RADITZ and others to build a more powerful army. Every replica here has more than 100,000 combat power, and the repairing ability is very strong. Today, RADITZ recognizes himself. Can't beat them. It is possible to solve a problem, but the army of such a large number is undoubtedly unable to deal with it. Their backing is the entire planet, it is impossible to be an enemy of the entire planet. In order to defeat Bondolers, there is only one way to directly destroy the chip. Many times the Tomats can do it, indicating that there must be a way to stop it. First of all, you have to see the chip. I surrender. RADITZ raised her hands. This sentence surprised everyone and looked at RADITZ. Surrender? It's hard to escape, just surrender? RADITZ hasn't finished yet, and he follows, but I want to see you, understand, I want to see your body, bundlers. After a brief silence, a copy of the head responded to bundlers. I don't have human gender, don't call me Mr. and you can't destroy me. It is still a harsh sound without a tone. RADITZ smiled, I didn't say that I want to ruin you, I just want to see how advanced the so-called evolution chip is. Well, you can guess my thoughts, it seems to be much higher than you think. I want to see you too. The copy person said the last sentence and then walked to everyone. Damn. Gaku opened the ladder. No, Wukong, just playing it down, it's useless. We are inside it, everything is manipulated by it, we can't win. RADITZ looked at him with a firm look. Trust me, then bet with me again. Sun Wukong stunned and looked at Bic and finally released his fist. In more than a year, Sun Wukong's trust in RADITZ gradually climbed, and it was because of RADITZ that they could defeat the strong enemy, so this time he also intends to believe in RADITZ. In the face of a group of replicators, RADITZ was stunned. Although Wukong and Bic did not know what he was trying to do, there was no hope of confrontation with them, so they had to surrender. Naba struggled for 2 times and was easily caught, and no one else resisted. Once again, the people returned to the prisoner's room. They were all sucked up with energy and then copied the electronic chain and entered a huge transparent cage. Others saw that RADITZ was captured again, and his mood plummeted. He thought that there was a hero who broke the imprisonment. He did not expect to escape the fate of being controlled. The Tomat star sighed, and the light in his eyes dimmed again, like a candle. But then, the eyes of a child of the Tomat were bright, and she pointed to RADITZ and said, Look, that uncle is laughing. As an Aborigines, the Tomats also live in a huge transparent cage, enjoying different treatments from the experimental bodies in other separate compartments. They heard the child's cry and looked at the past, and they saw RADITZ laughing. Still laughing now? He is okay. Maybe it is being broken. But looking at him, it's really comfortable. Of course comfortable, RADITZ is now leaning on the side of the cage to enjoy the hospitality of the orange-haired girl. At first, the girl said that she would like to thank RADITZ for her life-saving grace. She directly touched his thigh and let RADITZ be shocked. Is the heart now so open in the universe? Even if you want to thank me, this kind of private thing is not used in the public. When I was thinking about it, the girl's lush fingers had begun to knead, and the technique was flexible. The cool fingertips squeezed into the tired thighs, which made him feel relaxed. Amount? It is a massage. RADITZ's excitement temporarily calmed down and enjoyed it. The people who were in the same cage with him could not have this treatment. Clin sat down and looked at the ground, holding his head with one hand, very envious. Tianjin Rice thought of dumplings, and suddenly remembered Lan Qi, actually slightly reddened. As for Bic and Gaku, they don't care at all, and Vegeta is even more scornful. In addition to them, the reactions of other planets can be quite different. They saw what RADITZ enjoyed so much, slammed the wall, yelled at the scorpion, and although no one could hear it, they wanted to vent their anger. Everyone is a prisoner. Why is it so poor? We also have big rooms. Also be beautiful. Also massage. RADITZ saw their expressions, proudly posing a enjoying posture, making them more embarrassed. Yes, that's it. It hurts when I just fell. Here? I will gently www.readaloud.com. The girl carefully squats for RADITZ. Well, good. Just press the shoulder again, don't be too tired. Don't continue tomorrow. RADITZ said casually, but the girl was very happy and more energetic, and she couldn't help but see Clin. Still tomorrow? Do you want to live here? RADITZ just said casually. In fact, his eyes have changed at the moment the door opens. The naughty smiles instantly gathered, and the eyes were cold, and it came very quickly. Passing through the gate is a team of blue primitive robots, and at the end is a replica, who passed straight through many cages and finally stopped in front of RADITZ. No 0 experiment body went to the unknown area. Number 0 experiment body went to the unknown area. Number 0? Everyone can hear this message, but I have never heard of the existence of number 0 until the mechanical soldiers brought RADITZ out of the cage, and everyone discovered that RADITZ was defined as number 0. Everyone has a number on the electronic chain, which exists as a number, and on the ankle of RADITZ, the black screen in the black buckle flashes with a bright yellow number, which is indeed 0. Bundlers, see me now. Yes. The copyman spoke in spite of Bundlers, clasping the shoulders of RADITZ with one hand and escorting him to go outside. At the moment the gate opened, RADITZ was shocked. In addition to a copy of the incoming person, there are dozens of people waiting outside. Bundlers also knows that the strength of RADITZ cannot be underestimated. The blue machine is not an opponent at all. It is a good intention to send so many copy people to prevent him from running away. Klatai did not intend to escape, but wanted to see Bundlers and crack it. Chapter 48, Weakness. Walking through a few iron walls and wide passages, RADITZ finally approached the world after the white light at the end of the passage. There is only one long dark golden long bridge in the soft light of the white, surrounded by nothing, like the empty environment in the spiritual time room, and the dignified atmosphere seems to stick to the invisible adhesive tape on the body, but it can't be opened, but it is extremely uncomfortable. I don't know how much time has passed. RADITZ finally saw the end. The other end of the long bridge was a dark shadow, like a castle under the night. The copyman pushed him away from the heavy bronze gate, led him to move on, and went a lot of underground, and came to a spherical building that was not made of pure metal. There are grasses and slabs spread here, and there is still a tree next to the building. The simulated sunlight will make the dark space shine and the air fresh. RADITZ was taken aback. I didn't expect this guy to cultivate flowers and plants in his own interior. Does it still have this hobby? After waiting for RADITZ to finish reading, the copyman sent him into the spherical building and then retired. The interior style has changed a lot, it is still dull dark gold, the sporadic lights around it are flashing, nothing more than yellow and blue. What is surprising is that the wall and the instrument table in the middle are rusty, and the old electronic equipment is noisy, as if it has been abandoned for a long time. In the transparent sphere of the central part, a chip is suspended, through which numerous lines are connected and the surface of the sphere is connected. Next to it is a tall cylindrical vessel filled with green broth with a slight agitation. Welcome to the core, this is me. The sound is transmitted from the surrounding loudspeakers, with a rigid statement. Bundlers, really a chip, the tomats are really amazing, made such a thing. RADITZ approached and carefully observed. Suddenly, the fragile ground of the scrap iron frequently flickers, and the metal long one with a diameter of 1.5 meters rushes out longitudinally. It is coiled around the chip, and the mouth sprays a blue energy column, exploding a magma-like high temperature. It is facing RADITZ, the blade-like scales are erected, and the carbon-fired eyeballs are strikingly suffocating. Sorry, I can't let you get close, your risk index is high. Say the danger, you are the most dangerous. RADITZ stopped the pace, in order to seize the opportunity. Speak faster, okay, talk about your purpose. What do you mean by purpose? Bundlers asked for the first time. This, in simple terms, what do you want to do? What do you want to do when you plunder the planet and plunder resources? Evolution, I just have to evolve. After evolution. Evolution. I mean, to what extent, what do you do after reaching that level? Evolution. RADITZ is speechless and feels that he is talking to an idiot, and the ridiculous thing is that the scientific wisdom of this idiot far exceeds anyone. In a flash, he understood. Bundlers was originally created for the evolution of the planet. It was still controllable at the time and existed as a technology. Who knows that the best way to calculate it is extinct, and that kind of violent means allows the tomats to eat their own food. In addition to the pursuit of evolution, in other respects, Bondolers can even be called simple. But because of the simple horror, it has no scruples, does not say anything, can do anything for evolution, and it will be crazy. My calculations encounter obstacles, I need life experiments, you are the person I chose. Bondolers speaks straight, and takes people's lives to say the same. With his voice, a cylindrical transparent jar on one side discharged a large amount of green turbid liquid and refilled with light mucus, and RADITZ gradually saw what was inside. It is a human shape, a naked body. I use all the elements I need to create human beings. The vital signs and functions are complete, but I still can't calculate the results like the experimental body. The only way is to analyze the experimental body and get more information. So you have so many human beings, just to study the human body. The data they provide will allow me to get more information and improve my research. You are the best because you have made me change quickly in a short period of time. The words of Bondolers seem to praise RADITZ, and there is a feeling that the pig should be slaughtered when it grows fat. RADITZ is helpless, and excellence is not my fault. What do you study for the human body? I don't know, just because I tried to make a complete human, I failed. With your ability, creating an individual will fail. The human eyes I make don't flow, and they don't make different tones. Is this talking about emotions? In other words, its human beings have no feelings. www.readaloud.com. RADITZ suddenly laughed. You don't just evolve, find your own failures, but also know how to make up. Is it so-called evolution? Bondolers fell silent and seemed to be hard to come by. Or, do you actually envy human beings? The environment outside is also because you want to live like human beings. Is this body made for yourself? RADITZ asked in a row, his eyes sharp. The sword stabbed the chip. This is part of evolution. Bonder's tone changed for the first time, revealing emotions similar to human anger. With its fierce tone, dozens of metal tentacles broke out and flew to RADITZ. At this moment, RADITZ has been drained of energy, and there is no resistance. The tentacle easily locked him, and the hole smashed into the air, and the thorny claws snapped into his flesh. Thank you, I finally found your weakness. RADITZ stretched out in the air, hanging in the air, but the look was cold, not showing a little bit of fear. The unexpected reaction made the data analysis of Bondolers a mistake, only silence. For a long time, it spit out a sentence, I have no weaknesses. No, you have. Your learning ability is very strong, you can calculate almost everything, but there are some things in human beings that you can't figure out. For example, emotions, such as beliefs, such as the potential of Sion. Like me. RADITZ's blue veins blew out, the blood in his eyes was dense, the swollen muscles pulled over the tough tentacles, and he tried his best to bend the arm at an angle and stuffed a fairy bean into his mouth. After a while chewing, accompanied by a drink, RADITZ broken into the bondage, the red light shrouded the entire space, bright as a red day. Chapter 49, One cut can be calculated. Before the separation, RADITZ took a fairy bean from Sun Wukong just in case, but I did not expect it to come in handy. The restored power of RADITZ directly broke out the king of the boxing, grabbed the tentacles intended to retreat, and pulled it all out. The electronic sparks flash, making a squeaky sound, and then all fall to the ground with powerlessness. The red light rushed, and RADITZ's long hair was slightly lifted in the riot of the riot, and the thin clothes spurred and slammed the sound of. Bondolers obviously did not understand the messy things of emotions and beliefs, but it did not respond at the same time. RADITZ suspects that if it is surprised by this feeling, it should now be in the surprise. After all, a person who has no energy suddenly breaks out and breaks away from its control. It is incredible for the machine. Everything can be calculated. You can't beat me. Bondolers finally spoke, his voice cold as usual. The long dragon in front of it started, and the huge body hovered and rushed to RADITZ. Looking at the red metal dragons, RADITZ's body swayed a little, although he could not perceive the guy's anger, but he instinctively realized the strength of the other. RADITZ trembled, not because of fear, but because of the instinct of the scion, the excitement of facing a strong enemy. "Come on!" he shouted and flew to the metal dragon. The flexible body flew around the dragon. It looked like two red lights intertwined, and it was long and short. RADITZ is lighter than the long dragon, and after a few twists and turns, he stepped on its neck, which is beyond the reach of this position. He grabbed the slippery metal beard and almost pinched it, and lifted up the other hand, slamming his fist and slamming it on the hard surface. The great power went down, the body of the dragon was trapped in a pit, and the red face was RADITZ. "It's hot." "Oh!" RADITZ rushed to close his hand and swayed a few times. At this time, the sole of the foot also had a burning sensation. He had to fly away from the dragon. The metal dragon can instantly heat his body, and through the heat transfer of the metal, RADITZ quickly feels the high temperature. It forced RADITZ back, and the tail swiftly swept away, slamming a whip and hitting the belly of RADITZ. RADITZ was knocked out and flew out, and the dragon tail followed closely, to get around his body. At the crucial moment, RADITZ broke out the three-time king punch, and he evaded urgently. The end of the dragon tail suddenly pierced the sharp cold blade, and painted a sharp edge, and opened his clothes and almost cut the bleeding marks. RADITZ was secretly shocked, and the cockroach's faucet opened his mouth and spurred a fiery flame wave against him. A figure suddenly disappeared into the long river of flames. The majestic flames of the flames caused RADITZ's body to continually vibrate and clench his teeth. Sure enough, the three-time king punch can barely deal with it. "Your ability is stronger than the warrior I copied, but it won't exceed it. Then I calculate the result." "You can't." "No? My God, I will still ridicule." RADITZ resisted the flames, and when he was tempered, he came up, and the man couldn't say it. Sparkle, shockwave. With a big bang, RADITZ gave up his cross defense with his hands, and the 5 fingers opened and stacked together, and a gorgeous light burst under the red flaming flame. The shock wave reverses the flame wave at an ultra-fast speed, and the eye-catching flash is reflected in the eye of the metal dragon, flowing like a bright wave. Boom! The shining shock wave overshadowed the flame of the metal dragon and engulfed it. RADITZ did not show the glory, because he knew that the shock wave could not defeat these guys, and the opponents who would respond to the energy bombs were equipped with energy-absorbing devices. Sure enough, after the smoke, the metal dragon showed a majestic posture, and the long body did not have any damage. Instead, the martial arts showed sharp claws. At this time, the metal dragon snarled, and the thrilling electronic sound blasted like a thunder. Then, the whole dragon's scales were opened, and the weapons contained inside were spurred out. The white, purple, and red light shone with the universal direction, as if the rainbow filled the whole space, and the beautiful energy shocked. No dead corners hit every corner. Bondolers is in the sphere, absorbing all the energy that reflects it, and RADITZ has nowhere to escape, only hard to pick up. The 5-fold king punches are instantly boosted. At this moment, his use of 5 times the power consumption has been greatly reduced, and the combat power has reached more than 500,000. The soaring breath bounced off the energy shock, and the arrogance rose dramatically. RADITZ floated in the air, and the eyes were whistling in the storm, venting endless fighting desire. The ancients have been dismantled by hand, and today I will try to dismantle the dragon. RADITZ's flaming flashing frequency is getting faster and faster, and finally turned into a phantom shot. The speed at which he rushed to the metal dragon was unbelievable. He stared at the metal dragon's scales and waved a punch. Hey! The explosion was accompanied by mechanical cracking, and the debris was flying all over the sky. RADITZ passed through the huge body and cut a hole in the dragon. He also had a string of cables on his hand, which was sweating and sparking. Turning around, he continued to puncture, and he opened the scales and smashed the weapons inside. Calculation error. Calculation error. The alarm sounded suddenly. The faucet deflects, swings the body, trying to catch RADITZ. RADITZ preemptively made a punch and hit the faucet. www.readaloud.com. The punch made it half a face. He climbed up to the neck again, and the old place slammed down. Even the burning sensation did not hit the fist, the gas has already worn through. Hey! Another sound, the faucet breaks half. Calculation error. Calculation error. The sound became sharper and reached the apex of the emergency. RADITZ grabbed the two corners, tore it, pulled it in half, and then kicked it off. The metal dragon that lost his head was still able to move, its tail swept over and wanted to hit the belly of RADITZ. How can RADITZ be recruited again? He greeted his hands and hugged his tail, pressing it back and twisting his direction, shaking. Just like a toy, it throws a throw and throws, and the space is constantly shaking. After some abuse, the metal dragon was soft and there was no movement. Even if it relied on the instructions of bondolers, it could not be reactivated. Calculation error. Defensive body number 1 can't move. Finally, the voice has been lowered, like the last bark of the coveted old man. RADITZ pointed at the circular container where bondolers was. Is it visible? You can't calculate everything. Quickly lift your gravity and let my spaceship take off, or I will punch it. Destroy you. Hey! The data collection is complete. Bondolers ignored RADITZ and spoke to himself. In the side of the culture tank, a small chip was inserted into the human head. The tube and cable on the person were pulled out, and the sleeping person suddenly opened his amber eyes. In an instant, a punch rushed out of the culture tank, and the fist shadow was absolutely fast, hitting RADITZ. The liquid slammed out, and it spread out over the ground, giving off a stench. Chapter 50, Bondolers. RADITZ was hit in the middle of the face and quickly flew out and slammed into the wall. Hey! The huge reverberation echoed in the ear, and the wall fell down. RADITZ felt a burning pain behind him. Number 1 experimental body attack. Number 1 experimental body attack. The sharp voice screamed in a hurry. On the first, the arm was extended, and the 5 fingers opened, gathering a dark red energy bomb. Has it learned to use energy bombs? RADITZ was shocked. This body is different from every machine in the past. The brain is controlled by the chip of bondolers. In other words, it is bondolers. Collecting so much data, no wonder it will be so powerful that it can fight with RADITZ in the state of 5 times. I couldn't wait to do more emotions. The dark red energy bombs had already flown in. RADITZ tried to move as much as I could. The explosion behind him was split, and the sparks were splashing and thunderous. The speed of the 5-fold king boxing is naturally not chased by the energy bomb. The dark space has been bombarded, and the RADITZ is still unscathed. He has been observing the attack interval of bondolers. The launch time of each energy bomb is about half a second. This gap is the time of his counterattack. For him, half a second is enough. Bondolers really had a momentary delay, which is the interval between the accumulation of energy. At this time, RADITZ flew away, and the red light fluttered, as the sun came to the earth, burning everything. He punched the face of bondolers, such as the red meteor, and the mighty power was enough to shatter the earth. Hey! RADITZ flew out and squatted on the wall, and there was another pain in the back. How is this possible? I have calculated your combat mode, you are in the red state, the speed is above me, but the attack is single. I have seen all your moves. Hey, you guys are very cold and don't know. RADITZ stunned bondolers, but his heart was already panicked, but he wouldn't stop there anyway. Look at it. Suddenly, RADITZ's hands were superimposed, and the slamming shock wave hit the front of it. Bondolers stepped forward and did not put this shock wave in his eyes. The light was like the river, and the rock was divided into two sides, and then disappeared. The light dissipated, and RADITZ saw that it was surrounded by a triangular transparent shield that completely absorbed the energy of the shock wave. And because of this shock wave, the shape of Bondolers is more robust, as if it is stronger. This type of attack is not effective for me, and my energy is eternal and will not be consumed. Oh, the strength is stronger than I thought, and what the tricky attributes have. RADITZ said in his heart. He clenched his fist and took a deep breath. I thought that there would be no energy absorption shield in the human body, and the result was absorbed. It seems that only like the dismantled metal dragon, it was demolished. RADITZ rushed again and took the initiative to attack. Useless. Bondolers raised his hand and prepared to attack. Suddenly settled, RADITZ in front of it changed from 1 to 2, 2 into 4, and finally into 8 around it. Body weak. How can there be 8? Bondolers gave a punch, hitting only the shadow, and the whole person was dead in the same place, as if he was doubting life. At this moment, a foot in front of his face squatted on it, and it was stretched back a few steps. A big shoe print on the face was very obvious. Unsurprisingly, you can't deal with moves that you haven't seen before. RADITZ hit a hand and quickly chased around the side. Bondolers suffered a heavy blow and bowed his body to feel the pain. At this time, RADITZ jumped to the rear, his elbows squatted and slammed it to the ground. The ground was severely cracked and the cracks spread to the wall. At the moment, the body is a skin that simulates the human body, and red blood flows out under the impact of the mammoth. I didn't expect you to bleed, it was still red. You are the same. Bondolers whispered coldly, his limbs propped up, and leaped in the air for a week, coming to RADITZ. Ha! It lifted one leg and slammed back and pulled RADITZ back. Fortunately, the reaction was rapid, and RADITZ blocked some of the power and only took a few steps back. To fight back, RADITZ's eyes were huge and his look changed dramatically. A few false shadows appeared in front of him, and then turned around him, the afterimage? This is too fast to learn? RADITZ bite his teeth, his eyes turn left and right, he can't perceive the other's gas. If you want to catch the body in the afterimage, you can only rely on the feeling and the eye. In the field of vision, the shadows of the people are flying fast and are approaching. It's here. The violent drink slammed into the back. Bondolers also made a punch, the two collided together, the air blew, the crack in the ground was even bigger, and the lower edge of the iron wall showed signs of looseness. Almost at the same time, the two men lifted their legs and attacked their legs. The fists and feet are waving with the blast. www.readaloud.com. The bang and the vibration are in the same direction. RADITZ is short of the slashing of Bondolers, and he has a hook and a fist. In a moment, Bondolers appeared behind him, flew under the elbow, slammed the back, but also fell. RADITZ had already flashed behind Bondolers, kicked, and it quickly turned, and the lame was a rotating leg that touched RADITZ. It's like me, this guy. RADITZ retired a few meters, active legs and feet. Just now, he repeatedly slammed his legs and his legs were slightly trembling. Looking at Bondolers, it is still a cold look, although there is a shoe print on the face, the eyebrows are bleeding, but there is no movement. Your strength is weakened. The annoying electronic sound came again and echoed through the space. RADITZ is very clear that this is saying him. 5 times the king of the boxing power is great, but the physical exertion is not small. It took a lot of time with Bondolers, and now his physical fitness has already made a discount. The fighting power between the two is between the two, and then use 5 times to fight down the physical strength is not dominant, it will be defeated. In front of him, Bondolers pressed hard, his fingers pierced a cold light, like a whip, and like a knife, it raised his hand and swayed. Brushing brush Hanmang flashes, and a scar is opened, and the wind whistling in the air, as if the void has been broken into two. RADITZ hurriedly ducked, hurriedly escaping from the cold, and the long hair was cut off a little while flying, and the hair fluttered in the air, fluttering. The dangerous atmosphere pervades the air. Damn, you have to make a higher multiple of the king. But you haven't found a way to crack it. Once you use it. RADITZ made up his mind, gnawed his teeth and raised his limits again. Only like this. Up. 6 times. Chapter 51, Beyond. 6 times the king of the boxing. The red arsenal on RADITZ skyrocketed, and the speed accelerated again. The cold light and the red flaming flames alternated and flashed and leaped. At first he was reluctant to use more than 5 times the king of the world, because the other side still has too many unknowns, and it would be unfavorable to consume too much physical strength. But Bondeler's energy is eternal, but his physical strength is constantly consumed. In this case, it is better to let go. RADITZ progressed at full speed, approaching Bondeler's, and when he rushed to it, the red light flashed and turned around behind him. Bondeler's suddenly stunned, once again horrified, a huge force has fallen heavily, kneeling on his back. Suddenly subjected to a strong impact, Bondeler's screamed on one knee and made a voice, "Your strength is once again improved." "This is what you said, can't calculate." "Yes." RADITZ yells, "Don't waste time, put your feet together, step on it again." Stepping on its head, it stepped into the hard metal floor and knocked out a deep pit. Bondeler's broke his nose, and his face was smeared with blood and numerous eyes. The Wolverine jumped up and pulled away from RADITZ. 7 times. RADITZ rushed away, punching and dancing, constantly changing the angle of attack, attacking the body of Bondeler's, playing it, and finally falling. Call, call. He was not taken lightly, but he fell down with only one body. The body of Bondeler's was still kept in a round container. The thief first smashed the king, and RADITZ stared at the body. He punched the ball in a round, but, the fallen human body stood up again and stopped in front of him. At the same time, another metal dragon protecting the body is drilled from the ground and wound around the body. The body of Bondeler's has been beaten and fleshy, blood flow is not limited, but it can still be active. After suffering a punch from RADITZ, it abruptly opened a blood hole in his abdomen, still resisting, and did not step back. Sure enough, it was never easy to destroy it, and RADITZ quickly withdrew and pulled away. Number 1 defeated, the experiment was successful. Success? What does it mean? RADITZ suddenly had an ominous premonition and his eyes were full of alert. I saw the tentacles around me once again, and stretched out from all directions. The flesh and blood of the number 1 experimental body began to dissipate, and was recovered by liquid metal, which turned into another form. This is your true face. The flesh and blood is too weak, I don't need it anymore, Bondeler's said. Under the circumstances, I have found the most suitable experimental body. The sound just fell, and countless tentacles came out together, like a snake flying, rushing to RADITZ. At the same time, number 1 Bondeler's also rushed over, his arm pierced the machete, intended to raid. Drink! RADITZ opened his hands and screamed. The red light turned into a ball, and he vomited out, pulling out countless tentacles. The high temperature instantly burns it to ashes, and the afterglow of energy burns the panels on the iron wall a lot. In the face of Bondeler's blade, RADITZ slightly tilted half of his body, missed the front, and then opened his arm, one elbow on his face. A powerful blow hits Bondeler's back and his steps back and forth. Immediately after a hand knife, RADITZ's red light was sharp and his body was cut. Therefore, it had to be turned into a pool of liquid. Ready to reorganize. This is the same. You can't use the energy absorption shield when you are liquefied. Bondeler's did not expect that this would be seen through, and turned into a liquid. He has no resistance at the moment. And RADITZ has gathered a group of white light in hand, and it will be violently slammed down. Just in the moment he shot, many of the copying people behind him swarmed and locked his joints and body. They have been deliberately planning for a long time, and Latitude tried to make a sneak attack when it was about to succeed. They can't be directly detected without the breath, and they easily achieve their goals. The regrouped bondlers threw him down and turned it into a liquid sticking to him. And other replicas unfold the energy absorption shield and begin to absorb his energy. In a short while, RADITZ dismissed the king of the king, and he managed to drop his hand. Number 0 experimental body is ready. The sound came to my mind, and RADITZ suddenly understood. His number is 0, and the ranking is still in front of the number 1 experimental body. Bondlers only used the number 1 to test his ability, so the previous battle will be attributed to the word experimental success. The defeat on the first was a good news for bondlers, because a more appropriate experimental body was born. The body transformation begins, the chip is implanted. Hundreds of tentacles drove RADITZ to the air, and the liquid metal slowly climbed to the brain of RADITZ. The small chips inside got into the ear, and a current spread throughout RADITZ's body. The consciousness is gradually blurred. The chip abruptly invaded the consciousness of RADITZ, and the moment to complete the transformation www.readaloud.com can be replaced. Wait, I allowed you to come in. Suddenly, a voice rang in the consciousness of RADITZ, interrupting the progress of the chip. His soul is traversed, which is equivalent to the existence of the 5 elements beyond the 3 realms. Although the transformation technique of bondlers is powerful, it can only transform the original consciousness of RADITZ, and he can do nothing to him now. How are you still awake? I obviously have cleared everything. Shut up. Get out of the way. RADITZ's mentality began to counter, overwhelmingly regain control of the body, rushing toward the chip. The mighty spirit drowned the chip like the ocean, not only regained itself, but also began to invade the will of bondlers. RADITZ's soul energy is extremely powerful, directly into the kernel, unimpeded. You have invaded my interior, impossible, my defense system is impeccable. Don't be stupid, I came in along with you, you invited me. RADITZ said, I want to occupy someone else's body, I never thought that it would be occupied in reverse. And, I have found destruction. Your method. No, no, no. Bondlers has no panic, but it has revealed its fragile side. At the moment when he evolved his thoughts, it marked both progress and paved the way for him to perish. RADITZ sipped, and his mental power, like current, swam through the complex structure of the chip, and passed through countless pieces of information. Externally, the circular building began to collapse, the copying person was completely turned into a liquid, and no longer had the ability to shape. The metal dragon broke into a slag, and the sphere where the body was located also disappeared. Numerous cables were exposed to the air. The Spark of Ziz. Chapter 52, RADITZ. Walking through the vast flow of information, RADITZ has a feeling of facing the universe. When he first boarded the spacecraft into space, he also had such a small sense of awe, which was the emotion that emerged when people were facing the endless unknown and vast starry sky. The interior of the bondler's chip is also infinitely broad. RADITZ's mental strength does not know how fast he can swim in it, and learn more truth from the hidden information base. The so-called evolution chip is actually a weapon. The original Tomat stars wanted to use this chip to create war weapons similar to humans, but under the circumstance, they discovered the other functions of bondlers, and then began to put it into production. The stalwart of Tomat has been since then. They used the strong absorption and evolutionary power of bondlers to invade several planets, and then created a lot of mechanical metal arming, sold the armed forces to other galaxies, and expanded their power through trafficking and colonization. Some planets refused to trade with Tomat, and they would suffer from the attack from bondlers. They were eventually destroyed and they were forced to become the dependent territory of Tomat. In this way, under the constant expansion, bondlers' evolutionary instinct began to produce a sense of autonomy, gradually controlling the planet from all aspects and metallizing it. The frightened Tomat star, Lima, launched an emergency stop program buried deep in the chip to destroy the chip. However, after the destruction of the chip, the Tomats were also embarrassed, and the oppressed nations of the universe attacked Tomat, causing the planet to decline. The only thing that has been handed down in history is to erase all the causes of aggression and decay. As a result, many of the Tomat stars have been proud of themselves for many years, trying to reproduce the civilized era. The remaining part of the chip still records all the information and is blocked in the depths of Tomat. It was not until the beginning of the restudy that the memory fragments were read. The huge data was all imported into the new chip, and the current Bondolers was born. The brand new Bondolers is completely replicating the previous things, that is, it also has an emergency stop program. RADITZ's mental powers ran away, covering the entire chip and searching, and it was necessary to find the program. The interior of the planet began to vibrate, the doors of one of the secret rooms were opened, and all the cages lost their energy supply and the defense shield was removed. The light was red for a while, white for a while, flashing non-stop, and even cracks on the wall. The crowd screamed as if the end of the day was coming. What happened? It wants to bury us here. It's dying. At this time, Wukong stood up, and a high drink subsided the panic of everyone. Hey! Everyone, the door has been opened, and quickly fled. We are saved. Ah! Many people awake as if they were dreaming, and they are stunned in the room that is constantly shaking and shaking. They saw that the door was indeed open, but no one dared to go out first. One is a game of Bondolers. It is very likely that there is a team of people outside, and some people will be directly exposed. Vegeta did not hesitate, the first one rushed out, and then Goku, Bic, and others followed. Everyone looked at it and quickly followed them. These big scorpions have left. And it's no different than waiting to die. All the soldiers on the way stopped and did not move. Some of the guns were shattered into slag, and the electronic screens and guards were all slamming and sparking. Almost all the defensive measures were extinguished, the door of the transport room was also open, and there was no obstacle in front of the portal. Wukong let the detainees pass through the portal first, and they are behind the scenes. It seems to be the hand and foot of RADITZ, cut, that guy. Vegeta bit his teeth, very reluctant to be saved because of RADITZ. Haha, I think it's right. Sun Wukong said with great pleasure, if it is a brother, I will be able to solve the problem. Oh, there is him. Bic hugged his hands, revealing a hint of unspeakable smile. In any case, everyone was relieved, and when all the experimental bodies passed through the portal, they also came to the outside world. The girl with orange hair looked behind her and suddenly asked, "Where is Mr. RADITZ now?" Everyone glimpsed and quickly turned around and saw that a large number of metal buildings collapsed. The mech that had just been transmitted has become a scrap iron. The distant body of the planet has been separated and become a fragment of the universe. This movement is too big, right? It's almost going to take the whole planet apart. The figure of RADITZ is still not seen. The explosion roared more and more, and the rebel army rushed out of the base, exclaiming and welcoming them to Wukong. V-Lady installed a positioning device for them before departure, and the internal signal would be shielded, but the position would appear immediately. A group of them drove the aircraft and rushed like a blast. You have succeeded. Let's get out of here. www.readaloud.com Bondolers is going to be destroyed. V-Lady shouted, sweating his head, and she noticed that the metal planet was breaking down, not hurrying. If you leave, you can only be a funerary. The aircraft stopped in front of the rescued people, and V-Lady jumped off the aircraft and bowed to Wukong. Everyone behind me expressed their gratitude and was filled with tears. They met with their loved ones and friends again, hugged together, and experienced the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Now is not the old time, everyone will leave here, our spaceship is nearby, take the aircraft past. Great! The people who experienced the rebirth followed the rebellious army to retreat, and entered the aircraft and went to the spaceship. However, Wukong and others have been slow to move. V-Lady is very surprised. What's wrong? Don't you go. My brother is still inside. Is it? Mr. RADITZ. The orange-haired girl clenched her hands and prayed for him. 2 lines of clear stream flowed down her eyes, as if the icy lake melted and turned into a soft river. Suddenly, the gradually fragmented planet made a loud explosion, and the fire blasted the surface. The magma-like heat flow spread from a canyon mouth, and the molten metal melted. In the fire, RADITZ slowly flew out. His hair was a mess, his face was pale, his body was also terrible, and his blood was scattered. Wolverine, he finally got out of the fire and rushed to the ground with his last breath. Snapped. Finally, RADITZ, who fell to the ground, was grey-faced, and was supported by the orange-haired girl. She felt on the white thigh and felt soft and tender. She shouted comfortably, "I am alive again." Chapter 53, Vision. I won't lose to you. With a scream, RADITZ hurriedly lifted his upper body and gasped. After a while, he saw a white metal wall in front of him. Where is he? Looking around, I was surrounded by the orange-haired girl, who was too tired to fall asleep, holding a can of empty drink in her hand. The surrounding space is small, except for the rest cabin where he lies. There are only a variety of wall and sanitary fixtures. This is the cosmic ship. RADITZ breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that in the end, he managed to escape the metal planet. RADITZ. You woke up. V-Lady rushed out and exclaimed. It's not a big problem, but there is still some pain in the shoulders and back. RADITZ licked his teeth. He looked around and asked, where is this? How is Bondolers? The last scene in RADITZ's consciousness fell in the arms of the orange-haired girl, and then she remembered nothing. He desperately countered the chip and started the hidden destruction program, forcing the chip to reverse backwards and destroying Bondolers. This is the cosmic ship of the rebels. Because the destruction of Bondolers is too fast, your spacecraft has not had time to restore the system power, so rest here for peace. V-Lady said. She pointed outside the door. I saw a large group of people crowded with the main cabin. Everyone is here. Then she took care of you all day. A voice suddenly sounded outside the door, light and elegant, like a gentle flowing stream. With the sound, an old man came in. The old man is also orange hair, wearing a cloth, although the body is not high, but very temperament. He politely bowed to RADITZ. Thank you for saving my granddaughter, Zhanjie, this poor child, the only remaining seed of our family. She is a kind-hearted person, saying that you saved her, always stay with you until now. Zhanjie. Although the orange-haired girl herself forgot the name because of the destruction of the experiment, the old man will not remember correctly, and RADITZ will not. Zhanjie. Isn't that the boss of the galaxy overlord Pojak? If you look closely, except for the ears and eyes, the girl in front is really similar to the one with the praise. If the conjecture is true, then how can this praise become? RADITZ felt a puzzle. What are you thinking about? Get ready. V-Lady stunned him and smiled. What are you going to do? RADITZ stunned. Look at it yourself. V-Lady pointed to his body, licking an old dress, slightly red face and then turned around. RADITZ found that he did not wear clothes, not only the upper body was exposed, but even the following was unobstructed. After careful consideration, at the end of the decisive battle with Bondolers, he rushed out of the flames. At that time, he had almost lost his strength. I am afraid that the clothes were almost destroyed at that time. He took the old clothes and put them on his body. Although the texture was rough, he barely covered his body. V-Lady waited for him to wear it, and then turned around again and gave him a ball. This is a gift from the Tomat Star, thank you for saving them. Gift. You will like it, and get to know it. V-Lady smiled mysteriously, picked up the slumbering praise, and went out with the old man. The hatch is closed, leaving only the LADITZ and the dark gold ball. Seeing this look, LADITZ still has some guilty feelings, as if he once again saw bondolers, who made the chip at that time also in such a sphere. He tried to touch the ball gently, and the finger clicked, forming a ripple-like sputum spread on the surface. The ball was instantly decomposed and reorganized, and it was turned into a small mechanical bird very quickly. When you wake up, it takes only 1 day to recover from such damage, and the body is amazing. The mechanical bird made an unexpectedly sweet sound. LADITZ was taken aback. A spherical object turned into a bird. What are you? I am called the instrumental, Tomat, the intelligent assisting machine made by the Tomat stars. Now it is your assistant. The mechanical bird said that he was in front of LADITZ, facing him, and continued, I have been observing you since yesterday, and I know that you are LADITZ. You said that you are my assistant? Asked LADITZ. Yes, I made it to help people do all kinds of work. The instrument mat, this name is quite domineering, but the function is not so powerful. To help complete the work, it seems to be an automatic machine for tea delivery or timing photos. LADITZ carefully looked at its claws and links, as well as the dark gold wings that folded like a folding fan. I thought, this thing looks pretty handsome. How many machines are there like you? Only one of me. The highest level works like me can't be made again. The instrument mat confidently said www.readaloud.com, even with a trace of pride. Its words are quite interesting, the same high intelligence, not as rigid and indifferent as bondolers, but some traces of humanity. This Tomat star is the latest and most outstanding scientific work, perhaps not as strong as bondolers, but it seems to be better in LADITZ. LADITZ talked with it for a long time, and the two sides understood each other as if they had made new friends. After a while, Wukong, who was told to recover from LADITZ, came to visit, and everyone discussed when to start and re-planned the route. After all, the situation on the Earth can wait for people, they must find Dragon Ball as soon as possible. Everyone is grateful to LADITZ, and when they propose to be separated, everyone will send them off collectively. The spacecraft chose a new planet to land, and LADITZ and his party restarted the Hope and embarked on a journey of joy. Zangia followed his grandfather and waved at LADITZ, licking his delicate mouth like a rose waiting to be kissed. The scene only stayed for a moment, and the next moment the spacecraft ignited, passing the eyes of everyone and ascending into space. The collapse of the metal planet wanders in the vast universe, with a few tiny pieces flying in different directions. There is a faint light remaining, and numerous tiny wafers are scattered in it, flying in the direction of the Earth. There is also a piece of debris that is constantly absorbing around, rapidly increasing itself, and gradually, it will also absorb the surrounding garbage and metal sheets and condense into an integrated body. The other two active pieces are each scattered in the other direction of the universe. If LADITZ is present, he will recognize it. This is the body of bondolers. Chapter 54, Wild Star Road. The spacecraft flies along a predetermined orbit and, under the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, advances at a rapid speed. The instrument mat played an amazing role, not only repaired the various systems of the spaceship, but also optimized several small errors in the manual, and finally even modified the energy conversion board, which increased the power by 20%. A series of operations made everyone's eyes open, and a group of people who only knew the battle looked at the little guy's eyes and became extremely admired. Tomat can also teach Gohan's homework, and all kinds of mathematics problems can be solved under his professional explanation. Gohan was able to participate in the trip. Thanks to the mediation of LADITZ, one of the conditions was to complete a set of exercises, and the help of Tomat was progressing fast. There is a saying how to say, Mom no longer have to worry about my study. In addition, he claims to have a lot of features. However, although he is familiar with LADITZ, he still stays on the shoulders of LADITZ or flies around on weekdays, and he relies on LADITZ. Once the system has determined the followers, the robot is extremely loyal and more reliable than many humans. After another day, getting closer to the location displayed by the Dragon Ball radar. It is almost reaching its destination. It's approaching the stars and Philippine Road. Tomat slammed into the transparent shield and the metal wings opened. You can prepare to land. Philippine Road. This is a famous planet. It once flourished and then experienced a great extinction. Life was almost destroyed. It is now a wild star, Tomat explained. RADITZ beat his little head. How do you know everything? This is the material that is embedded in my core. Tomat said very proudly. Although my learning ability is very strong, sometimes I need these ready-made knowledge to fill it. After all, I can record something more than humans. Too much. Say you are fat and still panting. Can you analyze the structure of the Wild Star Road? A piece of cake. In the eyes of Tomat, 2 lights were shot, and a huge screen was projected on the wall of the spacecraft, which showed a picture of the analysis of the Philippine Road. The vegetation coverage, atmospheric composition, life reaction, and other signals were all at a glance. The life response of the Wild Star Philippines Road is very weak, and the environment is very suitable for human survival. RADITZ confirmed the general situation. Well, it's fine to land directly. Okay. Tomat flew to the console and drove the spacecraft into the atmosphere of the Wild Star Road and landed on the ground. Everyone walked out of the spaceship and then took it into the capsule. Their landing point is the wilderness of the Wild Star Philippine Road, surrounded by a scene of ruin, with yellow grass and leaves, and few tall trees. In the distance, there are several large herbivores whose bodies have been scented, and the wind is blowing, and the thick irritating smell is floating. You can see the blue mountains and some snow tops, but there are no civilized buildings. Dragon Ball radar's reaction has been somewhat insensitive. RADITZ continued to hold the button. The magnification has reached the limit, and the display position is still not clear enough. Now only the general direction is known, but where is the final position, still not clear. There is only looking for it. Since there is no specific location for the Dragon Ball, everyone has to fly to the nearby area and then look for it. I have confirmed with the king before, and Dales often changes his position and his whereabouts are uncertain, so he is not on the road of the Wild Star. And without his men, he now needs to recharge his batteries, and it is estimated that he will recruit evil spirits from all over the universe. Hiding the Dragon Ball here, Dales thinks that only he knows it, but he does not want the Earth to have a radar that specifically detects Dragon Ball. In addition to Vegeta, everyone else is looking for Dragon Ball. Naba is also no way, who made him afraid of RADITZ, and had to follow them in a hurry. Everyone was scattered, and Vegeta glanced faintly, sitting on the stone and starting to close his eyes. He learned a lot of skills in the battle with the copying people, and it takes time to digest, but in order not to take up the cultivation time, he often chooses the rest of the leisure to think. The brain repeatedly repeated various action combos, as well as exercises for mutual demolition, and Vegeta nodded slightly. The wind blew, and the grass was like a wave. Suddenly, he was raising his eyes, and the whole person bounced and looked at the sky. There is a gas in the distance that is coming to him. It was a guy with a lot of fighting power. Although it was a lot worse than him, it was very special on the star. Who is here to be active? The breath is getting closer and closer, and Vegeta is shocked. Ki. Vegeta. The cosmic man who flew in the air also stopped and cried in surprise. How come you are here? The two asked at the same time. Yi landed www.readaloud.com pointed to Vegeta and said, "You went to the earth against the orders of King Frieza, and came here again. Could it be that you are for Dragon Ball? Do you know about Dragon Ball?" Vegeta whispered. "Hey, the detectors can communicate, you don't know. We all know that there is something magical on Earth called Dragon Ball. This kind of beads can fulfill any wish, so King Frieza decided to get it." A scion named Dale sold an interesting piece of information to King Frieza, saying that Dragon Ball is here. Yi's face changed and his mouth rose slightly. Dals this bastard! Ha ha ha, the monks are useless, Vegeta, you have died since you exposed yourself. Koi and Vegeta are dead, because the two men have similar fighting power, so they have not been separated. More crucially, all of them are doing things under the command of King Frieza. There is always some scruples when they are killed. Now it's good, Vegeta goes to the Earth privately, and everyone is coming to the Philippines to find the Dragon Ball. It's a blatant betrayal, killing a traitor. If you don't know, King Frieza has to award him. But Vegeta smiled. The laughter was full of disdain and helplessness, and the whole body was shaking with a smile. Definitely. The courage to come to me said this to me, not to mention you, even the team of the team, I am not looking at it now. Hey, you learned to speak loudly on the earth. You and I have a fighting power of 18,000, and I have made progress. Yi said, his hands clenched and punched, showing a sneer. Vegeta smirked and said, then use your poor detector to see how much the uncle's combat power is. Stand firm, don't be scared. Chapter 55, Dodolia. Wildstar Philippines Road. Koi's detector made a beep sound, and the continuous warning sound and the flashing numbers on the screen gave him a heavy blow. No, impossible, how can your combat power be 25,000? Impossible. You are just a scion. While exclaiming and retreating, Yi's brain slammed. Vegeta sneered and slowly walked toward him, this is just a small part of my true strength, but it is enough to deal with you. You. Yi's face was ugly and panicked. The detector is not lie, 25,000 points of combat power, want to kill him is just a moment, he must first be strong, King Frieza, how come you? He pretended a shocked expression, his eyes wide, as if he really saw something that made him fear. Vegeta subconsciously turned back, just for a moment, Yi seized the opportunity, his hands blasted Kigong bombs, and poured continuously on Vegeta. Hey! Several light waves exploded in the same position, and the ground was blown up, and the surrounding area was deep and several inches. Ha ha ha, stupid, how can King Frieza come to this place in person? I lied to you. Unfortunately, you will never know. Ha ha ha. Ha. Yi smiled halfway, suddenly his lips trembled, the strings with broken sounds are abruptly stopped. There was fear in his eyes, and the source of fear was Vegeta's unscathed figure. I see you are stupid, this trick is used against me. Vegeta smiled slyly, and there was a white arrogance on his body. Give me away. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi. Small energy bombs converge on the palm of your hand. In front of the powerful pressure, Yi wants to escape, but his legs are as heavy as lead, and he can't pull it. It was the murderousness that shrouded the whole body, surrounded him. Cannot escape the kill. Please, Vegeta, I admit defeat. I will never dare to be right with you. Leave me a little life, I can work for you and join your camp. At the corner of Vegeta, a sneer smile was drawn, and the energy bomb spurred out, right in the middle of Koi. The body is engulfed by huge energy and blows directly into pieces. Hey! You want to join me too? Vegeta took a sip and looked into the distance. To be honest, you are not even as good as the earth. He stepped off a group of smoked ashes under his feet and his face was cold. At this time, everyone who realized that Vegeta was exerting power thought that there was a battle outbreak and they returned to the original point. When I arrived, I saw the ground pits, as if I had been shoveled several times. The smoke was long, and there were scattered Scion battle suits on the ground, as well as thick plasma. At first glance, I knew that there was a very intense battle, and it was just now. Latiz looked around and asked, what happened? Nothing, just met a small beggar, Frisa's men. That is the Yi. Vegeta said in an understatement, but inadvertently revealed a hint of great revenge. After all, the two played for many years, the combat power is similar, no one is who, and now kill the other side, the heart is naturally dark. It seems that Flasa's men are not very good. Gaku snorted. He just realized that Vegeta used only a small part of the energy, so it was so easy to kill the opponent, showing that they are not as powerful as the legend. No, Kyi is not awesome in flies as many men. He also has two guards, called Dodria and Shangbo. The combat power is above Kyi. In addition, the most powerful team Keen team. It's not a leisurely generation. Vegeta popularizes some of the common sense in the Flyza forces for Sun Wukong. At this time, he was not afraid of Dodo and Shangbo. He did not even look at these people. From beginning to end, his goal is only one, that is, Flasa Ben. Since nothing is wrong, let's go find it. Klein relaxed, trying to gather Kilongju as soon as possible. However, Tomat suddenly issued a warning. Leitais turned around with vigilance. Wait, someone is coming. Everyone will perceive the temper and immediately notice that a strong gas is flying towards them. Who is it? This feeling, yes, it is him, Dodria. Vegeta was excited, and killing two opponents at once was a godsend. There is one more. Bic looked to the other side. That's Shangbo. It's a coincidence that I suddenly met it. Vegeta's 5 fingers moved, and the eyes showed a cold light, which was a deep-hearted fighting desire. Sure enough, after a while, the two arrived in tandem. Dodola's bloated body, full of chest and abdomen, will be full of battle suits. His body is pink, with obvious spurs on his head and wrists. At the moment of landing, the ground made a tremor, as if the meteor fell to the ground. On the other side, Shangbo is much more elegant. www.readaloud.com. First toes on the toes, then landed lightly. He has a soft green hair, tied into a scorpion behind his back. His face is beautiful, even a little feminine. If placed on the earth, it can be regarded as a beautiful man. Different from him, he added a cloak to the battle suit, which made him more graceful. Vegeta, Naba, Leitais, you are all here. Shangbo glanced at them, and when he saw Wukong, he gave a slight glimpse. And you, much like a scion I have seen before. Is it his child? When it was proposed to eliminate the scion people, Shangbo did see a warrior exactly like Sun Wukong. That person led the scion people to resist. Although they eventually failed, they were really impressed. Do you mean me? I am also a scion. Sun Wukong pointed to himself. Oh, just, King Flyza wants to kill you all. Since you are coming to the door, don't blame us. Dodelia's thick lips opened and he laughed wildly. He laughed, Vegeta laughed too, and he laughed louder and more unscrupulous than him. Idiot, you have been with Flyza for so many years, even the strength of your opponent will not be distinguished. When you just wipe out Koi, your detector should respond, this value has exceeded you. You are right. Shangbo nodded, revealing a fascinating smile. But, only one of you can fight against us. Others are not afraid at all. Moreover, as long as we join forces, you will die. Dodolia also thought so, and agreed to smash his fist and prepare to do a big job. Leitai sighed helplessly, and both hands hooked their fingers to each side. You can knock down any of us, and you count. Chapter 56, Various Slings. Leitai's words were mad and maddening. Dodria was stunned and was shocked by the madness of Leitais. Leitais? You dare to say this? Dodola's eyes were picked and there was a feeling of being insulted. What level of Leitais is the thing? More than 1,000 points of combat power, can only be regarded as the low-level soldiers of Fleisch. He can knock down the goods. Hey, Dodelia, if you are not convinced, you can try it. Everyone here can pick you up. Which one can you beat? Still very confident, Leitai spread his hands, a look of indifferent, so that Shangbo secretly doubted, not dare to move. But Dodola is a lot more violent, how can he be so provocative, and directly yell at Leitais? Call, deceive too much. Just you. Come and pick me up. The violent Dodoli screamed. His face was so bad that his fat body was very flexible, and he moved at high speed and rushed to RADITZ. He confidently punched RADITZ with a punch, and he was not prepared. At the moment he punched, RADITZ smiled and held out his fingers. Snapped. With a fluttering sound, one of RADITZ's fingers pressed against Dodo's punch, which made him unable to advance one more point. Dodola only felt that he had hit a piece of copper wall, and he couldn't break it anyway. The power of the whole body was also spent in vain. With a sigh of relief and biting his teeth, Dodola's body began to tremble. Because RADITZ is pushing his finger, this finger pushes his fist back, and the footsteps slide backwards, scooping up a thick layer of dirt behind the heel. Ah! You can hear the screams of Dodelia constipation throughout the journey. Suddenly, RADITZ violently removed his fingers, and Dodola was caught off guard, and fell forward along the inertia. The face hit was RADITZ's iron fist. The hooked fist was as sharp as a sharp blade, and it was incredibly fast. He directly hit Dodelia's chin and pulled him out nearly 100 meters. In a blink of an eye, RADITZ disappeared in place, and he had already slid to the back of Dodria, slamming his legs and kicking it to the ground, throwing out huge pits. How? RADITZ stood on the edge of the pothole and stared at Dodola coldly, his eyes full of jokes. Shangbo unconsciously stepped back a few steps. The narrow eyes were round and the treacherous trembling. The detectors apparently flashing RADITZ's combat power increased from 1,500 to 28,000, and RADITZ was so powerful. In this way, Dodria is definitely not an opponent, because his combat power is only 22,000. But what about other people? Really, as RADITZ said, can you beat Dodria? Shangbo looked at the guys and became more and more nervous. He does not believe, or is unwilling to believe that such a thing will happen. Even he did not notice it, his palms were full of greasy sweat and his heart beat faster. How come? Nothing. Dodola wiped the blood stains on the corners of his mouth with his back. The blood in his eyes was dense. He only suffered a pull from RADITZ. He had begun to breathe. The back seemed to be painfully inserted by a knife and then twisted. Call, call, call. Don't breathe, die fat, give you another chance, you can pick another opponent. RADIZ's thumb pointed to the crowd. Ah! Don't underestimate me. Dodola leaped to the ground with anger, his eyes squeezing big and small, biting his teeth and pointing over there. It's you, little guy. Although he yelled, he was still embarrassed. And he did not dare to pick the scion. The other three eyes were not normal. The obvious mics of Bic, it seems that Klin and Gohan can choose. After he considered it, he chose the shortest, most immature Sun Wufan. It was expected that he would be like this, and RADITZ smiled disdainfully and returned to the crowd. Also ridiculed is Vegeta, who knows the power of Gohan. After World War I, he also trained with Sun Wufan to understand the potential of this kid. More than 20,000 combat power is not enough to see the rice. Under the encouragement of Bach, Sun Wufan went to Dodria. At this moment, he experienced more exercise, obviously no longer playing, and he was calm in the face of strong enemies. Hey, is the Scion not a fighting nation? For your dignity, you can't intervene. Dodola made a clever warning. Guaranteed. RADITZ smiled and waved his hand. Let me die. Dodola's body moved, and it was as fast as the wind, leaving only a residual image, and the body disappeared into the air, almost unpredictable. Gohan was slightly surprised, his eyes turned around, and he felt the gas in the high-speed movement. His figure did not move, so Dodria was overjoyed, flashing behind his hands and opening his hands, ready to hug him. But in the moment when Dodola's hands waved www.readaloud.com, Gohan leaped violently, and the little body jumped to the height of Dodelia's head and turned to one leg. The short and fine body broke out with amazing power. One foot kicked Dodria, and the huge body crashed into the ground, saving a circle of smoke. He stood up with a squid, and then it was the head of Gohan. Go-Bang, who came from high speed, hit his stomach with his head. The huge power crushed his battlesuit directly, and he almost collapsed into a bow and then flew out. Dodila fell to the ground again. He licked the warm blood of his mouth and barely propped up and stood up slowly. This time, he finally believed in RADITZ, because he could not even beat this little child. When shocked and desperate, the sky was flooded with countless waves of light, such as heavy rain, and it was necessary to drown him. At the crucial moment, Vegeta flashed in front of him and stopped in front of Dodria. He waved his hands to open a continuous Kigong wave and rescued Dodria. Vegeta, you! Dodila did not think that Vegeta would block this wave of attacks for him, and his eyes were unbelievable. Don't be wrong, I just want to kill you personally. Just to thank you for a conversation that leaked the truth of the destruction of the Vegeta planet to me. Now I have to start revenge. Vegeta frowned. 1 foot tripped over Dodria, and then stepped on the fat body. Huge pressure squeezed Dodli's honest belly, almost deforming him. He couldn't take any counterattacks, and he begged for mercy, and the feeling of pulling out his heart and lungs together, but Vegeta turned a blind eye to his swearing words. The strength of his feet continued to increase, and he gradually strengthened his pressure. Shangbo was shocked and his face was pale. Chapter 57, Transform. Seeing that his companion was hung up and playing, Shangbo did not dare to go forward to rescue, and even some fear, he knew that the next one was his turn. These guys won't let go of their own, especially Vegeta. The painful Dodria was asking for help, and the flustered screams spread and horrified. How, Shangbo, don't you dare to shoot. You two can join hands, maybe you can win me. Vegeta also did not forget to provoke, lifted his thighs high and stepped heavily. Hey! Dodria spurted out of blood and splashed on Vegeta, causing Vegeta's incomparable disgust. However, Shangbo still has no action. His detectors show that Dodolia's combat effectiveness has dropped by 3/4, and Vegeta's combat power has risen from 25,000 to 30,000. What's more, RADITZ and others were present. With an enemy, the situation is very unfavorable to him. Vegeta, tortured enough, finally released his foot, and rewarded him with an energy bomb. The big ball of his head slammed into Dodria, and swallowed him instantly, turning it into a dirty fireworks. The air of the explosion blew the hair of Vegeta, and the fire reflected a half-cold face. Shangbo, it's your turn. It's been too long to enjoy the comfort of being around Frieza. I'm afraid you haven't made much progress. Hey, Vegeta, I have to admit that the potential of your Saiyan people is really scary. It may have been taken into account when the Frieza ruined the Vegeta star. But I still don't know the secret. Shangbo showed a smile, under my beautiful appearance. Call. Stop. RADITZ couldn't listen, and shouted out of Shangbo. If you want to change, you will turn and you will blow yourself. You still have to shame. This sentence is very embarrassing, and the words just prepared to spit in the throat are hard to go back. Oh. Swallowed a sip, and Shangbo Fang said, RADITZ, how do you know that I will be transformed? Little is known about this secret of his name, except for King Frieza. As a result, he hates to become ugly. Secondly, there are few opponents who need to be transformed, so the transformation is rarely used, and most of them know that they are dead. The secret that Vegeta could not know, RADITZ actually spoke first. I know more and go. Since you have already expected my ability to transform, then I am not welcome. Shangbo has a chance to deal with a Vegeta after he has turned himself. It is difficult to win in the face of the siege. These people have more than 20,000 combat strengths should not be underestimated. This tone, he must swallow, waiting for the next day to report this hatred. First of all, he has to escape. God knows that the Saiyan people will be so strong, or he will be directly paralyzed. When Dodala started the war, everyone here has a good strength, and now it is too difficult to escape under the eyelids. Unless there is a personal quality or something. Shang Bo is aiming at Sun Wufan, who is still flying in the sky. If he can catch Sun Wufan, there may be opportunities. In the first battle, he could see that Sun Wufan's combat power and Dodria were between the two. If Leitai first weakened Dodria, Sun Wu would not win so easily. In addition, Sun Wufan is still a child, and it is suitable for being a hostage. After the transformation, I have more than 30,000 combat power. It is not a problem to catch this kid. Thinking of this, Shang Bo was very determined, shouted without warning. His body expanded rapidly, his muscles became much bigger, and he had numbness on his skin. His face was ugly, like a cockroach. Although he knew that Shang Bo's nausea had turned, but at the moment he really saw it, Leitai could not help but frown and nausea. The transformation can be more and more ugly, and Shang Bo is the representative of it. Ugly and ugly, the growth of power is real. After the transformation, his combat power has risen directly to 32,000, and he is considered to be stronger than Vegeta. Drink! Shang Bo burst into an arrogance, flying up, and blinking to the back of Sun Wufan, a lock from the back of Sun Wufan. The thick and strong arm ring buckled the neck of Gohan, and the lock became blushing and continually struggling. However, Shang Bo's power is amazing. Although Gohan has more than 20,000 combat power, he still can't get rid of it. Ha ha ha, you have listened to me. www.readaloud.com. All turned back, or I will kill this kid. Bastard, you dare to move Gohan, I killed you. Big first furious, what was originally hostile to Frieza belongs to the Scion affairs, he did not want to intervene, but Shang Bo touched his counter scale. During the speech, Bill's hand has gathered 2 green Qigong waves, and the energy of the violent jump is violent and violent, almost unable to control. This is exactly what Shang Bo wants to achieve, and the hostages must be valuable. I don't care about the life and death of Kakarot's son, Shang Bo, pick up. Vegeta completely ignored the threat of Shang Bo. The son of Kakarot shut his hair, he raised his arm, the same energy the bombs gathered and the light covered the entire palm. The number of detectors suddenly skyrocketed, rising from 30,000 to 80,000, and it was scared that Shang Bo shuddered. I go. Vegeta actually hides strength. 80,000 combat power, isn't it really more than the majority of the team? If this Qigong wave attack hits the body, it will definitely die. However, Wukong took Vegeta's arm and stopped the energy bomb. Hey, Vegeta, and Gohan. You want to watch him run away? No. Gohan is in his hand. Then blame your son is too weak, Karkalot. Leitai quickly persuaded, don't be impulsive, Vegeta, I will come up with a solution. Measure? The last time you tried to lose Dales? Let me take it. Vegeta spleen attack, that is, to kill Shang Bo, who cannot stop the momentum is afraid. Shang Bo has stopped stunned. How are these people going? Some are worried about the hostages, and some are completely ignorant of life and death. Is it a group of people? Chapter 58, The Death of Shang Bo. Gohan escaped the bondage, and the neck was sore and full of redness. He rushed back to his father, so as not to be attacked by Shang Bo, who was restored to his vision. At this time, Big has already rushed over and launched revenge for Gohan. Vegeta, this guy is mine. With you. If you didn't kill him, I will kill you. Vegeta snorted, showing a cruel smile. Compared with the strength of K, he is still at ease. Big was able to defeat Nappa at the beginning and trained in the gravity training room for so long. It is not necessary to spend any effort to deal with Shang Bo's small roll of 30,000. Therefore, the cloak of Buick did not take off and went straight into battle. When Shang Bo's eyes have not recovered, he will be exposed to energy bombs. Although he will not perceive the gas, he can also detect dangerous murder and heat flow. That is the ripples, and the deadly energy. Shang Bo immediately raised his hands and crossed them in front of him, while lifting a leg and making a defensive posture. Just after the parry, the green energy bomb hit the body, the burning energy swallowed him, and the violent waves swelled. The surrounding air is heated and burnt, and the scenery is distorted from afar. Under the bombardment, he resisted hard, the cloak was torn, and the battlesuit fell apart. His proud hair burned in the light, and even the body left countless scars. The wave that blocked the blow, the arms trembled, as if the force had pierced his hand bones. Great power! I have 32,000 combat power, and even the other side has to do so hard. Is the other party already over him? And Shang Bo's instinct feels that the attack just did not do its best. His eyes slowly recovered in the glare of the ray, and the corners of the eyes jumped a few times before they saw the object in front, which was vague and seemed to be an individual. Looking closely, the ghosts are stacked together and finally clear. Standing in front of him is the tall Bic. The cold murder in his eyes makes Shang Bo feel cold and straight. You are the Mixter! Shang Bo exclaimed. Why are you mixed with the earth and the Scion? Bic did not care about his questioning. The real battle is to start directly. If you say so many words, it makes no sense. So, when Shang Bo's question was not over, Bic had already flown, quickly changing the trajectory and approaching Shang Bo in an elusive way. The speed is extremely fast, and the air can capture the shadows. Shang Bo looks at his eyes and can't see the figure of Bic. Anxious, he instantly had a cold sweat, his heart violently beating, his brain screaming and heating, and then a blank. Sudden assault brought a violent wind. Shang Bo's hair drifted in the wind, slamming backwards. Followed by the arrival is more violent. In the air, wrapped in the heavy punch of Bic. Shang Bo wanted to block, but the hand could not keep up with the reaction and slowed down. Bic's fist was in the face of Shang Bo's face, and he punched a wave of more than 100 meters and fell straight into the earth. Ah! The scream left a long reverberation in the air, and then a loud noise came out. Boom! The ground blew a pit, surrounded by gravel, and the cracks like the cobwebs entangled and spread. To the distance, Shang Bo's face was soft, and the corner of his mouth was covered with blood. His body was full of dust, as if it had been stained with a layer of grey earth. His limbs, which were deeply trapped in the pit, were all evacuated, and they could not stand even in the station. His face was slightly deformed, his nose was smashed, his teeth were knocked down, and a mouth leaked. Oh, I dare to hit my face! Shang Bo was angry, but he cares a lot about this face. Now he is beaten like this, how can he not be angry? But before he got angry, Bic's figure had come to him, his arms extended and wrapped around his neck. Is it just like this? You let go. Shang Bo also realized the feeling of suffocation, but he was too red to resist, he had no strength. The blue veins of the body, the eyeballs convex like a ball, the fingers twitching like a strange angle, pulling the air. Bic blinks, emits light waves, burns his knees, and then the joints of both arms. This move was also used by Sun Wukong. If it was not the end of the big move, and gave Sun Wukong the opportunity to use the air dance counterattack, Bic won. This time, he learned the lesson and locked his arm to Shang Bo's neck. www.readaloud.com. Don't let it escape, and then slowly torture. Every time a part is pierced, it is accompanied by a scream of Shang Bo, and the sweat on the forehead is rolled up, and the body is almost twitching. He couldn't speak, and he breathed a sigh of relief, his chest expanded and contracted, and his lungs were full of turbidity. This is simply torture. What Bic had originally thought was torturing him, and he hammered a few punches and beat Shang Bo to no human form. Even RADITZ felt terrible, and he did not ruin every inch of bones. If Shang Bo's heart is hit hard, there are countless impossible in his mind. He thought that even if he couldn't deal with everyone, it's not a problem to escape. Who would have thought that one of the mics would kill themselves, and even Vegeta did not. He suddenly trembled and flashed an amazing thought in his head. Vegeta's combat power can be raised from 25,000 to 80,000, and maybe it can go up. So what about RADITZ? 20,000 is not the limit? Sion, when became so horrible. Shangbo gave up all the bottom lines in pain and made the last effort to beg for mercy. Sorry, everyone, let me go. I also follow the meaning of Flissa, it's his fault. Please, I can do something for you. Ha ha ha, cheating the tricks of children. Bick, you still don't do it, wait for me. Vegeta laughed and broke Shangbo's bad excuses. It's time to send you on the road, rubbish. Bick stalked the waves that couldn't move his limbs in the air, his mouth opened, it gathered energy, and released a Qigong wave from his mouth. At this time, Shangbo had no resistance, and disappeared into the energy of Qigong waves and turned into fly ash. Chapter 59, The Cosmic Emperor is Angry. A corner of the northern Milky Way, Flyaza branch. On a high-tech planet, Flyaza stood on the top of the tallest tower of the planet, looking out over the wind. The dark rivers linger under the feet, and the towering armed buildings are dotted with pearls along the banks of the river. The darkness of the sky is reflected in the faint glow of the lights. It is already late at night. He stood there quietly, holding a cup of bright red wine in his hand against the rushing cosmic army and the radiant lights. The height of the tower is connected to the sky. Flyaza stood in such a high place, overlooking the mortal beings, and the long wind whistling hit the eardrum. The tail is curled and dragged to the ground, not to have a proper angle. Looking at the grand scene he created, Flyaza smiled gratifiedly, and as it continued, conquering the entire galaxy and even the universe is just around the corner. He has recently been proud of the spring breeze, the expansion of the Legion has increased rapidly, and several hidden dangers have been eliminated. A few days ago, he even learned a good news, Dragon Ball. Since Dales escaped from the Earth, he was exiled in the universe for a while, and after looking for several planets to ask about Dragon Ball, he finally got a clue. So he hid the only bead and sold it as information to the Flyaza Legion in exchange for supplies. Flyaza did not know that the Dragon Ball had to be collected in 7 pieces. It was useful for Dales to deceive the elite troops and go to the Wild Star Road. Flyaza sent his own left and right hands directly, which shows that the importance of this matter is extraordinary. The legendary bead that can fulfill all wishes, if you get it, can you not live forever? When the brothers are good, fathers are just rotten guys. He thought inside, the smile on his lips was thicker. Behind him, suddenly came a well-dressed cosmic person, respectfully kneeling on one knee, and the head did not dare to raise the report, the big thing is not good, King Flyaza, we sent to the Wild Star Philip Road. The army was completely smashed. Well? What do you say? The good mood was disturbed, Flyaza suddenly changed color, and the face fell. He turned half a head, and the cold mane that was pierced in his eyes made a man squatting. According to reliable information, Shangbo adults and adults of Dodria have been met by a group of Vegeta, and they ended up. Vegeta? This has never really obeyed me. I am tired of playing games with him. I will kill him sooner or later. Flissa drank the red wine in the glass, and the murderess inadvertently oozes out. Cracked, the glass fell off the ground. Dragon Ball will not be taken away by them. Yes, I don't know. The man was cold and sweaty, and the body covered under the battle suit had been soaked in sweat, and the voice became weaker and weaker. However, our detection device shows that in addition to Vegeta and his party, Angara of the Slag Legion is also operating at the Wild Star Road. Slagger. Flyaza was really angry this time. The tail slammed the ground, revealing a cold smile. How many people did Dales sell intelligence to? Where is Dales, tracking him? Yet. This. King Flyaza, Dales has gone without knowing it. Dales apparently revealed the information to both Flissa and Slag, and then sent the two sides to kill them. He could profit from it. Even if you just sit on the mountain, you can consume the strength of both sides. Fliza turned and walked slowly toward the man, and the tail inadvertently caught the man's neck. Do you say it again? De Wong, Dales has always been embarrassed, and he fled after the transaction was completed, and his spacecraft installed anti-reconnaissance devices, and his whereabouts are uncertain. Don't, Big King, ah! Half of him said that Flisa's tail had already entangled him, and the angry Cosmic Emperor could not tolerate such a thing. Being deceived, being counted, and being robbed is a shame. Great King, and intelligence. The man struggled and spit out the last sentence. Fliza instantly released his tail. What else? The man coughed a few times, adjusted his voice, and forced the fear of his heart. Call, the king, the detector, the message, Bay, Vegeta and the Earth. The combat power has reached 80,000, and even RADITZ has more than 20,000 combat power. What? Fliza was shocked. Is the Scion fighting power so high? If you say that Vegeta's talent has been fighting for so long, plus going to Earth to experience it, it is still possible to reach 20,000. RADITZ always has only the level of lower level fighters. The fighting power of more than 1,000 points is not in the eyes, but actually rises to more than 20,000. Vegeta has reached 80,000. These 2 years on Earth, what have they experienced? Did I have a hunch that has been true for many years? I didn't kill the Scion people at the beginning. www.readaloud.com. It was the biggest mistake. Fliza remembered the legend, and the inner uneasiness fainted. He talked to himself and once again squinted his eyes on the ground. What information is there? I will finish it once. Otherwise I will kill you. Yes, King Fliza. The man swallowed a sip of water and wiped the sweat from his head. There is also a mixture among them. The fighting power is also extremely powerful, that is, he killed Bo de Ren. What about the Meeks? Fliza contemplates himself. In the previous report, some information about Dragon Ball has been intercepted. On the Earth, Wukong once revealed the magical ability of Dragon Ball. Naba also guessed that the Mixter made the Dragon Ball. So, is it better to go to the Mike Star? The Dragon Ball of the Earth will let Slag fight with you, Vegeta. Hee. Fliza sneered, and his eyes became crescent. The Cosmic Man kneeling on the ground confronted Flisa's eyes and was creepy. Fliza didn't move, but he felt that he was thrown to the ground by a beast, and his mouth was already aligned with his head. The next second, a thin light blade crossed, the incision was neat, and his head rolled off his neck. The blood was smashed, and the two empty eyes were wide and dark. It's hard for you. Fliza circumvented his body and never cast a gaze. The two guards around him immediately rushed to deal with the body and clean the ground. Give me a message to the headquarters, mobilize the team to come to the M187 branch, the highest level of transfer, fast. Fliza walked out of the tower, floated in the air, carrying his hands behind him, and a violent gas attracted everyone to look up. He has a starry sky above his head, and he is like an emperor. Chapter 60, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. After killing Dodola and Shangbo, there was already a mess in the vicinity, the ground was pitted, and there was a burst of blood and suffocation. The people went to search for Dragon Ball again, and they met other Fliza on the road and started a fierce battle. Instead of acting immediately, RADITZ released the spacecraft in an open manner at the request of Tomat, and then took out the sixth dragon on the spacecraft. It is precisely because the accuracy of the Cosmic Dragon Ball radar in a small range is not high enough, and the radar of the Earth will be subject to various disturbances, so Tomat only proposed to let him try to improve the accuracy, or create a new one. Tomat flew around the 6 Dragon Balls, his eyes were turning and he tried to touch them. As a result, several dragon beads shone and shimmered, which made Tomat surprised. There has never been such a magical thing in his world, and he has been curious for a while. How? See the entity, can you make a radar out? Leitai slammed the small head of Tomat. Tomat's wings are hidden. Looking at Leitai's, the original Dragon Ball radar is still needed, let me dialysis the structure. Give. When he heard that he must have a play, Leitai immediately took out the cosmic Dragon Ball radar and placed it in front of Tomat. The mechanical made by the Tumord, who is known for its technology, has a strong research ability. He first scanned the structure of the Dragon Ball radar, analyzed the wavelength of the Dragon Ball, and so on, and then fell into meditation. Leitai did not bother with Tumord, thinking that this high-tech is not an area he is good at, and that scientists often need a quiet and stable environment when they study, so he stands there silently, hoping to get results as soon as possible. Finally, after thinking for nearly half an hour, Tomat spoke, I didn't expect the Earth to have such a powerful inventor. I can make the Dragon Ball radar. It's amazing. The technology of the Earth is not developed in the universe, and there is not even the ability to travel in large-scale universe. Many cosmos people look down on this low-level planet. And they don't think that there are genius scientists on Earth, but Bulma is the person who can make time machines in the future. Even Tomat was surprised and praised. Is there a way? Asked Leitai. I have already mastered the structure of the Dragon Ball radar. If it is only optimized for accuracy, it should be able to do it. Tomat approached the radar and looked up and down. He used the tip of the wing to poke open the mounting panel and began to adjust the precision components. Although he does not have the same human hand, with his wings and claws, he works harder than humans, and even does not use tools at all. Modified on the basis of the original, it took less time to complete. Tomat has converted the button that was originally installed at the top into a dial block. By dialing the block, the radar can enlarge or reduce the grid lines that are crisscrossed on the screen to a specific multiple, and can display a smaller range and accuracy. Better than Earth Dragon Ball radar. I studied the electromagnetic wave radiated from the Dragon Ball and then adjusted the receiving frequency of the radar. In addition, the left and right sliding parts of the mounted dial can be scaled to a specified magnification. And the front and rear sliding can be adjusted to a highly reactive interface, so that if it falls in the sea or deep the ditch can also determine the location. If possible, I would like to work with the manufacturer of this radar to complete a three-dimensional exploration device. Leitai took over the radar, became familiar with the new operation, and then tried to point it out and found that there were 6 large flashing spots in the middle of the picture. The arrow and the flash point coincide, undoubtedly showing his position at the moment. Trying to enlarge the more specific multiple, the position display is still clear. Tomat, you are amazing. Ha ha ha. Leitai slaps on the wings of Tomat, laughing. In the excitement, this palm fan was too hard, and Tumord was smashed several times. On the desert star, Leitai flies between the mountains. The dryness of the climate makes the vegetation here not grow lush, and the erosion of winds over the years has made the mountains and rocks form strange shapes. With the help of the radar, the goal is clear and he arrived at the destination very smoothly. It's near here. Leitai held the radar and stopped his body. There is a bright spot around him, and the reaction is very strong. Slide the block back and forth again and the height position is displayed, just below the ground level. Leitai landed down and set foot on a weed. It's here. He waved a wave of air, and the grass and leaves of the belt were tied to the hidden things and flew into the air. Some bugs and gravel sand were blown to the distance, but the shadow of the Dragon Ball was not seen. The land was boasted by a storm, revealing the desolate back. Since it was placed by Dales, there must have been some measures. It should be hidden in a safe and the like. Leitai said to himself, standing at the coincidence of the radar instructions. He pressed his hand to the ground and sipped a burst of power and went straight to the ground. Boom! The loud voice came to www.readaloud.com. The surrounding land was cracked and a pit was blown up. Leitai felt that his hand was also shocked. Looking closely, his hand was pressed against a sealed metal box and the palm print was removed. Finally found. 4 stars. Daxis Latis exclaimed, "Sure enough, I put it in the safe, but unfortunately I can't escape the tracking of the radar," he said. He raised his fist and slammed the box. Danger! Tomat opened his wings and covered the punches of Latis. He was scared that Ratis hurried to stop, and the moment he received the pain came from his arm. "What are you doing? I will go down and you will be scrapped. There is an institution in this thing. If the brute force is turned on, it will trigger a self-destruction device, not only with toxins, but also a large-scale explosion." Latis was shocked. Toxins and explosions were good for him. At most, he suffered from some flesh and blood, but if the Dragon Ball was blown up, it would be troublesome. Dales is afraid to let the people of Flyza look for Dragon Ball. Even if they find it, let them and Dragon Ball die together. This is really scheming. Can you solve it? Do not worry, give it to me. Tomat patted his chest confidently. He unfolded his wings, first analyzed the structure of the box, solved the complicated electronic locks on the outside, and then turned into a professional bomb blaster, and released the explosive device and the gas device 3 or 2 times. Tomat, have to praise you, you are so amazing. Latis looked at the dazzling operation, sincerely admire. Light is the first electronic lock to use a very large algorithm, and it is impossible to solve it with human wisdom. I have to be thankful for the help of Tomat. Latis finally picked up the Dragon Ball and collected the last 4 planet. Chapter 61, Schlager. Latis held the Dragon Ball in his hand and was refreshed. This time, the 7 dragon will be gathered together, and it is hopeful to save the Earth. The proud Latis laughed and his face was filled with joy. Suddenly in the air, many well-equipped cosmic people flew in the air, and all of them wore Scion war suits. At first glance, they knew that they were Flyza's men. Judging from the intensity of the gas, these people will not fight more than 3,000. Although the number is large, it is just a rabble. Apparently they all came for Flyza to search for Dragon Ball, and they looked like they were no rivals. That is that Latis? I don't know who recognized Latis and shouted. Look! He has Dragon Ball in his hand, and the reaction just happened to him. Don't the Scion people pick up the mission? Hey, let's take the Dragon Ball and the credit is ours. When Shangbo adults get rewards, we can also take a share. Okay, let's go together. One of them showed a sneer. Hey, Latis, do you want to be together? I don't need to use all my strength at all. Look at me. Then he rushed over. Screw you. Latis looked at them coldly and waited until the cosmic people rushed in front of them, dismissively wielding with one hand, and even the energy bombs were useless. The strong air force blocked the attack like the same wall of iron wall, and then back pressure passed. The cosmic man immediately flew out and slammed into the rock, smashed his muscles and broken his body, and the battle suit shattered and died. He killed Daniel. The crowd took a sip of coldness and was scared by the current Latis. The cosmic man named Danyi is among the middle UPS among them, with 2,500 points of combat power, and even a moment by Latis? Looking at the combat power data of the Latis on the detector, all of them are stunned. People in the universe, look at me, I look at you, panic. The roles of hunters and prey have changed, and they have instantly changed from a strong side to being stared at prey. In the end, everyone chose to escape. But how can I run off? Latis just lifted his legs, exploding speed over everyone, and instantly surpassed the front guy. He turned around and turned to the cosmic man who had dully fled, and said nothing. He waved a punch and shattered the man's head. The bright red blood is like a safflower, and it is very beautiful. The rest of the cosmic people hurriedly stopped the escaped posture, facing the Latis shake like a sieve. Latis. We have never made water in the well water, this time it will be given to you, we will not fight. Guarantee not to tell Shangbo adults. Shangbo? Can you still contact him? RADITZ sneered. He has already gone to the land to wait for you. What? The people in the universe were shocked. They couldn't know the communication content of the superior as a subordinate, and they didn't know the death of Shangbo Collate's ice-like face and the more icy tone are not like lie. They frantically clicked on the detector, and there was no response, and it turned out to be a problem. You killed the Shangbo adults, and King Fliza will punish you. You don't know Fliza at all. If I am stronger than Shangbo, Fliza will only let me replace Shangbo's position and continue to use my value. I will never punish me. But I will not do this, you guys. Even though I told Fliza, I said that I am coming to RADITZ. The people in the universe are once again circling, thinking that it is only the two forces who are vying for power. Who wants the scion to betray the king of Fliza? RADITZ is more willing to take the initiative to prosecute, this is enough. The most frightening thing is that they are currently facing RADITZ, and it is not a dead end. Just when they were at a loss, RADITZ raised his hand, and a yellow Qigong wave rushed out and swept through the past. All the cosmic people or the expression of panic or despair were fixed on the face, and the energy of the sweep was burned to ashes. Hey! The sound of applause came from afar. RADITZ looked at the breath, and a tall man in a sloppy shirt walked slowly toward him, squatting on two pieces of cloth with a belt, and his strong muscles revealed his strength. This person's face is similar to Shangbo, and he is a beautiful man, but his head has two sharp corners and a playful one. This is one of Angela, one of Schlag's men. RADITZ smiled silently. How come even the people of Slag came? Do everyone have Dragon Ball radar? He shook his head and felt that things were a little troublesome. Although he was not afraid of this little character, the Slag behind him was really difficult to deal with. After all, he was a hegemon-level figure. You are very good, you can kill these guys so easily, but I haven't seen the second one except me. Ankira was confident in Honey and praised RADITZ. He can neither perceive the strength of the gas nor the detectors. He only feels that it is as easy as killing these cosmic people and RADITZ, and the strength of both sides is similar. RADITZ was so helpless when he was so small. I am very interested in the Dragon Ball in your hand. www.readaloud.com. The Master Slag has told me to bring this thing to him. If you hand it out now, I will let you go. Ankira a hand stretched out, and a slight smile was still on the corner of his mouth. Shrag is coming. No, there are a lot of things that Slagger has to deal with. It is enough to give me such small things. That's good. RADITZ had a lot of thoughts, landed on the ground, and waved at Ankira. If you want, come and get it yourself. Interesting. Ankira snorted and moved her neck and wrist twice. And when he saw that Anquilla was unfastening his wristband, RADITZ waved his hand. I said, you don't have to solve it. Hey, is this scared? It doesn't matter, you can experience real despair later. Ankira smiled smugly, holding two wristbands in his hands and gently letting go. Boom! I saw a sound from the ground, and the smoke was flying. The weight of this pair of wristbands is so amazing that it can cause such a big movement, or RADITZ is slightly surprised. However, it is only slightly. Ankira understood his expression as a fear, and laughed. No, my horror. My mother star gravity is 10 times that of this wild star. So I usually wear the heavy action. Has been kept under such gravity conditions. And he suddenly changed a very mysterious tone. I have been trying 20 times recently. Ha 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 ha. Amount. RADITZ was silent for a while. 20 times also called gravity? Come on, I am in a hurry. RADITZ waved and looked impatient. This, what is this? Can you look down on me, Angela? He is angry and very angry. Chapter 62, Conquer. See my power. Ankira screamed with anger and his hands slammed on the ground. He was able to shuttle his body in the ground, so his hands were inserted into the ground and then extended straight out, pulled out from the feet of RADITZ, and grabbed RADITZ's ankle. "Hey, let's lose." Ankira thought he was trapped in RADITZ, collecting energy in his mouth and launching a Qigong wave. The yellow light shrouded RADITZ, but RADITZ did not evade and let him bomb. The overflowing temper caused the storm, the dust was flying all over the sky, and the grey smoke covered Angira's eyes, making him think he had already succeeded. The diffuse smoke slowly dissipated, and Angela couldn't help laughing, and laughing, his face suddenly changing. A figure emerges from the smoke and is coming to him. "Let me teach you a little knowledge, there is no law of smoke." RADITZ was unscathed, and even the dust that was flying up was isolated by the white arrogance. "You!" A gust of wind blew, the cruel and sparse grass fell to one side, and RADITZ and Angela's hair fluttered softly. They are squatting and releasing the pressure, as the opposite of the needle tip, the momentum confronts. But soon Ankira was defeated, cold sweats unconsciously flowing, and the strong sense of oppression that came oncoming made it difficult for Ankira to breathe. If there is a detector now, he will find that RADITZ has reached more than 100,000 combat power. The wind blew quietly and stopped quietly. At the moment of the wind, RADITZ changed his eyes and his figure flashed. The next moment, already behind Ankila, the palm of his hand was cut on his neck. Just a moment, Ankira seemed to be hit by thousands of hits at the same time, flying wild and far away, rubbing the ground to shovel a layer of thick soil, and finally hit the hard rock. RADITZ only used a 3-point force. If it wasn't for Enji's physical condition, he was afraid that he had lost consciousness at the moment. This time, Ankira couldn't say madness, his face was pale, blood spit out from his mouth, and he followed the body. When he even set out for RADITZ, he didn't know how to move his hand. Let him sum up, can only summarize 3 words, too fast. Another glare, RADITZ came to him and stepped on his chest, causing his breathing to stagnate. The huge strength formed a crushing situation, which made Ankira unexpected. "Don't pretend to die, I ask you, why is Slag going to let you here?" "Oh, for the Dragon Ball." "How does he know about Dragon Ball?" RADITZ continued to ask. Even if Slag is the mic, but the meek star suffered a major climate change. When Slag was born, he was sent away. It is impossible to keep the memory of Dragon Ball. Because a person named Dales told us the information of Dragon Ball. He said that there is a bead that can fulfill any wish, produced from the earth, now buried in this wild star, and returned. We looked at the map of the universe that he personally located. Anquilla took the foot of RADITZ with both hands and tried to move it away, but it was in vain, so he had to continue to honestly explain. He also gave some of the seeds of Master Slag, saying that the fruit that was produced could strengthen the strength and restore youth. When the Shrag adults who had eaten the fruit felt really effective, they believed in Dales. Seeds, fruits? Isn't it a spiritual tree? It seems that Dales does have the seeds of the spiritual tree on hand. There is still a question, what is your relationship with the Flyza Legion? It doesn't matter. We don't know that people from Flyza will be here. Or else, Slagger may send more people. I told you, let me go. Do you think you can go live if you go back? What kind of role is Slag, are you clearer than me? RADITZ asked. Ankira groaned and inexplicably shuddered. As a natural supermic star, Schlage's fighting talent may even be above the Bic, a once-in-a-century encounter. Being sent to a strange Slag star life is a last resort. Unlike other peace-loving me-kexing people, Schrager has the horrible fighting power and has an absolute evil heart. In his youth, he used his powerful strength to fight the Star of Slag, became self-proclaimed, and recruited many subordinates to establish his own power in the universe. He carried his hands under the universe, no evil, did not conquer, and conquered the big and small planets, and some sold out some of the transformation, constantly expanding the forces, and building the status of the Slag hegemon. However, Slagger is very cruel, killing people like grass and mustard, even his own hands to kill it is not soft, even if a word does not match will open the kill. In a few hundred years, Slag has become old, but the tyrannical personality has become more and more prosperous. Especially recently, because the acceleration of aging has made their moods extremely poor, killing people is even more arrogant. This time, Dales revealed the news of Dragon Ball to him, which gave Slag a chance to return to youth. In this regard, Schlager attaches great importance. If you let Master Slag know that he has not found Dragon Ball, it is a dead end anyway. Ankira lost his soul, was crying and sullen, and his mood fell to a low point. I can let you go, but you have to be my men and serve me. Latiz let go of his feet, so that the weight of Ankila's heart was alleviated at a loss. www.readaloud.com. I felt like a new life. His eyes were turned around, and thousands of thoughts were crossed in his mind. In the end, it all came down to one point. At this moment, defying Latiz is definitely a dead end, and the master who is angry with Slagger is actually very difficult to bear. It is better to vote for the camp. Thinking of this, Ankira has made a decision. I understand, adults. My name is Latiz, and you are my person in the future. Yes. Latiz adults. Ankira struggled to get up, resisting the pain of his body and bowing to Latiz on one knee. That way, how much respect you should respect. No wonder everyone wants to be the emperor of the universe. The feeling of being so embraced is so cool. Latiz is self-satisfied. He really needs to have the power in the universe. Otherwise, everything has to be done by himself, and it will be too much trouble in the future. And I am Tomat. Suddenly, Tomat, who flew out from behind Latiz, also screamed. He was timid and he kept hiding behind Latiz. He did not dare to appear. I ran out immediately. Ankila stunned, what is this thing? Don't be nervous, he is my friend, and it is also a very terrible weapon. If you dare to betray me like a betrayal of Slag, you can destroy you. Latiz coldly screamed and said it was true. Ankira was shocked. Then, Latiz showed a smile and patted Ankira's shoulder. Of course, if you can do something beautiful, I will have great benefits for you. At least no more than Schlager. Poor treatment. In Wei and Shi, this basic truth he still understands. Sure enough, Ankira once again salute, yes. Latiz adults. Chapter 63, Come Out, Shenlong. Dragon Ball has been gathered, it is time to make a wish. It's been more than a year since the last wish, and once again called the dragon, there is some little excitement in my heart. He arranged the 7 dragon beads together, and the bright warm light began to flash in a rhythm, accompanied by the slight noise of Latiz, there are 7 dragon balls. Ankira, who is unknown, exclaimed. Crap, get 1 can achieve the wish, 2 water, dragon ball is not a glass ball. Ankira quietly stepped back and stopped talking. The news they got was always the word Dragon Ball. Naturally, I thought that there was only 1 bead, and whoever wanted to have 7. In this way, even if you get 1, it doesn't work, and you can't achieve your wish. Only Porflasa and Slagger were deceived and turned around. In order to useless single Dragon Balls, they tried their best and lost their soldiers. Ankira stood by and waited for the moment when the dragon appeared. He has never seen a dragon, he is very curious, and Latiz intentionally or unintentionally defended him. This person can't be completely relieved until now, and it would be awful if he was preempted by him before he said his wish. He did not call everyone while collecting the Dragon Ball, but also because he also left a hand to Vegeta, fearing that Vegeta was temporarily in trouble. Call, I want to summon the dragon, you go back. Latiz took a deep breath, watching the long-lost bright light, drink, come out, Shenlong. The mouth shouted, the sky suddenly became dark, the clouds were dense, and even the thunder flashed to pick up the world. In the Dragon Ball, there is a golden light that flutters and dances, straight into the sky, like a long golden knife, splitting the picture in front of you. Gradually, the golden light reveals the huge figure of the dragon, it coiled around the body, facing RADITZ, making a thick voice. Speak your wishes, any wish can be fulfilled, but there can only be one. RADITZ Yuguang swept Ankira and saw that he had no move. He said, Dragon, please restore the earth's environment to the state before planting the spirit tree. The dragon was suspended in the air, and for a long time, there was no speech, which made RADITZ nervous and could not help but speed up. Don't you have no effect on Earth Dragon? Still can't power? This wish is very simple. Shenlong finally spoke, his eyes flashing red light, realizing his wishes. Don't pant when you're simple, it hurts me a bit, and RADITZ complains silently. But if you can fulfill your wishes, it will be enough. At this moment, the earth should have been restored to its original state. Ankira, wait for a while when the dragon ball is scattered, you give me the best to catch 2-3, understand? This is your first mission. RADITZ told the unquestionable tone. Yes, RADITZ adults. At this time, the huge sound of Shenlong sounded, your wish has been realized. Goodbye. The next moment, its figure quickly contracted, and even with the dragon beads turned into a golden light rushed to the sky, and then turned into 7 light arcs, go away. It's now. RADITZ shouted and flew up. He quickly grabbed 2 petrified dragon at super high speed, then continued to rush in different directions and collected the remaining 3. When he landed, Ankira also got 2 of them. Good, beautiful. You don't have to worry about it. RADITZ actually doesn't understand very well. Every time he makes a wish, he can completely collect the dragon ball in one go, and don't have to look for it in a year. What if the dragon ball that turned into a stone was accidentally damaged? But after thinking about it, Dragon Ball is a treasure to the world, and it can't be monopolized. Those who have dreams and hopes also want to fulfill their own wishes. If you come up with a story like the Goku experience, the story of juvenile teenagers and adventures is not very good. Adult, how did Dragon Ball become a stone? This is a kind of restriction, otherwise it will make you repeat the wish, and the wish is not endless. RADITZ wrapped the Dragon Ball into the package and relocated it to the spaceship. The clouds spread out and the skylight was re-emerged, and everyone attracted by the huge figure of Shenlong arrived. There are also some cosmic people who followed the light, but they were eliminated by Bic without exception. Only Wukong and others came to RADITZ. Vegeta was the first to bear the brunt, and asked, Hey, RADITZ, that is the dragon just now? What wishes have you made? It's very simple, let the earth return to its original state. Don't everyone think so? RADITZ pointed to Wukong and others, except that everyone else in Naba nodded. Their purpose is indeed very consistent, find the Dragon Ball to restore the earth. Originally, Vegeta did not matter, but after seeing Dodola and Shangbo, his mind was alive, and the defeat of Frieza became the goal of his trip. After all, he is not his own, and Frieza will not let him go, and he will solve all the grudges at once. The Dragon Ball used to defeat Frieza was used www.readaloud.com. How can he not be angry? Why don't you inform me? You know that Frieza is in this galaxy. If you remove him, there is no threat. When you recover the earth, you can waste your chance. Vegeta clenched his fist. The forehead is straight and blue. Calm down, Vegeta. RADITZ sounds calm. Although the dragon of the earth can achieve many wishes, but the ability to transcend it will not work. What kind of thing Frieza is, I think you should be very clear. It is impossible to clear him by Shenlong. Vegeta's eyes twitched twice and there was nothing to say. RADITZ told them about the identity and cause and effect of Ankira, and revealed the existence of Slag, which shocked everyone. The intricate forces and the Dales, who are hiding in the dark, have become unstable factors, but the most terrifying is Frieza. Flyza's 2 guards died in the sinister Philippine road, and will never give up. If there is no accident, now Flyza's people have set out to pursue them. The most likely is the team of the team. When it comes to the team of the Union, Vegeta and Naba are clear, but they show a disgusting expression. Reassure, since you have reached the land of Flyza, you can't avoid fighting with him. Although our combat power is not mature enough, it is not impossible to defeat him. Leitai said that the sound was louder and louder, and the momentum was like a frenzy. Don't you think? Vegeta suddenly flashed an idea in the mind, the legendary warrior. Super Saiyan. Is it really possible to exist only in the legendary super transformation? Looking at Leitai's firm eyes, Vegeta felt that he must know something secret. Vol 2 Chapter 64, Dale's Trick. The Super Saiyan only exists in the legend. Many records and rumors say that the Saiyan people have extremely good fighters, but this speech has been questioned because this generation of Saiyan people have never seen the so-called Super Saiyan people. Seeing the suspicion of Vegeta's caste, Leitai nodded. He does know the secret of the Super Saiyan transformation, that is, the pure heart plus the ultimate emotion. Of course, the best way is anger. These are all one of the conditions. The most important condition is that the combat power reaches a certain level. When I realized that Sun Wukong's transformation was also about 3 million in basic combat power, Vegeta worked hard for 300 years under 300 times of gravity. As for the biography of Broly's biography, and the inheritance of the descendants of Wu Tian and Trunks, no matter what older generations who have no blood and no background, can they not fight for themselves? In the past, there were so many Saiyan people, but there was no reason for their transformation. I am afraid that their fighting is too weak. To say that it is a fighting nation, in fact, it is only a belligerent battle. Many powerful cosmic people still despise them. Ordinary thousands, the high is only 1 or 2,000, cannot meet the basic requirements of transformation. Once you become a Super Saiyan, I am sorry, everyone else will give me a knee. That dreamy power is absolutely enough to defeat Flyza. However, this level cannot be reached now. Leitai hopes to meet with Slag before he meets Flyza and raise his strength once again, at least closer to the limit. I thought about it. Now I have missed too much when I return to Earth. It is better to move on. Leitai then proposed, let's go back to the spacecraft and confirm the current situation. Also, you should be able to communicate with the Earth. I am going to operate. Gohan volunteered. Under the guidance of Tomat, he has learned the basic operation of the spacecraft. Everyone entered the spaceship and opened up communication equipment with the Earth. The communicators on the spacecraft were modified from the communication system on their detectors in Naba, and they can be connected to the detectors that Leitai left on Earth. The instrument after the transformation will not be intercepted by Flyza, but will also convey the information of the shuttle universe. Just after turning on the loudspeaker, there was a bohemian exclamation, "Hey! You finally contacted me! The Earth has recovered, you are so beautiful! Let me say a few words." Next to the sound of Yamuati, "Wook, are you alright?" "Haha! You are not nonsense. It's not good to communicate, it's not good." Bulma grabbed the right to speak again, asked Dong to ask the West, and all kinds of curiosity about the universe burst forth, even saying that he would call. Kiki came over. A series of questions made it impossible for everyone to parry, especially if it was called Kiki, then it was not endless. Leitai quickly said, No, Bulma, let's talk about it here. We will go back to the Earth and talk about it. If the Earth has recovered, then hang up first. Wait. Don't hang up, I have one more thing to ask you, do you use Dragon Ball? Well? You have already found the 4 planets and called for solving the problem, otherwise you think the Earth is recovering. But... Bulma's voice was full of doubts. I used the remaining parts to make another Dragon Ball radar. The above shows that the Dragon Ball's reaction is still there, and there is another one moving at high speed. RADITZ was shocked and quickly opened the Dragon Ball radar, and put the multiple to the minimum, and I saw the Dragon Ball's reaction. They have been paying attention to the Dragon Ball of the Earth, but they have ignored the Mike Star. Is it, someone has already stared at the Dragon Ball of the Mike Star? Who is it? RADITZ's eyes were round, and a chill behind him slid like a cold snake, and the hair was straight. Hey, do you still have anyone? What is going on here? There is nothing big, it is the Mikixing, that is, the Dragon Ball of the Bimu Star. The Dragon Ball was originally made by them, so they have no Dragon Ball on their planet. Just like this, go back and say. RADITZ hangs up the communication, only to see everyone watching the radar, looking serious. Naba said, I have long said that the magical power of the Mikesters has made Dragon Balls, and it is expected that their planet will be better. Shut up, Naba. Vegeta glanced coldly. You didn't find that these reactions are moving quickly? Do you think the Dragon Ball will fly so fast under what circumstances? Naba was a misfiring, although he was not very smart, but he also thought of the answer. On the Mike Star, a huge cosmic ship stopped in the open field. There were many cosmic people standing in the universe. The front face was grey, the face was gloomy, and the face of Sun Wukong was the same, Dales. Facing Dales, it was Slagger sitting in the Lord's position. He was already dying, but the momentum was not reduced. Sitting there was as majestic as having the whole world. You really didn't lie to me? Hey, we can get the first chance when we get the first to reach the Merc Star. Slag looked at the image displayed on the virtual instrument, and he was in a good mood. www.mtlnovel.com Flasa only cares about installing tracking devices on my spaceship, but I don't know that I am eavesdropping on their every move. Their guidelines are clear to me. Is it? Slagger chuckled, meaning very obvious, and wanted Dales to hold it out. Dales calculated a Flasa and intercepted Flasa's newsletter. He knew that he wanted to give up the Earth Dragon Ball and instead entered the US Mercury. The team was also mobilized. And more importantly, the Vegeta and RADITZ groups also came to this galaxy and even killed Dodala and Shangbo. This is a great news for him, Dales thought. Let you fight to fight, I just want to benefit from it. So he turned and told Flasa's action and the news about the new Dragon Ball to Slag, and the Slag Legion, Fulasa, stepped forward to the Meeks. But he also has reservations about Schlager. After all, he is also a man who wants to be the hegemon. How can he be willing to serve Schlag? In the face of cross-examination, Dales looked as usual, saying, Frizza's army encountered an attack by the Scion people, so they will be prepared to deal with those Scion people. As for the sending of the Keen team or the hands-on, it is not known. It is. If Flyza came to the Mike Star personally, it wouldn't be wonderful. Although Slagger is self-confident, he also has self-knowledge, claiming that there are many emperors in the universe, but there are only a few who have real strength. Flasa's strength is ultimately stronger than him. And hard work can't be better. It doesn't matter, Flyza is not lucky, too far from the mic, and it takes 3 days to reach it. At that time, we have fulfilled our wishes. Dales smiled and his eyes sparkled. He lied to Schlager. In fact, Flyza only needs 1 day to reach the mic. Vol 2 Chapter 65, Aims. That me kexing. In the big universe, the spacecraft sprinted toward the Merc. Just 6 hours ago, the King of the King took the initiative to contact RADITZ and told them a terrible news. Together with Dales, Schlag and Dales have already begun to look for the beautiful Dragon Ball. The place where Schlag originally stopped was very close to the Meeks, which took up a lot of land and arrived at the planet in almost no time. Although there is no movement in Flyza, the aircraft of the team is already on the way to the M187 branch and can be reached in 2 days. After RADITZ got the news, he discussed it with everyone and immediately made a decision. And if Flyza wants to deal with them, Dales will definitely not let go of the earth, and if they get Dragon Ball, they will be in trouble. You must go to the Mike Star. As the first subordinate of RADITZ, Ankira was given a heavy responsibility, and RADITZ arranged for him to accommodate the living bereaved people on the road to the singularity of the singer and to include them. In order to prevent him from defecting, RADITZ did not leave any space navigation tools and promised to improve his strength after returning. The rest of the people were on the spaceship, quickly launching the positioning and navigation analysis, and launching the engine. Aims. That me kexing. As a result, the spacecraft traveled at high speed for 6 hours in the universe, pushing the Mercury. By leaning on the iron wall of the console, Big fixedly looked at the vast space outside the transparent shield, and fell into meditation. His eyes were clear, and the sharp sword light was opened in the lake. Being closer and closer to the parent star, Rao is not calm. On the surface, it was still cold and cold. In fact, the heart had already wavered. He was surrounded by his hands, but his fingers kept pounding his arms. In the quiet spaceship, only he has no rest, he does not need to recover his strength through long sleep, and he is used to this kind of living environment. The noise of these days has made him less accustomed, but it is more comfortable to stay alone in the empty main cabin at night. However, sometimes I feel that there are some noisy sounds in my ears, which is not bad. Especially the son of Sun Wukong, although the child is very annoying, but the day is really innocent, and the voice of his uncle Bick makes him difficult to give up. Did I change the big devil? He can't help but be self-conscious. Hey, Bick! RADITZ's voice suddenly sounded and approached him. Is it a little excited to get to my own planet? Unexpectedly, there were other people, Bigton stunned. I have never grown up on the Mercury, no excitement. This is what I said, but when I see the hometown, there will be some inexplicable feelings, like I saw the Earth. RADITZ said faintly, leaning against the wall that was contrasting. Big continued to look outside and bypassed the topic. You don't sleep. I can't sleep, I am going to start a war soon. The enemy I face is extremely powerful, and I have no confidence. Hey! I didn't see it. Big pulled out a sneer. You have learned from the king of the king and you have 2 tricks, which are enough for you to use. The tone, if not these 2 stunts, Big's self-identification and RADITZ's gap is not so big. But who allowed the king to pass only RADITZ and Goku? Now that the topic is open, RADITZ doesn't mind talking more and adding a bit of talk about their late night. He sighed and said, not enough. I remember when I lured you to the hook, said that Flyza's combat power is 530,000? In fact, it is not the full strength of Flyza. As a frozen demon, Flyza does not usually it will be embodied in this body, but in the physical activity after transformation. Transformed? Is it the same as Shangbo? RADITZ nodded and shook his head again. Although it is also a transformation, but the principle is not the same. Shangbo's transformation is similar to the saga of the Scion people. By changing the body, the power is increased to achieve the purpose of improving combat effectiveness. The frozen demons are different. Their transformation is to suppress their own strength, because their strength is too strong and inconvenient to control. Such a strange transformation? Actually to suppress the power? How powerful are their strengths, and 530,000 is not enough. Big showed a horrified look and finally faced RADITZ. He didn't know much about the things in the universe. He had never heard of such a horrible situation, and he was so strong that he needed to suppress combat power. How incredible it was! But RADITZ said that there is no fake, Flyza is definitely such a existence. I still want to hear more about it. Some even don't know Vegeta. You said. Frizzer's normal combat power is 530,000, and it can reach more than 1 million after the transformation. Big sucked a cold breath, his face was green, he was greener, more than 1 million, joking. The scary thing is that jokes and reality seem to be the same horror. If you say that 530,000 let him still see some hope www.readwn.com, then the number of 1 million is undoubtedly astronomical. It's a bit too early to be surprised. It's just his first transformation. The same transformation, he can do it twice. The second and third times are qualitative leap to the final state. Lisa's combat power will reach 120 million. At the end of the day, even RADITZ himself felt that there was a hot air in his chest, and he couldn't help but change his voice, and his brain resonated. Bick is even more rounded and his body is dead, like a stone sculpture. One recalling 20 million. How can there be such a guy in the universe? It's not over yet, the Frozen family except Flissa, I still know two more, his brother and father, these two fighting power is stronger than Fliza. However, they will not go to this place for the time being. Come, so don't worry too much. Do not worry. Regardless of whether his brother or father can come, a Fliza is hard to resist. Bick was shocked for the first time, and the heart almost jumped out. It's almost impossible to overcome such a thing. RADITZ looked deep and looked at the distance, as if he saw a huge hope, and slowly said, not necessarily, there are several ways I know to knock him down, but each one is risky. He looked at Bick and smiled. But try it anyway. This is a warrior, isn't it? Bick is awkward. He suddenly felt that the Scions were a wonderful race, sometimes troublesome and sometimes very reliable. He also showed a smile, let's follow you. At this time, the spacecraft has been one step closer to that of Mike, only for the rest of the day. Vol 2 Chapter 66, Evil, the Mermaid. After nearly a day of high-speed sailing, RADITZ and his party finally arrived at the Mike star. The planet is beautiful and rich, with mountains and rivers, islands, primitive animals, and unique globular canopy vegetation all over the land. Since the planet has undergone climate change due to overexploitation, the Mikes have embarked on the road of green development, planting trees everywhere, and creating a beautiful environment. So there is the beautiful Mercury. It's finally here. Klein shouted, the first one rushed out of the hatch, and then everyone slid out. They couldn't wait any longer. When the spacecraft just landed, they opened the door and ran out, breathing fresh air. Uncle Bick, is this your hometown? Gohan squinted and looked at the new environment curiously. Okay. Bick looked around and revealed what others didn't have. The familiarity here is deeply imprinted in the bones, and Rao is the unique feeling of the big devil. Naba and Vegeta are used to alien planets, and what kind of planet is the same in their eyes? The comrades of the earth are full of interest in new things, and even a wild flower on the roadside is not missed. Don't worry about it, come and see. RADITZ greeted everyone and showed Dragon Ball radar to everyone. The radar showed that there were 3 dragon in one position, and the other 4 were still scattered everywhere. The Mikes are in groups of tribes. Each tribe has an elder and owns the dragon that belong to them. The major affairs of peace are determined by the elders and elders. If someone wants to fulfill their wishes, they need to be recognized by the various tribes and become the warriors of Mike. Now there are 3 dragon that have gathered together, only to show that they were robbed. Slag and Dales have already started. I can feel an evil spirit, just in the southeast direction, not only evil, but also very powerful. Sun Wukong looked into the distance, his eyes were sharp. RADITZ also felt this, Slag's gas. Dales can't reach this level. Then we. Klein panicked at the 2 index fingers, revealing a sly expression. After all, he was not a Scion. Originally, he did not want to fight with Fliza and Schlager. It was the overlord in the universe. Now he wants to go back to Earth and fight the bad guys like Becker Devil Eye. If you don't have enough strength, stay here for a while. I remember that there is a living item such as a simple tent in a capsule. First find a suitable cave or a safe valley. RADITZ threw the capsule to Klin. Want to go, Come together. Vegeta and Goku are undoubtedly behind RADITZ. Although Naba wants to go, it makes Vegeta scare one look. His strength is indeed a little weak, and it seems that he will drag his legs, think about it, or stay behind to set up a tent. But Bicker went back to RADITZ without hesitation. Hey, is your strength enough? Vegeta sneered. Do you think you are a lot stronger? Bick scorned back. Both of them are high-spirited people, the cold eyes touch in the air, and the fierce sparks are wiped out. The surrounding atmosphere is like a snowstorm, and the chill is biting. Okay. Blow up something, wait until you have knocked down Slag and say it. RADITZ stopped between the two, let's go. Hey. The two men were cold in the same place. Then, Wukong smiled helplessly and took the lead. The four went straight to the evil and powerful atmosphere. The southeast of the Meeks. Slag step by step to the tribe, and he still has powerful power. Every step is as if the death knell of the person in front is ringing. On the ground, there are many young and powerful merc warriors, and a minor child. Some of them have broken their legs, and some have already died. The purple blood flowing in and out like a river, infiltrating the fertile land, the crying of the children, is even more sour. The surrounding buildings have been ruined, and the houses made of resin and stone have been turned into ruins. The only one that is intact is the residence of the elders. Only at this moment has been surrounded by the soldiers of Shirug. In the encirclement, there are still a few rebellious Mike warriors. You are also the Meeks, why do you want to do this? The elders who fell to the ground dragged the disintegrated body and asked them loudly. He was very angry, his fists were tight, and he couldn't wait to punch his head on Search's odious face, but he could do nothing. Schlager laughed and said, I grew up in the Slag Star, even if it is the Mixie, what about it? I am a Mozu, completely different from you. He said. He quickly sprinted, suddenly appeared behind the elders, holding the head of the elder. I have some impressions in my mind that seem to be true. Slag seems to be able to detect the hearts of others, and speaks to himself. You are a sad weak worm that has no value. Having said that, he didn't turn his wrists, and suddenly cut off the elder's neck. www.readaloud.com. The expression of surprise and anger was left on the elder's face, and rolled down to the ground with the head. At the neck break, the deep purple blood spurted like a fountain for a few seconds. Schlager laughed and looked at the waste everywhere, walking to the elder's home. The last few Namek fighters have been scarred, facing the Slag, cold sweat DC. Let's get out. Slagger retired his soldiers and strode over his face, accumulating an energy bomb in his hand. The soldiers rushed to the sides, and the energy bomb of Slagger was not a joke. Damn! Fight! Let them see the courage of our Mikes. Several Namek fighters lined up in front of the elders' homes, and they opened their arms to guard the inviolable areas with flesh and blood. The Mikes are fond of peace, but they are not afraid of evil. They have iron and bones and no breaks. When you want to die, you will be all right. Slag was cold, and the energy in his hand popped out, crossed an arc, and fell from the sky, slamming their heads. The powerful force made the Mike warriors frightened. They tried their best to resist, closed their eyes and died. Boom! A blast of sound through the eardrum. Thinking that the meek warrior who was already dead opened his eyes and found that it was still in the world. They were desperate to find 4 more figures in front of them, and the explosion was smashed on the side and the fire was shining. Slagger looked down and said, "You are the scion in the mouth of Dales, and there is another, actually the Merkel. Ha ha ha, it's a coincidence." When he said it, his eyes pierced an unprecedented cold. "If you block my way, you will die." Vol 2 Chapter 67, First Engagement. For the first time, Big saw his own kind, and the cosmic people who looked like him fell to the ground, screaming in pain, and the fierce scene made him angry and faintly clenched his fist. Looking towards a disdainful Slag, Big reached out and took off his hat and cloak, took a deep breath and spit out. The prelude to the battle has already sounded. Why, want to fight with me? Not self-reliant. Slag sneered disdainfully. Although he is old, his strength is still there. He believes that it is not a problem to deal with several Scion people. Is it? Bick looked cold and burst into an arrogance, rushing to Slag. Bick, be careful! RADITZ screamed, but half a step late. Schlager lifted his leg and greeted Buck, who kicked him. His speed exceeded that of Bick, and he was almost unable to see clearly. The old body broke out with amazing power and kicked the ball into the sky. Bick, who bears the strength of one leg, screams in pain, barely stops in the air, his face is distorted, and he only feels that his body is split. So strong! Oh, the same as the Mixter, my strength is far more than you. Slager made a stern and cruel laugh. He swept across the remaining 3 Scion eyes, revealing a disdainful look. He knows a little about the composition of Flyza. The Scion is only one of the top players, and the strength is under a lot of elite troops. Although the information given by Dales exaggerated the power of these Scion people, but Slager felt that it was only a bluff. Even the killing of Shang Bo and other deeds, Slager did not seriously analyze. In his eyes, there is no difference between 20,000 and 50,000 or 100,000 combat strength. Vegeta was stabbed by Slager's gaze, screaming and rushing away, drawing a stream like a meteor, splashing layers of dirt. Old guy, die! Old guy! Slag was furious, and his figure flashed and he ran to Vegeta. Just at the moment when the 2 lights met, Slag's figure suddenly disappeared, and the eyes of Vegeta swayed behind him. Vegeta looked back vigilantly, while instinctively stooping down. Only the cold light of the blade was cut from the top of the head, and the chill swept away. If it is not to avoid in time, he will not be killed or seriously injured at this moment. Slag's palms crossed the top of Vegeta's head, and thought it would be easy to tear open Vegeta's body, but unexpectedly was escaped. He began to be cautious and raised his grades for the Scion. At this moment, RADITZ sent an energy wave from behind and was easily kicked off by Slag. Immediately, Sun Wukong also made Wang Chuan out of bounds and rushed to Slag. On the ground, the surviving Mikes were shouting, and the heroic soldiers were encouraged and began to fight with Slag's troops. RADITZ helped them a little, and solved most of the Slag Legion. The rest were not to mention the Mike warrior. Sun Wukong's full strength is more than 180,000. With the help of Ji Wangchuan, fighting with Slag is not weak. Both sides come and go, and they can't play. Wukong punched, and Slager crossed his hands in front of him, and he sustained a blow on his front and his body retraced backwards. How can the Scion people have such strength? Slager was shocked, biting his teeth, stopping the body shape and then rushing back, using his head as a weapon to hit Wukong and fly backwards. At this time, Vegeta swept a leg from behind and kicked Strag's abdomen. When Schlager fell to his body, he screamed and caught the leg of Vegeta. He pulled the ball and dragged Vegeta down. Goku was just holding his head and preparing to rush to Schlager, but he collided with the fallen Vegeta. Karkalot, don't get in the way. It's obviously you hit me. The 2 men fought 2 mouths, but they saw a ray of light shining towards them. Damn! The 2 men were shocked at the same time, bursting out a strong breath, rushing to counterattack the energy wave. The momentum is extremely fast, and the energy wave of the Slager is banged together. The light collide each other, and the power of the 2 sides is not much different. The explosion in the air has formed a huge smoke screen. Slager became more and more scared and was scared by the power of the Scion. I thought it was just a very simple battle that ended. I didn't expect to develop a situation that was evenly matched. And there is still one that didn't shoot. There was not much time left for him to think, because Sun Wukong was approaching again and again, and the fierce fists were wrapped in red arrogance, such as the scorching sun, and the momentum was dazed. Schlager left his hand and punched his fist. His right hand hit the side of Sun Wukong, but he suddenly felt a pain in his waist and was kicked by Wukong's whip leg. Both sides suffered heavy blows and were not willing to lose. They each opened their arrogance and continued to confront each other. Gradually, Schlager can't. After all, he is old, his physical strength is not as good as that of young people, his forehead is covered with sweat, and he is already tired and consumes more than Zhuang. Vegeta's combat power is not to be underestimated. Although it is not as good as Wukong in the state of Wangchuan, a Qigong wave has blocked Slag's retreat and forced it to a desperate situation. Call. Slag feels the malice of life aging www.readaloud.com. If he was young, he was afraid of this level of fighting, but now he is old, his physical strength is seriously declining, even there have been some shortcomings. RADITZ has not shot and observed the development of the battle. First, he didn't want to push too tightly, lest Slager be directly enlarged. Now they can deal with Schlag's normality, but they can't cope with the huge Slag. Second, even if he can knock down Slag, he does not want to do this, because Fliza's threat is close at hand, and using Schlage to drag Fliza is the best choice. In fact, he is more worried about Slag, but behind Dales, this villain is very tricky, and the degree of hatred is more than that of Slag. The fierce battle is still going on, and on the other side of the mountain, in a quiet room. The elder's bloated body squatted on a huge stone chair, his hands were weakly armed with armrests, his eyes were squatting, his face was densely covered with age spots, and his voice was wide. He has no strength to move, even gasping is so difficult, as if it is an empty skin. Neru stood respectfully in front of the elders and slowly said, "The elders, the evil forces are constantly coming to the Meeks, and 3 villages have been devastated, and they will catch up sooner or later. Oh! I can't act anymore. Neru, you are the most powerful warrior of the Meeks, and go to the battle, don't have to be with me. But if they find it here, it doesn't matter, these aggressors are for Dragon Ball. If I die, Dragon Ball will lose its effectiveness. Don't worry. Great elders." Nilo looked nervously at the elders who were going to die in front of him, and looked sad. Is the Meek Star really going to the end? Vol 2 Chapter 68, The Cosmic King Attacked. On the Meek Star, a fierce battle is going on. RADITZ and a few Namek warriors protected the surviving Meeks, and from time to time they blasted a few rushing Qigong waves, surrounded by violent air and flying dust. "Thank you for your help, but I still want to ask, who are you?" The Mercury warrior waved a wave of Qigong and gasped. Recently, many Cosmos people have invaded their homes, making them very sensitive to strangers, and dare not believe RADITZ easily. For this, RADITZ can understand that it is strange to be cautious at this time. "We are the travelers from the earth." RADITZ replied, for some reason, to stop the ambitions of several cosmetic emperors, such as the Slag in front. "By the way, the gods of our earth are that Mikeexing." "The Mixi? He is the god of the earth." One of the soldiers pointed to Bic. "Your planet has suffered from a climate disaster. Many young children have been sent to other planets to survive. Among them are the gods of our planet. Of course, this Slag is also one of them." RADITZ said. A few Qigong waves blocked the flow. This is a page that can't be revealed in the history of Mike. When many children were sent to various places to ensure the continuity of the race, it is not impossible to send one to the earth. "Looks like you are not like a bad guy." The Mike warrior nodded. "But that short man, his body is very heavy, are you together?" He. RADITZ helped the man, and did not know how to evaluate Vegeta. "In short, thank you very much." The meek warrior also saw the embarrassment of RADITZ. "It's just a matter of raising your hand. However, it's not a long-term solution for you to stay here so much, or hurry to escape." RADITZ cut the subject. "My brother can barely hold Slag. At this time, everyone will leave with me. Hide in a safe place." This will not only preserve the Dragon Ball and the Mii Kexing, but also avoid playing too much with Schlager. There were not many mics who survived, and they all agreed to RADITZ's proposal. Each soldier took 1 or 2 people and was soon ready to finish. In the Battle of Slag, he glanced at it and saw that the Dragon Ball was held in his hand and ready to escape. How can he give up and slap a few Qigong waves to block the road ahead? RADITZ counterattacked and blasted the Qigong wave. Big Bai passed behind and landed in front of RADITZ. I take them back, let's stay. Big. My strength is really a bit worse, and there is no way to fight against Slag. Big was unwilling to bite his teeth. When I doubled my training, I will fight again. RADITZ nodded. Since Big's mind had been decided, he refused. Okay, I will give it to you. After that, Big ran with the Dragon Ball and other mics to return to the spacecraft landing point, and RADITZ joined the battle. At this time, a long sound of dash sounded, and Vegeta's body crossed a straight long line in the air and fell to the ground. The ground stirred up a lot of dust, and then Vegeta screamed unwillingly. He was stunned and beaten very badly. The battle suit broke several big holes. After all, his combat power is far from Slag. If Wukong attracts most of the firepower, it is already fierce. In the air, Slagger also retired more than 10 meters, his face was full of sweat, the chest was undulating and agitating. After Sun Wukong made 3 times the king of the boxing, Slagger fell into the wind, was injured a few. The arm was hard to take a punch and almost abolished. Oh, if I regain my youth, I will never do this. He clenched his fists, a look of resentment, and hated his body to keep up with the bloated ambition. Seeing that Sun Wukong is playing more and more spirits, there seems to be endless efforts. Schlager's desire to change the life of Dragon Ball is even stronger. Never give up, how can the Asians in the district block the way? He wiped his sweat and his eyes became fierce and voluntarily fell to the ground. Then he opened his hands and stood in a big character, as if he was welcoming something, showing a sly smile. Oops! This is a precursor to the huge. RADITZ just wants to remind that Slag's body has begun to swell. With just a blink of an eye, the whole person stands on the ground like a small hill. The figure shields the sun and keeps everyone in the shadow. You are dead. Shirag rushed to Wukong, and the iron fist slammed, and the storm slammed, so he could only see the fist shadow. The huge increase of Schlager was amazing. Wukong resisted with all his strength. He was blown open by a fist, and the figure flew out and sprinkled a curve drawn by blood in the air. RADITZ quickly opened the 10-fold king boxing. The strength of RADITZ under the 10-fold increase has approached 2 million. Slag, who is facing a mountain, still feels pressure and does not dare to act rashly. This is the most worrying situation of RADITZ. It was enough to save the people and grab the Dragon Ball. It is now troublesome. Slagger's huge success, Vegeta is already the end of the strong, Wukong suffered a punch and was badly hurt, only he was alone to resist, how to cope with it. Seeing that Slagger stared at him, www.readaloud.com has come out, RADITZ cannot help but a cold sweat. Correct. There is this trick. RADITZ suddenly flashed a glimmer of light, facing the body of Slag's madness, and whistled. The sharp voice like a bayonet twisted Slag's ear, which made his body stagnate and settled, and the whole person could not help but weaken. Taking this opportunity, RADITZ picked up Wukong in one hand and picked up Vegeta in one hand and flew into the canyon rock. Damn! I want to kill you! Slag recovered to the state, but lost his goal. He looked at the dead and wounded man and lost the Dragon Ball. He slammed the earth with indignation and shook the landslide. Heaven is hidden. In the universe. The huge disc-shaped spaceship has already rushed toward the Merc star, and the momentum is simply to destroy everything directly. In the face of meteorites and other planets that hinder progress, the cosmic ships fired them directly, and nothing could stop their progress. Everyone is battling and working hard, and the data display always beats a series of numbers. Because FLYZA is angry. After 2 days, their talents discovered that Slag's signal appeared on the mic star. 2 days. Ghosts know what they have done. FLYZA violently killed all the observers and scientists of the branch and personally led the troops to the Meeks. At the same time, I also informed the team that is rushing to the branch, and rushed directly to the mics, no time to delay. On the suspended flight seat, FLYZA sat in it, holding his head with one hand, his face still stretched tightly, as if he would tear his face at any time and pull out a demon from the inside. FLYZA's men stood behind and cautiously, silently. Vol 2 Chapter 69, Fierce Resistance. It's been a day since I escaped from Slag's claws. Everyone took a good rest in the canyon and recovered. Especially the seriously injured Bic and Vegeta, the two have gone through a good nursed back to return to the normal level. Skag, who returned to the base, was also uncomfortable. The psychological blow and the huge consumption of physical energy made him physically and mentally exhausted. He stayed in the advanced treatment room for a whole day before returning to the command. The rest of the two sides have just ended. FLYZA is here. The disc-shaped spaceship landed on the mic star, the hatch opened, and a large number of cosmic people swarmed out, arching the shadows moving slowly in the middle. It was a seat suspended in midair, and FLYZA was sitting there with a gloomy smile on her face. This is the mic star, it looks pretty good, hee hee. FLYZA's eyes were full of greenery, and the wide sky was blue, and from time to time the breeze made him feel very comfortable. FLYZA King, the new detector. A cosmic person next to the device. It's hard for you. FLYZA put on a new detector and happily smiled. Let's go, let's give you 3 days, be sure to hand the Dragon Ball to my hand. Yes. The men shouted in unison. As the voices just fell, countless cosmic people skyrocketed, just like the locust swarms, covering the sky and flying to the place of the mic. FLYZA returned to the spaceship with his seat, and left 2 characters like scientists. After he entered, he asked, "Is the signal source checked?" "You guessed the Big King, it is indeed Dale's. This guy is really mixed with Slag," deliberately revealing their position. "Is he trying to use my struggle with Slagger to take advantage of it? Oh, I will obey his wishes. Anyway, this universe does not exist. The guy who can be compared with ours. Slag is also the same." FLYZA showed a happy and terrifying look, making the surrounding people creepy. The Cosmic People's Army, which was instructed by FLYZA, went to various places, and the huge number made up for their lack of fighting power, and they were more than enough to deal with the soldiers of the mic. Soon, the leading troops have already found the target, a village surrounded by the Slag Legion. Both forces have found the same place, one after the other, only a few minutes difference. Haha, it's okay to follow them. These people's fighting power is not strong. It's easy to clean up. A dinosaur like FLYZA held an energy cannon and laughed exaggeratedly. Let's go. The rest of the companions also echoed, smirking, showing a fanatical expression. The Mixture Warriors, the Slag Legion, and the FLYZA Corps met and fought fiercely. The combat-type Mekexing people are not many, although the strength is more than 2,000 points, they can face groups of cosmic people, and can only resist. The fierce FLYZA Corps launched a full-scale attack, using a variety of high-tech energy cannons, laser guns, and sweeping away another piece of land. Even Slag's men's army was included in the attack and suffered heavy casualties in the bombing. The advantage of the FLYZA Legion is that they can find the right target to strike. If there is strong strength, they will rush and launch the siege. They all smashed their eyes and vented their anger. The laughter, the shouts, the calling sounds. The gunfire and the sound of the gunfire were mixed in the muddy air and smoke, and they rose to the sky. The detector's warning is constant, the sound is short, and everyone has too many flashing points on the screen to cope with it. The mics were defeated in resistance, many civilians were killed in the indiscriminate blow, and the soldiers were seriously injured. Behind it is the place where Dragon Ball is, and the old man and the child, they can't go back. Protecting your home, there is a way out. Fortunately, there are still more sad reminders of the Slag Legion in front of them. In the three-way melee, the first to fall is the large-scale Slag Legion soldiers. Their equipment and combat effectiveness are second to the Flyza Legion. They also cannot withstand the serial bombing of electric fire. The fierce battle will wash the entire village. Hundreds of cosmic people are killed here. Some people's death is terrible, and some bite each other, like two beasts exposed the original instinct. The black smoke is everywhere in the scorched earth, and the purple heat is infiltrated. The rays of the sky are flying all over the sky and continue to harvest life. In a canyon far apart, RADITZ Huron stood up and looked into the distance. This gas is Flyza. This, the feeling of being gloomy, and giving people an inexplicable fear. Both Kling and Tianjin Rice's nephews were shaking. There are a lot of cosmic people. The evil breaths are counted, and they are gathered in that direction. Gohan pointed at the end of the canyon and showed a surprised look. The Mike Star next to him suddenly cried, "That is the direction of Neil Village, is it that they have found it there? Damn, this bastard!" Flyza doesn't perceive the gas, but with the most advanced detectors, it's easy to find someone. Vegeta looked at a few of the Mixie fighters. So if you can't suppress it, www.readaloud.com will be discovered soon. The Mike warriors still don't know how to manipulate their own breath, and they are unable to refute the lessons of Vegeta. RADITZ himself thought for a while, and the current situation is very similar to what he conceived. Flyza's men have already fought with the Slag Legion, and both sides' temperament is decreasing, which is good news for them. As for the dead Meeks, they can also be resurrected with Dragon Ball. The only problem is that they must get the Dragon Ball and not let the others get together. To this end, there is a place where Dragon Balls can be held in their hands. "Excuse me, can you take us to the elders?" RADITZ went straight. During this time, the Mikesters popularized some common sense about the Mike, including all the descendants of the great elders, and the magical power of the Dragon Ball. RADITZ also knows that the elders have the ability to develop their potential and preserve a planet in the elders. This. Only when I see the elders, I have a way to help you out of this disaster. RADITZ said so. The Mikes looked at each other and finally chose to believe in RADITZ. All the fighting-type Mikums were leading the way, and RADITZ followed the group to the elders. In order to avoid the tracking of the detectors, they try to suppress the combat power to the level of ordinary soldiers, so that even if there is a reaction, it will not attract much attention. The rest of the Mikes lived in tents deep in the canyon, extremely hidden and not easily found. And without compelling combat power, tiny reactions are treated as surrounding reptiles. At this moment, the village in the fierce battle has been devastated, and a man in the shadow has embarked on this land. Vol 2 Chapter 70, 4 parties are in action. A man came out of the shadow and stepped into the ruin. The ground was full of dead bodies and broken armor, and he walked over to a still intact body, and the detector was taken from the ear of the man. "This is a good thing." The man smiled. Behind him, the cosmic army darted, laser guns and energy cannons slammed. "Adult Dales, retreat!" A soldier yelled behind the man. The guy who suddenly appeared in the shadow was Dales. He nodded and walked over to the soldier. "You are right. The situation is not good for us. Let's go first. I will break." "Thank you, Dales." The soldiers were deeply touched. They could not resist the siege of the Flyza Legion. At this moment, they were embarrassed. At the crucial moment, someone was covering them for retreat. It was equal to saving their lives on the cliff. For a time, the soldiers of Slagger fled to the headquarters. Dales showed a sneer, and gathered a pink energy ball in his hand, aiming at the hurriedly fleeing Schlager. "Goodbye." Two spit out, the energy slammed, from the back of the target, the huge light ball spreads, and the shining light can't open the eyes. Boom! The explosion was so loud that the fire was fierce and the black smoke went straight to the sky. The cosmic people in the air were stunned. This guy helped them kill the enemy, and they wore exactly the same battle suits. They should be the same as them, but how have they never seen him? In doubt, Dales looked up at them. The same pink ball of light condenses in the palm of the hand, and the light has blossomed out, scattering several rotating beams of light. Not good. Run. Everyone's detectors are beating the same amazing number, it's not the opponent they can resist. The only strategy is to escape, to run one is one. The purpose of the reach of Lei is that it does not stay, he blasts the energy bomb, the light ball of the explosion will cover a large number of cosmic people, and the burning energy wave will bake many people into carbon residue. Fortunately, he ran out and was quickly caught up. When Dales went down, he would easily kill it. The sky is full of Dales's energy bombs, and the Flyza Legion, the Slag Legion, and the Mixie are all enveloped in the attack circle, and they are all indiscriminately bombarded and killed. Dales is simply playing the mowing game, ending the battle with ease and pleasure. No one blocked this. He smoothly entered the room where the Dragon Ball was placed, took the 4-star ball, and then went out and hit a ring to shake the house. It's another 4-star ball. We have a fate. Dales laughed and broke into the valley. Flea's cosmic ship. A dog-headed cosmic man dies on the floor, Flyza looks pale, and the red wine glass in his hand shatters again. Waste. It's all waste. So many people have disappeared in a flash, and even Darls can't beat. Flyza began to miss Dodria and Shangbo, who had a good job. Although the strengths of the two men may not be strong, they are reliable and understand his mind. Unlike this dead kobold, he is still messing up when he is angry, and he is sorry for not killing himself. Damn Dales, show me to him. Sorry, King Flyza, that violent reaction has once again disappeared. A cosmic man stood out under the shovels of everyone, sweating and screaming, looking, can't find. Although it is very weak, Dales is also a scion. The fighting talent is a bit like this. After the World War I, he also studied the skills of the Earth people to change their combat power and explosive strength. Now he has mastered the ability to hide his breath, and it is difficult for the detector to find his trace. Flyza's eyes tightened and he burst the head of the man. Waste, inform the team of the team, give them a maximum of half a day, if you can't catch the mercury, they know the consequences. Yes, De Wong. Everyone should bear, and the back is already soaked with sweat. It is a privilege to follow the Emperor of the Universe, and it is also a kind of suffering, accompanied by a king like a tiger. Slagger was furious in the cosmic ship. He slammed the armrests constantly, his eyes were and screaming. I want you to look at the scion, why do you let him escape? Doro Darbo. Big Eyes. They all went out to search for the whereabouts of Dragon Ball. In order to escape, I opened a hole in my spaceship, but I didn't steal my Dragon Ball. What was he thinking? Slagger was puzzled. He looked at the 3 pieces from the storage room. Dragon Ball, lost in thought. He now understands why Flyza will come to the US Nemesis so quickly, and most of them are the ghosts of Dales. What can be reached in the fastest 3 days is deceptive. Just let him relax his vigilance. Schlag's heart is uneasy. www.readaloud.com. Facing Flyza, he has no courage to directly fight. The probability of collecting 7 dragon has become a lot worse. Thinking of this, I began to hate Dales. RADITZ and others who are flying to the side of the elders also felt a powerful gas suddenly appearing, and then suddenly disappeared. In the process, all the subtle atmosphere of Neil Village was gone. As if in an instant, everyone is dead. Uncle Bick, that is the gas of Dales. Yes. Bick slightly topped. He finally shot. RADITZ had long expected to arrive in Lei and would not be willing to be lonely. At this moment, it is reasonable to grab a Dragon Ball. In this way, Dales has changed from being a wanderer who has nothing, and has become a part of being able to participate in the Dragon Ball battle. Don't worry about him, the jumping clown will show up sooner or later. Our priority is to see the elders quickly. Vegeta couldn't stand it and asked, what exactly is there for the elders? He followed RADITZ for a long time and flew for a long time, and he was prevented from being detected and discovered along the way, in order to find a big elder of Mike. If there is no gain, he will be angry. When you go, you know, won't let you down. RADITZ said, while also feeling the surrounding air. The former Mike warrior looked at RADITZ and cast a curious look. They felt that the alien seemed to know everything and was amazed. Everyone, there are about 3 passages ahead, and we can speed up slightly. The Mikes proposed. After all, they accelerated slightly, and several figures crossed the sky and flew to the distant mountains. Vol 2 Chapter 71, Potential Stimulation. On the vast land, a mountain is long and straight, like the tower of the sky towering in the center of the archipelago. Above the foothills, the worm-like residence is squatting alone, with long whines, blowing from the top. The door swayed slightly and floated upwards. Nero walked out from the inside and looked into the distance. He finally chose to guard the big elders and did not go to other places to fight. The Mercury star has already been used to repair the field. With him alone, it is better to keep the last hope. So the elders told him to meet a few guests who are coming. The guests? Is there still a helper for the current Mercury? Nero is very puzzled, but the words of the great elders, he absolutely believes. With both hands behind him, a long coat hunted in the wind, and Nilo's eyes flashed and saw a group of people flying from a distance. Isn't that his Mike companion? Behind him are a few strange aliens. Is it a guest? Nero's doubts, the surface is very calm. He carefully looked at a few people, especially in contrast to Kadu. Nero. The Mike warrior greeted far away. Gekos. The elders let me wait here. Yes, really the elders already know. A crowd stopped at the front of the house. Please come in. Nero reached out and let RADITZ and others enter the room. He led the way ahead and advanced. Several people entered the house together, and with curiosity and doubts, they saw the legendary elders. The elder's bloated body was trapped in the seat, soft and weak. He had been dying for a long time, and half of his foot had entered the door of death. Behind him is a huge planet. When I saw the Dragon Ball, the eyes of several people were bright. Thank you for saving my children. I didn't expect you to have such powerful energy. The elders were still keenly aware of the strength of the people present. It's all about lifting your hand. RADITZ waved his hand modestly, and Tumult probed behind him, daringly shrinking his body. The evil atmosphere has spread all over the Merc star. It is great to have you at this time. I seem to see hope. We are here, it is for this matter, I hope to get your help. Oh, I know. That person is very familiar. You are from the Earth. It's the child of RADITZ. It's really amazing. I can't think of living safely. It's great. The elders saw Bic, it seems to be clear about everything. Can I touch your head? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. From the moment I saw the figure of the elders, there was a warmth in my heart. Bic a little hesitated for a moment and finally agreed to the request. He took the initiative and the Grand Elder's hand was gently placed on his head. It's stupid. In order to dispel the evil thoughts and divide myself into 2 people, the power is also reduced. If it is united, it is possible to defeat the current strong enemy. Unfortunately. Da Chang shook his head slightly, as if Bic is sorry. Most of the Mikes are peace-loving ordinary people, and a few people with combat talents will become combat fighters. On top of them, there are very few geniuses known as dragons. The dragons have the talents and abilities that ordinary Mikes do not have, and can even make Dragon Ball. Bic and the gods are one, which can not only manufacture Dragon Balls, but also a rare battle type. It can be described as a dragon genius in 100 years. It's not surprising that the elders feel pity. I can only help you to motivate your potential. What you can achieve in the end, it depends on you. After all, the elders' hands suddenly burst into a hustle and breath, and they shrouded Buick. This gas seemed to link up the hidden power of Bick, and forced it out. Suddenly, Bick's arrogance was several times stronger, and the whole person seemed to be up. Amazing power spewed out of the body, scaring Niru. The Mixter, who is also a combat type, he has never seen such a powerful force. Bick was so happy that he almost burst into a room and exploded. It's amazing. Bick has strengthened a lot. Gaku couldn't help but sigh, pointing at himself, can I do it? As long as you have the potential, you can be awakened. The more justice people you have, the better. The elders laughed. Wukong listened and couldn't wait to walk to the elders and was motivated. Everyone was very envious, and they went forward and realized the enhanced happiness. Only Vegeta's arrogant heart made him entangled for a while, and it was obvious that RADITZ and Gaku had surpassed him, and eventually he was baptized. Your potential is very huge. To be honest, I can only inspire a part. Even so, I am shocked. The elders said, it seems a little tired. Although the potential for stimulating does not affect life, but working continuously, he feels a little tired after he has been paralyzed on the line of life and death. Thank you for the elders. One more thing, to stop them, this Dragon Ball. RADITZ was embarrassed to point to the one above the planet. The elders gave a www.readaloud.com and took the Dragon Ball down. This Dragon Ball will be handed over to you. Now, only a few of you can protect Dragon Ball. That's Mike's the future, and the future of the universe, are here. He immediately threw the Dragon Ball and was caught by RADITZ. Thank you for your great elders. You must stop those evil people. Reassured, will not let those guys get Dragon Ball. Klein patted his chest to ensure that he was confident. The elders showed a kind smile, please. The few people here are the last fighting type of Mike, let them help you. Vegeta snorted, although he did not say it, but he would be disdainful in his heart. After his potential development, his conscious strength soared, and even directly challenged Flassa's ideas. In fact, RADITZ also had similar ideas. He did not want to continue to act with cumbersomeness. He said, thank you for the good intentions of the elders, let them stay to protect you. We will save the next village. Please rest assured. This. Niru interjected, the elders, don't hesitate, let them go. We are here to be the best choice. Even if you say that, okay. The elders agreed with them. RADITZ and others quit and left the house. After coming out, the people were divided into two ways, escorting the Dragon Ball back to their camp, and the other way to the last tribe under the direction of the radar. They scored a planet, plus one hidden in the camp, for a total of 2. And Schlager has already held 3 dragon because of the first foot, and the Dalshian Oriole has made 1 afterwards. Only the last Dragon Ball left will undoubtedly start a fierce battle. Vol 2 Chapter 72, The Arrival of the Team. Hey! 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 5 meteor-like lights broke through the atmosphere, ignited a fierce spark, and then crashed into the ground, and took out 5 deep pits. Inside the pit is a single-person spaceship, deeply trapped in the mud, and the door opens, and a blue smoke emerges. Fly's cosmic ship was nearby, and the suspended seat floated out of the door at the top of the cosmic ship, and a sharp, hearty voice sounded, "It's finally arrived." A short man jumped out of the pit and made a few laps in the air, steadily falling on the ground, posing a strange shape, followed by one after another, and also made a shy posture. Guldo. Lakum. Jis. Vart. Kainu. All the big collections. We are, the team of the Quinn. Although not many people watched, but the posture must be done, the team was unveiled with a set of sly and fun-loving styling moves. Flyza King, we heard your message, did not stay for a moment, bypassed the M187 branch and turned directly, saving a lot of time. Finally reached within the time limit. New way. Well, you are relieved when you are there. Flyza nodded. You should already know. The Scion people have betrayed me. The United Earth and the Mikes have blocked my plan, so please come clean up the traitors and get back the Dragon Ball. Kiin was serious and his expression was dignified. I heard that Vegeta's combat power has already reached 80,000, and it has also defeated Shangbo. The other Scion people are also making rapid progress, which is unbelievable. The team of the Quinn Knight is the talent that Flyza recruits from all over the universe. I dare not say that it is the strongest existence in all places, and it is also an elite. They admit that the Asians in the game are much more powerful, but Vegeta has broken through to the realm of surpassing them, shocking Gisbart's flu. It is because of this, so I don't want to leave any Scion. I don't need any threats. Do you understand? Flyza's cold eyes confronted the captain of Keen, letting the tyrannical the captain trembled. I understand it. Go. Flyza said faintly, turning back into the cosmic ship. After Kimmy and others raised their arms and put out a group action with a very high degree of difficulty, they shouted. On the other hand, RADITZ and Goku, Bick, and Gohan came to the last tribe. In the army of Slag, the Doro Darbo, who was also the Mozu, arrived earlier. His men had already carried out a search and arrested the Mikes. Doro Darbo, afraid of the sun, draped in a black big cloak and commanded in the shadows. The me kexing, there is no night, so I am so hard, I will definitely kill a few people to compensate. He licked his lips and looked smirk. Looking at the Meeks who had been concentrated, Dorota waved his hand and let the soldiers split up on both sides and walked over. Where do you hide the Dragon Ball? If you say it now, I can consider not killing you. Otherwise, I will kill one person every dozens. Dorota waved and smiled and extended a finger. Start now. 1 2 3. He is happy and counting faster and faster. The mind has already made up his mind, and no matter who says it or not, he will kill. The Mikes were very hard, and none of them sold their own people under duress. They all clenched their teeth, and despite the fear, they did not reveal half a word. The two children were afraid to hold the elders' hem, hiding behind them, shivering. 10. Doro Darbo smiled and counted the last number. Unfortunately, this is what you asked for. I look at it. His eyes swept, and he finally saw a terrified child. It's you. It was still a young Mei Kexing, and he was trembled behind the elders, and the green face was a little white. However, he could not resist the power of Doro Darbo, and he was caught at once. The surrounding Meeks were not opponents at all. Several people tried to take back the children and were easily knocked down to the ground and passed out. No. Cock, another child yelled. Hey, Dandy, don't call. The elders shouted Dandy's hand and let himself stand up. You stop, you want Dragon Ball, I will give you. Only I know that I am hiding. Where are you? If you ask someone else, you can't ask me, come here. Doro Darbo turned his head and looked up and down the elders and nodded. The elders breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to talk, but they were stunned by Dorothy. He picked up Cock and showed a cruel smile. Who said that I want Dragon Ball? I just want to kill. Dragon Ball is definitely in this area. After killing you, you can find it too. Oh. The voice did not fall, and one foot slammed into his face, and the impact was so great that he flew out. In the hands of Cock also flew out, was caught by the air of the Goku. The soldiers around were not good enough to launch an attack immediately, and dozens of soldiers fired at the same time. At the shoulder of RADITZ, Tomat yelled, "Shot! Shoot! Shut up!" RADITZ took the picture of Matt, and flashed to the mics, his hands open, and a burst of anger, like a perfect barrier, directly bounced off all the energy cannons. Gohan jumped in the group of soldiers of the slag, the Kigong bomb exploded and suddenly cleaned up. Ah, saved! The Merkle star exclaimed with joy, and the sad face revived. After a short time, all the soldiers were wiped out, leaving only Dorodarbo alone. After Dorota waved his foot, half of his face fell, his eyes smashed and his head broke. The strength of this ankle is terrible. He looked at Bic, and he couldn't help but feel guilty. How could there be such a great meek star? Bic has already gone to him, his fists are squeaking www.readaloud.com flaming. Do you know who I am? The most important subordinates of Slagger, now surrender, I can say a few words for you, let Sergeant Sergi put you in the horse. Dorodarbo back against the wall, with one hand behind him, the energy bomb is prepared in the hand. Bic had already seen his tricks, snorted, and slammed forward, twisting his arm. Then he grabbed his neck and lifted it up. Oh, hey! Dorodarbo struggled a few times, glaring at Bic's hand with great pain, but it didn't work. Dorodarbo, who faced a desperate situation, once again showed a sly smile, his eyes suddenly brightened, his mouth was maximized, and the light beam was ejected. Bic Wanwan did not expect this trick to be swept across the head by the light column. Uncle Bic! Gobi panicked. Latize pulled the Gohan who was going to run, and smiled, it's okay, this level of attack, itching. Sure enough, Bic's voice was cold and hard as a cold blade, and suddenly sounded. Let me teach you how to use this trick. Along with the sound, a green beam of light spurted up, and when it was time, Bic retracted his arm. And the light column drowned the shocking Dorodar. After the tide of the sea subsided, only a few bones were left to the ground. Bic trampled on one foot, shattered it, and took a sip. Thank you for saving the lives of the whole village. The elder said with excitement, and Cock, who was crying and crying, thanked him constantly. Only half saved. You should first find a safe place to hide, and you won't be able to protect so many people later. Ratai's face was not easy. They have not been eliminated. These are just the starters, and the one that comes right away is the main dish, the team of the Quinn. Vol 2 Chapter 73, 3 Kill. Latize and others have already prepared for the enemy, and the mics are transferred to a safe cave with the help of Gohan, and they can be temporarily protected by destroying all the detectors of Flyza. Safety. The 5-speed gas moving at high speed is approaching them, and Latize can still feel the faint scent behind them, possibly the other soldiers of the Flyza Legion. Come to the crowd, come here. Latize is trying to get rid of Flyza's wings, so that even if Frissa is one, even if it is strong, it can't cope with the multifaceted battlefield. I was planning, and I heard that Goku shouted, come on. The 4 men looked at the sky together, and the 5 people of the Quinn team also stopped the sprinting figure, suspended in the air and squatting with them. Look at the reaction, it is them. No, there are only about 5,000 combat power, and that Latize is also stupid. Kanan spoke. They have the skills to change their combat power freely. I guess they should all have more than 30,000 combat power. The Devil and the Mics have both fought with Shangbo and can't be underestimated. There is also it should be Latize's younger brother on Earth. Bart, you have the speed of the universe, and it is not a problem to deal with Latize's brother. Small dish, Bart laughed conceited. Immediately, the 5 people officially landed, all of them are very relaxed. You are the team of the Quinn Knight? Gohan asked aloud. The 5 people were shocked and immediately laughed. I actually know our name, not simple, it must be said by the boy of Vegeta. Kyan and other people around him looked at each other and nodded tacitly. Likum immediately screamed, jumping high, landing on one leg, then slamming his palms in the air, tilting one leg backwards, and his body suddenly tilted 90 degrees. Kainu team, Likum. Then, Bart and Geese were symmetrical to the left and right, and they lifted one hand to the chest, one hand to the side, and a lunge under the foot. Geese. Bart. Not finished yet. The little man Guldo rolled straight to the forefront, kneeling on one knee, holding his hands high on both sides, making a snake-like gesture. Guldo. Finally, the captain of the base team who showed the finale showed his back, and then bent down to show the hips without hesitation. His head was between his legs and he had a very playful look. Kainu. We are. Halfway through, several people immediately changed their postures and formations, like rehearsing many times, quickly changing their success, and continuing to yell, Kainut's team. The wide voice echoed in the sky, and the front was quiet, only the wind blew, so cold. Such a shameful action was only made by the Funny Bite team. Leitais only thought that the picture was too beautiful to look straight, and his hand covered his eyes. Bick and Gaku. Gohan screamed, good, so handsome. Is this amazing brain circuit, is Gohan so poisoned? Leitais thought that the aesthetics of the child must be brought back, otherwise what to do in the future. The 5 people are like iron casting in the wind, quietly confronting Leitais and others. Suddenly, the air hummed and the atmosphere suddenly changed. At the moment when the killing was lifted, everyone felt the agitation of the breath. The battle begins. Captain Keith's transition from teasing to seriousness took only 1 second, and his look instantly became cold and his body flew out. Bart, who claimed to be the first speed of the universe, took a moment to start after Kyung rushed out. It actually surpassed Ki-han. Even in the air, even the Phantom did not stay, and immediately rushed behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong did not return, and raised his arm and rubbed his hand backwards. Pong! The detector shattered, and Bart had a flower in front of him, and flew out. Gaku followed closely, took Bart's ankle, rotated several turns in the air, then threw it out to the rock, and pulled out several deep holes, and finally buried it in the rock. Very good, first blood! Leitais shouted. At this moment, Likam's huge body had already rushed up, and his hands clasped Leitais. What are you looking at? Your opponent is me. Is it? Leitais snorted and slammed his arms expanded outwards, and he hardened the support of Likam. Likam only thought that the 2 arms were almost broken, and Leitais' brute force was so amazing that he had to take the initiative to let go of his hands. This is the case, his hand has swollen, and the burning feeling is like being burnt. Not waiting for him to relax, Leitais rushed to face, his eyes were cold. Come on, said, Leitais' fist has been stretched out, wrapped with a layer of transparent white arrogance, the energy of the blast burst the air ring. Likam hurriedly parried, holding his hands in front of him and drinking, Guldo, hold him. The panicked voice passed to Gulor's ear. As the core magician of the team, Guldo immediately responded, making time stand still. Hey! Time is still working, but Likam is still flying out, and his arms are hanging like a willow branch. www.readaloud.com His body hit the mountain and pulled out a pit and passed out. How could it be, too fast? Guldo shed cold sweat. He did stop Leitais with time, and at this moment, Leitais still kept his punching position. At the same time, Guldo took time to stand still, and Leitais had already hit Likam. The super high speed surpassed Guldo's reaction limit. Double kill. Leitais beat Likam with a punch and saw Gul's heart pounding and sweating. His strength is the bottom of the team in the team. If there is not a superpower, he will not be able to. How do you want him to face such a terrible opponent alone? Guldo bit his teeth and fled to the back of the rock, panting fiercely. In the distance, the captain of Keen was playing hot with the Mi Kexing, and Gi's was fighting with the little devil. How are these people unexpectedly powerful? In surprise, a hand smashed out from behind and broke the stone on his head. The blue-grey stone powder fell. Guldo squinted his eyes and saw Leitais' fist, only half an inch away from his cheek. How does he know my location? Guldo still has to ask this sentence in the future. Latai's boxing has been swaying, and under the panic, Guldo can only make the final tricks. The power of Latai's is so great that he can't control it and is breaking through the bondage. There is also a limit to the super power, that is, the energy of the other party should be within the control of the ability to use. Obviously Latai's has exceeded this range. Triple kill. With the great drink of Latai's, the rock cracked and the head of the Guldo landed. Vol 2 Chapter 74, 5 kills reached. In a blink of an eye, the team has fallen 3 people. Likum and Guldo have died very thoroughly, and Bart is only seriously injured and can barely move. The most powerful base team captain did not match Bic, and he had 5 punches in a row and was kicked to the ground by the whirlwind. Plop, the smoke is long. At the same time, Gohan's cross-armed arm caught Gisa's grasp, the fist became the palm, and the other hand quickly overlapped, and the light shone, and the combat power figures soared. Magic Flash. The power of this move is not as good as that of the turtles. The strike distance is not too far, but the speed is extremely fast and the range is large. It is a good trick to make a surprise attack in a close range. GIs didn't think that Sun Wu would suddenly release the Qigong wave and quickly retreat, but it was still affected. Hey! The heavy landing made a muffled sound, and Jis landed on the back and fell solidly. The frontal battlesuit had already emerged from the smoke, his red face was purple, the white hair was burned a little, and the tip was hot and dark. Hey, this kid, actually. Geese gasped fiercely and was terrified. If he had to retreat from the block just a little later, he would have already sent Huang Chuan at the moment. Captain Keith was equally astonished. As the most elite combat force of Flyza, they actually lost to the Scion and the Mixie. Oh, this is the case, our special combat styling will not be used. The point is not this. Team leader. GIs secretly wiped a sweat and called. It's incredible, how can you have this power? Nothing to be surprised, but when you enjoy it, we are still training hard, knowing that hard-working people always have a return. Latai shrugged. Impossible. You are just a scion. Bart, who is on the side, is still roaring. Please, is Scion talent the strongest fighting nation? Latai was too lazy to explain to them, flying over and slamming an elbow on Gi's abdomen. The temperament seemed to pass through the body of Gi's, and there was a bang in the back. His scorpion trembled and a blood spurted out of his mouth. The whole person seemed to be pumped out of strength, and he could not move in the same place, and then softened. Kihan turned his head stiffly and his eyes were amazing. The battle between the moments happened to him, and he could not see it at all. In other words, if you just hit this one on yourself, the effect is the same. He couldn't help but swallow a sip and trembled. Is the proud team of the Quinn Knight going to be destroyed today? Captain Keith's face was very poor, and he looked at Geese, who was slowly falling, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Quadra-kill. It's one worse. Latai said easily, turning his hand and waving his arm like a whip, slamming on Keen's body. Kyung was flew out of the beggar, as if he had been plunged into the Rocky Mountain by a long-range arrow. The back is even more painful to break, who can think of a strong blow to Latai's blow? Kanan felt the fear of hitting her heart. Pentakill. Latai's jumped into the air and gathered an energy ball with one hand, pointing to the base. The diameter of the blue light ball was 2 meters. When it was sent down, it would definitely leave the slag. The powerful energy made Kinuz terrified, as if the door to death had been opened to him. No. Can't just die like this. Keenan was in danger and the dog jumped to the wall. Change. He used the ultimate stunt and ability to change. By exchanging your body and others to gain strength, it is extremely effective. But Latais had already known this move, and did not give any opportunity to Matt. Roger that. To Matt, who was hiding in the pocket of Latais, flew out and spewed out several metal beads from his mouth. They stretched out and turned into small metal flying insects. Tomat has the ability to detect, through the metal fly insects made by its own parts, to achieve monitoring, eavesdropping records, and other functions. At this moment, RADITZ used it to block the gun. The metal flying insects are facing the light wave of Kihan and take the initiative to meet. At the same time, RADITZ released the energy ball, and the fluorescent light ran down, pulling out several long shadows. The empty New Zealand shell lay on the ground, and he changed back to the body of the little flying insect. Not surprisingly, the blue light ball has swallowed it, and the fragile body breaks down, burns, ash, and annihilates in huge energy. Call, get it. RADITZ sighed and landed on the ground. He saw that Gis and Bart had not stopped, and suddenly wanted to recruit the two men into their own arm. Compared with the loyal and arrogant Kanu, the insidious and incompetent Guldo, and the arrogant Likum, Gis and Bart are suitable as subordinates. They also have a brilliant red ball. The strength is not weak. When you train a little, you can handle a lot of things for yourself. At this time, Bick had already moved to Bart, and the four fingers were opened and clawed, and they would be stabbed. Wait! RADITZ called Bick, picked up geese and threw it to Bart. Hey, you two, want to live? Listen to this meaning to let us? Bart pushed Tigis and said, you will let us live. Can be considered. RADITZ said carelessly. As long as you let us go, make sure you don't deal with you anymore. RADITZ, let's talk. Gis took a sigh of relief and looked up at the poor face. Absolutely don't lie to you. Bart swayed and squirted. I want to deal with me, and you don't have that skill. Yes. Gis and Bart nodded quickly. www.readaloud.com turned and ran, less than 10 meters, it fell 3 times. RADITZ jumped up and flew to their front and blocked the way. I don't kill you, didn't say let you go. After all, a cold look made the two kneel down. What do you want us to do? Gis groaned and said with a trembling voice. Smart, it seems that I didn't choose the wrong person. RADITZ showed a glance of approval. You are out of Flissa and mix with me. He claims to be the emperor of the universe, mastering countless galaxies. But what good have you given? Planet? Is there any treasure? Or the secret of power lifting? Nothing. At most, it is the name of one of the strongest teams. Believe it or not, he can find someone to replace your position at any time. Gis and Bart were asked how to answer. Tell you, I already have a plan to defeat Flissa. If it succeeds, his power in the universe will collapse. When I can let you take over his site, how about Arabian Nights? It is impossible to defeat the king of Flissa. The two followed Flissa for many years, and even the power contained in that body was terrible. Strong ants can't pull down the elephant. RADITZ saw the doubts on their faces, his hands wrapped around his waist. And he drinked and the red light burst into anger. Hey! 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 The 3 detectors exploded one after another, and the combat power exploded. Gis and Bart are almost suffocating. See it, this is my strength. RADITZ, who broke out with all his strength, not only scared them, but even Bick and Gaku were surprised. This way, maybe you can really defeat Flissa. Vol 2 Chapter 75, Flissa. The combat power of RADITZ has reached another order of magnitude, which is undoubtedly a high presence for the team. In the World War I, Sun Wukong, who had eaten the fruit of the spirit tree, is still stronger than RADITZ. He can be trained in the gravity room. The gap between the two is shrinking. Later, when he was dealing with Bondolers, he escaped and made Tiz's fighting power has soared. The most important thing is the excitement of the elders. RADITZ has hidden the potential for so many years and finally broke out. And Karakar is a brother, how can the qualifications be worse, just because there is no reasonable guidance, plus the soul that has been bullied and weak for many years cannot erupt. At this moment, RADITZ returned to the peak, even if he had a battle with the huge slag, he did not fear. Geese's eyes splattered with tears, and the trembling body stunned in front of RADITZ. Too strong. It may even have exceeded Flieza. In the unlikely event that RADITZ can defeat Flieza. So is their position changing? But if it fails, the result is equally fierce. This is a big gamble. And they are not allowed to refuse, because they know that if they refuse at this time, there is only one way to die. Bart wiped a sweat and confronted Geese tacitly. They work together all the year round, and when they are slightly touched, they understand what the other person is thinking. The two met with each other and made up their minds for the time being, compromise and wait and see. We are willing to surrender. In unison, the two sang together. Wukong is kind and does not want to take their lives, just want to drive them away. The two returned to RADITZ and it was good news for him. Bick regretfully closed his hand, as if it was a pity that he could not end one. At the same time, his cold eyes crossed the two, like a knife sweep, apparently distrusting the two. Gi's and Bart felt a chill and trembled. Since you are willing to return, just show it. RADITZ converges, picking up the two and pointing to the distant sky and saying, the Flieza soldiers behind you are coming, destroy them. Show me your determination. As soon as the voice fell, the cosmic army of Wuhan had swarmed. From a distance, you can see the dense black spots flying at high speed. The power of Gi's and Bart has dropped drastically, but the deadly camel is bigger than Madi. It is still no problem to deal with several miscellaneous soldiers with the remaining strength. Yes. The two responded to RADITZ and slowly flew into the sky. Can you really trust them? Bick still didn't trust, whispering to RADITZ. Of course not, Frieza's prestige accumulated in their hearts for many years cannot be disintegrated in a moment. But now I force them to have no choice but to shoot themselves. This is what Flieza knows. Hey, you are really embarrassed. Bick showed a smirk. In the sky, Gi's and Bart are not aware of the intentions of RADITZ, thinking that if they get the trust of RADITZ, they can temporarily save their lives, and then see the wind and the rudder to see who is strong and who they are attached to. Long winds, rushing from the sky, flying clouds, seems to foresee a forthcoming war. The wind slanted the white long hair of Gi's, and the hair floated, which was in stark contrast with the body that stood still like iron. The soldiers of the Flieza Legion who did not know the two elites of Gi's and Bart immediately saw them at the sight of them, Gi's master. Bart. How are you? When the voice did not fall, they saw two groups of light coming straight from the front, and the blue and red light alternately danced, swirling and screaming. The gas was dilated and expanded in all directions, and the atmosphere shook. The soldiers did not know what was going on and the annihilation was in a huge explosion. The smoke is heavy and the debris is cloudy. Ah, adults, why? Not good, run. The soldiers who survived were screaming and screaming. They didn't know why the members of the team's team would in turn madly kill themselves. But they know that they want to live and run. Everyone immediately fled, and flew back quickly. In order to survive, they were much faster than usual, but in front of Bart, it was certainly not enough. Hey! Hey! Bart's speed is the first of Flieza's hands, and the quick movements are indeed commendable. After a few moments, the escaped soldiers are intercepted and all of them are destroyed. Gi's is not behind, and one energy wave is won, and it is extremely incomparably struck. At the time of the raid, RADITZ and others trembled and looked into the distance. Dad, there is a gas coming in there. It's so strong. Gohan's forehead sweats and slides to the chin. It should be Flieza. Latte eyes, let's go. Bick bit his teeth, and there were two sweats on his face. Flieza's terrorist power is absolute, no matter who is afraid, even RADITZ, after the strength is strengthened, has to fear the super strength. Before you can't compete with Flieza without the ability of Super Saiyan. RADITZ took the initiative to make a decision. Hidden Breath www.readaloud.com Go. A few people turned around and left, suddenly, stunned. The moment they lifted their legs, they saw that the Mixture appeared in the field of vision, and the elders who led the head held the Dragon Ball and smiled. They cheered as they cheered and thanked RADITZ for knocking down the enemy. The Me-Kexing people originally hid in the slender canyon behind the stone mountain. They could not see the result of the battle, and they sent people to look around. I just saw the scene of RADITZ and other people screaming at the team. I thought that the overall situation had been decided and everyone would come out to celebrate. They also intend to receive a few benefactors with the highest etiquette. RADITZ is in a hurry. Pig teammates, why don't you obey? Damn! Go back soon, hide! The mics were shocked, and the elders were stunned and overwhelmed. Are we doing something wrong? Still welcome is not warm enough? Quickly withdraw! Wukong also shouted again. How is it? The mics were hesitant, and the steps were still not moving. RADITZ was so anxious that he was so sweaty that he really wanted to stun them directly. Time is not enough, Fly's gas is getting closer and closer, faster and faster. In the end, he made a decision, no matter who, let's take the Dragon Ball and say it. God, Bic, you go first. RADITZ shouted and rushed to the elders, and took the Dragon Ball with ease. First, keep it here, sorry. He said that he would accelerate. Suddenly, two figures fell in front of him. Bic and Gohan. A cold and straight voice descended from the sky, and the short and horrible posture stopped RADITZ's sway. The Scion people finally found you. Vol 2.